Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 408, Chapter 407, a new model for tarot meetings. Upon hearing the offer from the world, Leonard, nicknamed Star, immediately replied, "Deal." This magical item is indeed quite remarkable, and he seems to realize that it was likely created by Klein using the Hermit's channels. This reminded Leonard of the information about the Sword of Dawn and the Mystic Admiral. Recently, scroll shops have appeared on Crus Island and Biome, selling level 3 and level 2 sealed items. What is now certain is that Mr. Gar must have recruited some extraordinary individuals through the artisan pathway. The son Derek and the Hermit Odis have once again made a deal for extraordinary weapons and materials. After the transaction between the two ended, the hall fell silent. Remember the original website domain. Odis currently needs the extraordinary qualities of a sage, but this need is clearly difficult to meet in the current tarot gathering. Even auxiliary materials are unlikely to be traded here, even if each member has their own channels, it is still difficult. Fool Klein, on the other hand, hasn't been a demigod for long and hasn't even fully digested the potion yet, so he doesn't currently have a need for a general ascension. Justice Audrey has fully digested the potion and has obtained the opportunity to advance to Sequence 5, Dream Walker, from the Psychological Alchemy Society. She plans to try to advance in the next 2 days. Magician Furs has just been promoted to Record Officer and is currently actively digesting potions. Her teacher has provided her with the Traveler's Potion recipe and promised to help provide the auxiliary materials for advancing to Sequence 5, but she will have to find the main materials or extraordinary properties herself. Son Derek and Moon Emlyn have gathered all the materials and are ready to upgrade to Sequence 5. However, the former is still preparing for the ceremony, while the Vampire High Command has also prepared the latter's ceremony. But recently, Emlyn and others retaliated against the vampire who provided false information, and Emlyn plans to wait until after this period to be promoted. The priestess Katlia has finished digesting her potion and is currently preparing for the general upgrade. However, she doesn't need to worry about either the main or auxiliary materials for the upgrade. The extraordinary properties were provided by Bernadette, while Odis promised to help her prepare the necessary materials, some of which he had taken during the robbery of the Steam Church. Judgment Hugh is also preparing for promotion recently, but she has basically gathered all the auxiliary materials. Odis will provide her with the main materials, so there is no need to trade. Leonard, the Star, is an official Beyonder. He still intends to rely on the power of the church to ascend to a higher level, so after purchasing a magical item, he no longer has much need for it. After a brief silence, the gathering quickly moved into the conversation phase. Odis spoke first. "Gentlemen, keep an eye on the movements of the Red Angel evil spirit." He remembered that Klein later encountered this evil spirit, the King of Angels, again, and they even joined forces to fight against the Ageless Witch. Everyone was taken aback, not quite understanding why the Hermit was suddenly looking for the evil spirit of the Red Angel. In fact, Odis intended to make the Red Angel evil spirit his military commander. This sounds absurd, but it was a well-thought-out plan by Odis. First of all, there is no doubt about the Red Angel's ability to command war, and Odis is certain that the enemy will be able to make good use of the new troops of the future. Odis happened to know that the other party's current need was to restore his own level, and he could promise to help him hunt down the hunter path to the angel-level self-target. Since the war is about to begin, there is a high probability that Fussack's angels will appear on the battlefield. If we seize the opportunity, we can completely eliminate one of their angels. This collaboration is a win-win situation for everyone. The only problem might be the difficulty in managing this Red Angel. But as long as the opponent is capable of fighting, Odis has no intention of controlling them. At this moment, Klein manipulated the world to remind him, although the evil spirit of Red Angel has lost its extraordinary characteristics, it is still very dangerous. I believe it still possesses demigod-level power, and in some respects, retains the status of an angel until a new Red Priest appears. Odis nodded and said, "I know that very well." He smiled and said, "I have something to discuss with you. It shouldn't turn into a fight." Even if a fight breaks out, Odis is not afraid. He is not an extraordinary being of the hunter or witch pathways, so he is not subject to the limitations of the pathways. Even if he can't win, he can still run away. World nodded and said, "I'll keep an eye out for you." The other members were curious about what the Hermit wanted to talk to the King of Angels about. While curious, they all promised to keep an eye out for him. Then, Justice Audrey looked around and, seeing that the other members were not in a hurry to speak, she said, "I met with Herwin Lambes, a member of the Psychological Alchemy Council, last week." Star Leonard thought he had misheard. What? Herwin Rambis is a council member of the Psychological Alchemy Society. He sat up abruptly, feeling an urge to immediately report to the Archbishop and gather a team to capture him. At this point, Audrey continued, he tried to give me psychological suggestions, telling me to interact with different nobles in my daily life, to understand their true attitudes on different matters, and then to convey those attitudes to him. Fortunately, Mr. Fool received a blessing from an angel, and I was not actually affected. She paused for a moment and asked, what should I do next? Leonard was somewhat taken aback. Could there really be an angel offering a blessing? Of course, he wasn't at all surprised that there were angels beneath Mr. Fool's throne. He was simply astonished that the members of the Tarot Club seemed to be able to frequently request help at this level. Meanwhile, Judgment Hugh keenly noticed several keywords: the aristocratic psychological alchemy society, combined with the hazy figure of Miss Justice. She seemed to have already connected them to a friend, Audrey Hall. Just as she was pondering how to confirm this matter, the Hermit Odis said, that depends on how you want to resolve it. Audrey was taken aback. What do you mean? Odis smiled and said, if you want to solve the problem completely, then get rid of that counselor. I can provide assistance in that regard. If you feel you want to continue to stay connected with the Psychological Alchemy Society, report some less important things or withhold certain information. Audrey was taken aback again. Kill that counselor. That's right. Odis said seriously, in today's extraordinary world, demigods are relatively rare, and the characteristics of demigods are also very rare. If I have any clues, I'd actually be very willing to try hunting demigods. Klein paused for a moment. The logic is sound, but why does it always feel like a fallacy? Alger thought to himself, hunting demigods. He found that the gap between himself and the Hermit seemed to be widening. Audrey thought for a moment before saying, it doesn't seem like there's any need to kill this council member for the time being. Odis hummed in agreement. Then my suggestion is to provide him with some information that isn't of much value in exchange for something like a potion recipe, or even use him to achieve some of your own goals. However, this is quite difficult. First, you need to understand his purpose and who he is serving. Once you understand this, you can achieve your goals by providing information that is difficult to distinguish between true and false. It just takes a bit more effort to fool a demigod who relies on the audience method. Justice, Audrey nodded slowly. I know what to do. Thank you for your advice. Odis waved his hand, indicating that it was nothing. Then Audrey asked, any new developments in the civil war in Remmenburg? No one was surprised by the question about justice, since everyone now knew that the Hermit was the current ambassador to Remberg, and it was normal to ask him about the situation in Remberg. Klein also knew that the Hermit was the mastermind behind the radicals, and Audrey was also aware that the Hermit was a supporter of the radicals. We'll have results in the next week or two. Odis didn't hide much about this. After that, the radicals will have a certain political standing in Remberg, and locally, half of the western province will become their sphere of influence. Alger and the others were taken aback. Could an ambassador really possess such intelligence? It sounded like there was some inside information involved. Audrey asked further, I read in the newspaper that the radicals had engaged in a skirmish with the Remmenburg army. But it seems the radicals achieved a certain victory despite having no advantage whatsoever. Odis smiled and explained, it wasn't a partial victory, but a complete triumph. A complete victory. Leonard, who had also read the newspaper, asked with some curiosity, I remember the newspaper also said that the radicals only had armed forces like the State Guard, right? How did they defeat the regular army? Klein thought to himself, it is very likely that Odis himself intervened and helped the radicals achieve victory. In his view, Odis was not someone who liked to play by the rules, perhaps with his demigod status. He drove away a group of ordinary people and extraordinary officers. He was perfectly capable of doing something like that. I provided some support, Odis said with a smile. Actually, the Lemberg government's actions have helped me. They were afraid of affecting their image in the international community, so they concealed the details of this battle. This would lead people to believe that the radicals had achieved some success by taking advantage of the terrain or tactics. In fact, the Lemberg army had no chance of winning because the radicals had deployed a mysterious force in this battle, and their defeat was inevitable. Those who had read the newspaper were slightly taken aback, realizing that the battle seemed to be more complex than reported in the newspaper. Leonard then asked, would you mind telling me what that mysterious force is? Odis smiled and said, it's not convenient right now, but it shouldn't be long before you know what kind of soldiers they are. Upon hearing this answer, Audrey asked, will the Remmenburg civil war continue? It's not the Remmenburg civil war, Odis said. Haven't you all noticed? The situation in various countries is more tense than ever before, and some wars may break out. At that time, Lemberg may have some conflicts with the kingdom of Fenaport. A state of war is a good opportunity to seize power. Other members also sensed that relations between the various countries seemed very tense, and the possibility of a local war or conflict could not be ruled out. Audrey nodded and asked, Mr. Hermit, you just said that the radicals would use some areas of the western province of Remberg as their base. Does this mean that even after the negotiations are over, the standoff between the two sides will still exist? Klein, Alger, and Katlia understood Odis's meaning, but the other members didn't seem to quite understand the purpose of doing so. Maintaining a certain amount of power locally is to consolidate the political position of the radicals, Odis explained. If the radicals relinquish their local power after negotiations, they will be controlled again once they all take office in Azhara. If the governors of those 3 states are retained, it is tantamount to telling the conservatives that the radicals have a way out at any time, and at worst they can go back to the western provinces and have a new round of confrontation. The king will try his best to avoid such a situation. Odiston paused for a moment and then said, moreover, with the power of these 3 states, we can implement radical policies. Otherwise, even if the radicals propose some new policies, the conservatives will not cooperate. When states governed by radicals become rich and powerful, more and more states will respond to the reforms of radicals. This is actually the slowest method. Odis currently intends to use these 3 states as a springboard to seize control of the Remberg government, which would be much faster. Upon hearing this, Emlyn Moon belatedly said, I saw in the newspaper that you seem to support the radicals. So, it seems you must be a member of the Remberg radicals. The civil war in Lenberg has attracted widespread attention. Even vampires who don't usually concern themselves with worldly affairs occasionally discuss it, since there hasn't been any conflict in the northern continent for a long time. In an environment where extraordinary beings are the rulers, the relationship between the government and the people is very stable. Civil war-like conflicts under such circumstances usually involve a clash between interest groups and extraordinary forces, which is always a topic of great interest. Odis smiled and said, you can think of it that way. Emlyn habitually raised his chin, quite pleased with his own observational skills. Klein thought to himself, that makes sense, except that he is actually the leader of the radical faction. This topic will be discussed here for now. Klein then manipulated the world to say to Leonard, ask the person from me if they have seen the second blasphemy tablet. The other members were all a little confused. Alger, the hanged man, thought to himself, a second one. Could there be 2 blasphemy slabs? Everyone had similar questions and realized that the star was not as simple as it seemed. Someone he knew had actually seen one of the most important items in the myth. Besides being a church member and an official extraordinary being, he has some other secrets. Leonard was also taken aback, not expecting Klein to make such a request. After a few seconds of silence, he finally exhaled and said, okay. After returning, Leonard realized that the old man had seen something called the desecrating slate. Seeing that the two had finished their conversation, Audrey asked curiously, Mr. World, are there 2 blasphemy slabs in total? Klein manipulated the world and said, as far as I know, that's how it is. Audrey then asked, why is there a second piece? I'm not entirely sure either, World said. I'm also gathering relevant information. He had just received some startling news. The second, blasphemous slab, seemed to contain more information than the first one. He asked the old man inside his poet classmate's body, hoping to confirm this. At the same time, as they were speaking, the world looked at the hermit Odis. Audrey immediately understood what the other party meant. Perhaps the hermit knew more information. So she said to Odis, Hermit, can we trade detailed information about the blasphemy tablet? Odis smiled and said, I've never seen that thing before either. However, after thinking for a moment, he said, I do have some information about the desecrating slab, which is very valuable but not comprehensive. How about this? I'll have a chat with everyone and won't charge you any fees. You can repay me as payment when I need your help to gather intelligence in the future. Of course, if the intelligence you provide is of higher value, I will pay a corresponding premium. Everyone paused for a moment, then realized it was a good form of transaction. Odis said this because he realized that he could not yet fully disclose the information about the desecrating tablets to everyone. In that case, there was indeed not much he could say. Moreover, Odis doesn't have much need for gold pounds at the moment, and that intelligence fee is a dispensable income for him. In addition, he discovered that as the members' strength improved, the main role of the Tarot Club has gradually shifted from extraordinary transactions to information exchange. Even Odis, who had already established several intelligence networks, still needed an information exchange platform like the Tarot Club. Therefore, Odis believed that the focus of the Tarot Club should be on information exchange rather than earning information fees, hence the suggestion of exchanging information for information. Now that everyone had agreed to this way of communicating, Odis began to say, as far as I know, there are indeed 2 blasphemy tablets, the first of which was probably formed in the First Age. How exactly it was formed is unknown. All that is known is that it appeared after the emergence of the ancient sun god in the Second Era, and it appeared along with this deity. The second, blasphemous tablet, appeared at the end of the Tertiary period, and is said to have appeared after the fall of the ancient sun god. Currently, only Leonard, nicknamed Star, is unaware of information regarding the first, blasphemy tablet. While surprised, he noticed that both blasphemy tablets seemed to be connected to the ancient sun god. Klein understood the implication. You mean, the second, blasphemy tablet, is related to the ancient sun god? I can confirm that, Odis said, but it is not yet clear why the ancient sun god would be associated with the profane slab. The process by which the desecrated stone slab was formed is also unclear. At this point, Odis smiled and shrugged, saying, perhaps my level is not high enough, and I can only get some vague information. The other members thought to themselves, it's already impressive that they know this much. After all, they only found out today that there were actually 2 blasphemous slabs. Klein then asked, what's the difference between these 2 blasphemous tablets? Odis pondered for a moment before saying, it is said that the second piece contains more information than the first one. He paused for a moment and then said, it was precisely because of that extra information that the battles of the gods who witnessed the blasphemous tablet began to change from the 4th epoch. The battle has shifted from a struggle over interests or factions to a battle over adjacent paths. Aside from stars and judgment, the other members immediately understood what the extra information was. Alger asked, is it about the part above the gods? He remembered that the Hermit had said that the concept of adjacent paths had emerged since the first blasphemous tablet appeared. However, for a long time, the gods on adjacent paths did not seem to have any major conflicts. For example, at the end of the Third Age, the goddess of night, a true god of the sleepless path, once invited the god of war of the warrior path and the god of the dead of the corpse collector path to join the redemption rose. This shows that even if their relationship wasn't very harmonious at the time, it wasn't to the point where they would start a war as soon as they met. In the Fourth Age, the relationship between the gods seemed to change suddenly and remained largely unchanged for 2 ages. This must be because the gods realized they could become even stronger, which is why this change occurred. Audrey, who was opposite Alger, also thought of these things. At the same time, she further thought that after this information appeared, even if a god had no interest in becoming above the gods, he would still have to be wary of gods of the same path and could not pretend to know nothing. He wasn't sure if other deities on the same path were also uninterested in levels above the divine, like himself. What if they were? What if they were already plotting to eliminate him? Even if they weren't interested, taking some precautions could effectively prevent such things from happening. Audrey took a deep breath, so once the rules were established, every god would take action, essentially joining the struggle. Klein thought of something else. This intelligence made sense theoretically. The ancient sun god was someone above the gods, and someone above the gods had the means to become above the gods, which didn't sound surprising. Gadria thought, I believe that some of the laws governing extraordinary characteristics must have played a role in this process. Seeing that everyone had been pondering for a while and must have understood his meaning, Odis continued, the first blasphemous tablet should be in the Forsaken Land, but I don't know exactly where. The whereabouts of the second blasphemous tablet are more clearly known. It is said that after it had been in existence for some time, and many gods and angels had seen it, it was taken away by Adam shortly afterward. Klein was somewhat surprised. Adam. However, upon further reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. If the second blasphemous stone tablet was related to the ancient sun god, it would be normal for it to be taken away by the ancient sun god's eldest son. The other members gradually realized that this intelligence was actually very high level, so high that simply providing such intelligence would elevate their status within their respective organizations. There was no chance of general promotion before, but now there is. In fact, many of the intelligence reports released by the Hermits fall into this category, but they dare not easily reveal them to their own organizations because they cannot explain the source of the intelligence. What's different today is that the Hermit actually used this high-level information for communication. While everyone remembers this favor, they also realize that the form of the Tarot Club seems to have quietly changed. At this point, Klein, who, besides Odis, knew the most about the blasphemy tablets, manipulated the world and asked again, besides possessing all information from all sources, what other function does the blasphemy tablets serve? There should be, Odis said vaguely again, but I'm not entirely sure about the specifics. Klein simply said, oh, and had no further questions. After that topic was over, Odis suddenly asked, does anyone know anyone from the Zoroastrian family? Klein had already given Leonard a wary look out of the corner of his eye. Although he did not obtain accurate information about which angel family the old man inside Leonard belonged to. However, based on the information obtained earlier, it is not the Amon family. If it were an Amon clone, Leonard would have been gone long ago. Secondly, it couldn't be the Jacob family, because most of the members of that family had already become Amon's alter ego. The key point is that the old men can split into very advanced time worms, although they are much weaker than Amon's time worms, but there is no doubt that they are at the level of angels. It is highly unlikely that the Jacob family still has any extraordinary beings at the angelic level, or rather, it is highly unlikely that there are any angelic beings other than the avatar of Amon. The most likely candidate is a high-ranking member of the Zoroaster family. Odis tried to avoid looking at Leonard and continued, I wonder if everyone remembers. When we were exchanging information about the fourth epoch, we discussed information about this angel family. This is a family that possesses potions with the thief pathway, but they've all gone into hiding to avoid being found by Amon's clones. Everyone thought back for a moment and then shook their heads, not remembering knowing any members of this family. Leonard, nicknamed Star, suddenly asked, "What do you want with this family member?" The other members immediately realized that Mr. Star was not only an official extraordinary being, but also very likely new members of this angel family. Or perhaps this angel family has secretly pledged allegiance to a righteous church, and Star, though outwardly an official extraordinary being, is actually a member of this family. Odis truthfully stated, "During an expedition, I rescued a member of the Zoroasters from the Fourth Age. He was eager to find his people, so I inquired about him at the tarot meeting. If you have the relevant connections, please pass on this message to the members of this family. If you can facilitate their meeting, I will pay you some reward." Magician Furs and Judgment Hugh were slightly taken aback. They only knew about Mr. Longsel from more than 100 years ago, but they did not know that there was also a member of the angel family from the previous era. However, they speculated that the Hermit was one of the two people they encountered during the same expedition. Audrey also remembered that the Hermit had mentioned that he had encountered several historical figures during an expedition, but she didn't know the specifics. Klein, who sat at the head of the long bronze table, was a fellow traveler on that expedition. He immediately thought of the corresponding figure, Mobert Zoroaster, a nobleman from the Solomon Empire of the Quaternary period. Leonard said, "If I have the chance, I will pass on your friend's request." Although the palace Siloas within him had long since ceased contact with his family's descendants to avoid implicating them, Leonard frequently attended gatherings of the Hermits of Destiny, where he could encounter Siloas's people. Odis nodded, "Okay, I'll wait for your news." After their conversation ended, Klein manipulated the world to say to Odis, "Please tell the mysterious queen that I hope to meet with her soon to discuss some matters. The specific time and place will be determined by her." He had discovered that the royal family was preparing a ceremony to elevate a Black Emperor, and he sought out Bernadette to further confirm certain matters and establish a mechanism for sharing intelligence. The best course of action for this is to speak with the mysterious queen in person. Odis nodded and replied, "I will pass on the message for you." Katlia, however, was somewhat wary, wondering what the world wanted with the queen. However, considering that both the queen and Odis are now demigods, there is no need to worry about the queen being in danger. Then, the son Derek asked, "Gentlemen, my ascension ritual is to bury my entire body in ice that will not normally melt in pure darkness and drink a potion. Similar ice blocks aren't hard to find in Silver City, but how do we create pure and safe darkness?" Leonard, nicknamed Star, remarked, "This young man is truly down to earth. In his view, since the problem of ice that will not melt normally can be solved, there is no need to make it public." However, Leonard then realized that showing his sincerity was the right way to ask for advice from others. He was about to say, "Pure darkness is very easy to create, which only required praying for the power of the goddess. All you need to do is create a talisman." But this time he was more cautious. Seeing that no one spoke, he didn't immediately express his thoughts. The other members knew some details about the Forsaken Land and considered the dangers it posed in the darkness, so none of them offered any suggestions for the time being. Odis pondered for a moment and said, "I have a plan. Go back and try it out." Chapter 409, Chapter 408 George III Delusions of Godhood. During the tarot reading session, a discussion was held. The discussion is about how to create pure darkness during the Derek Ascension ceremony of the sun. The Hermit Odis came up with a plan. Creating pure darkness is not difficult, but the darkness in the Forsaken Land is extremely dangerous. The main dangers come from two aspects. First, there is a certain probability that it will disappear into thin air. Second, some strange monsters may appear. The other members nodded in agreement. Such a danger was indeed difficult to resolve. Leonard, nicknamed Star, then realized just how dangerous the Forsaken Land truly was. Odis explained in detail, disappearing into thin air should be the authority of the sleepless pathway, while the emergence of monsters is the authority of the mystic pathway. The basic underlying theory is that the disappearance is because the target suddenly enters a hidden space and becomes hidden. At this time, if the person or someone nearby has the corresponding scroll or talisman, they can still be saved, but it's hard to say what will happen after a few minutes. He paused slightly and then said, "And those strange monsters actually come from the shadows, not from the darkness. I have done some research. It is a kind of strange spirit creature that, under certain conditions, can enter the real world through the shadows of the real world. The darkness of the Forsaken Land fulfills their conditions for entering the real world, so they only appear when darkness descends. Extraordinary beings at the Hermit level can command these spiritual creatures to attack their targets. However, these monsters generally do not attack others on their own initiative. But the mystic path, in addition to the authority of the shadows, also has the authority of corruption. Those strange spiritual beings will quickly be affected by the power of corruption and turn into monsters that attack others. Furthermore, at this time, not only can normal people enter the hidden space, but the people in that space can also return to the real world, except that they have already mutated. Those influenced by the corruption authority will also become monsters that attack others. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. The priestess, Katlia, thought to herself, he actually did this kind of research. This was the first time she had ever heard of this idea. Klein the Fool and others all knew that the Hermit was an academic extraordinary person, and they did not show any surprise at his strange research. Odis continued, once we understand where the danger originates, we can take appropriate measures. First, I can make a scroll for you to make the hidden space repel you, so that you won't disappear into thin air in the dark. However, to prevent any accidents, you will need to carry a talisman that allows you to enter and exit the hidden space during the experiment. I will also take care of that for you. If the scroll I created has no effect, and you are still inside the hidden space, you can use the talisman to enter and exit the hidden space to save yourself. Odis could make the scrolls himself, and they weren't difficult to make. It's like this, gaining the favor of the goddess of the night might require a lot of effort, and even then, the goddess might not approve. But if you say a few words to the goddess, it's easy for her to hear, thus incurring the goddess's wrath. Similarly, the same applies to spaces with mystical significance, such as hidden spaces. It's difficult to increase one's affinity with them, but it's relatively easy to make them repel a particular target. However, the talisman that allows entry into the hidden space requires the power of the goddess of night, since that space belongs to the authority of the goddess of night. When Odis said this, even Leonard from the Church of the Goddess of Night couldn't help but exclaim, "You can do it like that." The fool, however, felt that this solution was in line with the Hermit's consistent approach to problem solving, understand the root cause of the problem, and then solve the problem from its source. As for the problem with those monsters, it's quite simple, Odis said. I happen to have some high-grade spiritual materials from the mystic pathway, which can help you design a scroll that can temporarily blend into the shadows. It's like, in the eyes of those monsters, you are the same kind of person as them. This is easy to test. Just put yourself in the dark and see if the monsters attack you. Those high-grade materials were from the black spider they hunted together when they first met, General Iceberg. Odis made the most of everything and did not waste a single thing. Finally, Odis said, now that the dangers within pure darkness have been resolved, creating pure darkness itself is simple. I can make the corresponding scroll using spiritual materials at the level of deep sleep flower. This made Klein marvel, are demigods really this adept at using scrolls? In his mind, scrolls should be like talismans, with fixed abilities and methods of creation. Judging from Odis's words, he seems to be able to flexibly design scrolls with various abilities. Then, as if realizing something, he quietly activated his spiritual vision and glanced at Odis. Sure enough, they saw that the other party's spirit body had undergone some changes, as if a mysterious, slowly rotating nebula had appeared inside the spirit body. This guy got promoted again. At the beginning of the tarot session, he noticed something unusual, but he didn't take it too seriously. After all, this ascension wasn't to an angel, so it wouldn't cause any qualitative change. It would only be noticed if one observed carefully. Of course, the most crucial point is that Odis had only been promoted to Sequence 4 for a short time, and Klein never expected that he would be promoted again. Klein is now certain that Odis's scrolls are absolutely effective. Although Promotion Sequence 3 is not a major qualitative change like Promotion Sequence 2, the improvement in ability at this level should still be quite significant. The very fact that they can respond to prayers makes those at this level seem more like gods. Upon hearing the Hermit's solution, son Derek first sincerely thanked him before asking, what kind of reward do I need to pay for these scrolls? Odis thought for a moment before saying, extraordinary materials worth £3,000. Derek immediately replied, no problem. He had already planned to prepare more materials for Mr. the Hermit to express his gratitude. With that son problem solved, Moon, Emlyn looked at Magician Furs, Madam, I may need to rent that notebook once in the next 2 weeks. The Magician Furs immediately replied, no problem. However, she couldn't help but add, try not to record the full moon. The moon ability had been rented out a few times before, and then 3 full moon abilities appeared in the diary. No one used it in the subsequent rentals, which gave Furs a big headache. If she were to use this ability herself, it would be tantamount to courting death. Moon paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. The Hanged Man, Alger interjected, has the operation of a key member of the Rose School of Vampire Hunting begun? Yes. Emlyn didn't hide anything, the specific plans are still under discussion. Odis suddenly remembered, there was one, or even several, demigods of the Rose School in Backlund. This is actually a potential prey, but sufficient intelligence is needed to hunt it. This made him sigh silently, demigods are really hard to kill. If Odis remembers correctly, this joint operation between the vampires and Miss Sharon did not achieve much. At that moment, he suddenly thought of something else and said to the world, if you ever explore the travelogue, remember to call me. He paused for a moment and then said, I have received new information. Deep within the subconscious ocean of Travelogue lies a huge secret, and I want to go there and take a look. Odis felt that there was no great danger in going deep into the Travelogue anyway, and if the Celestial Master really had important information there, then it was worth exploring. The other members didn't quite understand what Hermit meant, but Klein did. He manipulated the world and said, okay. Then, manipulating the world, he continued, the Church of the Night received intelligence from Major General Chunus Kalger, Deputy Director of MI9, confirming that King George III of Rune has a startling secret. He secretly sent people to excavate the ruins of the Blood Emperor, and colluded with the Witch Cult and the Psychological Alchemy Society. They fabricated numerous missing persons cases and covered up many truths. The three major churches do not seem to have found enough evidence, but there is some reason to suspect that there may be traitors among the high-ranking members of the three major churches. Leonard, the Star, was momentarily dazed before thinking, I'm the Red Glove member of the church. Right. How come I didn't know anything about this? However, he immediately recalled that he was also unaware of the previous cooperation between the Hermit and the church, and realized that it was probably because the cooperation between the demigod and the church was at a very high level that he had not received the news. Alger recalled that at a tarot meeting a few months ago, the world asked Justice to keep an eye on the movements of this deputy director, Chunus, and sure enough, they found out that there were quite a few problems with him. A few seconds later, Justice Audrey broke the brief silence and spoke up, I will keep an eye on Herwin Lambis's movements. This was used to monitor the movements of the Psychological Alchemy Society. Klein, however, manipulated the world and said, there's no need to pay too much attention, because the Church of the Night already knows he's a member of the Psychological Alchemy Society's council. The other members realized that the Church of the Goddess of Night had not immediately taken action against this council member, likely because they were preparing to use him as a breakthrough point to obtain more evidence. The trial, Hugh said to the world, at this moment, I am investigating some matters concerning Viscount Stratford of the court, which seem to involve the king's secrets. If you need my cooperation, please do not hesitate to ask. Klein made the world nod, okay. I've suddenly thought of an important question, Odis said abruptly. Perhaps I should tell you all some of my speculations about George III, which should be helpful for your investigation. He had just realized that he had not revealed any information about George III preparations for godhood. Now that the time for King Rune's attempt at ascension was approaching, he should disclose some relevant information to everyone so that they could prepare. World and Judgment immediately looked at Hermit, especially the latter, who had previously felt that investigating her father's death was a private matter and there was no need to trouble Leader for help. At that moment, Hugh suddenly realized that perhaps a huge secret was hidden here. However, she then secretly breathed a sigh of relief, because it felt much more reassuring if only the leader was involved. Odis did not immediately voice his guess, but instead said to Katlia, I just thought of that. I haven't had a chance to tell the queen yet. This period is crucial for her. Don't tell her yet. Wait until I think the time is right before you tell her. Katlia hesitated for a moment before replying, okay. Star Leonard glanced at Priestess, did she also know, Mysterious Queen? Leonard had read about Odis Gard and knew that he seemed to have known the Mysterious Queen a long time ago, but he didn't expect that the Priestess would also know this important figure from the extraordinary realm. Then Odis said, when I was still in Backlund last year, I sensed that the royal family of Lone seemed to be doing something in secret, and I also gathered some intelligence. Based on that intelligence, I suspect that George III may be preparing for a godhood ceremony, or more precisely, a ceremony to become the Black Emperor. Klein, behind the grey fog, thought to himself, sure enough, after learning enough information, the Hermit made the same guess. He had the same guess, but wasn't sure. Even the Hermit, an absolute authority in intelligence analysis, made this conjecture, leading Klein to believe that the direction of this conjecture was correct. The other members were stunned by the surprise. Becoming a god. Is King Rune going to become a god? They weren't so surprised that Adam was going to become a god, after all, he was the King of Angels in the Third Age. All right. However, the fact that George III, who frequently appeared in newspapers, was to be deified was somewhat hard to accept at first. Audrey, in particular, could occasionally see the king and queen, but she felt no connection whatsoever between the king and the gods. First, Katlia understood why the Hermit had given her such instructions before revealing his conjecture. Because Emperor Roselle was suspected of having once been the Black Emperor, but it seems that for some reason, the process of resurrecting using the characteristics of the Black Emperor was terminated. If a new Black Emperor emerges, the Great Emperor will have no chance of being resurrected. Therefore, this matter cannot be told to the Queen for the time being. As for when it would be appropriate to tell the Queen, Katlia was not quite sure. Finally, she took a deep breath and decided to leave the problem to the Hermit. After their initial surprise, first the magician and Hugh the judge were somewhat moved. They had both suspected that the royal family might be plotting something big, but they never expected it to be related to becoming a god. Leonard, nicknamed Star, opened his mouth, but still didn't ask the question, really. He had heard of the leader's reputation in the intelligence community and knew that the other party would not joke about such a thing. After a brief moment of surprise, Alger, the hanged man, thought to himself, this is the second being I've encountered recently who is about to become a god. He seemed to sense the tide of the times, as if he had realized the beginning of a new era. Odis gave everyone a few seconds, and only after seeing that everyone's shock had gradually subsided did he say, let me first tell you what I know about the ceremony for ascending to the Black Emperor. Once everyone knows about the ritual, this speculation is actually not that difficult to complete. At this point, everyone realized that what the Hermit said next was very valuable information. After all, this is a ritual to elevate the gods. Even if the members of the Tarot Society are not extraordinary individuals through the lawyer pathway, this is still the most advanced information in the extraordinary world. The Hermit did not choose to trade with everyone, but instead communicated with them in this way. This made everyone feel once again the significant change in the Hermit's attitude towards Tarot Club. Odis said, the ceremony for elevating the Black Emperor is as follows. First, one must possess one's own kingdom, and then associate one's name with the title of emperor, making it common knowledge among the people. A set of strict and complex rules, which is contrary to normal circumstances, needs to be established, including architectural styles. Then, he instigated the people to secretly build 9 pyramid-like mausoleums. Then, he entered one of them and, in a series of sacrificial rites scattered throughout different cities, with the participation of the vast majority of the people, consumed the next level of magical potions. Everyone memorized it diligently, even though they knew they wouldn't need it. After all, such high-level intelligence isn't something you hear about every day. Klein thought to himself, the Hermit knows a lot of details. Then he thought that the peeping to the secrets path was a symbol of knowledge, so it was not surprising that Odis learned such information from the Lord of Mysteries. Odis continued, the 3 key points of the ceremony are, having one's own country, violating normal rules, and driving the people to build a mausoleum. George III was the King of Loan and the Emperor of the Rothschild Islands and East Bayern, which in itself met the requirements for a promotion. In recent years, some of the policies promulgated by Ruin have been clearly contrary to common sense. For example, the Grain Act, which appears to protect the country's food prices, actually bankrupted a large number of people in Ruin. Later, the selection of civil servants through examinations also violated the previous political inertia rules. The subsequent introduction of the Kingdom Atmosphere Act was not due to the royal family and Parliament being generous, it was a struggle for interests within the control of the royal family and the House of Lords. This series of policies has brought about tremendous changes in Ruin without anyone noticing. Hearing this, everyone gradually became stunned. They never expected that all of Ruin's policies in recent years were actually arrangements made by the king to promote the gods. Klein thought to himself, I have the most say in the matter of the Kingdom Atmosphere Act, but their power struggle has cost me more than £10,000. Audrey was particularly surprised and asked, Mr. the Hermit, the civil service exam. She was about to say that she was the one who initiated the civil service exam, but then she remembered that it was actually Mr. Fool's idea that prompted her to continue. But then Audrey felt that Mr. Patient probably didn't support the king's ascension to godhood. Because Mr. World, who is his benefactor, seems to be investigating the conspiracies of the royal family and the king. Klein realized this as well, and was wondering whether he should ask the World to explain, but Odis spoke first, you don't think that the civil service examination system could be implemented so quickly without the king's and parliament's consent, do you? Audrey paused for a moment, then realized the crux of the matter. She smiled and said, I've always felt that this was accomplished through my efforts, but actually, I didn't play a very significant role. Klein breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, the Hermit is still as good at conversation as ever. Odis continued to Justice, you introduced this system to the nobles, and after George III learned about it through the nobles, he thought it met his own needs, so under his promotion, this assessment system began to be implemented. You did play an important role, otherwise, given the ingrained mindset of these nobles, they wouldn't have thought of such a method. Don't feel guilty, because your original intention was good, but you were taken advantage of by the king. Audrey breathed a sigh of relief, thank you, Mr. Hermit. Odis smiled slightly, accepting the thanks without hesitation, and then said, as for the third point. They instigated the people to build mausoleums. I remember that starting last year, the hangman said that there were disappearances of indigenous tribes at sea and abnormal slave trade. In the case of Capin, this human trafficker actually had the protection of an extraordinary person through the arbitrator route. The other members, except for Klein, were stunned. These were indeed cases from last year. No one had expected that these seemingly ordinary missing persons cases would be related to the king. Later I guessed that it must have been the royal family driving away the people who were building the mausoleum, Odis said. As for why no one noticed this, the answer is in the news just released by The World. The other members thought for a moment and immediately understood that the Hermit was referring to what The World had said about secretly sending people to excavate the ruins of the Blood Emperor. Then everyone had many more questions, especially Leonard, who didn't know anything about the Blood Emperor ruins. So he seemed to understand something, but also seemed to understand nothing at all. Before anyone could ask any questions, Odis continued, when we were trading information about the Blood Emperor before, we talked about the ruins he built. During the era of the United Empire, the Blood Emperor, of course, he wasn't called the Blood Emperor back then, with the help of Mr. Men, Tudor secretly built 9 mausoleums in preparation for becoming the Black Emperor. Leonard opened his mouth. He had heard the old men mention it during the United Empire era, but he didn't expect the Blood Emperor to have such an experience. To accommodate the newcomer, Odis briefly recounted some known information. Later, due to Solomon's resurrection, Thoth had to jump to a non-adjacent path. Because at that time, the capital of the United Empire was in Backlund, and the secretly built mausoleum was also nearby, at least within the territory of Rune. Moreover, thanks to the help of Mr. Gates' space magic at the level of the Angel King, no one has been able to find those tombs after the fall of the Tudor Empire. It was not until modern times that the royal family found it and drove the people to modify it on the original basis. Upon hearing Odis's words, Klein suddenly remembered, I seem to have been near one of the mausoleums before, the ancient building that Mr. Azek took me into at the end of last year when I was attacked by the meteorite summoned by 0-08. Leonard had tried to interrupt the Hermit several times, but now he was speechless with astonishment. What? Solomon resurrected? With the help of Mr. Gate? One question after another popped into his mind, leaving him unsure where to begin. Odis continued, the fact that no one noticed the royal family's alterations to those tombs shows that Mr. Dor's arrangements are still effective. Then a new question is, how did the Ruin royal family find those tombs? You know, Mr. Dor's arrangements even fooled the 7 gods. Even if the royal family of Ruin has angels, and this method has a mystical connection to everything in their territory, it is virtually impossible to encounter all the tombs by chance. Klein was taken aback. That was indeed the case. He suddenly realized that there must be a secret hidden behind this problem that he had overlooked. The other members followed Odis's train of thought and realized that the whole situation could not be closed at this point. Odis smiled and said, just recently, I suddenly thought of another key figure, Adam. Everyone was taken aback. How did this involve Adam? Only Klein felt a sudden sense of enlightenment. That's right. Odis continued to explain, Adam also supported Tudor back then. Although he was not one of the 5 noble families of the Tudor Empire, he could be seen in many places. For example, he helped Tudor deal with the Red Angel Medici, gaining the uniqueness of the Red Priest pathway and all the Sequence 1 properties. For example, he helped Antigonus embrace uniqueness, causing this King of Angels to also side with the Thutter Empire. Since Adam was so involved in the construction of the Tudor Empire, it is possible that he also participated in the secret construction of those 9 mausoleums. Therefore, he knows the location of those mausoleums and how to enter them. So he told the Ruin royal family about this secret, and the Ruin royal family put those 9 tombs to use again. That makes sense, but a new problem has arisen. Justice Audrey asked everyone's question, why did Adam do that? This plan could make George III a god, and allow the lone royal family to produce a godlike king, thus becoming the strongest kingdom. But what would Adam gain? Odis smiled and said, this is a question I've only recently come to understand. Could this be a ritual for becoming a god? Everyone was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. Klein thought to himself, how come I didn't think of that? The audience path to the true god's ascension ritual, under the influence of the true god, allows someone who would otherwise never have become a god to become a god, which sounds very reasonable. Of course, he knew that the ritual of becoming a god was not that simple, but he felt that Odis's conjecture was just too reasonable. Although everyone roughly understood the meaning of Hermit, Odis continued to explain, in fact, this isn't the first time Adam has done this. According to some intelligence I have obtained, more than 100 years ago, they supported Roselle the Great to become the Black Emperor. As for where the Black Emperor's advanced characteristics come from, I've had some guesses. As we mentioned before, during the 4th epoch, it was the Night Emperor and the Blood Emperor who joined forces to destroy the Solomon Empire. Then the characteristics of the Black Emperor, Solomon could very well have become spoils of war for these 2 emperors. According to accurate intelligence I recently obtained, the Night Emperor once possessed the uniqueness of the Black Emperor pathway, as well as a Sequence 1 characteristic. So the Blood Emperor most likely received 2 Sequence 1 traits. Later, when the Tudor Empire was destroyed, Adam probably took the opportunity to take these 2 traits. As for the uniqueness of the Black Emperor pathway and the other Sequence 1 property, I'm not entirely sure how Adam obtained them. Odis had already guessed that during the 4th Age, the Sage had helped the Night King become one of the Old Ones. Later, they failed, but the gods only divided up the unique and distinctive characteristics of the Judge path. Could the uniqueness of the Black Emperor path and the Sequence 1 property be taken away by the Sage? Since there seems to be some secret plan between the Sage and Adam, could it be that the uniqueness of the Black Emperor path and a Sequence 1 property were given to Adam? This thought was fleeting, and Odis continued, we all know that later, Emperor Roselle fell in the White Maple Palace, and the uniqueness of the Black Emperor pathway and the Sequence 1 characteristic were obtained by someone, I don't know. But I have never heard of the Eternal Sun Church or the Steam Church, or any of the old nobles of Intis, having produced any level 0 sealed artifacts through the Black Emperor pathway. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that the secrecy work was done well, but given the current situation, it is more likely that Adam somehow managed to recover the uniqueness of the Black Emperor pathway and the Sequence 1 characteristic. Now those characteristics are being used on the royal family of Rune. I don't know the specific rituals of Adam's ascension to God, but it should have required a huge change in secular power. Everyone seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, feeling that everything made sense now. Klein lamented, I should have discussed this with Odis earlier. No, if we discuss this with outsiders, we might attract Adam's attention. The magnificent hall was silent for more than 10 seconds before Justice Audrey said, the Hermit, I feel we should give you some compensation for the information. Odis smiled and said, no need for the intelligence fee. If I need your help in the future, you can repay these rewards by accepting missions. Klein seemed to realize that Odis didn't seem to care much about the intelligence fee anymore, which made him sigh again. How can there be such a big difference between demigods? Chapter 410, Chapter 409 The Goddess's misfortune continues to play a role. In Backlund, the tarot reading in Leonard Mitchell's rented apartment ends, and Leonard returns to the real world. He hesitated for a moment, then put his legs up on the coffee table and asked in a low voice, Old man, have you seen the second blasphemy slab? Immediately in his mind, the slightly aged voice of Pélez Zoroaster echoed, no, it was my great-grandfather who saw the second blasphemous tablet. Then he asked, who brought this up? Leonard didn't answer the question, because at that moment only one thought was echoing in his mind, there really are two blasphemy slabs. After a few seconds, Leonard asked with a mixture of curiosity and anticipation, Old man, do you know the Night's Watch potion recipe? Naive. Pales chuckled. According to my great-grandfather, the situation was urgent, and opportunities were limited. The blasphemy slab could vanish on its own at any moment, and every intelligent person knows it's best to master one complete extraordinary path first. Leonard was somewhat surprised. The desecrating slate can teleport away on its own. Of course, items at that level cannot be explained by terms like sealed artifacts or extraordinary items. Then Leonard asked, how was the blasphemous slate formed? Palestine took a few seconds to ask in return. What exactly are the issues discussed at the pre-holiday meeting? Why does this kid always ask questions that are beyond his knowledge every time he comes back from a tarot gathering? Leonard smiled and didn't continue the discussion. Instead, he asked, you should know some history about the Quaternary period, right? The Black Emperor, Solomon, was once resurrected. And the Blood Emperor. Wait a minute. Pale said, let me guess, is this information released by that Odis Gard again? Leonard nodded, yes. After a few seconds of pause, Pale said, I am increasingly suspicious that the Lord of Mysteries is the one from the Fourth Age. You may not know this, but back then, all four emperors were vying to cooperate with him, so I know many of his secrets. Unfortunately, because of the Goddess of the Night, he wouldn't cooperate with the Emperor of the Underworld. For this reason, the Moss Ascetic Order had a conflict with the Byron Empire that lasted for decades. Later, he chose to cooperate with Night Emperor and Mr. Dor, both of whom benefited greatly. Leonard was taken aback. He had never heard of such a history. So he asked, who are you talking about? After a few seconds of silence, Pale said, people have forgotten his name, but the knowledge he spread continues to influence the extraordinary world. He is a sage. In the Jowood district, in the rented house of Hugh Deercha and Furs Wall. Hugh returned to the real world and came out of his room, just as Furs came out of his room as well. Shio breathed a sigh of relief and said, I never imagined that the things I was investigating had such a big secret behind them. At this point, she even suspected that her father's death might be related to this secret. Furs didn't say anything but went to the kitchen and made 2 cups of coffee. After giving Hugh one, she said, to be honest, I don't recommend that you continue investigating. Because it's too dangerous. She paused for a moment and then said, however, since Mr. Gar also seems to be secretly investigating this matter, and he is in Backlund, we can ask him for help immediately if we encounter any danger. Hugh smiled and said, that's what I think too. Furs grinned, because Hugh had said yesterday that he should do this himself if he could. Just then, the postman's voice rang out from outside, Miss Deercha, a telegram. Hugh immediately put down his coffee and went to the door to sign for it. Her informants, or members of the Mysticism Research Society, would only contact her by telegram in extremely urgent situations. After entering the room with the telegram, Hugh immediately looked at its contents. The corpse collector had reappeared on Black Hat Street. Hugh's expression turned serious. The leader has another lead on the matter he's investigating. Although she already knew that the leader was named Odis Gard, she still preferred to call him leader. The corpse collectors refers to the guys who previously collected the bodies of homeless people. Hugh had previously received intelligence that they had suspected the location of those guys' hideout in Matchbox Street. Hugh went to investigate herself, but somehow she was exposed. The other side had already withdrawn from the area. They even left a taunting message at the scene, saying Hugh was too late. The leader then gave further instructions, saying that they should stop investigating for now, let the other side lower their guard, and that they would definitely reappear after a while. Just as the leader had predicted, their whereabouts were discovered again only a week later. This time, Hugh did not immediately go to Black Hat Street, but instead wrote a letter to the leader and awaited instructions. Embassy of Rembrandt in Run. After Odis returned to the real world, she took out several fine parchment sheets and designed scrolls for the ascension ceremony of the Little Sun. Before the first scroll was even designed, I received Hugh's letter. After thinking it over, he decided to go there himself. So Odis returned to her room and changed into clothes that were easier to move in. Then he made a prediction about his actions, but to his surprise, he only saw some blurry figures moving around. In general, such situations occur either due to highly sophisticated interference or a lack of information, making it impossible to make detailed predictions about future actions. Odis carefully sensed it with her spiritual senses and determined that it belonged to the latter category, with severely missing information. This puzzled him. They had found clues about those people, so why was there still a serious lack of information? He was a little uneasy, so he went to the knowledge wilderness to do astrology to determine that the next action was dangerous, but within an acceptable range. Only then did he use Earth Escape to arrive at Hugh and Furz's rented house. Hugh and Furz had seen Mr. Gard emerge from the floor before, and they were not surprised at all. Odis asked Hugh, "What exactly is the situation?" "I'm not entirely sure either," Hugh said. "I just received a telegram, but I didn't ask about it immediately for fear of being discovered again." Odis hummed in agreement, "Let's go ask together." Hugh immediately said, "To Old Quinn's bar on Acorn Street." Odis nodded, indicating that he understood. He drew the staff of Gus, preparing to use his power. At this point, Furz asked, "Can I join your operation?" She was just curious, what would those people need so many heads for? Then Furz added, "I don't want any spoils or reward." She knew very well that with the involvement of hermits, safety should not be a problem. This was purely to satisfy her curiosity. Odis did not refuse. "All right, but you must follow my orders." Furz immediately replied, "No problem." So Odis used Earth Escape to bring Hugh and Furz to the vicinity of Old Quinn's bar. Odis used sound transmission to see Hugh enter the bar and hear her talking to others. Hugh could hear Odis speaking outside the bar, and inside the bar, only she could hear it. When Hugh entered the bar, Furz saw Odis raise his hand, and a cloud of colorful mist appeared in front of them. They then saw Hugh inside the bar and heard the sounds coming from inside. Furz looked around at both sides of the street like a thief, only to find that no one had noticed them. It was as if the few passers-by had not seen the scene unfolding on the street. She then realized that only she and Mr. Gard could see the scene before her. Finally, Furz couldn't help but exclaim, "This is what a demigod is like." Such extraordinary ability seemed incredible to her, even somewhat like a miracle. While Furz was lost in thought, Hugh had already made contact with her informant, a man who looked somewhat haggard and had a full beard. He briefly explained to Hugh how he discovered the body collectors. Last night, one of the informant's friends got drunk and fell asleep on the street. He was woken up by the police in the middle of the night. As he continued walking home cursing, he noticed several thin men coming towards him. Because the person was neither a homeless person nor did they seem like a thief or robber, it caught the attention of the informant. He then quietly followed behind and saw a similar scene that Hugh had seen before. They were holding the head of a homeless man's corpse, muttering something to themselves. The informant's friend then followed them. The other party was very vigilant and was almost discovered once, but luckily the informant's friend pretended to be an alcoholic. In fact, he was an alcoholic, and managed to get away with it. He eventually followed them to Black Hat Street and saw them enter a 3-story building in the middle of the street. They didn't come out until dawn. So the informant's friend told Hugh's informant about it, and the informant immediately sent a telegram to Hugh. Odis said to Hugh, "It's been more than half a day now, and the other side may have already noticed. All right, we'll investigate the rest ourselves." Hugh paid the information fee and immediately went outside the bar. Hugh said with a hint of helplessness, "These idiots have wasted a lot of time." Odis was well aware of the informants in the eastern district of Backlund. This intelligence likely wasn't discovered by a so-called friend of an informant. Rather, this information may have been sold several times before reaching Hugh's informant. Actually, this is already quite fast. Odis used the ability of reappearance again and arrived near Black Hat Street. Odis then used invisibility, as well as magic to conceal his voice and whereabouts. The three of them then quickly arrived at Black Hat Street. It was rush hour, and the dilapidated street was deserted. Hugh pointed to the 3-story building in the middle of the street. That's it. Odis opened his Eye of Secrets, and indeed saw unusual fluctuations in the spiritual energy surrounding the house. Then he made a prediction, and this time Odis saw a vivid scene, an iron frame connected by several thick black wires, with some rectangular equipment on top of the frame. Odis paused for a moment. Isn't this a base station? The kind of base station used for network signals and cell phone signals. This puzzled him. How could he be seeing images from the common era? However, he quickly realized that this must be a symbolic image, and what he was about to face might be beyond his comprehension, which was why his prophecy showed such an image. This made Odis even more interested in the upcoming actions, and he guessed that it was related to the Hidden Sage's previous arrangements. But he doesn't know what the whole setup of the Hidden Sage is like. However, Odis had a premonition that he would gain something from this operation. When Odis last encountered the intelligent agent, he used his research on that mutated cable to improve the control system of the extraordinary puppet. I wonder what surprise the Hidden Sage has prepared for Odis this time. Lost in thought, Odis drew the Staff of Gus and said to Hugh and Furs, "Let's go." The three of them entered Black Hat Street together, and suddenly the few pedestrians on the street paused for a moment. One of the homeless men closest to them, rummaging through trash cans for food, looked at Odis and the others and said, "You can't escape that fate." Odis was taken aback. He noticed that the other person's gaze was not directed at them, meaning that the other person had not actually seen them, but had obviously sensed them through some method. So Odis simply stopped using the silencing magic and instead asked, "What fate?" "Your destiny of merging," the homeless man smiled. "Ever since you came into this world, you have been destined to merge with the Hidden Sage." Odis asked, "Why?" The homeless man said, "Because you are him, and he is you." Hugh and Furs were both stunned and looked at Odis together. Was there some unknown relationship between the Hermit and the Hidden Sage? Odis was taken aback for a moment, but then he smiled and said, "You don't need to be so mysterious, because I know very well that I am who I am and he is who he is." Odis was certain of this. He had never felt any connection between himself and the Hidden Sage, therefore he concluded that the other side is playing psychological warfare. Then he laughed and said, "Let me guess, were you caught off guard again this time?" "And that's how I found out." The homeless man paused for a moment before saying, "The misfortune of night is harder to escape than I imagined." Odis smiled slightly, convinced that the other party was just being deliberately mysterious. He continued forward, first using a spell to block the spiritual impact, and a small halo appeared above the heads of Odis, Hugh, and Furs. This is to avoid being bombarded with junk information like last time. However, a side effect of this witchcraft is that it reduces spiritual perception, making Odis's premonitions less sensitive. However, the basic perception of danger remains unaffected. Walking briskly toward the dilapidated building, Odis's Gus staff shone with a dazzling light, which flew directly into the sky and scattered like fireworks. What has been dispersed are actually solid Gar runes that shimmer with an illusory light. They quickly arranged themselves in a certain order, and a large magic circle covering 3 streets was instantly formed. This magic circle was developed by Odis over a period of time specifically to deal with intelligent entities, and it can effectively prevent that intelligent entity from escaping again. When he was still a mystic, setting up this magic circle would have taken some time. But at sequence 3, Odis could use his spirituality to quickly set up the circle and maintain it for a long time. Because the power of this magic array originates from the wilderness of knowledge, this makes the magic array's level extremely high. After completing the formation, Odis passed the vagrant who had spoken earlier and summoned an invisible servant to scout ahead. These preparations did not affect his speed. The 3 of them had already reached the middle section of Black Hat Street. Just as they approached the building, Odis suddenly sensed, something's wrong with the spiritual energy around us. Not only were the spiritual fluctuations wrong, but the images transmitted back by the invisible servants, who had already entered the room, were also incorrect. The invisible servant saw a vast wilderness in the room, but the wilderness was somewhat distorted. One moment it was sunny, with the wind blowing through the grass and wildflowers everywhere. The next moment it turned into a dimly lit wasteland with strangely shaped rocks. Hugh and Furs were taken aback. They didn't sense anything was wrong. Odis stopped and said to the 2 ladies, "You shouldn't go in." Although his intuition wasn't as sharp now, he could still sense that the building was extremely dangerous. Hugh and Furs were somewhat disappointed, but they still obeyed Odis's orders and waited on the street outside. Odis did not enter through the main entrance, but suddenly flew up and arrived on the 2nd floor. The situation on the 2nd floor seemed normal. Odis saw normal corridors and normal rooms. Odis checked the ceiling artifact she was wearing one last time, then flew into it. As soon as he flew in, Odis felt dizzy and disoriented. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in a magnificent palace. Odis immediately opened his Eye of Secrets, only to see pairs of eyes that were either indifferent or lifeless, and numb faces. Then those eyes and faces disappeared, and the scene under the gaze of the Eye of Secrets was completely replaced by a magnificent palace. Odis was visibly startled, and carefully observed his surroundings. He was in the hall of the palace, surrounded by delicious food, various drinks, and instruments from a band, along with the conductor's sheet music and baton. The bright light from the gas lamps shone on the fine marble floor tiles, making the luxurious decor gleam under the light. But there wasn't a single person, not a single mouse, not a single insect. Odis stood there motionless, quickly recalling the entire process from when he entered Black Hat Street until now. His ability to analyze information immediately reminded him of the homeless men he had spoken to. The intelligent entity seemed to have created a special, spiritual force field throughout the entire block. Once you enter this street, you will be affected by the intelligent entity. This is somewhat like a wireless signal transmitter. Any device that enters the signal range can receive the signal. Odis and Hugh's brains are like devices that can receive signals. This led Odis into a dreamlike place without her realizing it. Of course, this dream was most likely not a change in the real world, but rather an influence on Odis's thinking. This made him smile helplessly. He was so focused on preventing the other party from feeding him junk information that he hadn't expected them to have this kind of attack pattern. The key is that this form is hard to guard against. After all, even a demigod's brain is constantly receiving spiritual signals from the spirit world and constantly using spirituality to feed back information to the spirit world. Moreover, as a demigod, Odis received signals more frequently than Hugh and Furs. However, breaking this deadlock isn't difficult. After all, Odis is now a master of prophecy, and her spirit and mental form are already extremely powerful. You can try to compete in computing power with the other party and forcefully break the deadlock. You can also look for flaws in the illusion and launch targeted attacks. If all else fails, you can use the knowledge wilderness as a way to get out of here. However, it's hard to say whether one's consciousness, once separated from the body, will be taken advantage of by an intelligent entity. Try exploring this illusion first, you might find a clue to break the deadlock. So Odis stepped forward, and the moment he did, melodious music began to play, and instantly people appeared in the hall, dancing gracefully and whispering among themselves with wine glasses in hand. The band played their music earnestly, while waiters moved about among the crowd. Odis felt as if she had suddenly entered a grand ball. He suddenly laughed, and as he slowly made his way through the crowd, he said with a smile, "This feeling is quite wonderful." Leaving the dance floor and arriving at the gate, Odis reached out and pushed it open. Outside was a tranquil courtyard under the night sky, with guards standing watch and patrolling. The stars shone brightly in the sky, and insects chirped in the grass. Odis walked down the steps and into the courtyard, where he could even feel a cool breeze. These details make this place incredibly realistic. Odis couldn't help but frown, somewhat puzzled as to why the intelligent entity would place him in such an illusion. As a demigod, even if the illusion were incredibly realistic, his mind would force him to clearly recognize that this was an illusion. In other words, he couldn't possibly have sunk into such a place. In particular, Odis herself disliked social gatherings like balls. At that moment, the music in the ballroom suddenly stopped. Odis turned around sharply and found that the people in the hall had all become expressionless and their eyes were lifeless. Each of them had a string hanging from the ceiling above their heads, and since no one was pulling on the string, they remained motionless. Odis glanced at the ceiling, which was dark and he couldn't see anything there. So Odis returned to the hall, and when he looked up again, he saw a cold eye. Eyes in the darkness silently gaze upon those people who are like corpses, and upon Odysseus. Suddenly, everyone in the hall sprang into action, pulling on their own threads and rushing towards Odis, trying to entangle themselves with them. Odysseus' staff of Gus glowed, and clusters of flames ignited from the ground. At the same time, he could confirm that all his own abilities and the abilities of the sealed artifacts were still usable here. To Odysseus' surprise, those richly dressed people dodged all the flames with remarkable precision. In fact, to avoid the flames, many of them piled up like a human pyramid, reaching a height of 5 or 6 layers. And so Odis saw this scene before him, richly dressed, noble people stood in layers upon layers on top of the others, coldly watching him. This scene was both absurd and bizarre. Odis donned the iron-blooded gauntlets, summoned fireballs, and bombarded the hall before him. Surprisingly, those people performed acrobatic feats, completely dodging the fireballs with movements almost impossible for humans. They even used the shockwaves from the exploding fireballs to reach safe positions. Odis thought to himself, this guy is playing extreme computing with me. However, he still didn't understand what the intelligent entity was trying to do. He was also a demigod, and although the actions of these people in front of him were a bit exaggerated, they couldn't possibly harm him. He suddenly wondered if they were going to trap him here and then do something to his own body. Could the opponent also be a demigod? At least a sequence 5, right? Otherwise, even if Odysseus' physique is one of the weaker demigods, an ordinary person wouldn't be able to injure him even after attacking him for an hour or two. At this moment, those richly dressed people rushed in from all directions again, still trying to wrap the threads around Odis. Odis gripped the iron blood gauntlets tightly, and walls of fire appeared, forcing them back, just like before, without managing to harm any of them. Odis looked up at the cold, indifferent eye on the dark ceiling of the room. Then he unleashed a bolt of lightning at that eye. The eye dodged aside and unleashed 2 walls of fire towards Odis. At this moment, the people around him, dressed in luxurious clothes, unleashed fireballs at Odis. Adi immediately realized that the other party was observing his abilities. Any ability he had ever used could be imitated by the other party in this space using powerful computing power. He immediately came up with a solution. Instead of backing down, he reproduced the ability of Kwafu chasing the sun in a mad dash, and crashed the main hall down. Just as Odis had predicted, a tall giant, so fast he left a trail of afterimages, rushed out of the hall. This was clearly another instance of the opponent mimicking Odis's abilities. However, the giant was clearly out of control. After Odis dodged the impact, the giant then crashed into the ordinary people who were throwing fireballs at Odis at an extremely fast speed. As it turned out, several of them were indeed knocked away by the giant. Odis smiled and said, "You think Kwafu's speed is so easy to control?" He used this ability to test and found that the opponent's computing power had a limit. Then just keep testing the other party's limits. Then Odis reenacted the power of the banquet of betrayal. Before him appeared a young man emitting light, an old man with a long beard, and a middle-aged man whose body was wrapped in lightning, all of whom were devouring the humanoid figures of light and shadow. The young man and the middle-aged man, who were devouring the light and shadow of humanity, suddenly stopped and turned to look at the richly dressed people, as if glaring at these ants who had discovered their secret. Immediately afterwards, beams of light and bolts of lightning shot out from their bodies, and the entire space instantly transformed into a clear sky on one side and a dark cloud cover on the other. The scorching sunlight baked the people, and the eerie lightning bolts fell one after another, bombarding them. But they seemed to have superpowers. They could always quickly hide behind trees or buildings, avoiding the scorching sun. It burst into white flames. And they always managed to dodge the dense lightning, yet no one was injured. However, Odis's ability to reappear was not over yet. He took a deep breath, and the 3 angel kings began to change. The young man's hair turned golden, and the night sky suddenly turned into midday. The middle-aged man was surrounded by lightning, his feet treading on ocean waves, and his every move seemed to emanate a terrifying power from a natural disaster. Behind the seemingly unaffected old man, layers of white towers appeared, making his figure appear sacred and extraordinary. Odis promoted these 3 kings of angels, attempting to transform them into true gods. It's not that Odis is more powerful than before, but rather that he realized a problem. The current environment should be based on the space of thought or imagination. Odis could have easily imagined it and then had the intelligent entity use its computing power to realize it for him. Just as he predicted, the upgrade was indeed successful, and 3 true gods reappeared. In an instant, Odis found that all the sounds around him had disappeared, and the people who had been throwing fireballs just moments before seemed to have been put on pause, standing there motionless. Black Hat Street at this time. After Hugh and Furs saw Mr. Gard go up to the 2nd floor, they stood there motionless. They wanted to help, but were afraid of holding Mr. Gard back. So they carefully observed the situation on the 2nd floor, and whenever they sensed danger, they would quickly pray to Mr. Fool for help. Just then, the doors of the houses on both sides of Black Hat Street seemed to be pushed open at the same time, and one by one, expressionless residents walked out. They included the old and the young, men and women, but all of them were pale and very thin. Hugh and Furs were taken aback. They hadn't heard any noise from the room and thought everyone had gone to work. They hadn't expected there to be so many people inside. At this moment, these people walked towards the 2 women without saying a word, looking at them coldly, making the 2 women feel very uncomfortable. Hugh and Furs knew very well that these people were being controlled in some way, and that if they were freed from that control, they would still be just ordinary people. So Shio used his power to intimidate those around him, making them afraid to approach for a moment. Just then, Hugh and Furs saw a phantom light appear behind Odis on the 2nd floor, followed by a phantom lightning bolt and a bronze eye. At that moment, it seemed as if everyone around them had received some kind of order, and they all fainted on the ground in unison. Chapter 4:11, Chapter 4:10 completely resolving the arrangements of the hidden sage. Hugh and Furs looked at the scene before them, not understanding what had happened for a moment. Why were these people attacking them just now, but now they've all suddenly collapsed to the ground? Although they didn't know what was going on, they guessed that Mr. Gar was fighting his opponent in a place where he couldn't see him, and that Mr. Gar had briefly gained the upper hand, which led to the current situation. At this moment, Odis, in the realm of thought, successfully caused the intelligent entity to malfunction. The next second, he noticed that the eyes in the darkness seemed to be attracted by the phantoms of the 3 gods, and suddenly turned. The entire hall collapsed, and a raging fire broke out in the courtyard, but the dark space remained calm and undisturbed. As if understanding something, Odis used 2 defensive spells before flying into the darkness. In an instant, he was surrounded by colorful light and mist, as if he had entered a time tunnel. At the end of the tunnel lies a beautiful meadow and magnificent scenery. Odis was taken aback. It seemed he hadn't broken through the opponent's computing power limit just now. He took a deep breath and looked around. To his right was a huge waterfall, its water rushing and crashing against the rocks, creating sprays of water and forming rainbows under the sunlight. To the right is a magnificent plain with a river flowing through it. Directly in front of him was a stone statue taller than a mountain peak, which gave Odis a great sense of oppression. The stone statue had a resolute face, held a giant sword in both hands, and stood there very majestically. It seemed to notice Odis, its two stone eyes slowly turning to look at the intruder in this peaceful world. Odis suddenly felt her legs go weak and she almost knelt down. At this moment, Odis seemed to realize that the intelligent being had brought him to this space to wear down his character and torment his spirit with the pressure of a simulated god. He recalled the corpse collectors who worked for the intelligent entities. They must have been targeted by the intelligent entities for various reasons, and were gradually tamed in the mind space, eventually becoming puppets of the intelligent entities. In theory, given the opportunity, an intelligent being could even tame a demigod. Unfortunately, Odis wouldn't give the other party a chance, because he had already discovered the loophole in this space. Even things that Odis imagined required the computing power of an intelligent entity to be realized. If it were an ordinary demigod, the computing power of the intelligent entity would be sufficient to handle it, and even if that demigod had a rich imagination, it would not be difficult to achieve. But Odis was no ordinary man. The knowledge in his mind and his experiences far exceeded the imagination of any intelligent being. At this moment, the intelligent entity seemed to have seen the phantom of the god and felt the god's power, so it planned to use this huge statue to simulate the god's majesty and put pressure on Odis. In this situation, it would be bad if Odis knelt down. Basically, taking one step back would lead to taking 100 steps back. Or rather, once Odis's psychological defenses weaken, the intelligent entity will relentlessly attack in that direction until Odis's psychological defenses completely collapse. Odis took a deep breath, raised the staff of Gus, and a huge shadow of light appeared behind him. The light and shadow gradually solidified, and a dazzling sun appeared behind it. Light and shadow gaze upon the world in the sunlight, their gaze filled with kindness and compassion. Immediately afterwards, a gigantic cross that stretched straight to the sky appeared behind the light and shadow, making everything seem small and insignificant in its presence. Especially the enormous stone statue in front of Odis, which, although still very tall, had become as small as a doll. Now Odis was completely letting his imagination run wild. He smiled and said, "You didn't expect that, did you? I've seen the ancient sun god. Although we only see it in memories or murals, by using the ability of reproduction, we can fully use our imagination to demonstrate the power of the ancient sun god." Black Hat Street. Hugh and Furs noticed that people in the next block were also falling down one by one. This made them realize that the impact of this incident was widespread, affecting people in at least several blocks around. Fortunately, it was discovered early, otherwise it would have definitely led to a tragedy. In the realm of thought. The stone statue in front of Odis was peeling away layer by layer, and beams of light shone out from the inside, causing the statue to collapse and its majesty to vanish. Odis flew toward the stone statue and passed through a passage similar to a time tunnel again. Odis arrived at an autumn forest. The forest between the hills stretched as far as the eye could see. A strong wind blew through the forest, making a rustling sound. Yellow leaves slowly fell, as if Odis were in an oil painting. At this moment, a hissing sound came from the forest, and snakes of varying sizes and colors, some blue and some colorful, swam towards Odis. Odis gripped the staff of Gus tightly, but found that the staff did not react at all. He paused for a moment, unable to use any of his other abilities. Odis smiled. It seemed that the intelligent entity had learned from the previous two lessons and set certain limitations in this scenario to prevent the reproduction of anything extraordinary. Odis estimates that maintaining such a limitation would require considerable computing power. There was no time to think further, because the snakes had already swum to Odis's feet, and several of them had already bitten and wrapped around Odis's legs. Odis held her breath and began to imagine again. A large group of honeypots, which loved to eat snakes, attacked, and the venomous snakes were immediately bitten and eaten, with only a few escaping. Just then, the woods nearby rustled, and a group of wild boars with tusks charged in. If an ordinary person were hit by such a wild boar, they would be seriously injured, if not killed. Odis smiled slightly, and behind him came the roars of tigers followed by the howls of wolves. First, a group of tigers rushed out. Although these animals don't usually travel in groups, anything is possible in the realm of imagination. Then another pack of wolves rushed out and fought with the wild boar, quickly driving it away. But not far from Odis, a huge herd of elephants appeared, knocking down trees as if to trample everything in their path. The tigers and wolves were scared away. Odis was about to recreate the rats, but suddenly changed his mind and recreated a large field army with guns and cannons. Under the attack of the firearms, the elephants fell to the ground one after another. But then squads of soldiers appeared on the other side, and gunfire erupted. Rows of soldiers fell, and new soldiers appeared on both sides, continuing the battle. Then cavalry and airships appeared one after another, and the war became increasingly fierce, blasting the forest into flat land. Unfortunately for Odis, he could only reproduce the military units currently available on the northern and southern continents. He couldn't even reproduce missiles, let alone nuclear weapons. Soon, the number of soldiers on the intelligent side decreased, while the number of soldiers on Odis's side increased. Odis realized that the computing power of the intelligent entity was about to reach its limit again, because he still had to maintain those limitations, and at this time, the two sides had already committed more than 100,000 troops to the battle. The mountains and forests are filled with soldiers fighting. The intelligent entity probably couldn't have imagined that Odis could conceive of such large-scale military operations. Odis's experience before Christ helped him in this regard. He had read the 3 Great Battles and had some understanding of large-scale military operations. Soon, all the intelligent soldiers were wiped out, but Odis continued to reproduce more soldiers. 3. Black Hat Street. Hugh and Furs looked around and found that not only had everyone in the next block fainted, but everyone in the magic circle that Mr. Gard had set up earlier, except for the 2 of them, had also fainted. Although they still didn't understand what was going on, they could guess that Mr. Gard's battle with the other side had reached its most critical moment. At that moment, some images suddenly appeared in their minds. The first image was Mr. Gard fighting against a group of richly dressed people. Both of them were stunned, not understanding how they had suddenly seen all this. In fact, these were some signals that their brains received from the intelligent beings. If it weren't for the witchcraft performed by Odis, their brains would have been filled with the battle scenes in the world of thought. If that were the case, they would become part of the computing power of the intelligent entity. Immediately afterwards, the 2 saw 3 angel kings appear, then a huge stone statue, as well as the ancient sun god, and a huge cross. When Hugh and Furs saw this scene, their legs went weak. Even though they didn't directly face the scene, they felt immense mental pressure. Finally, they witnessed a large-scale battle in the woods and were immediately awestruck by the grand spectacle. At this moment, they realized that this was the battle that Mr. Gard was fighting against the enemy, a battle that was clearly beyond their imagination. Especially those tall figures, and the crosses that seemed to reach the sky. Although they didn't understand what they were, they knew very well that they were all very high-level beings. In the world of thought, Odis didn't know how many soldiers he had recreated, but the endless forest was already full of soldiers. Not only did Odis recreate the soldiers, but he also had them train, set up camp, and cook. In short, they were all constantly busy. At that moment, the distant woods suddenly showed signs of collapsing. Odis did not stop, but began to reproduce more airships, trying to fill the sky. The collapsed area grew larger and larger. After observing the collapsed area, Odis jumped into it. In the blink of an eye, Odis returned to the real world and appeared in the corridor on the 2nd floor. Looking back, the streets were filled with people lying down. Odis roughly understood that those were the computing power of the intelligent beings. Then he smiled to himself and thought, I haven't had a chance to recreate the May Day Golden Week for you yet. Odis breathed a slight sigh of relief, then lamented that thankfully the goddess of night was still in trouble. If the intelligent entity had been allowed to hide for a while longer, the entire eastern district would probably have become its computing power. After Odis woke up, the first thing she did was to use a magic circle to seal off the entire building. Then their gaze fell once again on the corridor in front of them. There were 4 rooms on the 2nd floor of the building, 2 on the left and 2 on the right. Odis stepped forward and came to the door on the left, which was closest to him. Oh dear, when Odis pushed open the wooden door, he saw a pillar made of mud, and on the pillar, row upon row, densely packed, were human faces. Those people all looked extremely pained, and many even had snot and tears streaming down their faces. Odis had seen some disgusting or cruel scenes before, but he still felt somewhat uncomfortable at this moment. He then realized that these were not human faces at all, but the heads of those homeless people. The puppets of the intelligent beings go out every night to find homeless people who are already dying but not yet brain dead. This method achieves its purpose while arousing almost no suspicion from anyone. Then those heads were cut off and connected to the intelligent entity in a special way, forming its first batch of computing power, which is also the central hub of the entire spiritual force field. It's essentially the same function as the motherboard and CPU. The people in the surrounding neighborhoods are the memory and graphics card. Odis breathed a quiet sigh of relief, once again thankful that she had discovered it early. This is like a mental plague that has spread silently to tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of people. Just as he was thinking this, the pained expression on the face of one of the heads in front of Odis suddenly disappeared, and it suddenly opened its eyes. At first, the other person's eyes were all white, but soon the pupils appeared. Then the other person spoke in a very hoarse voice, "You can't escape that fate." Odis smiled and said, "You've lost." He knew very well that the one he was talking to was that intelligent entity. The intelligent being retorted, why do you think you were able to win? It's because you possess the authority of a great, hidden sage. If you couldn't use any of the mystic reappearance abilities, do you think you could have won? Odis was taken aback. He had thought that although the intelligent entity's computing power was strong, it was only enough to deal with extraordinary beings below the level of demigod. At the level of demigod, its computing power was simply not enough. However, if he cannot use any of his mysterious reappearance abilities, the first scene will be extremely dangerous. Moreover, in that case, an intelligent entity could actually complete the brainwashing process for a demigod. Odis breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, fate has no what-ifs. The intelligent entity was taken aback. There's a problem with your statement. All right, let's not discuss these philosophical questions, Odis said. Why did you say I would merge with the hidden sage? This is your destiny. Odis laughed and said, it seems you don't know the truth either. No, I know, the intelligent being said. Have you never felt your own divinity? Odis's smile vanished. This was indeed a difficult problem for him. Because the hidden sage is your divinity, the intelligent being said. When you ascend, your divinity resides with the hidden sage, so you cannot perceive it. Odis's expression gradually turned serious. What does the hidden sage intend to do? He plans to fully merge with you when you ascend to the angelic realm. At that time, you will both be complete. Odis was about to ask if the other party knew about the Celestial Master, when he suddenly remembered that the Celestial Master had said before that the hidden sage only gained a complete life and consciousness with the help of the fallen mother goddess. The fake fall of the Celestial Master, or rather the sage, also fooled the fallen mother goddess. On second thought, Odis asked, do you know what the current state of the knowledge wilderness is like? The wilderness of knowledge can't play much of a role in this matter, the wise being said. Because of the great hidden sage. I once owned it. Once you ascend to the angelic realm, all restrictions will disappear, and the hidden sage will be able to face you directly. At that time, you will be attracted to each other, and the wilderness of knowledge will also be attracted to you. It will be unable to help you. The other party concluded by saying, this is your inescapable fate. Odis suddenly smiled and said, I must say, your words just now were quite deceptive. I was almost fooled by you. Or rather, a large part of what you just said is true, such as the hidden sage possibly really wanting to merge with me and eventually replace me. But because of the lack of information, you have overlooked a serious problem. This question is about the Celestial Master. Since the wilderness of knowledge is the Celestial Master, and the Celestial Master and the hidden sage are clearly in opposition, the Celestial Master would never allow Odis to merge with the hidden sage. The hidden sage clearly did not know the exact state of the Celestial Master, which created a huge loophole in the intelligent entity's account. On this issue, Odis ultimately decided to believe some of the Taoist priest's previous statements. If Odis was certain that he could become part of the divine in the future, then merging with the hidden sage was not an inevitable option. However, this issue obviously cannot be revealed to the intelligent entities. Odis strongly suspects that the hidden sage can connect to the network with the intelligent entities. Even if you can't directly participate in the battle against Odis, you can still give some orders to the intelligent entity or observe the conversation between the intelligent entity and Odis. Thinking of this, Odis continued, the problem is that you haven't explained clearly, and can't explain clearly, who gave the hidden sage and the god of steam and machinery certain restrictions. So that I wouldn't be disturbed before becoming an angel. This restriction was obviously not imposed by the hidden sage, otherwise the hidden sage would have wanted to catch me long ago. This is obviously a superfluous and unnecessary action. Or, if he really wanted to see me sooner, why would he impose any restrictions? Since the restrictions were not imposed by the hidden sage, then merging with the hidden sage is not an inevitable option. The intelligent entity fell silent, realizing that it truly could not explain the problem clearly. However, after a second or two, it said again, I won't argue with you about this, but be prepared, your fusion with the hidden sage is inevitable. Odis sneered, then glanced at the heads in front of him and said, I can feel that these heads that you've used as computing power are very, very tired. They've long wanted a complete rest. This suddenly reminded him of the brain in a vat thought experiment, which suggests that subjective consciousness is actually the brain submerged in a glass vat, and all thoughts, reactions, and feelings of subjective consciousness come from different signal stimuli to the brain. This idea is both strange and despairing. These heads are currently similar to those brains in vats, powerless to resist, only able to work and work endlessly. I can feel it too, the intelligent entity said, but who cares? So you lost. As Odis spoke, he raised the staff of Gus, and the mud pillar in front of them was suddenly torn apart by a tremendous force, allowing him to see what was inside. In the center of the mud pillar is a metal pillar with constantly floating mystical symbols, seemingly existing between illusion and reality. Thin lines extend from the metal pillar, connecting inside to the spines of individual heads and necks. At the same time, there is a thicker, ethereal line that connects to the blood vessels in the head, seemingly supplying nutrients to those brains. Odis took a deep breath. Inside the mud pillar was a not-so-large, but extremely exquisite and complex, integrated magic array. Although the intelligent entity's approach was utterly inhumane, it was still worthy of serious study. He knew very well that it wasn't necessary to use a human brain, it was entirely possible to simulate electronic computers and invent spiritual mechanical structures to replace the human brain. Odis waved his hand, tearing down the metal pillar that was both real and illusory, and threw it into the wilderness of knowledge. He then recorded the remaining magic array. The intelligent entity kept talking to Odis, but Odis no longer paid attention to it. He then opened the doors to the other 3 rooms, and sure enough, each room contained a mud pillar with heads almost completely filling the space. Odis removed the core of the magic circle, carefully examined the parts that supplied nutrients to the human brain, and then left the building. Many people were lying in the street, so Odis used magic to summon a gust of wind that blew them to both sides of the street. Then, while maintaining the blockade of the building, Odis bombarded it with the iron gauntlets. Explosions continued to occur, but thanks to the magic array, the explosions and flames were contained within the building. Soon, fire snakes spewed out of the windows, and the entire building was blown up. The intelligent beings inside, as well as those heads with painful expressions and extreme exhaustion, were all killed and burned. Then, under Odis's control, the concrete used to build the buildings began to burn, and soon only a pile of ruins remained. Hugh and Furs also rushed back. Hugh asked Odis, "Is the problem solved?" Odis glanced at the people lying on the ground and said, "Not yet." Then he activated his Eye of Secrets again and began to examine the people lying on the ground one by one. Soon he saw a middle-aged woman's head flashing with a faint yellow light. Odis smiled and said, "I knew it, you definitely had a clone." After saying this, Odis summoned flames and burned the middle-aged woman to ashes. She was already dead and was now just an empty shell controlled by an intelligent entity. Within the grayness, a small cluster of yellow light flickered. Its core resembled a constantly flowing stream of information, but because this stream of information quickly lost its support in the real world, it vanished swiftly. Hugh and Furs probably guessed what was going on, but they didn't dare to ask and just followed closely behind. Odis continued searching and found 3 more clones of the intelligent entity. They also tried to escape, but Odis had a magic array designed in advance to prevent them from escaping, and in the end, they were all wiped out. This time, the intelligent entity was completely wiped out. At this moment, some of the people who had fainted earlier had already woken up. The person who woke up stared blankly at their surroundings, as if trying to recall where they were and what was going on around them. Odis stared at one of them for a moment, then said to Hugh and Furs, "The problem is solved, let's go." As he spoke, he deactivated the magic circle that had covered several blocks. From the direction of King's Road, a rather imposing gaze immediately appeared. Although Odis is currently only at sequence 3, the magic array he just set up borrowed the power of the wilderness of knowledge, so it was at a very high level. For a short time, neither the Rune royal family nor the official extraordinary individuals noticed anything unusual here. However, as soon as the magic circle disappeared, the level 0 sealed artifact in the palace immediately noticed the strangeness in Black Hat Street and turned its attention to it. But Odis and his 2 companions had already left using Earth Escape. Back at Hugh and Furs's residence, Odis said to Hugh, "You can report this to MI9 and the Church of the God of Steam and Machines, and have the official extraordinary ones handle the aftermath." He paused for a moment and then said, "Those who fainted are not seriously injured. However, they will probably be spacing out a lot in the next few days, and their reactions will be slow. Some people may suffer permanent damage, but they won't become stupid. These all require the intervention of the official extraordinary individuals." Hugh nodded, "Okay. If you have any questions, please write to me again." After saying this, Odis left using her ability to recreate. Because it would grant Hugh the extraordinary ability to advance to sequence 6, he would not need to pay Hugh any further compensation. Hugh and Furs finally had time to discuss the scenes they had seen earlier. They were certain that it was not their imagination, because they could not even fathom those details. In the end, they exclaimed, "This is a battle at the demigod level." Odis returned to the embassy and immediately entered the wilderness of knowledge. The 4 core arrays of the intelligent entities found within the mud pillars still contain spiritual energy that has not been fully digested, so mysterious symbols are still churning within them. Odis couldn't wait to take one of them apart and begin to study its internal structure. After studying it for a while, he couldn't help but smile. At that moment, he really wanted to praise the hidden sage and thank him for sending the technology from afar. The 2 most crucial and extraordinary technologies within the metal pillar are, first, how to connect in parallel with the human brain and utilize its computing power, and second, the wireless signal transmission system. The former, Odis, can only be taken as a reference, because he did not intend to use only the brains of living people as computing power, like an intelligent entity. The alternative is readily available, the intelligent cube, the central processing unit of the extraordinary puppet. The current generation of extraordinary puppets uses a six-sided, intelligent cube. The next generation of extraordinary puppets, Odis plans to create commander-level puppets, and the intelligent cube they use will be upgraded to 12 sides. In that case, the extraordinary puppet commander would not only be able to think at the tactical level, but even at the strategic level. In terms of overall computing power, it has actually surpassed the human brain. It certainly isn't as flexible as the human brain, but it's perfectly capable of replacing the brains of those homeless people. The second technology that Odis acquired is what he needs most right now. Some time ago, he discovered a problem: dozens of extraordinary puppets can cooperate closely. However, once the number rises to more than 30, there will definitely be some extraordinary puppets that are idle. This is because the current computing power of the six-sided, intelligent cube has reached its limit. In the event of a large-scale battle, this would definitely become a weakness of the extraordinary puppet. Therefore, Odis planned to use the intelligent cube with stronger computing power to issue commands on a large scale. This requires solving the problems of signal transmission and signal reception. Signal reception is relatively easy to solve, as it only requires a slight modification to the smart cube. However, the problem of signal transmission is still under research. Because it transmits signals that are not electrical signals, but rather signals that are primarily spiritual fluctuations, and because of the extraordinary nature of spirituality, it is clearly different from electrical signals, so it is impossible to draw on the experience of wireless signals. But the four seemingly illusory metal pillars that Odis captured today perfectly solve this problem, allowing unimpeded information exchange between the intelligent entity and the brains of those around it. Odis was greatly inspired by his research. He realized that he was going in the wrong direction. He had only been drawing on the theory of wireless signals. In fact, he should have drawn on the interaction between gods and believers. For example, believers pray to gods, and the gods respond. This is equivalent to completing a worldwide signal exchange, something that could only be accomplished using satellites in the Common Era. In this extraordinary world, this operation was accomplished through the astral plane. Once the research was on the right track, Odis was able to quickly design devices for the widespread dissemination of spiritual signals. This was all thanks to the technology provided by the hidden sage, otherwise Odis would have had to study it for a longer period of time. He finally understood why he saw a large base station when he made his prediction before taking action, because the technology we have today serves a similar purpose to a base station. Odis did not stay in the wilderness of knowledge for long. Instead, he handed over the specific research work to the intelligent puppet and returned to the real world to continue designing scrolls for Little Sun in the office. But just as he wrote a few garbular runes, the messenger Elbra delivered a letter. Odis opened it and glanced at it. It was a letter from Klein, inviting him to explore Grocer's travels. Chapter 412, Chapter 411 Exploring the Hall of Honesty. Odis was about to reply when he suddenly remembered something and asked the messenger, "Is it really appropriate to continue having you deliver messages? After all, Elbella is already an angel. In any organization, someone of that level is a very important figure. It would be absurd for her to be doing the job of delivering messages." Elbella said, "I don't really care, I don't have anything to do lately anyway." Odis thought for a moment before saying, "How about this, if there are important letters, I will still summon you and ask you to deliver them. If they are not so important, I will find a way to deliver them myself. But if others continue to call on you, please continue to respond." Elbella nodded and said, "Okay." After the messenger disappeared from the office, Odis finished writing his reply. He pondered for a moment, then drew the staff of Gus and used the ability of reappearance. Immediately, a bird about half a person's height appeared beside the desk. It had broad wings and a long tail. Its back, wings, and the long feathers on the tail are all blue, while the feathers on the chest and abdomen are shorter and lighter in color. Odis recreated the bluebird from mythology, which is said to be the messenger of the Queen Mother of the West. Since the reply to Klein wasn't very important, Odis tried to entrust it to the bluebird with the long tail. When Odis said who she was going to deliver the letter to, the bluebird nodded slightly, picked up the letter, and flew into the illusion. Watching the other person leave, Odis exclaimed, "How convenient it is to be extraordinary." Even without mentioning the recipient's address, or rather, under normal circumstances, the bluebird can find the recipient based on the sender, the esoteric connection between the letter and the recipient. Birkelund Street. Klein, sitting in his study, seemed to sense something spiritual. He then saw a large blue bird circle around the study once before landing and politely placing a letter on Klein's desk. Although the blue bird did not have a complex facial expression or say anything, its body language gave people a very humble and polite feeling. For some reason, even though it was the first time Klein had ever seen such a spiritual being, he felt a sense of familiarity with it. After the bluebird disappeared, Klein picked up the letter and glanced at it. Had Odis changed messengers? Embassy in Renberg. Odis realized that her intuition was certain that Klein had received the letter. This made him think, he's really good material for a messenger. So he decided that from now on, he would have the bluebird deliver most of his letters. That afternoon, Odis spent the entire day designing scrolls for Little Sun, which were finally completed that night. Odis took a deep breath, looked at the masterpiece before him, and smiled with satisfaction. He soon discovered that research was his favorite job, one that allowed him to focus intently and immerse himself completely in it. However, he is also well aware that given his current state and the high-level power struggles that may involve him, it is difficult for him to engage in research-based work alone. As he left the office, several staff members on duty remarked on the ambassador's dedication, noting that he was working so late. For the next 2 days, Odis waited at the embassy. He had originally thought that MI9 or the church would send someone to inquire about the intelligent beings, but no one did. This is a bit strange. Even if Odis is a demigod and the ambassador of Lenberg, the official extraordinary beings of Rune should at least send someone to inquire about him, even if they don't warn him or put pressure on Lenberg to transfer him. He wrote a letter to Leonard and learned that the Church of the Night had handled the inquiries from the official extraordinary beings, saying it was a collaboration between Odis and the Church of the Night. Odis thought to himself, that's not wrong. If it weren't for the goddess's misfortune constantly entangled with the intelligent entity, he would have had a hard time discovering any clues about it. That night, Odis returned to his room early to rest, actually preparing for his exploration of Grosser's travels. First, he had to hypnotize himself to forget that he knew Klein was Zhou Mingrue and other such things, and pretend that he was just a simple time traveler. Odis no longer has any of her previous concerns, and it doesn't matter if Klein discovers that she is a time traveler. They can even use the Hall of Honesty to expose some of their problems and help two fellow villagers recognize each other. The problem is that Odis cannot reveal that he knows Klein is the fool, and that he was called Zhou Mingrue before he traveled through time, etc., information that could make Klein lose everything. Otherwise, not only would Klein not acknowledge Odis, but he would also likely regard Odis as the greatest threat. As midnight approached, Odis, who was recuperating in his armchair, suddenly felt a sensation of his soul being elevated. The next second, Odis appeared in the grand hall where the tarot meeting was being held. 3 other people appeared with him, the World, Klein, Justice Audrey, and Star Leonard. They had all been notified in advance, and after confirming the other members of the operation for tonight, they all looked at the ancient book placed in front of Klein. Audrey asked curiously, is this exploration related to this book? Yes, Klein replied with a smile, our goal lies in this book. In the book? Leonard asked, somewhat indifferently. Even as a red glove, even after reviewing numerous extraordinary case files, he had never heard of anything like it. Klein then explained to them that there was a fictional world in the book. While Audrey was surprised that the book was likely written by imaginary dragon Angelwade, she also noticed that when the world made its explanation, it looked at her and also at Mr. Star. But his gaze never fell upon the Hermit. Audrey knew very well that this meant the Hermit knew about this in advance, or that the Hermit knew the purpose and effect of the item. This reminded her that at the last tarot gathering, the Hermit had mentioned to the world that she should remember to invite him when exploring a travelogue. At the time, no one understood what it meant. Now, when Audrey saw the book and recalled their conversation, she finally understood the meaning of Hermit. After explaining the origin of the sealed artifact to everyone, the world said, let's go in. As it spoke, it picked up the blood that everyone had offered as a sacrifice to above the grey fog, and smeared it on the cover of The Travels of Grosser. Audrey thought to herself, so this is the effect of blood. The thought had barely crossed her mind when her vision was obscured by the white snow and wind, and she found herself on a cold, snowy plain. The noblewoman exclaimed, amazing, in her heart once again. However, having already traveled with Odis to the sea and the southern continent and seen the world, Audrey only felt amazing and did not show any surprise. Before them stood a city with outer walls over 15 meters high. Not far away, at the city gate, guards in leather armor hid in sheltered spots from the wind and snow. They only came out to collect taxes when caravans arrived. Leonard looked around first, then opened his palm and caught several snowflakes. They felt icy cold and quickly melted into water. This made him exclaim, it's just like the real thing. Then he suddenly noticed something else. Klein maintained the aloof and refined image of Gehrman Sparrow, while Miss Justice was wearing a silver-white mask. He himself did not pretend at all. This is also a habit of the official extraordinary individuals. They carry out their missions openly and honestly, without needing to disguise themselves. Fortunately, Leonard soon discovered that the Hermit Odis also maintained his true face. But he soon realized, something's not right. When Mr. Gar's image was put on the wanted poster, he clearly didn't make any attempt to conceal it. He used his real appearance directly. And recently, due to news of the Remnant Bird War, he's been frequently appearing in major newspapers. In other words, the other person's image was already known to all the other members of the Tarot Club. Fortunately, 2 of the other 3 were acquaintances. Only Justice Audrey briefly observed Leonard before looking away. At this moment, Klein pointed to the city in the snowstorm and said, our first target is Mr. Snowman, the ascetic from the Third Age. Although the ascetic Sloman and others have left the book, he has stayed in it for so long that his personality information has been left in the ocean of his subconscious, so his character still exists in the book. Klein's plan is to explore the inner world of the main characters outside of Longzil through hypnosis and dream infiltration, obtain information from the Second to the Fourth Ages, and then explore the ocean of the subconscious. The four arrived at the church in the city. First, Leonard put Snowman to sleep, and then Audrey, who had just been promoted to Dream Walker, led everyone into the ascetic's dream. They took turns asking questions about the history of the tertiary period, but Klein and Audrey soon discovered that the answers they received were more detailed in their previous dealings with the Hermit. Only Leonard listened with great interest, his expression shifting between surprise and admiration. When it was Odis's turn, he asked 2 questions about the sages and the Moss Order, but he didn't get any useful information. Leonard thought to himself, Mr. Gar is indeed very interested in the information about the sage. Then he asked himself, what is the connection between the Lord of Mysteries and the sage? When the old man talked about this issue, he frankly admitted that he didn't even understand whether there was a connection between sages and hidden sages. There seems to be a connection between them, but the hidden sage's style of doing things is completely different from that of the sage, making it impossible for Pales to draw a precise conclusion. The four then explored the dreams of Mobert, Shadas, and Grosser in turn. Odis gained nothing from the dreams, but the others found them quite rewarding. Leonard, in particular, gained a systematic understanding of the history of other eras. In Mobert's dream, Audrey also learned that this handsome star was actually parasitized by the ancestor of the Zoroaster family. This made her understand why the men had promised at the tarot meeting that he could contact the Zoroaster family. It turns out that the most important person in this family is inside Mr. Star. Klein also learned about part of the internal structure of the Giant's Court from Grosser. This information wasn't of much use to him, but it was crucial information for Derek, the little son, who was about to explore the Giant's Court. After these preliminary explorations, they arrived at a cliff through Grosser Stream. On one side of the cliff lies the magnificent Giant's Royal Court, while on the other side, a grey, misty world obscures the view to the distance. What lies before you is the ocean of the collective unconscious found in this book. After a brief discussion about the precautions for entering the collective unconscious, Audrey materialized a long staircase at the edge of the cliff, seemingly leading straight to the bottom of the cliff. The four people stepped onto the stairs and walked down step by step. The surroundings gradually became very quiet, and it seemed that crazy ideas were about to burst out in everyone's mind. Audrey would use soothing several times every so often she walked a certain distance. This was not only to appease Odis and the others, but also to appease the Grey Cliff, which was Grosser's subconscious, in order to prevent the other party from becoming agitated. Klein had explored this place alone before, but when he got there, he encountered monsters from Grosser's consciousness world, which were also somewhat corrupted. Klein realized that he could not continue exploring, so he left. That's why he organized this expedition. After walking a little further downhill, Audrey suddenly said, "We're lost." Leonard was taken aback, lost. He looked ahead and then behind. There was only one staircase under their feet, and they hadn't encountered any forks in the road along the way. "I don't know how to accurately express the situation we're in right now," Audrey calmly described. "In my experience, if we follow this staircase, we can reach the depths of the ocean of the subconscious. But my spiritual sense tells me that in the last few minutes, we haven't gotten any closer to the depths of the subconscious ocean. It's as if we've been standing still." Klein asked Odis directly, "Have you ever heard of such things?" Odis pondered for a moment and shook his head, saying, "I don't know much about the ocean of collective consciousness either." The four people looked at each other. What should they do now? They quickly reached a consensus to leave first and discuss it further when they got back. Odis glanced at the grey, gloomy depths of the cliff, fearing that it was now impossible to return. In his experience, if they can't find the root of the problem at this point, they can only stagnate. Sure enough, after walking back a short distance, Audrey soon discovered that they were still in the same place. However, the four of them remained relatively calm at this point, since there was no immediate danger and they still had time to devise a strategy. Odis glanced at the bottomless abyss. "If we jump down from here, will we be able to escape our current predicament?" He drew the Gus staff, "But before that, I need to test if my flight spell works here." Audrey replied, "If we leave the steps, it's like flying directly into the ocean of the subconscious. In that case, our spiritual bodies will lose all protection and be confronted with all the fear, anger, and rage of the creatures in this book. Of course, the most troublesome thing is pollution that cannot be prevented." Just as Odis was pondering what kind of magic could provide some protection, Leonard suddenly pointed down, "Look." Klein and the others looked down the stairs, and there seemed to be a faint light suddenly appearing in the grey below. The four immediately became alert. Odis and Klein went down below, while Audrey and Leonard did not try to be brave and hid behind the two demigods. The light grew clearer and clearer, and soon Odis and Klein realized that it came from a lamp. At this moment, the surrounding grey fog gradually dissipated, and the lamp got closer and closer to them. As their view from the steps gradually became clearer, the four of them saw an old man wearing a hooded cloak and carrying a lantern, walking up the stairs step by step. They couldn't see the old man's face clearly, but he gave them a familiar aura, though none of them could remember where this familiar feeling came from. Odis even speculated that the old man might be some kind of psychological reflection of the four of them. When they were still some distance apart, Odis asked, "Old sir, where are you going?" At this point, dialogue is an excellent way to test the other party. If the old man is unable to communicate, it indicates that he may be in a very poor state, or that he simply lacks normal logic and reason. However, if the other party is able to engage in dialogue, it indicates that they possess basic rationality and can obtain some information through conversation. "Of course, we're going up there," the old man said in a voice that sounded quite weathered. "After all these years, someone has finally come here, and I can finally go up the stairs you built and take a look." Odis and Klein immediately became alert, wondering if this old man was a monster sealed in the ocean of their subconscious. Will letting him out lead to unimaginable consequences? "Don't worry so much," the old man said with a smile. "I'll just go up and take a look, and I'll come back in a few days." Then he said meaningfully, "You are not the people I am waiting for." As he spoke, the old man glanced at Odis and then said, "You are not either." Odis paused for a moment and asked, "Why are you emphasizing me?" "Because I know who sent you." The old man's tone was very calm, but it greatly shocked Odis. Because Odis had no recollection of the Celestial Master, and no one in the extraordinary world had ever mentioned him, not even the hidden sage knew of him. But how did this old man know about the Celestial Master? And how did he know that Odis came here on the Celestial Master's advice? "Nothing to be surprised about," the old man repeated as he slowly walked uphill. He laughed and said, "You won't be surprised when you know who arranged this for me and who I'm waiting for here." Odis looked at the old man not far from him, who was already wearing the appropriate sealing artifact, and said, "I'm sorry, I can't let you go up until I find out your identity." The old man stopped and smiled, "We can discuss this issue later. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you." Even though they were quite close, they still couldn't see the face under the hood. "Now that we've encountered you, we can't let you go back empty-handed," the old man said. "How about this, each of you can ask a question, and if I can answer them, I can resolve your doubts." Odis was the first to ask, "Who placed you here? Who are you waiting for?" In his memory, he shouldn't have encountered this old man during this exploration. He didn't know if he was mistaken, or if something had quietly changed in the world. After all, Odis had never remembered the Celestial Master and the Sage when he first arrived. The old man said, "You have 2 questions, and I cannot answer either of them." He paused for a moment and then said, "You can think about it before asking." As he spoke, the old man looked at the others. Leonard's first question was, "Do you know you're inside a book? What is the meaning behind this book?" He shrugged and said, "These seem like 2 questions. Actually, my main question is the second one, but the first question is the basis for answering the second one." Upon hearing this question, Odis and Klein immediately focused their attention on the old man, because in this situation, the old man might become extremely dangerous due to suddenly realizing his predicament. Fortunately, the old man's emotions and breathing seemed very stable. He still smiled and said, "Of course I know this is a book. The original purpose of this book was to seal something very dangerous. I can't tell you exactly what it is. However, I can give you a hint. After I came into this book, I actually found that dragon of imagination, Angelwade, in the ocean of my subconscious. That guy is still as irritable as ever, but we quickly chased him away." Odis and the others' eyes narrowed. Who exactly was this guy? How could he defeat the dragon of imagination? "Don't be so surprised," the old man smiled. Dragon of imagination was very weak at the time. Yes, he's very weak right now because as long as I'm around, he can only keep dodging and doesn't have time to gather his strength. Upon hearing this answer, Odis was slightly taken aback. If he remembered correctly, there should have been a plan to revive the dragon of imagination, hidden here, but the old man in front of him had destroyed the plan. Then he suspected that the old man was part of Adam's plan to deal with the imaginary dragon. This makes perfect sense. Adam's alter ego should be able to roam the ocean of the subconscious quite easily, and Adam may have some secret plot with the Sage, so it's not surprising that Adam's alter ego knew about the Celestial Master. After the old man finished his question and answer session with Leonard, everyone quietly breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the old man in front of them was in a very stable condition. Audrey's question stemmed from safety concerns during the expedition. How can we avoid the dangers we might encounter during the rest of the expedition? Klein and Odis both silently praised justice in their hearts. This was a skillful question. Firstly, it could determine whether the upcoming exploration would be dangerous. Now that we know how to avoid danger, we can also have a general understanding of the dangers that may follow. The old man replied, "There were indeed some dangers here, but because I am here, those dangers have disappeared. You can reach your destination relatively easily. Klein thought to himself, can we interpret this as you being the greatest danger here? He thought for a moment before asking, when did you get in here? The old man thought for a moment before saying, it should be at the beginning of the 5th era. He paused and then said, I was in a strange state at that time, so I don't remember it very clearly. Klein recalled that this time frame was between the 4th owner of Travelogue, Mobert, and the 5th owner, Longzel. There didn't seem to be anything particularly noteworthy in the extraordinary world during that period, so the method of inferring the other party's identity based on time also failed. Odis then considered a new question and asked, do you know that sage? I know him. The old man raised his head and said to Odis and the others, I am the sage. Odis saw that there were no faces under the hood, only rapidly flowing streams of information. The 4 were quite surprised, especially Odis, didn't you pretend to have perished? The other party did not answer Odis's question, but said, after you leave here, you will understand why I am telling you this so frankly. But for now, you will forget about seeing me and continue your exploration. He laughed and said, having spent so much time in the ocean of the subconscious, I've also learned how to use it. For example, I'm using it to hypnotize you right now. Of course, not all subconscious oceans have this ability, because this place has the City of Miracles, which is why it has this effect. As for what happens to you after you leave, I don't need to worry about it. While the other person was speaking, Odis and the other 3 stood there blankly, their eyes glazed over. Then the old man carefully adjusted his hood, muttering, finally, I can go up and relax a bit. One of them suddenly disappeared and then reappeared behind Odis and the others. Soon, his figure disappeared without a trace. The fog enveloped Odis and the other 3 again, turning the surroundings gray and hazy once more. Odis was the first to recover. Where were we? The others also came to their senses, and Audrey said, we were talking about how, from our perspective, the passage into the ocean of the subconscious is a precipice, but for other races, this passage might look different. As she spoke, she naturally went ahead and continued leading the way. Leonard smiled and said, I'm only now finding psychology quite interesting. The 4 continued chatting as they went down the aisle. They soon reached the bottom of the cliff. There seemed to be a large space here, still shrouded in gray, but what they could see in front of them was not the ground, but a sea of light and shadow. Ahead lies the ocean of the subconscious. Wandering around here is a very dangerous act. They discussed it briefly before continuing, but now Klein was leading the way, marking the path with coins as he walked. After walking for a short while, the 3 of them suddenly found themselves in a bright and open space. Suddenly, a giant pit appeared before them, and in the center of the pit stood a magnificent city. The city has a gray-white foundation, upon which stand magnificent stone pillars, tens or even hundreds of meters high. They either stand alone or together support magnificent palaces. Although Audrey didn't recognize the city, a thought instantly popped into her mind, the City of Miracles, Levashir. This is a floating city imagined out of thin air by an ancient god. From any perspective, it can be called a miracle, even a divine miracle. For a moment, all 4 of them fell silent. Klein wondered if the god of knowledge and wisdom had noticed something unusual about the book and wanted someone to come in and check it, since he had obtained it from Iceberg Admiral Edwina. Then he thought of many other things, such as how the imaginary dragon must have secretly created a City of Miracles here without the knowledge of anyone or any extraordinary creature. However, this action obviously could not completely hide it from the dragon of wisdom, Harabajan Odis. He looked at the situation before him and fell into deep thought. He seemed to recall something very important, but upon closer inspection, the memory instantly became blurred. Because he had hypnotized himself before taking action, he assumed it was the result of hypnosis and didn't think much of it. At this moment, Klein broke the silence. This place is, in a sense, the kingdom of the ancient gods. He was reminding everyone that they must be extremely careful during the upcoming exploration. Leonard chuckled self-deprecatingly, I never imagined I'd one day come to the kingdom of the ancient gods. If it weren't for Miss Justice, he would have been thinking that Klein's life was truly colorful. Then, as if struck by a thought, Leonard glanced at the floating, light and shadow seawater, not far away and asked thoughtfully, how can we tell if this is real or just a figment of the collective consciousness ocean? Audrey thought for a moment before saying, there's no way to tell, or rather, this is an ocean of collective consciousness, and at the same time, it's real. At this moment, Klein suddenly spoke up, the things he imagines will surely come to life, and the kingdom he fantasizes about will surely descend upon the material world. As his voice echoed, he jumped directly into the giant pit, his black trench coat billowing as he said, the future he proclaimed will surely unfold and become a reality. Odis jumped down as well. Have you ever thought about developing in the direction of missionaries? With that kind of demeanor, you could even transform an evil god into a righteous one. Klein's gliding figure visibly froze, and Leonard behind him laughed out loud before jumping down as well. Audrey couldn't help but smile, and was the last to jump. She had initially felt that the surrounding environment was quite sacred and solemn, but after hearing the joke about the Hermit, she suddenly realized that wasn't the case at all. They glided through the giant pillars, feeling the grandeur of this city of miracles, and soon, led by Klein, they arrived at a huge palace that was over 200 meters high. Klein said, "This is the dwelling place of the imaginary dragon, Angerwade, as I foresaw in advance." Audrey looked at the palace for a while before saying uncertainly, "There seems to be something dangerous hidden inside that palace." Klein nodded slightly and said to Odis and the other two, "Come closer to me. If you sense any danger, I will immediately take you away from the world in the book." The four people drew closer and together leaped over the steps before entering the palace through an enormous, almost exaggerated, door. The first thing that catches the eye is a space wide enough for several giant dragons to roll around in, and ancient stone pillars that seem to support the sky. On both sides of the hall, there are brightly colored murals that stretch forward and converge behind a massive half-column that would take countless people to encircle. The half-pillar stood at the deepest part of the hall, giving people a strong sense of awe in the vicissitudes of time, like a petrified god. Suddenly, a gray-white figure appeared on the giant pillar. The figure was covered in scales, each one like a solid stone slab. He was only shown in simple outline, yet it was like an epic. But then, the figure disappeared. A thought immediately flashed through Klein's mind, the imaginary dragon, Angelwade. Then a voice rang out, "Dragon of imagination, Angelwade." Klein looked around and heard Leonard say with a sigh, "The deep air around us is listening." The breeze was so startled that Klein barely dared to breathe. He turned to look at Leonard and thought to himself, "This guy still has the mood to recite poetry. I wonder whose poem he is reciting." Then he heard an echoing voice, "This guy still has the mood to recite poetry, I wonder whose poem he's memorizing." Leonard's expression was quite strange at this moment. He kept his mouth shut and shook his head repeatedly, but the next second, a voice rang out beside him, "I didn't read anything." At that moment, Klein suddenly realized, that echo just now was my own voice. "So this is the Hall of Honesty," came Odis's voice at that moment. The other three members all looked at him. Odis smiled slightly, without opening his mouth, but his voice rang out beside him, "The so-called Hall of Honesty means that those who enter here can reveal their inner thoughts." However, this presentation was passive, or rather, uncontrolled. This is a blessing for the deaf and mute. Also, if I were to sing here, would I be able to reach the high notes that I can't sing in the real world? Speaking of singing, one can't help but think of the Hanged Man. No, calm down, calm down. Klein thought to himself, I also thought of the Hanged Man. I seriously suspect this guy drank the wrong potion. The ocean singer's singing is even more effective than taunt. Audrey, wearing a mask, didn't move her lips, but a voice rang out beside her. The hermit's inner thoughts are usually filled with such whimsical ideas. That's for sure, Klein thought to himself. Otherwise, how could they have researched so many strange things? Strange things. Odis said bluntly, that's because you don't know how to appreciate them. Although he shut up, his voice rang out again, that's an important research result that could change the world, okay. Klein thought to himself, this guy's getting impatient. Let's calm down, but then again, this is a perfect place to play truth or dare. Odis glanced at Klein and thought to himself, don't I have a name? Why is he calling me this guy in his mind? Wait, truth or dare? Klein couldn't even gather his thoughts for a moment. Was that a game invented by Emperor Roselle? Odis then raised the question, did Roselle invent this game? At this moment, a voice in Leonard's mind appeared, if this continues, will Klein and Mr. Gard just end up like this? A quarrel breaks out in your heart. As Klein took a deep breath, as if trying to better control himself, he thought to himself, why call him Mr. Gard? But you call me Klein. Why can't I be called Sir? At this point, Klein smiled helplessly. Sure enough, he immediately heard Miss Justice's question, Klein. Is that Mr. World's real name? No, don't overthink it, Mr. World will be angry. Meanwhile, Odis, standing to the side, was still joking to himself, who says you're not a gentleman? Weren't you a great detective before? Come on, let's hurt each other. Klein, if this keeps up, these two guys will expose all my secrets. He took another deep breath and said, let's first look at what the murals around us tell us. In ancient times, murals were the most important means of recording events, and they often contain a wealth of information. Odis, however, had a new question, Vest. Klein had already collected his thoughts, and neither he spoke nor thought about it, offering any explanation. Odis immediately held his breath and calmed his thoughts. Without the two bickering, Audrey and Leonard gradually calmed down and went to see the murals together. The first mural on their right depicts a scene of human city building. The murals that follow show snow-covered plains, wars and migrations, and various kingdoms and city-states. These murals begin at the entrance and end at the throne of the Dragon of Imagination. Looking further ahead, Odis and Klein spotted a familiar figure, a colossal dragon with deep blue eyes and icy scales, King of the North, Eurasian. Then the adventurers hunted down the frost dragon and left. The three returned to the doorway and looked at the scene on the other side. The first painting depicted Grocer holding the travels. Klein's eyes narrowed, and an inner voice asked, "Is this something that happened in the real world?" No one answered him. The four of them continued looking, and in the subsequent murals, the travelogue with its hard cover was the main subject. They were acquired and collected by various individuals. The last image shows the book encountering a classic quill pen. 0-08. Leonard's shocked voice echoed in the hall. Odis and Klein were even more surprised by something else, because there were Chinese characters written on the painting. Dream on. Chapter 4:13, Chapter 4:12 History is rewritten once again by the sage. At this moment, a storm raged within Odis and Klein. Chinese characters were discovered on the murals in the Hall of Honesty. Both of them tried their best to control their thoughts, afraid that their inner world would utter those three words. Klein tried to think. Many of the murals here depict things that actually happened. Although Grocer, chateaus, and others are not depicted in detail in the murals, features such as vertical eyes and pointed ears are still present. "I've thought of another question," Odis said, trying to control his thoughts. "What ensures that the depictions in the murals in this city of miracles come true?" Klein nodded slowly, still without speaking. "The uniqueness of the dreamer pathway is with Adam. He should have already collected 3 sequence 1 traits by now." Then he speculated, could it be the divine power of the dragon of imagination? But he has long since perished. The Hermit and the world can connect and analyze so many things in an instant. That's amazing. Audrey's thoughts immediately steered the atmosphere off track. Am I being too blunt with my praise? This hall is really hard to get used to. No, you too, I really am praising you, from the bottom of my heart. She quickly adjusted her mindset and tried to appear calm. Odis thought to herself, I'll take it seriously. Klein immediately thought, no wonder he's a psychologist, he adjusted so quickly. Audrey, however, subconsciously had a thought, sure enough, Mr. World isn't as cold as he seems. He does mutter to himself. Listen, I didn't say anything. Several people briefly lost control of their thoughts. Odis smiled to himself, thinking, they still have the nerve to say my thoughts are strange. A voice also rang out beside Leonard, Klein's German Sparrow is quite the imposter. Almost everyone who knows him believes he's ruthless and insane. Heh, who would have thought? Suddenly Klein's voice interrupted, shut up. Odis continued, what's so special about that? People from this path are all like that, they can play any role convincingly. I heard that when he assassinated, General of Disease, the 4 great powers of the northern continent are the Kingdom of Rune, the Republic of Intis. Klein stared at Odis, how did you know? Although Leonard had no idea what Mr. Gar had just thought of, he immediately changed the subject in this way, smiling and teasing, see, that's not ruthless enough. Cold-blooded. Klein, somewhat defenseless, responded internally, then I'll just slap the cross of no darkness on your head. If you don't want the extraordinary trait, you can donate it to someone in need. Audrey couldn't suppress the voice in her heart, so they have so many interesting thoughts. I could only see Mr. Star before, I never imagined. The 4 great nations are the Kingdom of Rune, the Republic of Intis. Then, other voices joined in, the 4 great nations are the Kingdom of Rune, the Republic of Intis. The group's thoughts gradually returned to their own control, and Klein then said, let's continue exploring other places, and study the murals when we have time later. Oh dear, this hall is such a mess. The focus always seems to shift to everyone's privacy without us even realizing it. Upon hearing his subsequent complaint, the other 3, whether they outwardly tried to hold back or not, burst out laughing. But soon all 4 of them turned their attention to the seat of the Dragon of Imagination, not far away, using the awe and sense of vicissitude evoked by the stone pillar to forcibly prevent their thoughts from becoming uncontrollable again. Only then did they discover that behind the giant pillar was a downward, dark passage. The 4 people moved to a different position so that they could clearly see the passage. Because the passageway was so dark, Audrey instinctively thought, if only there were light, I can't see anything. Then, a pure and soft light shone into the passage, illuminating it completely. The 4 of them saw that at the deepest part of the passage stood an ancient, double-leaf bronze door. The gate was covered with countless indescribable symbols, like chains extending to the back, as if sealing something away. Almost simultaneously, the gazes of Odis and the other 3 seemed to pierce through the bronze door, revealing a deep darkness within. Immediately afterwards, they heard the thumping of a heartbeat. This is their own heartbeat. But they are in a spirit state now, and they don't have hearts at all. In an instant, Odis felt as if the Staff of Gus and the iron-blooded gauntlets had come to have their own thoughts, and everyone else felt a chill creeping into their bodies, as if every cell had gained its own consciousness and wanted to form another me. Without hesitation, Klein's spirit body expanded to encompass the other 3 people, ending the summoning and returning to above the grey mist. Upon seeing the magnificent hall and the weathered bronze table, the 4 felt the chill in their bodies quickly dissipate, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. But then, the 4 of them suddenly stood up, especially the world Klein, who rolled and nimbly jumped behind the high seat. because they recalled their conversations with the sage and the sage hypnotizing them. This made them realize that something extraordinary had been released. Time passed second by second, and the surrounding gray fog rolled in, yet the place remained serene and magnificent. Audrey breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, this is Mr. Fool's kingdom, and that sage shouldn't come out of the book. Odis and Leonard nodded in agreement, agreeing that justice was right. With Mr. Fool as their last line of defense, they weren't worried about anything going wrong with the notebook. Only Klein thought to himself, listen, Mr. Fool was actually hypnotized just now. Thinking of this, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, this is not the Hall of Honesty. Above the grey mist was Klein's home turf, where he silently used the power of the grey mist to examine Grocer's travels. Make sure everything is working properly. He was immediately relieved, because this grey fog was of a very high level. At least until now, Klein had not encountered anyone who could invade this place, so the travelogue should be fine here. So Klein returned to his seat and very cautiously picked up travelogue. The moment he came into contact with the book, he immediately realized that this travelogue was indeed not dangerous. He breathed a slight sigh of relief and said in a pretentious tone, "Praise the Fool." Hearing this praise, the others also relaxed completely, assuming that Mr. Fool had resolved the unknown risks. Odis asked, could that sage become a new character in the book? Klein quickly flipped through it, then shook his head. No new characters have appeared. The four sat down again, and Leonard asked Odis, what kind of being is that sage? Odis pondered for a moment before saying, to be honest, I'm not entirely sure either. Some of the great figures I know in the extraordinary world seem to know about sages, but they never bring up sages on their own initiative. Klein then asked a question that had been troubling him for some time. The sage is the same as the hidden sage. Is the Lord of Mysteries also related to the sage? Odis gave a wry smile and replied, I don't know, but what's certain is that the hidden sage inherited some characteristics from the sage, but they are not the same being. At the same time, he thought to himself, as for whether the Lord of Mysteries and the sage are related, even the Lord of Mysteries sitting in front of you at this moment cannot give an accurate conclusion. After a few seconds of silence in the hall, Odis spoke up, I suggest me and the world, go and take another look at the travelogue. I have a feeling that this exploration will not be dangerous, and may even yield some gains. As a master of prophecy, he trusted his intuition. Klein considered it for a moment before saying, okay. But before that, let's discuss the issues in the Hall of Honesty. Odis nodded, that's right. Inside the Hall of Honesty, he dared not think too much and had no way to discuss things freely. He said, clearly, the power of travelogue can influence the real world to some extent, and 0-08 almost came together with travelogue. Klein nodded, yes, luckily Adam took the 0-08 back then. Otherwise, I would definitely offer a sacrifice to Mr. Fool. Although Mr. Fool intervened, nothing too dangerous will happen in Mr. Fool's divine kingdom. But the descriptions in the murals can really come true. In particular, when he saw that he was also depicted in the mural, although his appearance was not shown, the top hat and trench coat that symbolized Gehrman Sparrow still gave him a chill. Moreover, if they were to meet above this gray fog, Klein didn't know if he could stop some of the imaginary dragon's plans. Odis pondered for a moment and said, I have received accurate information that there seems to be some kind of conspiracy between the sage and Adam, and I am certain that the sage disappeared in the Fourth Age. Or perhaps he will no longer appear on the northern and southern continents, and may return later, but I suspect that in order to deceive some evil gods, he will only return at the most crucial moment. At this point, he took a deep breath and said, generally speaking, the sage is still a legitimate deity, but his extraordinary distortion might have caused some kind of mutation. I once speculated that the hidden sage might be the corrupted part of the sage. Aside from the true creator and the demon king, other deities don't find it easy to sever the part of themselves that has fallen into depravity. However, the sage should be able to do it. Given his close relationship with the ancient sun god, he should be able to get the true creator to help separate the fallen part. Silence fell once again in the magnificent hall, because the hermit's conjecture was so profound and seemed to contain many secrets and knowledge that they didn't even know how to continue the discussion. A few seconds later, Odis added, in any case, the Dragon of Imagination setup has been ruined. Audrey suddenly recalled, could it be that Emperor Roselle also went there? Have you noticed that the three characters written on the mural where travelogue and 0-08 meet are the same characters from Emperor Roselle's diary? She was quite certain of this because she had forced herself to memorize Russell's diary every week, though she didn't know what those three characters meant. Klein knew those three characters meant dream on. He thought to himself, those three words do fit Russell. No, wait. If he actually went there, he would most likely have written, I was here. Odis, however, believed that it must have been written by a man who called himself a wise man. He remembered that the Celestial Master had once said that he represented all the knowledge in the entire universe and should also know Chinese language and characters. The question is, why did he choose to express his thoughts using Chinese characters? Odis then said to Audrey, perhaps it is him, perhaps it is not, for there are some great beings who understand the meaning of those characters. Klein thought to himself, yes, like myself. Heh. Audrey also realized that Mr. Fool also understood those characters, so the discussion could only go this far. Leonard then said, I felt something calling to me from behind that bronze door. What about you? Justice, Audrey said with considerable certainty, me too. It wasn't a hallucination. I analyzed my own mind. Leonard scratched his chin, what could that be? Something that requires an ancient god to be sealed behind its throne. Just as Audrey was about to begin her analysis, she noticed that the Hermit had suddenly fallen into deep thought, as if he had made a connection. She waited a second or two, and sure enough, the Hermit said, I suddenly have some guesses about this. Klein and Leonard also looked at the Hermit, for when it came to guessing, they only respected the Hermit. Odis paused for a moment before saying, this involves a very important piece of information, the immortality of the spirit of the gods. For example, after the Dragon of Imagination became a god, his spiritual body underwent a fundamental change and will exist in this world forever. Even if he perishes, he will only be incomplete, and a part of his spirit will continue to exist. For example, as the old man in the book who called himself a sage said, he found the Dragon of Imagination in the ocean of subconsciousness in the book. I believe that there should also be a part of this ancient god in the subconscious ocean of the real world. In that case, under the right conditions, such as when the travelogue and 0-08 are depicted together in the mural, the Dragon of Imagination might be able to be resurrected. The other three nodded slowly, because they also guessed that once the scene in the mural appeared in reality, the imaginary dragon would most likely be resurrected. However, they were unaware of the inner logic of this ancient god's resurrection, while the Hermit explained the inner logic clearly. Odis continued, even if new gods emerge through this path, such as after Adam becomes a god, the imaginary dragon may still be resurrected, but it will not be at the level of a true god after its resurrection. And within the uniqueness of the dreamer that Adam obtained, and the sequence 1 characteristics that the dreamer dragon once mastered, there must still be remnants of the dreamer dragon's spirit. That remnant has become part of divinity and will always exist within Adam's body, should Adam perish one day. His remaining spiritual essence will also become part of the divinity of this path. Klein seemed to understand what Odis meant, while Audrey and Leonard simply thought the news was impressive and hadn't yet connected it to their experiences today. Don't think that this situation is peaceful, Odis said with a smile. If Adam's condition remains good, the mental remnants of the Dragon of Imagination won't cause any problems. But if Adam's condition deteriorates, it could have very serious consequences, and the possibility of the imaginary dragon being resurrected within Adam's body cannot be ruled out. Klein and the others were stunned, they hadn't expected that things would be so dangerous even at the level of gods. Klein then breathed a sigh of relief, this was a path full of twists and turns and dangers all along. Of course, at the level of true gods, the probability of such a thing happening is not very high, Odis continued. But what about at the level above the gods? Audrey finally realized, the imaginary dragon wasn't the first master of this unique path. He's an ancient god. Odis smiled and said, have you forgotten? Before the second age, there was the first age. Klein asked, during the first epoch, were there beings at a level above the gods? Odis shrugged and said, I don't know, but based on the clues we have so far, it's highly likely that it has happened before. He paused for a moment and then said, based on the information I can confirm above, as well as the vague conditions, I guess that the Dragon of Imagination might be sealing a god above who once possessed the uniqueness of the Imaginator pathway. Theoretically speaking, the level of above the gods is higher than that of imaginary dragon. Imaginary dragon must be careful at all times to avoid the other party being resurrected in its body. But the audience pathway is rather special. Although I don't know the specific abilities of the higher levels of this pathway, by observing the abilities at the middle sequence level, it's not hard to guess that the imaginary dragon can most likely sever its own spiritual body. The imaginary dragon may have been attempting to separate those uncontrollable spiritual entities and seal them behind the door. Of course, such a severance cannot completely prevent the resurrection of that above the gods, but it should make things easier for the Dragon of Imagination. Klein nodded slowly, agreeing with the guess. Before this, Audrey and Leonard had never imagined that the ancient gods could be resurrected in this way. While they sensed a higher level of danger, they also seemed to have a new understanding of the extraordinary. After giving them a second or two, Odis said, this is my first guess, which can well explain the source of the power of the travels. The other three immediately understood that it was because the book contained the spiritual remnants of above the gods and had some symbolic meaning of dreamers that it provided the foundation for the power of travelogue. Then Klein asked, do you have any other guesses? Odis countered, do you remember the high-level corruption the magician encountered in the vampire castle? The three of them immediately recalled that there was also a bronze gate in that incident. Although the magician was corrupted in a different way than they were today, there seemed to be some connection between the two. Odis continued, as far as I know, the source of the erosion that the magician encountered is also somewhat related to the dreamer. It's highly likely that the imaginary dragon deliberately sealed this internal connection to avoid being corrupted. This speculation is indeed not suitable to be explained too clearly at the moment. In fact, the sources of both erosions are God and the Chaos Sea. It's just that the forms of expression are different. Audrey exclaimed, the extraordinary world is so dangerous, and it seems like danger is everywhere. Odis smiled and said, this level of danger is not something we should be concerned about, as long as we don't actively seek out these dangers. These dangers usually don't come looking for us. After sharing his rough guess about the problem with Klein and the other two, Odis said to Leonard, you can ask the ancestors of Zoroaster if they know anything about the sage. Leonard slapped his forehead, okay. Now, the Hermit and Justice also know that an angel is parasitizing his body. Klein first sent Miss Justice and Leonard back, leaving the Hermit behind. They discussed it and prepared to re-enter the travelogue. Leonard's rental apartment in Joe Wood. The moment his consciousness returned to the real world, he immediately whispered, old man. You're getting more and more rude, disturbing the elderly's rest in the middle of the night, Pélez Zoroaster said irritably. Looks like you've made quite a haul this time. That's right. Leonard, who was sitting on the sofa, suddenly sat up straight. We found it in that book, isn't that terrifying? What did you find? We found it. Leonard realized this time that his tongue, mouth, and vocal cords were moving, but he couldn't produce any syllables. That's strange. Leonard frowned. I can't describe it to you. Pales sighed, from now on, don't call yourself a follower of the Goddess of Night in public. I'm embarrassed for you. Leonard looked on in surprise and almost jumped up, secret. Pales smiled and said, never mind, don't tell me. I smell a conspiracy, and a conspiracy involving the Goddess of the Night is bound to trigger a series of major events. He sighed, I'm just a retired old man, I don't want to get involved in these troubles. Leonard, who was experiencing divine power for the first time, gradually calmed down, old man, if I try, can I bypass the goddess's authority? Would telling you what happened to me be a desecration of the goddess? Pales laughed and said, believe it or not, if you really have a way to tell me what happened to you, the church will notify you tomorrow to become the abbot of the dark monastery. Leonard was taken aback, is it that exaggerated? Why don't you give it a try? Then let's discuss a different issue. Didn't we say last time, this direction won't work? Leonard realized that he couldn't even bring up the topic of sages with the old man after the last tarot session. So he picked up a pen and paper, but whenever he wrote something involving sages, the pen seemed to run out of ink and he couldn't write anything. He wrote with all his might, but the paper didn't even have a scratch. Leonard threw down his pen, clearly having given up. Pales laughed and said, now you know how naive you were, don't you? He paused for a moment and then said, here's a hint, if anyone else knows the secret, you can discuss it if I can't hear you. Leonard breathed a sigh of relief, thank you. Pales suddenly fell silent. Leonard asked, somewhat worried, what's wrong? You actually said thank you. Pales chuckled. I thought you weren't capable of that. Leonard smiled awkwardly and immediately changed the subject. By the way, during this exploration, we also encountered a member of the Zoroaster family. I think he is the person Mr. Gar mentioned at the previous tarot meeting, the one who wanted to make contact with the Zoroaster family. After discussing Mobert, Leonard wrote a letter to Odis, briefly explaining the problems he was currently facing. They expressed their desire to meet with him in person. Then he summoned Odis's messenger. When the messenger appeared, Leonard was clearly taken aback. He felt that the messenger seemed different from before. The last messenger to Leonard was the Bluebird, so Leonard hasn't seen Odis's messenger recently. After the messenger left, Leonard asked in a low voice, old man, Mr. Gar's messenger seems a little different. Pales laughed and said, I thought you hadn't noticed. Leonard asked, what specific changes have occurred in her? It should be called that, Pales corrected, that it has further restored its power and become a complete angel. Leonard was taken aback, using angels as messengers. Above the grey fog. Odis and Klein first discussed how to re-enter the travels of Odyssey and take emergency precautions, then they discussed how to find the sage. Odis said, it's very likely that the sage is already a well-known figure in the world of the book. Klein agreed with this view, they might even take the initiative to contact us. If he's not too famous in the world of the book, Odis said, we can try asking some of the main characters in the book. Both of them were experienced in solving this kind of problem, and after a brief discussion, they came up with a general plan. So Klein smeared the blood of the two men on the cover of Travelogue once again, and they appeared once more at the city gate where a blizzard was raging. They first observed the city, and only after finding nothing unusual did the two enter. Just like last time I came, there weren't many people on the streets because it was so cold. So the two of them went into the tavern, which was the liveliest place in the small town in winter. After listening to everyone's conversation for a while, and finding no rumors about the sage, Odis thought for a moment before saying, "Go find the ascetic snowman. This ascetic worships the ancient sun god, and is practicing asceticism according to the guidance of the sage. He may know something about the sage." Upon entering the church where Snowman was, it was immediately apparent that his mental state was different from before. The specific changes are hard to explain, but it always feels like there's an added sense of sacredness compared to before. Sitting there, he previously gave the impression of a devout believer, a restrained ascetic. But at this moment, the label on him seemed to have disappeared, and he seemed to have blended into the surrounding environment. After the two entered, Snowman, who had been quietly meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and said, "The sage left a message for both of you." Odis immediately retorted, "What's wrong with the sage?" Snowman said, "The wise one tells Odis Gard that canal is very dangerous. Do not go there, and do not inquire about it." Odis paused for a moment before recalling that canal was the place name he heard in the speech after each promotion. He was very curious about what that place was, and even planned to ask the gods he knew after becoming an angel what it was. Snowman continued, "The wise man told Klein Moretti, the paths of destiny always intersect unexpectedly, and you'll know the truth when you need to run fast." Klein was also stunned for a moment before realizing that this was a prophecy. After thinking to himself that the secret seeker was more like a charlatan than a diviner, he looked at Odis beside him. Odis pondered for a moment and said weakly, "Does this prophecy mean that you and the sage will meet again unexpectedly, or when you are completely unprepared? At that time, all our current misunderstandings about the sage will be answered." Klein's thoughts, interpreting prophecies, is a technical skill. I didn't understand the content of any prophecy at all. Then he teased Snowman, "Where's the wise man? Where's the wise man now?" Snowman said, "The sage foresaw that you would suffer such a loss. He said, I'm going back. As for why I suddenly left the ocean of the subconscious, you'll know when you return to the real world." Klein realized that the mystical feeling of the mysterious man father path was not quite the same as that of the weird man father path and the divine man father path. The extraordinary people of the weird man father path often gave people a very punchable feeling, and the divine man, well, the diviner was also very punchable in many ways. However, the mystical aura surrounding the secret seeker father's path currently only evokes a sense of mystery, not a sense of envy or disbelief. After leaving Snowman's church, the two discussed the topic of the wise men. Odis said, "We can't be sure whether the sage has returned, but he doesn't seem to have any motive to lie to us. It's like a person walking on the road who has no motive to deceive the ants on the ground." Klein felt that this metaphor was rather inappropriate. Although he didn't know what the sage was like, it gave people a feeling of being very profound, powerful, and mysterious, which was far beyond what ordinary angels could compare to. Klein took a deep breath, then let's go out of the book and take a look, no, let's go back to the real world. So the two returned to above the grey fog, and Klein then sent Odis back to the real world, after which he also returned to the real world. Embassy in Renberg. Odis opened his eyes while lying in the armchair and immediately saw the messenger Elbra sitting at the desk. He jumped in surprise, "You?" He was about to tease him about, "When did you arrive?" but then he felt that it wouldn't be appropriate to tease him like that, as if he were acting guilty and wary of the messenger. So Odis changed his tune on the spot, saying, You asked why I've come." Elbella waved the letter in her hand. It was delivered by that Red Gloves member. "It seemed to be in a hurry, so I looked around for you." Odis nodded, "Thank you." After Elbera sent the weak message, she didn't know where Odis had gone and he disappeared from the room. Odis breathed a sigh of relief. He had prepared an excuse to fob off the messenger. Or perhaps, this was the smart thing to do. The messenger knew that if she lost money, Odis was unlikely to tell the truth anyway, so it was better not to lose money. Odis waved his hand toward the letter on the desk, and a gust of wind blew the letter into his hand. The letter, when opened, contained a simple statement: "During our recent exploration, a portion of it became a secret, impossible to reveal to others. Only those who share that secret can gather to discuss it. How should we discuss this matter?" Odis immediately thought of the power of the goddess of night, then he scratched the back of his head. This is a very deep matter. Is there some secret between the sage, the goddess of night, and Adam? Odis remembered that Adam would later enter Grocer's travels, take the book, and at the same time, completely sever the path of resurrection of the imaginary dragon. So although Adam did not appear in the story of the heavens, there must be traces of Adam in it. Then he recalled what the sage had said before, and that he wasn't worried that Odis and the others would reveal his secrets, because the goddess of night was helping to keep them secret. After thinking for a moment, Odis used teleportation to get to the embassy's office building, went to the duty room, and found 2 staff members on duty. The 2 drowsy staff members were suddenly jolted awake and immediately stood up. Odis said, "I have something to tell you." I went on an adventure last night and encountered, sure enough, nothing came out. He looked at the staff members who were filled with disgust, took out the magical item with hypnotic abilities, and said, "You will forget our conversation just now, and forget that I was ever here." After leaving the two bewildered staff members, Odis returned to her room. After a while, the two employees seemed to come to their senses. One of them said, "Just now, it seems like the wind blew the door open." Odis did not immediately go to Leonard because he knew very well that with that old man inside Leonard, the two of them could not possibly discuss the issues of the sage and the goddess of the night. But he quickly came up with a solution, and immediately prayed to the fool who does not belong to this era, "Respected Mr. Fool, Mr. Star just wrote to me." He briefly recounted the events, and concluded by saying, "Respected fool, sir, may we discuss this matter in your divine realm?" After praying, Odis sat at his desk and waited. A few minutes later, Odis's vision was covered by grey fog, and in an instant, he reappeared in Source Castle. Meanwhile, World, Klein, Justice Audrey, and Star Leonard are all seated in their respective places. "It's truly amazing," Audrey said first. "When I was discussing this adventure with a friend, we also found it impossible to talk about the sage. She actually discovered this when she was talking to Susie about her experience of this exploration and discussing the topic of the ocean of the subconscious. Before receiving the Hermit's notification, she was even a little panicked. She only breathed a sigh of relief when she learned that they would be discussing the weakness together." Odis said, "It is not hard to see from these reactions that the wise man has a big plan in the travels. We should not try to talk about this matter outside the book." Leonard then said, "Old man, the one inside me once said that the goddess and the sage had a close collaboration. Could it be that the goddess helped the sage hide in Travelogue?" "I don't think so," Odis said. "Their cooperation is more likely an active plan rather than a passive avoidance of something." Leonard nodded. He felt he couldn't comprehend a scheme at the level of a god, so he had no intention of refuting it. "What a pity," Audrey said. "That travelogue can no longer be used for exploration." Odis laughed and said, "I think the opposite is true. Woo-woo, your plan is definitely not for the four of us. It must have a higher purpose. In other words, just ask questions and use them as you see fit. As long as we stop searching for the wise men inside, they won't care about our level of understanding of the travelogue." Klein slowly nodded. He didn't have much to say to Odis. "There's still one question I haven't figured out. Why did the sage appear in front of us? He's been hiding in the ocean of his subconscious for so long without leaving, so why not continue to keep his tracks hidden? Why does he suddenly want to go outside and take a look? And he doesn't necessarily need to go through us to get outside, does he?" "I've also considered this issue," Odis said seriously. "There seems to be only one reason for his sudden appearance." The other three looked at the hermit. Odis continued, "Let's inform the goddess of the night, or rather, let the goddess of the night know that her condition is normal and we can continue our plans." Chapter 4:14, Chapter 4:13 unmasks Klein's first layer of disguise. Odis guessed that the sage appeared before them to deliver a message to the goddess of the night. Seeing that the other three were still not quite understanding, he explained, "It sounds like a very strange thing, but it should be part of their plan." Odiston paused for a moment and then said, "Haven't you noticed? No matter how many identities we have, we all have one thing in common. One of our identities is related to the goddess of the night. I am a follower of the goddess, and Justice is a devout believer of the goddess. The remaining two are a member of the Red Gloves group and a former member of the Night Watch group." Audrey was stunned and looked at the world in disbelief. She never expected that the world was once an official extraordinary. Klein felt that he had already revealed too much information today, so one more wouldn't make a difference. Leonard understood Odis's meaning. In other words, if we try to talk about sages in the real world, the goddess will easily sense it. Odis nodded. "Indeed, I suspect the goddess once gazed upon you." "How come I didn't notice?" Leonard suddenly felt a little guilty. He had joined a secret organization and had been discovered by the goddess. How was he going to explain this to the church? Then he realized, the one inside me isn't aware of it either. "So he is the one who is secret," Odis smiled. If anyone could perceive his gaze, what would be the point of calling it secret? At this point, Leonard started to worry about something else. Will the goddess find out about me being parasitized? When he first became aware of the goddess's power, he had several conversations with the old man. Odis said, "You don't need to worry too much about that. First of all, the parasitic pathway of the thief is generally difficult to detect. Secondly, to be honest, I don't quite believe that the goddess was completely unaware of your problem. Or rather, before you met Klein and me, your situation might have been able to be hidden from the goddess, but after meeting the two of us, it's hard to say." Klein nodded slowly, because he had recently realized that he was also a favored one of the goddess, not only cooperating with Lady Ariana, but also doing a secret job for the goddess, deceiving the demigods of the cult of spirits. Leonard was constantly hanging around two goddesses' favorites. It would be strange if he wasn't discovered. Leonard opened his mouth. He had always thought he had hidden it well, but today he realized that he might have been under special scrutiny all along. He glanced at Klein before giving a helpless smile. I've realized that I'm a clown. Audrey didn't quite understand why someone who called himself a clown would want to see the world. Klein said in Gehrman Sparrow's tone, everyone is a clown at times, but they always ignore it. He paused for a moment and then said, you need to adjust your own mindset. Odis also said, we can think of it another way. You are currently enjoying the same attention from the goddess as the courts of darkness. To be honest, your comforting words didn't make me feel any better. Leonard shook his head and said, you two are really not good at comforting people. Based on Mr. Starr's demeanor and tone of voice, Audrey had already realized that his carefree nature meant he had quickly regained his composure. This was evident in his satire of the world and the Hermit. A person who was heartbroken was unlikely to make such jokes. That was the end of Leonard's story. They continued their discussion about the goddess of the night. Odis said, perhaps that sage appeared before us precisely because he knew our identities, using us and communicating with the goddess. Of course, such communication does not require specific information. It is enough for the goddess to notice that something is wrong with us. As for why we did this, I think it's to avoid being watched, or rather, even with the goddess of the night helping to keep it a secret, we still need to keep their connection as confidential as possible. Everyone nodded slowly, feeling that this guess was quite reasonable. Then they all breathed a sigh of relief, never expecting that they had unwittingly become involved in a scheme at the level of the gods. Odis concluded, going to an even higher level, it is quite possible that our entry into the Travels is inevitable. Klein immediately understood, Adam. But with the protection of above the grey fog, he didn't feel like he was being controlled. Odis smiled and said, this is just a guess of mine, there's no basis for it. The reason he said that was because that sage seemed to be a prehistoric remnant, and more importantly, he seemed to have read the book whose protagonist was Klein Moretti. Therefore, that sage, like Odis, should also possess a god's eye view, knowing about Klein, Audrey, and Leonard's exploration, and thus appearing at the right time. On the other hand, the Celestial Master reminded Odis to also visit the Hall of Honesty, which Odis believed was likely a way to involve her in the event. However, their specific circumstances are still unknown. With the discussion concluded, most of the doubts in everyone's minds have been resolved. After a few more words, the discussion ended there. Inside Leonard's rented apartment in Joewood. As soon as Leonard's consciousness returned to the real world, he looked around somewhat uneasily before whispering, old man, what if the goddess already found you? Pale's voice rang out immediately, you're still discussing things about me. Leonard hummed in agreement, then quietly recounted the discussion about Pale's. As he spoke, he acted furtively, as if unseen eyes were watching his every move. This was entirely due to the silent gaze of the goddess of the night, leaving him with a psychological shadow. After listening, Pales laughed and said, you underestimate my abilities too much. Parasitism is one of the core abilities of my path. Even if we were to talk in front of the goddess of the night, she would think you were talking to yourself. At this point, he sighed and said, you didn't notice that the main point of Odis Gard's words was that the goddess of the night only noticed your abnormality after you met the two of them and had frequent interactions with them. That's possible. You might be able to hide it once or twice, but if it happens too often, some anomalies will inevitably be exposed. Leonard was taken aback. Then what should I do? Should I also leave the church like Klein did? Just pretend nothing happened, Pales continued. If the goddess of night finds nothing, you don't have to do anything. If the goddess of the night notices your unusual behavior but doesn't investigate, it means she approves, and you don't need to do anything. Leonard opened his mouth, feeling that the old man's words made a lot of sense. Embassy in Renberg. Back in the real world, Odis first reviewed the day's actions, and then, still somewhat uneasy, entered the wilderness of knowledge. After retrieving the relevant memories there, Odis recalled what the Celestial Master had told her, that she could completely trust Adam and the Goddess of Night. Odis sighed, can we really trust them completely? He then shook his head, feeling that whether or not they could be completely trusted was not up to him, it mainly depended on what Adam and the Goddess of Night meant. Having thought this through, he stopped worrying about it. Then, with his memory intact, he guessed what that sage planned to do in Grotius's travels. First of all, Odis was a little confused. What was the state of that sage? The Celestial Master said that he was no longer a sage, so what was that sage in the travels? Odis felt that it wasn't a complete sage. Then he found a good idea, although it was unclear what that sage, the Goddess of Night, and Adam wanted to do. Based on the known information, the travelogue would eventually become Adam's possession. So the ultimate goal of the wise men is probably to wait for Adam. As for the specific reason why they waited for Adam, there are no clues at all, but what is certain is that their plan has the potential to change history. Odis believed that he should be mentally prepared for this. Just as he was about to leave the wilderness of knowledge, after thinking about all this, he suddenly realized, I have overlooked one existence. For most of the more than 1,000 years between Mobit and Longzul, this travelogue was in the hands of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. This is also reflected in the murals of the Hall of Honesty. After Mobert, the Travels had other owners, but eventually the Travels entered the starry sky and was grasped by a giant dragon claw. That part of the mural clearly indicates that the travelogue entered the hands of the God of Wisdom. Could the God of Wisdom have also been involved in this scheme? Odis then shook his head. The God of Wisdom would not be involved in a scheme that would benefit Adam. Of course, Odis wasn't sure either. If there were enough benefits, the Dragon of Wisdom might also be a participant. Odis's impression of this god was that he was never among the strongest gods, but he always managed to win in the end through his wisdom and skillful maneuvering. Taking a deep breath, Odis returned to the real world, deciding to put the matter aside for now. After all, the travelogue would fall into Adam's hands this winter, and then the truth would be revealed. After a good night's rest, Odis continued to slack off in his office the next day. As soon as he entered the office, he saw a letter on his desk. He opened it and found it was from Klein. The letter contained only one line: "How did you know the details of my assassination of the deceased general?" Odis smiled to himself, thinking, as expected, it's the cross-dressing thing that really breaks Klein's defenses. He then took out a pen and wrote back, "When I was disrupting the witch cult earlier, General of Disease had watched over me for a whole day, and we talked a lot." Just as Odis was about to fold the letter, she suddenly recalled Klein's two mistakes in the Hall of Honesty. One was truth or dare, and the other was cheat sheet. Odis was prepared for this, so he always avoided using the language habits of the Common Era. But Klein wasn't prepared for that. In his mind, he would describe things in whatever way was convenient. Odis realized that this was a good opportunity to strip Moshen. Before becoming a demigod, Odis was reluctant to recognize Klein, because at that time, the most important goal of becoming a demigod was to have greater strength, and recognizing Klein might be an uncertain factor. After all, Klein would think of himself as the protagonist of the era, but when he learns that there is another time traveler, how to get along with him and how to conduct himself are also problems. Sometimes, meeting up with an acquaintance in an unfamiliar environment isn't necessarily a good thing. Because two acquaintances whose lives are precariously intertwined mean they know each other's secrets, and who knows if the other might reveal them for some ulterior motive. Now that they've become demigods, such concerns have lessened, mainly because each of them has many ways to mitigate risks, making them more confident in such interactions. At this point, the advantage of knowing that the other is a time traveler becomes apparent. A basic level of mutual trust can be maintained at all times. This mutual trust may have unexpected benefits at crucial moments. After a moment's thought, Odis wrote on the letter, "Now let's talk about truth or dare and aliases. Don't try to brush it off with Roselle. The amount and sophistication of the information I've read about Roselle is beyond your imagination." After the ink dried, Odis summoned the Bluebird and delivered the letter to Klein. Birkelund Street, the home of wealthy Don Dantes. Klein, playing the role of a wealthy man, was sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper when suddenly his spirit was awakened, and he saw that the Bluebird had delivered a letter. Meanwhile, the personal male servant in the living room was actually his secret lover. Of course, even if there were normal servants, they wouldn't have discovered the Bluebird and this letter. Klein opened the letter and, after seeing the first line of words, finally understood where Odis had gotten the information. But when he saw the second sentence, his gaze suddenly sharpened. He then rubbed his spiritual energy, lit the letter, and pondered how to handle the matter. While in the Hall of Honesty, he realized that something was wrong with Odis, or rather, the points that Odis was questioning were quite strange. Just as Klein was hesitating, the Bluebird delivered another letter from Odis. The words, "Imperial Jade Liquor," are written in Chinese characters on it. Klein breathed a long sigh of relief. That line meant Odis hadn't put all the pressure on him. If Odis continues to wait for Klein's reply, their relationship will inevitably be affected, for a simple reason. Since they were both time travelers, Klein didn't need to explain anything to Odis or report anything. Odis's words now actually expressed the other party's hope that things will develop in a better direction. Klein immediately replied, 180 per cup. Watching the messenger take the letter away, Klein picked up the newspaper again, but now he had no interest in reading it. He was quite excited at this moment, having met a fellow countryman in a strange world. Although they did not know each other before the transmigration, Klein felt that there was an invisible bond that allowed them to have basic mutual trust immediately. As for what that bond was, Klein quickly came to the answer: values. On several occasions before, Klein felt that he agreed with Odis's values. Klein now finally understands that this shared understanding stems from the fact that their values are nurtured by the same culture. Embassy in Renberg. Odis saw Klein's reply, and after burning it, he felt it was best to leave the matter unresolved. Once this facade is removed, the two can maintain a subtle understanding at certain times. That's enough for now. In the following days, Odis prepared to go to the ruins of the god of war again, while also actively seeking opportunities to digest the magic potion. On the third day after completing their exploration of Grotius's travels, the negotiations between the Remberg radicals and the royal family finally ended, and the radicals secured 4 positions: Minister of Finance, Minister of Education and Religion, Minister of Industry, and Minister of Commerce. They officially became a force in Reynoldsburg's political arena. Meanwhile, the governors of the states of Vote, Chatair, and Salatha were appointed by radical members, but in reality, these 3 states were all handed over to Ms. Mandy, an important subordinate of Odis. Because such a great victory was achieved under Odis's planning, all members of the radical faction now fully support this young leader. However, they couldn't understand why Odis didn't intend to take a position in the central government and instead remained in Backlund. Daili received a new case. Since returning from the southern continent, Daili has been working non-stop. It seems to have become the only thing in her life. She always felt that she had lost something, and at the same time, she felt that she had gained something. Daili's mind is currently in a state of great turmoil, and she only stops overthinking when she is working. The new case that Daili has taken on is a bizarre theft. Generally, cases handed over by the night watchman to the Red Gloves are either cases where the main culprit is a mobile criminal or cases that the local night watchmen are unable to solve. This case is the latter, and it took place in Cardina, a city north of the Taysock River. This is a small inland city, where only the extraordinary power of the Night Watchers squad exists, led by a Sequence 7 nightmare. The recent case was beyond the capabilities of the Night Watchers team, so it was handed over to the Red Gloves. On the train to Cardina, Daili had already read through the case file several times. In Cardanus, there lived a very stingy and harshly demanding wealthy man named Duke, who was extremely harsh on his subordinates and servants. He never deposits his money in a bank. Instead, he keeps it all in a large, thick safe at home, which is said to have filled an entire safe. But this did not change Duke's nature. Some time ago, one of Duke's servants fainted from hunger while working and fell off the roof, breaking his arm. Duke gave the servant 10 pence and told him to go home and recover from his injuries. The news spread quickly throughout the streets of Cardina, and people laughed at Duke's stinginess and harshness, but the wealthy Duke didn't care and continued to do as he pleased. 2 days ago, a wizard with a long grey beard, wearing a loose wizard's robe and carrying a long staff, who claimed to be traveling, passed through Cardanus. When the wizard heard about this, he immediately made a prophecy: all of Duke's gold coins will grow wings of freedom and fly to those who truly need them. The night watchman conducted an investigation, and the prophecy was heard by everyone in the city, including the night watchmen themselves. Then the wizard left under the watchful eyes of many residents, and then something strange happened. First, the cash in Duke's wallet seemed to come alive, broke free from the wallet's restraints, jumped to the ground, and then grew wings and flew away. At the same time, the Duke family's enormous safe was pulled open by a tremendous force, not just opened, but the entire door was ripped off. The gold coins inside turned into little birds and flew into the sky. Duke tried to stop them, but the birds were surprisingly strong and knocked him to the ground, breaking his arm. In the end, all the gold pounds in the safe were gone, leaving only a few copper coins, which added up to exactly 10 pence. After taking on the case, the night watchman judged from the fact that the wizard's voice could be heard by everyone in the city, including the deaf, and the method of his crime that the other party must be of a relatively high level. However, after a brief investigation, they quickly found out where the Richmond Duke's money had gone, and just as the prophecy had said, it had indeed been given to those in need. For example, the servant who broke his arm at the rich man's place and only received 10 pence as compensation. For example, in slums, there are people who can't afford to bury their loved ones, can't afford to pay for their children's medical care, and can't afford to buy food. They can only wait for the people who starve to death. The night watchman did not recover the stolen penny and also hinted to the police not to investigate the whereabouts of the stolen money. After reading the file, Daili took a deep breath. Although she also thought that the wizard did the right thing, as an official extraordinary, she had to investigate the extraordinary's purpose and his general information. Embassy in Renberg. Odis is summarizing the experience of dealing with the wealthy Duke incident and the potion digestion. Actually, what he said was no longer a prophecy, it was basically telling Duke and everyone else what he was going to do. But Odis's potion did indeed digest again. He summarized his observations and came to a conclusion: besides the prophecy, mystery was also crucial in this matter. Currently, legends about the wizard were circulating throughout Cardanus, and this feedback was actually key to the potion's effectiveness. In this process, prophecy doesn't seem to be the most crucial element, rather, mystery is. Odis took a deep breath, a sense of mystery permeated the entire route. After summarizing his experiences, Odis continued to seek opportunities to play the role of Master of Prophecy, and to digest the magic potion. Cruise Island. Today, this place welcomes its first group of radical members, led by Selt. Remberg is a landlocked country, and even among its nobles, some of them had never seen the sea. Upon arriving at Cruise Island, they were not only struck by the vastness of the sea, but also captivated by its prosperity. Before coming here, Kelt had met some people from Cruise Island. They were the first to follow Odis on the island. They gained knowledge early on through the Helmet of Wisdom, and learned management from Ms. Mandy. Later, Odis transferred them to the state of Vote to support government reforms there. Selt had contact with the indigenous people on some of the islands and experienced their simplicity as well as their cunning. Moreover, Kelt also realized why the people on this island had such complex personalities. Because last year, this was a very remote island. The people on this island are primarily engaged in agriculture, and like those on other islands, they are subjected to extremely brutal rule by the people of the North Continent. In such resource-scarce places, it is easy for the local natives to become cunning and treacherous, all in order to survive. Their simplicity stems primarily from being born in natural villages where agriculture is the mainstay, rather than in villages inhabited entirely by pirates. Such places, in many instances, still retain a lot of simple and honest folk customs. Although the island is now prosperous, the people's mentality has not had enough time to change. "Look, aren't those elves?" a radical member suddenly asked, pointing ahead. Following his finger, everyone saw the signs of several shops lined up together, their styles different from the others. The shop assistants inside were elves with pointed ears, long hair, and exotic clothing. At this moment, the young lady in charge of the tour smiled and said, "This is the most unique scenery on Cruise Island, which testifies to the magnanimity of our mayor, who is willing to accept not only people from all countries, but also residents of other races. Well, I should also introduce Mr. Grosser, the guardian of this island, who is a giant." While everyone was surprised, their eyes followed the elves' every move. Many pirates were also staring at the elves. Some pirates even traveled from afar just to see what the elves looked like. Selt remarked, "Now I suddenly understand why Mr. Gar was unwilling to take up a post in Azhara." The other radical members were taken aback and looked at Kelty together, asking with their eyes. Odis's continued absence from Azhara led many radicals to believe that the leader still had reservations and was unwilling to risk returning to Azhara. They inevitably had some complaints about this, feeling that their leader had pushed them to the front lines of battle while he himself indulged in a life of luxury and debauchery in Backlund. Selt took a deep breath and explained, "Gentlemen, would a leader who is acceptable even to other races return to Remnantburg to become a minister?" He laughed and said, "If the leader returns to Azhara, he will definitely become president or prime minister." Everyone's eyes lit up immediately. Remburg does not currently have this position, but if these two positions were established, it would mean that the Remburg government had completed its reforms. Reforming the government in Remnantburg is their biggest political demand at this stage. After their initial excitement, they finally understood why their leader had shown them around, and so they continued their tour. After lunch, they followed the guide to Plains Town, which was completely different from Port Town. It was filled with tranquility and peace, and although it was separated by a mountain, there were no pirates. High-rise residential buildings are under construction here, and it is said that some pirates who wish to settle here will be taken in as residents in the future. Upon arriving at the town's school, everyone listened to the guide's explanation of the 2 rows of classrooms. One row was for adult learners, who used smart helmets to learn knowledge. They could learn general knowledge or some professional knowledge in a month at most. The other row consists of regular schools, where students are mostly school-aged children who will spend 5 years learning general knowledge. Selt asked, somewhat puzzled, why not let the children use smart helmets too, so they can learn general education courses? The commentator said, the town mayor has very strict requirements for the use of the smart helmet. The first rule is that anyone under the age of 18, unless suffering from a specific medical condition, is prohibited from using smart helmets. Selt was even more puzzled, why would there be such a requirement? One of his impressions of Odis was that he was a pragmatist. Why not use a more convenient solution instead of this time-consuming and laborious method? The commentator smiled and said, let me finish explaining all the regulations first. The second regulation is that private use of smart helmets is prohibited, and each smart helmet must be subject to strict supervision. Thirdly, the smart helmet can only be used in relatively urgent situations. It cannot be used in normal or non-urgent situations. Fourth, there is strict supervision. Before each large-scale use of the smart helmet, one must pray to the Lord of Mysteries and report to him, and use it under the watchful eye of the gods. Those who violate this rule will be dealt with severely, and appeals will not be accepted. Kelt and the others realized that Odis wouldn't make such a rule without a reason, so they listened carefully. At the same time, it was the first time they had felt the connection between Odis and the Lord of Mysteries. They had heard of this deity before, but always regarded him as an evil god. However, they never expected that this deity was monitoring the use of the wisdom helmet. This suddenly made their understanding of this deity somewhat confused. The narrator continued, the reason for this regulation is that the town mayor and other leaders realized that if the smart helmet is misused, it will be very dangerous, and someone may even use the smart helmet to modify other people's thoughts and ideas. At the same time, they realized that this extraordinary tool might create a new opposing class, and those who could keep using the helmet would become the new aristocracy. Those who cannot use the helmet regularly may never escape the fate of being at the bottom of society, and social stratification will be even more severe than it is now. That's why there are such strict regulations, and it's stated that these regulations cannot be changed until there are sufficient oversight mechanisms. Chapter 4:15, Chapter 4:14 The Dragon of Wisdom in the Black Monastery. Backlund, the Red Gloves Captain's Office. Just after Daly returned from the inland city of Cardina, she received a second dossier about the wizard. This case took place in the Spice District of Byam, where most of the spices on the Blue Mountains are made and traded, hence the name Spice District. This area is also a mix of Rune people and locals, and one of the Rune spice owners is a big fan of sex. At first, he only liked to go to street prostitutes, then he kept mistresses, and later he felt that was not enough, so he began to look for some beautiful married women or young girls and force them to have sex with him. The spice shop owner had clearly done some research and knew that if the victim was a local indigenous person, the court would not easily prosecute a Rune. So all the victims were locals, and the owner of Rune spices only lost money. He even told his friends that this method was cheaper than keeping a mistress. At that moment, the wizard with a long beard, wearing a loose wizard's robe and holding a staff appeared. Immediately, the entire Spice District heard his prophecy: this tainted man will no longer be able to enjoy the pleasures of being a man. Just like the last time, not long after the wizard left, the spice shopkeeper made a move on a young woman. But when he took off his pants, his genitals turned into a snake and slithered away. Despite the spice shop owner's best efforts, he watched helplessly as the snake swam into the water and disappeared without a trace. The spice shopkeeper searched the river like a madman, but when the official extraordinary arrived, he still couldn't find it, so the spice shopkeeper became a eunuch. The matter was not over yet. The next day, the spice shop owner committed suicide. An official extraordinary being discovered a secret compartment in his bedroom, which contained an enshrined evil god. The evil god had no specific form, only a symbol of a snake coiled around a large tree. According to divination, this evil god can grant devout believers the ability to arouse desires for their goals, but there are also side effects, such as those believers becoming stingy or having a high sex drive. The spice shop owner committed suicide in anguish and despair because he had nowhere to release his sexual desires. Stingy. Upon seeing this, Daly immediately thought of the case that had occurred in Cardenas, involving a stingy millionaire. Is this a coincidence? After reviewing the case file, Daly first sent a telegram to Cardner's night watchers, asking them to investigate whether the wealthy man named Duke believed in an evil god. Then she called her teammates to discuss the matter. Now there was no doubt that the wizard was a high-level extraordinary being. As for the method, everyone believes that his fondness for prophecy is an important clue. The Red Gloves always investigate such unsung heroes who actively target cultists before deciding whether to cooperate. This is because the sorcerer could also be a follower of other evil gods, and this is a struggle between cultists. After Odis actively absorbed the potion again, he went to the state of Vote and found Bernadette, who was on vacation. At this time, Afra, the demigoddess of the Stiano family, had been assigned a job by Odis, and the negotiations between the radicals and the royal family had also ended, so Bernadette finally had time to rest. Odis told Bernadette that he was going to the ruins of the War of the Gods, and that after he returned, he would rest with her for a few days to get back in shape before they ascended together. Afterwards, Odis rode the vermilion bird to the Argo, which was not far from the ruins of the War of the Gods. Odis originally planned to go after Bernadette was promoted, but he felt he should first find out the general situation. If there are indeed clues about the sage trait, then ask Elbella for help, or wait until Bernadette is promoted and then the group goes to the gods' ruins again to obtain that extraordinary trait. Only 2 crew members accompanied Odis on this mission, 3rd Officer Bevis and Bosun Selina, along with some extraordinary puppets. The reason for bringing Bevis along was to take the opportunity to resolve the issue of the 3rd mate. From a young age, 3rd Vice President Bevis could hear a strange sound, and only after becoming an extraordinary did he realize that it was a cry for help. The voice said he was in the ruins of the War of Gods, and needed Bevis's rescue. When Odis came to the ruins of the War of the Gods last time, Bevis came along and, following Odis's instructions, entered the Black Monastery in the dark. However, the other party did not appear. Later, after Bevis returned, the other party contacted Bevis again and said that there were 2 very dangerous people with Bevis at the time, and asked Bevis to go to the God War ruins alone. After pondering for a moment, Odis roughly understood that it must be the connection between herself and Klein and the Wilderness of Knowledge and the Source Castle. It startled the other person. So this time, Odis boarded the Argo, met with Bevis and Selina, and after communicating with them, simply went into stealth mode. He also set up a magic circle on the ship to prevent himself from being disturbed by the language of the land forsaken by the gods. Entering the ruins of the gods, through the same entrance as before, Odis, having already experienced visiting the ruins of the gods once, did not go to the captain's cabin but instead stayed on the ship to study new abilities. Odis only discovered after boarding the ship that when the ship was built, it was named after a ship in Greek mythology. As long as he was on or near the ship, he could actually recreate some characters and events from Greek mythology. This was definitely an unexpected bonus. Odis simulated it and found it relatively easy to reproduce the images of the goddess of wisdom and the god of the sea, because in Greek mythology, the ship Argo was built under the guidance of the goddess of wisdom and was ultimately sacrificed to the god of the sea, Poseidon. The latter, in particular, possesses astonishing power on the high seas. This led Odis to speculate that perhaps some of the legendary gods of ancient Greece were also extraordinary beings at a higher level. During Odis's research, the Argo passed through a cliff-like sea area and arrived at the ruins of the War of the Gods. Just to be on the safe side, we followed the same route as before, but we didn't encounter the diamond island carved with the floating magic circle. If Odis were to encounter one, he would want to take a diamond pillar. With just a cut, he could obtain tens or even hundreds of tons of gems. However, considering that such a thing would severely devalue the gemstones, potentially turning them into worthless street vendors, Odis lost interest. After advancing for some time, they encountered their first knight. Before falling asleep, Odis set up a magic array in a flash, and then set up several magic arrays around him, which caused several halos to appear above his head. Odis glanced at the halos and said with a hint of helplessness, "This thing isn't very auspicious in this position." So he moved these halos behind his head, like there was a round light behind him, which gave him a sense of holiness, and the effect was quite good. Having made these preparations, Odis entered the dream. Just like last time, Odis appeared on a mountain peak. Not far from the peak was a cliff, and on the other side of the cliff was the projection of the magnificent Giant's Court. At the foot of the mountain was a huge black monastery. The monastery looked very solemn. There were obvious signs of weapons being used in the huge courtyard, and some buildings were damaged, as if the place had been attacked. After entering, Odis checked his magic arrays and was relieved to see that they were all intact. These magic arrays are mainly used to conceal one's aura and spirituality, so as to prevent being discovered by those seeking help again. Odis then used his flying magic to quickly fly into the interior of the monastery, where he found Bivis and Selena in the courtyard. Selena looked at the halos shining behind Odis and said with admiration, "Captain, your ability is so cool. Can you teach me?" Odis had set up a magic circle in advance to keep her and Bivis sane in the dream, and they agreed to meet beforehand and begin their mission. Hearing the bosun's words, Odis smiled helplessly, "I can't teach you unless you want to switch to a non-adjacent path." Odis was already used to her bosun who always had a knack for coming up with unexpected ideas. Selena pinched her chin, actually weighing the options, but in the end, reason prevailed over impulse. "Then let's forget about it." Odis grunted in response. Even if her reason couldn't overcome her impulse, he would still slap her awake. Then Odis looked at Bivis. Bivis said, "They just contacted me again and told me to go in through the side door over there." Since the other party contacted the third vice president again, it means that Odis's disguise all along had been very successful in deceiving the other party. So Bivis led the way, and the three of them arrived at the side door that the other had indicated. Odis followed closely behind, ready to provide protection at any time, but before any danger occurred, all actions were carried out according to Bevis's plan and the instructions he had received. Although there are extremely high dangers in this black monastery, Odis's current level is sufficient to provide adequate protection most of the time. Odis's premonition of danger would lead them to avoid dangers they could not resolve. Bivis pushed open the side door, which led to a long corridor with wooden doors side by side along one side. Odis sensed that some of the wooden doors led to danger, while others seemed safe. After a quick look around, Bivis stepped inside. Oops. I had only taken a few steps forward when a wooden door suddenly opened, and bright sunlight shone out, almost blindingly so. Odis did not sense any great danger, so he did not make a move. "Praise the sun," came a devout voice from inside the door. "Praise the sun," came another devout voice. Odis's eyes first adjusted to the blinding sunlight and saw several people embracing the sun, praising it devoutly. If you ignore the raging flames burning on their bodies, this is simply a scene of devout believers praying. But the flames made the scene somewhat eerie. These people were severely burned and deformed, but their posture of embracing the sun remained unchanged. As Bivis and Selena's eyes gradually adjusted to the bright light, they also saw the people's praise. Selena said, "They are so devout." As if they had heard Selena's words, the group slowly turned their heads and looked at Odis and the other two. Their eyes were burned into hollows, but you could still feel their gaze. Selena felt uncomfortable under the other person's gaze, so she stepped forward, grabbed the doorknob, and closed the door. Odis smiled slightly. The bosun's method of solving problems entirely through intuition was indeed the most direct and effective approach. After closing the door, Selena breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I need to watch my mouth." Odis hummed in agreement. Bivis made no comment, as the corridor was a dead end, and he was focused on waiting for further instructions. Since there are no instructions now, we have no choice but to keep moving forward. Odis sensed that some doors held danger, while others seemed to hold opportunities. However, it's best not to take any further action in such places. Just as they were about to reach the end, Odis had a premonition and prompted Bivis, use the invisibility scroll. Before the operation, Odis gave Bivis many scrolls, some of which were very high-level scrolls, enough to deal with attacks from demigods. Odis would only intervene as a last resort. If he were simply helping Bivis, he wouldn't expose himself. However, if we use all our strength to solve the problem, it basically means that the operation has failed and the other side will discover the clues. Using scrolls in a dream will not reduce the number of scrolls in reality, and the effect is similar to that in the outside world. Bivis immediately used an invisibility scroll to hide his and Selina's whereabouts. Almost simultaneously, a door in front of them creaked open, and a naked, all-black person wearing a large mask emerged. The moment the other party appeared, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly turned cold, and all three of them felt a terrifying aura. Odis was no exception, as if she had recalled the thing that terrified her the most. Bivis and Selina were trembling all over, their teeth chattering, as if they were terrified to the extreme. Odis was in a slightly better position and even had the leisure to observe the mask on the other person's face. The mask was as big as 3 human faces and was decorated with ancient symbols that emitted a faint glow. Odis immediately recognized that those ancient symbols were mostly symbols for calming and pacifying the soul. Only then did Odis notice that the other person had no trace of life. Considering that the god of the dead also participated in the battle to besiege the ancient sun god, it is not surprising that such a monster exists in the sea area. The masked monster walked into the corridor step by step. It glanced at Bivis and Selina with a scrutinizing look, and the 2 crew members felt their legs go weak. Odis quickly supported them from behind so that they did not fall to the ground. The monster seemed to see something, yet also seemed to see nothing, and then walked step by step to the other end of the corridor. As it passed Bivis and Selina's location, it suddenly glanced at their positions again. Because of the close proximity, the other person's mask gave Bivis and Selina a tremendous sense of pressure. They could even feel what was behind the mask. The suffocatingly cold aura caused both of them to scream in surprise. However, Odis had already used a silent spell, so it was as if the 2 of them had only opened their mouths but had not made any sound. The monster paused for a second or 2, then continued forward, passing 3 or 4 doors before suddenly pushing open the door and going inside. As soon as the wooden door closed, the corridor fell silent again, and the sense of fear and coldness disappeared. Odis had Bivis and Selina sit down slowly on the ground, and then took out the sealed artifact of the spectator pathway and used soothing on them several times before they came out of their extreme fear. Bivis slowly stood up. That was too dangerous, that was really too dangerous. Selina was reluctant to get up and sat on the ground, asking, has that mysterious person given any new instructions yet? At this point, Odis said, say a few loud insults to the other party. Bivis immediately realized that the big masked monster was a test from the other party. The captain's reminder enraged him, you'll stay here forever. If it weren't for the scroll, I would have been killed by that monster. Heh, I should have known better. What treasure? What being trapped? It's all a lie. As he spoke, Bivis dragged his still somewhat weak legs and walked out, leaning against the wall for support. Selina quickly struggled to her feet, wait for me. The 3 returned to the monastery's vast courtyard, where at least they were safe. After resting in the yard for a while, Bivis was still cursing, but suddenly he made a gesture of listening intently. A dozen seconds later, just as Bivis was about to say something, the 3 of them suddenly had a flash of inspiration. The night ended, and they returned to the real world. Soon, the 3 of them came out of their respective rooms and arrived at the restaurant. Bivis said, as the night was about to end, the other party contacted me again. He said that the danger was an accident, and that the Black Monastery was not normal to begin with. Sometimes, the entrances will change randomly, leading me to dangerous places. Odis, who was hiding his figure, smiled and said, obviously, the other party doesn't trust you. They're afraid that you brought something that could instantly summon those 2 terrifying beings from before. Bivis asked, so what do we do now? We'll talk about it after we re-enter the dream, Odis said. If they contact you again, tell them you're already on your way back and don't bother trying. At this point, the other party will most likely give you some benefits first. After you've received the benefits, then you can take further action. Selina, who was standing nearby, said, that guy is awful. If it weren't for the captain's protection, we would have died a terrible death just now. Then she asked, if we die there, wouldn't all the people he went through so much trouble to recruit be wasted? Odis, however, said, perhaps his purpose is to lure people here and then kill them. He paused for a moment and then said, but since we're here, we still need to find the other party. Otherwise, Bivis's problem will never be solved, and it may even become more troublesome as Bivis continues to advance. Odis added, once you have consciousness in your dreams, you will be in a different location each time you enter a dream. Next time we enter a dream, let's not wait for each other or gather together, let's each act on our own. Selina, you're acting alone, but I suggest you stay where the dream appears and don't wander off. Bevis will act according to instructions or his own ideas. I will find you as soon as possible and provide protection in secret. We should try not to communicate with each other to avoid being detected by the other party. In fact, Odis should have no problem communicating normally with Bevis while she is invisible. After all, it's impossible for the other side to monitor Bevis in every aspect. If they could, they wouldn't be trapped here. But to be on the safe side, it's best not to communicate with Bevis. However, Odis also wanted to make sure that he had found Bevis, so he went to the workshop and quickly made an ornament to wear on his wrist. The ornament will heat up as long as he infuses it with a little spiritual energy. And that little bit of spiritual flow will be considered normal spiritual flow. After the discussion concluded, the Argo continued its journey. They hadn't gone far when they encountered a pirate ship, but it seemed to be deserted, and the ship was drifting slowly with the waves. Odis sent the invisible servant up to take a look. There was indeed no one on board, but there was still half-finished rum on the table, and the supplies in the cabin were plentiful, so it didn't seem like they had abandoned ship. Some clothes were found in the cabin and on the deck, as if someone had casually taken them off there. In the captain's cabin, a detailed nautical chart of the surrounding waters was also found, along with records of various taboos associated with the area. It is certain that their disappearance was not due to the crew's ignorance. Finally, Odis sent the invisible servant to examine the clothes on the ground again. Using his spiritual power, he moved the clothes aside and found a small black mark underneath. Odis used his extraordinary abilities to play the entire exploration process of the invisible servant in the captain's cabin, so Bevis and Selina could see those scenes. Seeing this, Selina guessed, could they be the people I saw in my dream who were burned to death? It doesn't seem like it, Odis said. Their clothes were burned away as well. It seems that only their bodies are gone, but their clothes are completely undamaged. He looked at it carefully and said, however, that black mark does indeed look like the trace of burnt human fat. This vast ocean is fraught with danger, no one can say for sure how the people on the ship perished. Odis spread out a huge parchment and had the invisible servant draw the nautical chart found in the captain's cabin of the ship. And the three of them discovered a line of text next to the blueprint, it's catching up. It actually managed to catch up, we can't get rid of it, we can't get rid of it. The three people exchanged glances, wondering what it referred to in the text. After further investigation, they concluded that the pirates' target was an island in the surrounding waters, which seemed to hold an extraordinary treasure. Odis and the other two did not pass by that island when they came last time, nor was it on their current flight path. So Odis decided that if he had time on his return journey, he could go and take a look. The voyage that followed went smoothly, without encountering any unknown attacks. After sailing for several more hours, night fell. Odis made thorough preparations as before, and when he entered the dream again, he found himself inside the Black Monastery. Before him was a large hall, inside which sat a huge cross. At that moment, a person dressed in a black robe was kneeling before the cross in prayer. Odis, who was invisible, quietly approached the person, and heard the other person pray softly, Creator of all things. An all-knowing and all-powerful God. Two sons of God conspired to murder a king. Odis was taken aback. Adam and Amon actually collaborated to kill the King of Angels. Listen, they did indeed do that. Medici said he was quite qualified to speak on the matter. The man in the black robe continued, the king's blood flowed through the hall and transformed into the radiance of knowledge. Each cry of lamentation tells of the evil deeds of the Son of God. Great Lord, I see that this land will descend into endless chaos, and no one here will survive. No one will be spared, your humble servant begs for your salvation. Odis frowned, it didn't sound like a description of Medici's murder. This sounds like a prayer that took place before the Great Cataclysm. Did Adam and Ammon work together to kill an angel king during the Third Age? Was there originally supposed to be 9 angel kings? Odis shook his head, not intending to investigate the matter further, and prepared to leave the hall quickly to find Bevis. Just then, the prayers before the cross ceased, and the person in the black robe slowly raised his head, looking in the direction of Odis. Odis saw that the other person's face had no features, only solid flesh and blood. He held his breath, remained motionless, and was extremely composed. He knew very well that no matter what kind of monster it was, as long as he was invisible, it would be difficult for the other party to detect him. Sure enough, after looking at the monster for a while, it lowered its head again and continued to pray. As Odis quietly left, he thought to himself, how does this guy talk when he doesn't have a mouth? Lost in thought, Odis quickly left. The hall has many doors, both single and double, and they are all open. Following his spiritual guidance, Odis exited through one of the side doors, leading to a long corridor. From the windows in the corridor, he could see the relatively safe courtyard of the Black Monastery. Odis strode into the depths of the corridor, went up the stairs, searched briefly on the second floor, and then crossed a long covered bridge. We arrived at a building next to the monastery. After becoming a prophetic master, when seeking help from others, there's no need for astrology, simply follow spiritual guidance. The process of astrology requires not only a crystal ball but also interpretation, making spiritual guidance more convenient. But if that's the case, how and when will they find each other? Odis herself doesn't know. Odis believed that she and Bivis were not far apart in the real world and should not be difficult to find. Sure enough, after searching for a while in another building, they found Bivis on the 3rd floor. At this moment, Bevis was trying to remove a wall decoration from the wall. The decoration was small and looked rather out of place in the bare corridor. It had an eye symbol on it and was a magical item that corresponded to the reader Sequence 5, Arcane Mentor. Odis smiled. The guy who was trapped really went all out. This was clearly the reward from the other side. Because there is nothing to hold onto in the corridor, and for those extraordinary individuals who have passed the general knowledge pathway, aside from being stronger, the potion does not significantly enhance their physical abilities. While trying to remove the wall decorations by jumping and climbing, Bivis muttered, "Is this a reward or a test?" He struggled for quite a while before finally taking the ornament off. After carefully examining it, he asked loudly, "What's next? What should I do next?" Odis heard a hoarse voice say, "I'm in the lobby on the 1st floor. Come and let me out." Odis immediately realized that the person who had asked for help was not far from here. Okay. Bivis looked around hesitantly, unsure if the captain had found him. Odis then pointed to the ornament on the other person's wrist and infused it with a little spiritual power, and the ornament immediately heated up. Bivis received the captain's signal, secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and went down the stairs, exploring at a leisurely pace as he arrived at the 1st floor. The building has a very simple structure, with a large hall on one side and a row of smaller rooms on the other. The hall was accessed by 2 large double wooden doors. Bivis stepped forward, knocked on them, and asked, "Are you in there?" "Here." The hoarse voice became clearer. Bivis then asked, "If I open this door, can you come out?" "Yes." "So now you're going to tell me where the treasure you mentioned is?" The voice said, "It's in that building next door. There's a chapel on the 1st floor, and there's a huge cross inside. Behind the cross are 2 doors. One door is full of gold coins, and the other door is full of extraordinary traits from the 5 pathways, such as Reader and Singer, as well as some sealed artifacts. However, the levels are not very high, at most only Sequence 4. Odis frowned slightly. He had just come from there. He didn't see any door behind the cross, only a faceless monster praying in front of it. Bivis laughed and said, "You've made it so clear, aren't you afraid I'll abandon you and go find the treasure first?" The voice said, "Don't worry, because those are all hidden doors. You can only open the door that stores gold coins at most. Only with my further help can you open the door that contains special properties." Bivis's smile faded as he said, "What if I release you and you leave immediately?" Hee hee. The other party said, "I only asked you to do some simple operations, and you obtained a magical item that is equivalent to the 5th level of the sequence. Your gain is not small." Odis thought to himself, this guy really understands human nature. Sure enough, Bivis nodded, "That's right. I have another question. Who exactly are you?" "Me." He, you wouldn't know even if I told you. After all, I've been imprisoned here for over 2,000 years. The other person said, "My name is Harabergen." "Who?" Odis thought he had misheard. Rabergen. Once the Cherarchs, now the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Chapter 4:16, Chapter 4:15 Killing God and Silencing Witnesses. The men imprisoned in the Black Monastery claimed his name was Rabergen. Odis paused for a second or two. Same name. It's unlikely. Generally speaking, once someone becomes a true god, even their name becomes special. Odis had never even heard of an angel sharing the same name, let alone a true god. But if Helibogen is imprisoned here, who is the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, outside? Odis quickly calmed herself down and continued listening to Bivis's conversation with the other person. After thinking for a few seconds, Bivis smiled and said, "I have indeed never heard of this name." Then he asked, "How were you able to contact me? I mean, you were clearly trapped in the ruins of the God's War, so why have I been able to hear your voice since I was a child?" The man who called himself Harabergen said, "Let me out now, and I will answer any questions you may have after I get out." "No," Bivis said firmly. "Once you come out, I might not be able to find you. After I leave, I will not only take you to dig for treasure, but I will also make your family a great family in the extraordinary world," the other party said. "However, if you insist, I can tell you first." He paused for a moment and then said, "Your ancestors were once among my most devout followers. I remember the scent of your blood, which is why I can locate you." Bivis nodded. "Why are you locked up here?" "Two despicable sons of God ambushed me." The other party's hoarse voice still carried some resentment and anger. Odis recalled the monster's prayer before the cross. Adam and Ammon had ambushed the cherubim and imprisoned him here. He suddenly felt a bit of a headache coming on, unsure whether he should believe the other person. Unless they are colluding with the monsters over there, their stories wouldn't be so consistent. At the same time, Odis sensed danger behind the door, and that the other party likely had ill intentions, making the credibility of his words questionable. This left Odis momentarily at a loss for what to do, especially since he had previously prayed to the God of Wisdom, and had not sensed anything unusual. However, it's also possible that before the Fourth Age, no one had seen the God of Wisdom, so it's unclear whether that God of Wisdom was normal. At this moment, Bivis asked, "The Son of God?" "I can't tell you their names," the other person said. "Otherwise, they might notice you." Bivis was taken aback. "That dangerous?" "Yes." The other party asked again, "Do you have any other questions?" "Hurry up and ask. I have a bad feeling, you'd better let me out quickly." Then Bivis asked again, "Why is the Son of God attacking you?" "I don't know," the other person said. "I've thought about this for a very long time, but I still can't figure it out." "I have no other questions," Bivis said. "How can I get you out?" "There is a magic circle on the door. If you put your hand under the doorknob and infuse it with spiritual energy, the door will open." Bivis was taken aback. "That's it." "It can't be open from the inside," the other person said. "But it's very easy from the outside." Bivis nodded and was about to reach under the doorknob when Odis suddenly said, "Wait a minute." The surrounding air seemed to suddenly become quiet, followed by the other party's furious roar. "Why didn't you keep your word? Bring him here." The other party's roar made the entire door rattle and the walls seemed to shake. Odis ended his invisibility and said to Bivis, "You should leave here first. Don't go to the building next door that he mentioned, it's dangerous there." Without any hesitation, Bivis immediately jogged away. Odis took out a bottle of powder made from the root of white spirit grass from his pocket. This spiritual material didn't have many uses, and Odis didn't carry it with him in the real world. However, this is now a dream, and it seems more like something recreated by Odis. As he poured powder into his cane, he said, "Let me guess, you're not locked up here, but rather trapped, or perhaps you're hiding here on your own, right?" Odis gently blew, sending the powder in his palm onto the door, where it spread evenly. The next second, one after another ancient and mysterious symbols appeared. One of the uses of white spirit grass root powder is that it can have a slight reaction with spiritual materials, mainly to reveal some spiritual patterns or questions. As Odis studied the magic circle on the door, the voice inside said, "You should have heard that dragons love to collect treasures. I can tell you all the treasures I know. There's no need to continue deceiving me." Odis smiled as he browsed the occult symbols as if reading a novel. "I already understand your condition, you're practically an evil spirit now. Or perhaps you still possess a relatively intact spiritual body. If I'm not mistaken, you should have noticed the scheme of those two sons of God and made some preparations. But those two are no pushovers, especially Ammon, who is a decryption expert. So I guess your preparations may not have achieved the desired effect, but they must have played some role." Although the other person only uttered one word, you could hear the surprise in their tone. Odis took a few steps back and said, "This magic circle is indeed not a sealing magic circle or anything, it's just an ordinary, closed-door magic circle. You must have tampered with it. As long as you inject spiritual energy into it, it can be controlled by you for a short period of time. Or some other function. However, your goal must be to corrupt Bivis's spirit, or simply drive it away, so that when the night ends, the person who wakes up will not be Bivis." The other party let out a few muffled laughs. "That's right, you're absolutely right. How about we talk about something else? Would you like to know some secrets of the Second Age? Feel free to ask any questions you may have." Odis laughed and said, "You don't need to stall for time. I have a feeling that this night won't end anytime soon. Let's continue discussing your problem. Are you secretly pleased now? I'll think along your lines." "That's right. With enough knowledge and experience, you can find clues in your conversation with Bivis and make similar conjectures about all of the above guesses. But I also noticed two issues. First, as a very cautious person, a very cautious dragon, why would you contact Bivis if a frightening presence appeared around you? Anyway, if I were you, I wouldn't contact Bivis. The second problem is that your previous probing was prepared at too high a level. They weren't testing Bivis's strength at all, but just checking if I had arrived. So I guess your target isn't Bivis at all, but me, or someone else who fears you. Or perhaps you weren't afraid at all, but rather you saw the connection between us and the source matter, so you changed your plans and stopped trying to rescue Bivis. Instead, they intend to take over my body and destiny, and return to the real world in my place." An eerie silence fell over the surroundings once again. The other person took a deep breath before saying, "You clearly guessed all this, so why aren't you running away?" Odis slowly drew the staff of Gus. "I knew the moment you uttered your name that you must disappear from this world." The other person laughed and said, "Don't you have any sense of justice at all? Justice. Is there still justice in the extraordinary world? Odis said, from the moment we drank the potion, we have been cut off from justice. In Odis's view, regardless of whether the other party was really Haraburgen or not, he had to die. Odis sensed that a great secret was hidden behind this, a secret related to the celestial master, or sage, Adam, Ammonius, and the god of wisdom. Whatever the secret may be, for Odis, there can only be one god of wisdom. As for what the truth is, sometimes it doesn't matter. Odis had no qualms about this. After all, few of the old guys who survived from the Second Age were any good. Yes, the other person said with a smile, this world is just that cruel. Stay here and keep watch for me. I promise no one will be able to find you. Odis glanced down the corridor. Let me make another guess, were you surprised when you saw me just now? When I came last time, it was only sequence 5, but now it's already sequence 3. To be honest, your plan is flawless. The only thing you didn't expect is my speed of promotion. So you don't need to pretend anymore. If you were really confident, you would have attacked me already. Based on my observation, you are at most at the sequence 3 level, and you have little chance of winning. Well, or rather, your situation is different from Medici's. First of all, you were obviously killed before the cataclysm and did not possess the uniqueness. Moreover, in the path you are on, there is currently a true god who has already taken your place. So you have no advantage. At this point, OS smiled and said, if I were an ordinary extraordinary being, I would only be able to advance to sequence 4 at most, and your plan would almost succeed. Unfortunately, I am not an ordinary extraordinary being. The moment I drank the sequence 4 potion, it was immediately digested. Before the other party could react, Odis suddenly used the ability of reappearance. A swift figure passed over Odis and smashed open the double doors in front of her. Mythological magic, Quafu chasing the sun in a frenzy. Odis glanced inside the doorway as he quickly moved away from it. With just one glance, he understood the situation inside. There were several corpses lying on the ground in the hall, and judging from their clothing, they belonged to the 4th and 5th ages. They were probably in a similar situation to Bivis, tricked into coming here by the Dragon of Wisdom, but they clearly did not meet the other party's requirements and could not inherit the spirit of the Dragon of Wisdom, so they all died here. This is actually the normal situation. Even if it has been severely damaged and its spirit body may be incomplete, the spiritual remnants of the Angel King, and relatively complete ones at that, are not something that ordinary extraordinary beings can withstand. Apart from these buildings, there was nothing else in the hall. The instant the door was flung open, one of the doors to the smaller rooms behind Odis suddenly opened, and a giant dragon, slightly larger than a real person, rushed out. The dragon opened its mouth, and bolts of lightning shot out, striking the spot where Odis had just been standing with a crackling sound. Odis avoided the doorway to prevent attacks or traps. At that moment, he nimbly rolled away, creating distance between himself and his opponent. At the same time, Odis saw the dragon's condition clearly. The dragon's skin was a lifeless grayish-white, but its 2 wings were red. Odis guessed that the dragon should have been entirely red. At the same time, Odis noticed that although the other person's eyes were open, they were lifeless. On its forehead is a striking bronze eye, coldly observing everything before it. Almost instantly, Odis had made many analyses, and he guessed that this should be the body of the Dragon of Wisdom. So he quickly took out the 1-88 ferryman necklace, and just as Odis had expected, the dragon immediately cowered there and didn't move. Very good. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind Odis, your insight is strong, but you clearly don't understand the higher-level abilities of the White Tower pathway. A blazing white javelin pierced Odis's back and emerged from his chest. At some point, an old man with a hood and a long white beard appeared behind Odis. That is the human state of the Dragon of Wisdom, a high-sequence extraordinary being of the White Tower pathway, who also has the ability to prophesy. However, their prophecies are based on judgments made from observed clues, unlike the prophecies made through the Secret Seekers method. Comparatively, the prophecies obtained through the Reader pathway are more practical in battle. For example, just now, the Dragon of Wisdom foretold Odis's actions, which is why it designed this tactic, using the corpse to attract Odis's attention, while its true form appears behind Odis at the right moment and launches a suitable attack. The Dragon of Wisdom snapped its fingers, and with a whoosh, Odis was blasted to pieces by the blazing white javelin inside her body. Watching its opponent perish, the Dragon of Wisdom frowned, finding it hard to believe that its opponent had been defeated so easily. At this moment, Odis's scattered body suddenly melted into a mercury-like liquid, which gradually gathered together to form a pool of mercury. The mercury slowly rose, and a bent-over human figure appeared. The figure slowly straightened up, and the mercury color was replaced by the color of skin and clothes, transforming into a complete Odysseus. The other person smiled and said, "Have you heard of the Terminator?" The Dragon of Wisdom narrowed its eyes, for Odis's voice came from behind them. He turned around abruptly and saw Odis wearing red boxing gloves right behind him. The gloves, radiating a dangerous aura, struck him in the lower back, sending him flying and severely injuring him. After landing on the ground, the Dragon of Wisdom tried twice but failed to get up. Odis smiled and said, "Although I have never fought against a demigod of the reader pathway, I can guess that the characteristics of this pathway are still observation and analysis. This is both an advantage and a disadvantage." So Odis used the mythical magic, watching the chess game with rotten axe handle, easily putting his opponent into the watching the game state. The fact that Odis was blown to pieces just now, and then restored like a movie scene, was all an illusion created by the Dragon of Wisdom in his chess-watching state. By sequence 3, Odis was able to move within a small area when using the watching the chess move ability, but she was still unable to launch extraordinary attacks. However, Odis could use those few seconds to gain a decisive advantage, so the moment the Dragon of Wisdom left the observation state, he sent the other person flying. The Dragon of Wisdom, slumped in the corner, clapped and exclaimed, "Brilliant! Brilliant! But you underestimate the abilities of an old man. I possess a secret technique that has surely been lost, illusion." He suddenly raised his head and looked into Odis's eyes with his two bronze eyes hidden under his hood. In that instant, Odis fell into a daze, and the Dragon of Wisdom that had been slumped on the ground suddenly grew enormous. He stood up abruptly, a simple, ancient-looking one-handed sword appearing in his hand, and thrust it towards Odis's shoulder. Odis immediately dodged, using the speed boost from the iron blood gauntlets to charge forward and knock the Dragon of Wisdom away once again. But the moment the opponent took flight, he suddenly changed form, transforming into a young man dressed in Black Knight's attire. It was none other than Bivis. Odis was taken aback. "Why are you back again?" Seeing that the Dragon of Wisdom had disappeared, he quickly went over to check. Just as he squatted down, Bivis suddenly opened his eyes, a one-handed sword appearing in his hand, which pierced Odis's heart. Bivis then transformed back into the hooded Dragon of Wisdom. So, was the illusion fun? Odis suddenly laughed and said, "Old man, are you seeing things?" The Dragon of Wisdom was stunned, suddenly realizing that the young man had actually stopped the sword in his hand and had not struck a vital point. How is this possible? At this moment, a phantom appeared behind Odis. The phantom wore a golden helmet, held a spear and a shield with golden tassels, and was a rather majestic female figure. This is the Athena, the goddess of wisdom, that Odis recreated using the mystical connections of the Argo. This former goddess of wisdom, with her insightful gaze, observed everything before her and helped Odis distinguish between illusion and reality. Odis continued with a laugh, "I suddenly understand why the giant conch called the God of No Light possessed such hallucinogenic abilities." Previously, when Odis was preparing to act as a guide to take Audrey to fight pirates, she learned that the local natives of Cruz Island were worshipping an evil god called the God of No Light. After some investigation, Odis easily killed the evil god. It was a giant conch that had unintentionally devoured the extraordinary characteristics of the reader, a demigod, and the other party used a secret technique similar to illusion twice in succession when escaping. Although Odis did not understand the principle of this secret art at the time, he had seized several special pearls that could be used to make scrolls that produced illusions. When designing the corresponding scroll, Odis studied this type of secret art, so he knew very well that it would take wise insight to decipher it, and thus recreated Athena. This is the only candidate that Odis finds suitable. If it were before today, Odis would have chosen to reappear the cherubim, but the cherubim are now Odis's enemies, and such a reappearance would be extremely dangerous. Hidden Sage is certainly not suitable either. If it were elsewhere, Odis really wouldn't have a good solution for the time being. However, just as they entered the ruins of the War of the Gods, Odis realized that he could work with the Argo to recreate some characters from Greek mythology, which proved useful here. Odis had not expected that the God of No Light would be able to help her under such circumstances. At this moment, Odis realized that the essence of so-called illusion was actually a combination of the abilities of the reader and the audience pathways. The Dragon of Imagination once possessed the uniqueness of the Dreamer pathway, and the Dragon of Wisdom was very likely born as an angel of the Reader pathway. It's perfectly normal for his body to have characteristics of both pathways. The giant conch shell should have a similar situation. That characteristic might be that of a Sequence 5 Dream Walker from the Observer pathway who was promoted to Sequence 4 Prophet from the Reader pathway, which would explain why this situation occurred. In any case, the Dragon of Wisdom's unique skill failed to harm Odis. Instead, Odis was brought before him. The phantom Athena behind Odis used her spear to pierce the Dragon of Wisdom, pinning it to the wall. This deity is not only the goddess of wisdom but also the goddess of war. The Dragon of Wisdom, who had just been struck by the iron-blooded gauntlets, suddenly smiled and looked at the phantom behind Odis, asking, "Who's that?" Odis replied, "The ancient god of wisdom." The Dragon of Wisdom let out a long sigh, its figure fading. How ironic, the Dragon of Wisdom was killed by the god of wisdom. Odis asked, "Do you have any last words?" The figure of the Dragon of Wisdom faded rapidly, and he looked at Odis. Just as you said, my level has been severely affected. Otherwise, I wouldn't have only just realized that you look a lot like the sage. At this point, it completely disappeared. The phantom behind Odis also disappeared. Odis glanced at the lifeless, small dragon in the corridor and suddenly felt as if history was slipping through his fingers. Then, he felt somewhat incredulous. Had the Dragon of Wisdom really just disappeared like that? Odis then stood up and glanced at the room from which the dragon's body had just emerged. Just as the monster praying before the cross in the next building said, the blood inside shimmers with the light of knowledge, and within that light is a hazy heart that seems to still be beating slowly, surrounded by a ring of illusory eyes that seem to see through everything. Odis realized that this was a property that corresponded to the reader pathway in the sequence 3, Insightful 1, but this property did not seem to be pure and should also have properties from adjacent pathways. It is precisely this characteristic in the blood of the Dragon of Wisdom that allows it to survive like an evil spirit. His plan was probably more than that, but the original plan was most likely destroyed by the brothers Adam and Amon. Furthermore, the reader pathway quickly produced a true god, so the Dragon of Wisdom was far inferior in state and level to the Red Angel, the evil spirit of Medici. Odis beckoned, sending the special ability flying over, and then sealed it with a momentary array. Then Odis used witchcraft to push the corpse of the Dragon of Wisdom into the room and closed the door again. He originally wanted to leave some written record, but after thinking about it, he decided not to take the risk. Odis made the Insightful One hover around him, accompanying him in his search for Bivis. But soon, it was dawn. The Court of Giants. Against the backdrop of buildings bathed in the twilight, an old man with a hood and a long beard opened his eyes. The old man breathed a long sigh of relief. The arrangements made over 1,000 years ago had finally worked. Now, Adam could finally rest easy. Then the old man changed his appearance, making his long beard disappear and turn into a short, white beard. He also took off his hood, which turned into a phantom the moment he dropped it. He knew very well that from this day forward, Rabajan would be the name of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, and would have nothing to do with him anymore. Next, he needs to wait. Perhaps there is still an opportunity with the sage, no, the Lord of Mysteries. Odis returned to the real world, where the Insightful One characteristic remained before him, though sealed by a magic circle. Odis immediately placed the attribute in the wilderness of knowledge, then, carrying the sealed artifact of the audience pathway, found Bivis. The problem is solved. But you must forget everything that happened in the dream. Bivis glanced at the sealed artifact in Odis's hand and breathed a slight sigh of relief. No problem. After he left, he also realized that the person behind the door who had been calling him to the ruins of the Gods' War seemed to be hiding a big secret and being hypnotized, which was better than being silenced. After completing his hypnosis of Bevis, Odis returned to his studio, intending to keep the matter a secret. Sitting in his chair, Odis stared blankly at the sea outside, and suddenly felt that the world seemed somewhat unfamiliar. This feeling started after he and Klein and the others explored Grosser's travels. At that time, he suddenly realized that some higher beings were making plans that he was completely unaware of. Now the sense of unfamiliarity is even stronger. One of the 7 gods has been replaced. Of course, it's also possible that this is the true history, and Odis didn't know the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, so he was unaware of these inside stories. After all, in Odis's mind, the presence of the God of Knowledge was not very strong. According to Odis's experience, the less noticeable a person is, the more likely they are to have amazing secrets. After pondering for a while, Odis couldn't figure out who had replaced the God of Wisdom, so he simply stopped thinking about it, since there was only one God of Knowledge at the moment. Just as he got up to go to the restaurant for a drink, he suddenly wondered if it was too much of a coincidence. He had just randomly recruited a crew member and ended up with Bivis, who was connected to the Dragon of Wisdom. And what about the God of No Light? Why didn't Odis discover it when he first arrived on Crises Island? Why did he only discover it after becoming a demigod? If Odis hadn't encountered illusion beforehand, he might have fallen into the hands of the Dragon of Wisdom today. Although the battle of illusion just now didn't seem very intense, if there had been a slight mistake, Odis would have been replaced by the Dragon of Wisdom. Suddenly, Odis realized that the characteristics within the God of No Light came from one of Adam's dead subordinates. Odis grinned, as if everything made sense. Adam was probably afraid that he hadn't completely killed the Dragon of Wisdom back then, so he sent me to eliminate the threat. Odis now completely accepts this arrangement, because throughout the process he has gained the extraordinary qualities of an Insightful One and a prophet, and has also learned the secret art of illusion. In his view, there could be more of this arrangement. Of course, this was entirely making the best of a bad situation, since Adam's arrangement was far more ingenious than 0-08, and Odis was completely unaware of it, often only realizing it after things had already happened. With a sigh, Odis went to a restaurant and had a beer. I still need to get promoted as soon as possible. After becoming an angel, when encountering Adam's arrangements again, one will be able to perceive some abnormalities. The Argo continued its voyage, and after more than 2 hours, it encountered a group of monsters with human faces and fish bodies, which it scared away with the spirit wave cannon and the extraordinary machine gun. Over the next 20 hours, they experienced 2 more nights, but Odis and the other 2 did not actively explore the Black Monastery, so they did not encounter any danger. Finally, the Argo arrived at its destination, a vast sea that seemed unremarkable. However, Odis's spirituality was certain that if she entered the dream world from here, she could find the library of the Ascetic Order of Moors. The Argo wandered around for more than 3 hours. Night finally fell, and Odis entered the dream and indeed arrived at a place with rows of bookshelves. This is a huge library, so huge that the outer corridors seemed to stretch on forever. Odis calmly sat down at a table in the library, and sure enough, a moment later, Teresa, with her composed and wise demeanor, came over. "You're back." As she spoke, she looked at the Gus staff at Odis's waist. This Gus staff was a gift from Teresa to Odis. Odis stood up and smiled, saying, "I want to thank you again for your staff." Teresa, dressed in classic attire but not in an asymmetrical style, approached and said, "I'm glad I could help you." The 2 sat down on either side of the table, and Odis said, "During this time, I met Ms. Elbra Stiano." "Elbila. Is she all right?" She was severely injured during the quaternary period and had her Sequence 1 traits taken away by YGGS. Teresa sighed. "As expected, we all had a feeling that one of them would hurt the other. However, with my help, she has now recovered to Sequence 2, Odis continued. "I also met Prince Constantine, who was said to have been a member of the 10 Pillars of the Moss Ascetic Order. Teresa smiled. "Yes. He left the Order of Morth in the 4th Age because of his disagreement with their beliefs," Odis said. "The elves who are currently loyal to Prince Constantine are still spontaneously dealing with the corruption of the outer gods. I also got in touch with a member of the 10 Pillars of the Moss Ascetic Order and discovered that there are still some members in this organization who are dedicated to asceticism. At the same time, a group of members did become followers of the evil god. They are the cancer of this organization, and I will get rid of them one day." Teresa nodded with relief. "That's good." After Odis left, Teresa, still worried about the Ascetic Order of Moss, asked, "What about the sage? Have you heard anything about him?" "Yes," Odis said, "but the information is very contradictory, and I don't know which one to believe. I even encountered what seemed to be an avatar of the sage a while ago, but I couldn't explain the specific state of this deity at all." Teresa suddenly laughed. "At least, they didn't perish." Odis nodded and hummed in agreement. Teresa then asked, "What brings you here today?" "I'm about to be promoted to angel," Odis told truthfully, "but I haven't found any extraordinary qualities yet." Teresa understood Odis's purpose, but she shook her head and said, "My special abilities cannot be used by you." Chapter 417, Chapter 416 Obtaining the Sage Trait. Teresa, the administrator of the Moss Ascetic, told Odis that her special abilities could not be used by Odis. She then explained, "My properties are currently blocking a passage that an outer god has created by exploiting the chaos of the ruins of the god war. Although that passage cannot directly deliver power to the real world, it can have many effects on the real world. If it had not been stopped in time, many monsters influenced by the outer gods would have appeared in the god war ruins. Due to the urgency of the situation, I could only do my best to stop it. Fortunately, although I died in the end, I used my own characteristics and the corresponding magic array to block the passage. If you take away that characteristic, the magic circle will lose its source of power, and the ruins of the god war will become extremely dangerous." Odis pondered for a moment before saying, "I have tried to seal away many high-level contaminations using the extraordinary properties of a saint. Could I take a look at the magic circle and see if its properties can be replaced?" "It's difficult," Teresa said frankly. "I also know of some high-level seals performed using the characteristics of saints. But those seals are based on the premise that the outer gods will not frequently cast their gaze upon us." She paused for a moment and then said, "You can go and see if a replacement can be made. You should know that if the seal fails, you will be immediately contaminated. I believe you won't do anything foolish." After saying that, Teresa raised her hand, and a map that looked somewhat illusory appeared in front of her and Odis. She said, "This is a topographic map of the seabed in that area. If you follow the markings on the map, you can find my seal from back then." Odis said, "Thank you. Of course, you should go and see for yourself to be sure about this kind of thing." Teresa smiled and said, "I seem to see a bright future ahead. Perhaps you can bring this library back into the public eye." Odis looked at the rows of bookshelves. "I've always felt that this library is somewhat special." "Yes," Teresa said earnestly, "at the beginning of the Quaternary period, I took the library to the stars many times, bringing the dawn of knowledge to many ignorant civilizations." Odis was taken aback. This was something he hadn't expected. Therefore, this library should already possess a certain symbolic meaning and a certain occult characteristic. At this point, Teresa's eyes gradually dimmed. Unfortunately, the sage often fell into a deep sleep later on, and was unable to provide adequate protection. During an attack orchestrated by outer gods, the library crashed into these war ruins of the gods, and it took me a long time to find it. Odis slowly nodded. If it were within his power, he would indeed like to bring this library back into the public eye. Then he asked, why did that sage do that? Was it to digest the potion? Odis had previously speculated that the sage should be a complete ancient being, possessing the uniqueness of the Secret Seeker, Pathway and Sequence 1. In addition to its characteristics, it also has the uniqueness of the Generalist, Pathway and a Sequence 1 characteristic. Enlightening civilization is the way for the Generalist to digest the magic potion. No, Teresa said. As the librarian of this library, I must remind you that we cannot have too many utilitarian thoughts when it comes to disseminating general knowledge. Odis nodded. I'm sorry, I didn't think it through. Teresa continued, the sage did this for 2 reasons. First, to allow intelligent beings to enjoy the progress brought about by knowledge, so that in addition to survival, they would have the energy to contemplate life and the world. Secondly, it is about competing with the outer gods for believers. Odis straightened his back. Please explain in detail. The most distinctive feature of intelligent beings, besides their ability to learn, is their capacity to contemplate many things that may not seem to have direct economic benefits, Teresa explained to Odis. These thoughts have no utilitarian purpose, but they can give intelligent beings a better future. She smiled and said, this is precisely the significance of spreading knowledge. Teresa paused for a moment and then said, I won't explain the concept of outer gods to you. You just need to know that after the fall of the ancient sun god, only the sage can safely appear in the starry sky. He discovered very early on that civilizations that believed in external gods were mostly very barbaric. The outer gods did not bring them any progress, instead, they made them more chaotic and bloody. Furthermore, extraordinary characteristics are not as concentrated on other planets as they are on the real world. On many planets, there are only some low-sequence level characteristics. This gives us an opportunity to show these civilized and wise people how barbaric and ridiculous their belief in external gods is. The plan was very effective. Most of the civilizations that gained knowledge began to spontaneously resist the belief in external gods. And those civilizations without external god beliefs can spontaneously resist this bloody and brutal belief in evil gods. Odis asked, don't the outer gods care? They don't really care about these beliefs, Teresa smiled. Or rather, their arrogance and indifference have never truly confronted those barbaric civilizations. They didn't think these creatures would have any impact on them, so they didn't bother with them at all. She took a deep breath and said, if time allows, we can make those vacuum zones of outer god belief bigger and bigger. The purpose of this action is not to affect the power of the outer gods, but to deprive them of their hiding place. Unfortunately, the situation of the sage is not very optimistic. Before the emergence of a new old day, these arrangements will be of no use. Odis suddenly realized that in the Fourth Age, when Earth faced the outer gods, it was still in an aggressive posture. Of course, this is largely due to the barrier of the original creator on Earth. Otherwise, if there were only one great old one, let alone an attack, it wouldn't even be able to defend itself. Unfortunately, after the fall of the ancient sun god, only the sage remained to initiate attacks. After the sage's false fall, Earth was completely on the defensive. Although the 7 gods entered the astral plane, they were only in a "it's just plugging the hole." At that moment, Odis suddenly thought, it seems that Mr. Dor is also trying to spread his faith among the stars. That's true, Teresa said. I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, but at that time the Moss Order had a deep-seated collaboration with the Abraham family. Odis said, recalling the words he had heard during his exploration with furs in the ruins of the Abraham family. The gist of it was that the extraordinary transit station was the joint property of the Abraham family and the sage. This made him wonder if, since the sage and Mr. Dor were cooperating, there might be some unknown secrets behind the goddess of night and the lord of storms sealing Mr. Dor. He thought about it briefly, then chatted with Teresa about some of the events of the Moss Pentecostal order from back then. Odis learned that Teresa had always worked at this library, which not only taught people knowledge but also martial arts. A strong physique. The librarian of this library is the sage himself, along with 3 other librarians, and the rest are teachers and assistant librarians. Through her own efforts, Teresa rose to the position of first administrator. As they talked, Odis's vision brightened, and she returned to the real world. He recalled the conversation he had just had, then got up and made some preparations. He originally brought Selena along with him intending for her to do some diving tasks, but this underwater adventure was extremely dangerous, so Odis decided to go down and check it out himself. After making thorough preparations, Odis had Bivis and Selena sail around the area, and then he recreated a majestic middle-aged male god with thick hair and a long beard, holding a trident wrapped in lightning. Poseidon reappears mysteriously. With the help of this sea god, Odis instantly reached the seabed and gained the ability to move freely underwater for a long time. Odis had initially thought he would have to search the surrounding area according to the topographical map provided by Teresa, but he found it wasn't difficult to find. There was a soft light shining on a piece of seabed ahead. In the pitch-black depths of the sea, those lights were quite conspicuous. Odis quickly moved closer, and when he was some distance away, he saw that the light was coming from large swathes of crystal. On a small hill-like seabed, everything, from mud and sand to rocks, has turned into crystal. Odis swam above the crystals and discovered an opening in the center of them. He sensed that there was a magic circle here that served as a kind of identification function. Teresa could only see the entrance if she allowed him to enter it, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to find this place. Unaware of any danger, Odis swam directly into the cave entrance and discovered that it was a vast space. Inside were curved walls and a flat floor, along with many strangely shaped crystals. The only exception was a woman sitting cross-legged in the very center of the space, exuding a composed and wise air. It was Teresa's corpse. Under the influence of the seawater and sunlight, Selena appeared not to be dead, but simply sitting there resting. A phantom sphere of light composed of information flow floats above her head, constantly changing its shape. That is her extraordinary characteristic. Odis looked around at the strangely shaped crystals and quickly realized that they were all monsters of various shapes. Some of them have the bodies of fish and the heads of animals, some are starfish with human faces, and some have open exoskeletons on their backs containing squid-like structures, and so on. They resembled the creatures in Odis's mind, yet they were definitely not those creatures. They seemed to be monsters pieced together from different creatures. If you look closely, you'll notice that they all seem to be trying to escape from here, but in the process of escaping, they are all turned into crystal by the sealing power. As Odis approached one of the monsters, he could sense the flow of spiritual energy emanating from it. These monsters were not completely dead after all. At that moment, the faint, bright light emanating from the crystal in front of Teresa's corpse suddenly turned blood red. The red crystal seemed to have suddenly turned into liquid, forming a vortex, as if some terrifying being could burst out of the vortex at any moment. Meanwhile, the areas inside the crystal-turned monsters around them suddenly turned red as well. Thump thump thump. Odis seemed to hear the powerful heartbeats emanating from them. They seemed to come alive all at once, ready to move at any moment. Just as the red vortex was about to break free of the crystal's restraints, the extraordinary property above Teresa's head suddenly began to emit a clear light, providing power to the magic circle. As one mystical symbol after another appeared, a large, ethereal magic circle formed on the ground. The unsettling red wave quickly receded, with the red inside the monsters disappearing first. Then, the blood-red vortex stopped churning and was finally covered by a clear radiance, transforming back into a crystal emitting a faint glow. At this moment, the extraordinary clarity and brilliance disappeared, and mysterious symbols were hidden inside the crystal. Odis recalled the magic circle. The library's first librarian, Teresa, was clearly an expert in magic circles as well. There's almost nothing that can be optimized. The situation here is more serious than the two previous seals performed by Odis, which were basically contaminated by the outer gods. However, this time, an outer god was frequently watching this place, and a single saint level of characteristics was indeed insufficient. However, this does not mean that the angelic level characteristics cannot be replaced, because Odis can use the wilderness of knowledge to provide power to this magic circle. The power level of source matter is higher and more stable than that of a sequence too. Moreover, the power of source matter is almost inexhaustible and is not afraid of being consumed by the magic array. With this in mind, Odis quickly came up with a plan, but this plan still required a saint-level attribute, any means necessary. So Odis returned to the Argo and to her workshop. Then he entered the knowledge wilderness and looked at his 10 level 1 sealed items. He chose the 1-83 puppet dagger, which was a sealed item with a lot of negative effects on him. Although he had obtained this sealed item for some time, he had never used it even once. However, considering the influence of the fallen mother tree on the bound one's pathway, using this property makes one a little uneasy. Odis then looked at another sealed artifact with somewhat lackluster abilities, the 1-90 mysterious two-sided mirror. It corresponds to sequence 4 mystic of the hidden man pathway, which is perfect for receiving power from the wilderness of knowledge. So Odis shattered the sealed artifact, allowing the extraordinary properties to recondense. After waiting for more than 20 minutes, he obtained the extraordinary property of the mystic. Odis returned to the water and, to avoid being watched by the outer gods again when switching power sources, simply opened a second channel to provide power to the magic circle. The extraordinary nature of this mystic is primarily used to locate the wilderness of knowledge, notify the invasion of the outer gods, and ultimately receive the power from the wilderness of knowledge, without participating in the direct sealing. It is essentially an automatic responder. Theoretically speaking, a mid-sequence, extraordinary trait can most likely accomplish the same task. However, if the trait level is too low, it may be somewhat unstable. It would be safer to use a saint trait directly. After opening the new passage, Odis used the characteristics of the mystic and then used a ritual to pray to the wilderness of knowledge for power to maintain the operation of the magic circle and to strengthen it. Then his consciousness entered the wilderness of knowledge, where he responded to his own prayers. Then, that mystic quality floated up, shimmering faintly in the seawater. Odis temporarily severed the channel through which Teresa's extraordinary abilities provided power, and then waited quietly for the power of the outer god to strike again. If his arrangements could not stop the outer god's invasion, Odis could quickly switch to the channel through Teresa's abilities to prevent the seal from failing. After waiting underwater for more than 10 minutes, they finally witnessed the gaze or invasion of the outer god once again. This time, the crystal in front of Teresa turned into a gray glow, and Odis seemed to be able to hear whispers underwater as well. This time, no vortex formed, but there seemed to be an evil force trying to pierce through the crystal. The sealed monsters around them also emitted syllables that Odis couldn't understand. These syllables were either passionate and generous or low and flowing, as if they were giving a rather inflammatory speech. At that moment, a surge of power appeared in this huge crystal cave, making the cave seem to suddenly narrow. Immediately afterwards, this surging power, targeting the characteristics of the mystic, rapidly poured into the magic circle. The characters within the magic circle reappeared, appearing sacred and luminous compared to the previous magic circle. With a whoosh, the monsters that had turned into crystal and were trying to escape were shattered by this force, becoming fragments of crystal that quickly merged into the surrounding crystal walls. The light in the crystal cave became brighter and more translucent. The gray light vanished without a trace, as if it had been punched squarely in the face. Odis smiled as he looked at the empty crystal cave. This was the effect of a higher level of power. Although Odis successfully blocked the invasion of the outer gods this time, he did not leave immediately. In the next 3 hours, Odis experienced 6 more invasions by the outer gods, and the magic circle worked reliably each time. Moreover, Odis realized that with the support of the power of the wilderness of knowledge, it seemed that it was not just a matter of blocking the outer gods, but also as if the invading outer gods had been bumped back. So the frequency of outer god intrusion seems to be getting lower and lower. At first, it would intrude once every 10 or 20 minutes, but later it only came once every half hour. Odis thought to himself, this news has probably spread throughout the outer gods by now. Don't go there anymore, there's no hope for that passage. After confirming the stability of the design, Odis bowed slightly to Teresa's body, then waved his hand, and the extraordinary ability above her head floated towards him. Odis set up an array with a thought, simply sealing the extraordinary ability, and then returned to the Argo with the ability. Just as Odis returned to the ship, before he could even feel happy, he heard the sound of extraordinary machine guns. He quickly put the newly acquired trait into the knowledge wilderness, and then rushed to the captain's cabin. Odis first saw a lush island in the distance. At this moment, dark clouds filled the sky, and roaring beasts ran out of the forest, walking on the sea and rushing towards the Argo. Many monsters were still lurking in the sea, and the extraordinary puppet was firing machine guns from the deck into the water. Bivis and Selena finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the captain return. Third mate Bivis quickly reported to his superior, "This island is like a giant ship, rapidly drifting towards us. Then the surrounding creatures began to attack us." Odis nodded, took out the 2 commonly used sealing artifacts, and drew the Gus staff to go onto the deck. He guessed that when he was performing the ritual and praying for power from the wilderness of knowledge, some surrounding forces sensed him and came here to check on the situation. However, such rituals are protected by corresponding mysticism, and Odis doesn't know how the power on this island is sensed. But that seems to be the only explanation. The Argo, unable to leave while waiting for Odis, had no choice but to fight. If they had left then, this battle wouldn't have been necessary. The magic circle Teresa created also had the ability to conceal itself. Even if we find that seabed covered with crystals, we still can't get inside. Upon reaching the deck, Odis glanced at the overcast sky, then immediately raised the staff of Gus, once again recreating the image of Poseidon. As the towering deity wielding a trident appeared above the Argo, the surroundings seemed to fall silent. The monsters in the water swam away quietly, while those that emerged from the forest suddenly sank to the bottom of the sea. With a snap, the phantom of Poseidon raised the trident in its hand, and a series of muffled thunderclaps rang out, as a forest of pale white lightning descended upon the island. The island seemed to pause suddenly, and whirlpools appeared around it, the undercurrents stirred up as it tried to leave. Odis suddenly realized that when the pirate ship that had no crew said it caught up, it probably meant that the island had caught up. After the Argo sailed away past the pirate ship, the island followed far behind, so it shouldn't have been attracted by the power of the wilderness of knowledge. This makes sense, since the rituals for seeking power at that time were protected to a certain extent, and it was impossible for them to attract an extraordinary power so easily. Seeing that the island was about to leave, Odis did not chase after it. Who knew if the other party was just pretending to leave? Having already obtained the promotion attribute, the safest course of action is to leave this place as soon as possible, since the God War ruins hold many unknown dangers. After seeing the island disappear, Odis ordered the ship to sail at full speed away from the area. After driving for only 10 minutes or so, night fell. Odis entered the library of the Ascetic Order of Moss again, and Teresa quickly found him and asked excitedly, "Whom did you pray to for that power?" After all, her physical body and extraordinary characteristics were there, so she knew exactly what had happened there. Odis said, "This is precisely the information I cannot discern. I believe it to be source matter, but calling it a celestial master seems to imply a close connection with sages." No wonder, Teresa smiled. "I finally understand the mission I've been waiting for here." "I must first thank you for your special qualities," Odis said. "I never make promises lightly, but for you, as long as I have the ability in the future, I will definitely resurrect you. This doesn't seem too difficult. First of all, Teresa's spirit is perfectly intact, and her body is also in excellent condition. Moreover, Teresa no longer needs to guard the place. What is currently lacking is the extraordinary qualities of a sage, as well as a high-level power capable of breaking the laws of life and death. Although the secret seeker method is not good at resurrecting others, Odis felt that once he became the king of angels, he should be able to accomplish such a thing. Then Odis asked, "What did you just say was your mission?" "To make you stronger." Teresa said earnestly, "My premonition in the fourth epoch was right, I can play a greater role here." "All right, let's get out of here quickly, that island is following us again." Odis was taken aback. That island can operate at night. That island is actually a giant piece of rotting flesh, and the monsters on it are like bits of rotting flesh. They have no soul or consciousness and can move around at night, Teresa explained. They are not difficult to deal with, except that they are numerous and hard to kill. The main reason is that a monster that can make use of that rotting flesh has landed on that island. I'll send you to the vicinity of that monster. You'll have to figure out how to deal with it yourself. Odis said, "Thank you." Then the scene before him changed, and he found himself in a wide corridor. Odis quickly concealed himself and, guided by his spirit, entered through a door that led to a small chapel. At the very back of the chapel hung a cross. At that moment, a person dressed in a black robe was kneeling before the cross in prayer. Odis was taken aback. The monster he had seen before had no facial features and its face was a solid piece of flesh. He quietly approached the person and, sure enough, heard the person whispering a prayer, "The creator of everything, the all-knowing and all-powerful God. Two sons of God conspired to kill a king." Odis stopped being polite and drew his Gus staff, reappearing the diamond ring, and smashed it at his opponent. The monster, who was praying, suddenly sensed danger and immediately rolled over to put some distance between itself and Odis. However, it was unable to escape the diamond ring and was knocked off its feet by the golden halo. In the instant his opponent was stunned, Odis rushed forward and sent him flying with the iron blood gauntlets. Having gained a certain advantage, Odis certainly wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. He raised his staff, about to continue using the reappearance ability, when suddenly Odis's arm seemed to be pulled by something. Odis was startled and looked down at the ground. It turned out that it was his own shadow that had pulled him back. But this did not prevent Odis from continuing to use his extraordinary abilities, and he once again recreated the mysterious reappearance, the Red Angel's attack. Before him appeared the figure of a young and handsome man wearing blood-black armor. He had red hair, a flag-like mark between his eyebrows, and held a phantom longsword with dark red rust in his hand. After the phantom of the Red Angel appeared, he laughed twice and swung his longsword at the faceless monster. The pull of Odis's shadow just now slowed Odis down by a step, giving the faceless monster a little time to prepare. Immediately, a layer of black armor appeared on its body, and a two-handed greatsword appeared in its hand. Odis made a judgment. This was a monster comparable to the demigod Mystic. Faced with the attack from the phantom Red Angel, it did not hesitate to raise its two-handed greatsword in an attempt to block the attack. But this monster was too overconfident. Although it was a phantom, it was still a phantom of the King of Angels. The phantom longsword with dark red rust in Medici's hand directly pierced the two-handed greatsword in the monster's hand into pieces. It wasn't cut in half, nor was it knocked away, it simply shattered into fragments and scattered. Then, the monster's breastplate also collapsed under the huge impact, leaving a hole in the faceless monster's chest. Fortunately, the faceless monster possessed flesh magic, and the wound immediately began to heal. Odis pointed his scepter at the wound and with a whoosh, released a flesh bomb, blasting the faceless monster's left chest into a hollow. The faceless monster then realized that the person in front of it was more powerful than itself. A head with dark brown hair appeared on its right shoulder, and then it turned into lightning and quickly fled from the room. Odis smiled slightly and reappeared as the god of the sea, Poseidon, for the third time. As soon as this tall god appeared, the lightning wrapped around the trident in his hand suddenly became brighter. The monster that had just turned into lightning and fled suddenly turned uncontrollably and returned to Odis's front. Poseidon used his trident to pierce the faceless monster, and a crackling lightning bolt pierced through the monster's body, causing it to tremble violently. Just then, Odis's eyes lit up. He sighed. If that guy were to come again, Odis would be able to kill him. Of course, a major reason for this victory was that Odis had successfully launched a sneak attack at the start. the opponent seemed to be a strange creature comparable to the three holy heads. Without that sneak attack, the opponent would not have been so easily defeated, and Odis would have even hesitated about whether to fight him. But now there's no need to hesitate, because Odis had just severely injured his opponent in the dream, and he immediately went to the deck to pursue him. This piece of fat meat is right in front of us, of course we can't let it go. Chapter 418, Chapter 417 Bernadette's Ascension to Sage. Odis had just severely injured the faceless monster, in her dream, and at the crucial moment, dawn broke. He immediately went to the deck, where the island that Teresa had just left, which she had described as a piece of rotting flesh, had floated back. It had been attacking the Argo during the night, when Odis and the others were forced to enter their dreams. Fortunately, the extraordinary puppets on the deck don't need to enter the dream world, they are currently fighting against the monsters. There were also monster bodies on the deck. It was clear that the monsters had once rushed onto the deck, but the extraordinary puppet was also very strong in melee combat and drove them back. Odis ignored the monster that had rushed close and was making a piercing noise. He raised the Staff of Gus and reappeared two fire-breathing bulls. These two bulls, harnessed to iron plows, appeared on the island that appeared to be formed from rotting flesh and began to plow the land. The island's tall trees were plowed down, and the earth was plowed into deep furrows. Soon, plants resembling dragon teeth sprouted from the plowed furrows. These plants matured rapidly, bursting open from the middle, and a tall, one-eyed giant emerged from each plant. The giants charged into the seemingly endless monsters in the forest, cutting them down on the island as easily as chopping vegetables. This ability can only be reproduced by cooperating with the Argo. Those giants are very powerful. They can not only cut down those monsters, but also help Odis find the traces of the faceless monster. At this moment, the island chose to leave again. This time, it genuinely wanted to leave, unlike before when it was merely a tactical retreat. Odis immediately ordered them to give chase at full speed, and once again raised his staff, using the power of reappearance to make the small sea ship, Argo, suddenly grow tall and long, its hull emitting a divine light, and crash into the island. This is a recreation of the legendary Argo. Third mate Bevis and bosun Selena were both surprised that the captain had such abilities. Suddenly their line of sight rose higher, allowing them to look down upon the entire island. The giant Argo, as if cutting through the sea, easily sliced through the island in front of it, cutting it in two. A putrid stench permeated the surroundings, and Odis seemed to hear the island's mournful cries. But even after the Argo plowed over, the faceless monster still did not appear. In that case, Odis would be even less likely to let it go. The other party probably knows that it is no match for the demigod on the Argo, so it doesn't know where it is hiding and dares not come out. Odis then left the Argo and flew into the air, using his ability to 10 suns in the sky. 8 suns with different abilities appeared one after another, illuminating the surrounding sea area brightly. The island, which had already been split in two, was immediately engulfed in flames and purification. Odis carefully observed the surrounding sea, and the sun overhead gradually turned this huge piece of rotting flesh into a huge piece of charred flesh. Finally, one of the huge pieces of rotting flesh suddenly split open from the middle, and several long tentacles shot out from it, attacking Odis in midair. But these tentacles quickly ignited into flames and rapidly shrank during the purification process. At that moment, Odis suddenly looked toward the side of the huge rotting flesh, grabbed that scepter of disaster that he had prepared beforehand, and created a huge vortex there. A figure appeared in the giant vortex. It was the faceless monster trying to escape. Odis was able to quickly spot the other party mainly because there was an invisible servant nearby, carefully observing everything around with the eye of mystery. Seeing that he couldn't dodge, the faceless monster simply stopped dodging. A head with golden hair grew from his left shoulder, and a head with white hair grew from his right shoulder. None of the three heads had facial features, but Odis could still feel their gaze. A lightning bolt-shaped javelin appeared in its right hand, and a blazing white, pure white javelin appeared in its left hand. Both javelins were thrown at Odis simultaneously. Upon discovering the other party, Odis used the power of divine tides, and the ability to reappear 5 more times will be at a level close to that of an angel. As the sun behind Odis gradually disappeared, his Gus staff shone again, and a giant tree that seemed to reach the sky suddenly grew from the sea. An axe appeared in the hand of the faceless monster who had just thrown the javelin. It seemed to be controlled by the axe, picking it up and chopping at the giant tree. The faceless monster put the axe away, and the spot on the tree that had been chopped immediately healed. He quickly threw the axe away, but in the next instant, the axe he had just thrown was back in his hand, and he chopped it again. Then it started chopping at the tree uncontrollably, but the tree kept healing itself, as if it could never be cut down. Mythical magic, the unbreakable laurel tree. At this moment, Odis, who was in midair, easily dodged the 2 javelins thrown by the opponent. After the opponent's movements were restricted, a tall figure reappeared, with long hair and beard, a strong physique, and wearing ancient clothing, and charged fiercely at the faceless monster. The thunderous impact shook the entire ocean. The faceless monster was slammed into a tall cassia tree, which snapped in two with a crack. Mythological magic, angrily crashing into Mount Bujo. The entire ocean suddenly became turbulent due to the impact, and the dark clouds in the sky were torn apart. If used alone, this ability can hit a target, but the effect will definitely not be as good as hitting a giant osmanthus tree. The target will most likely just be knocked away. At this moment, the faceless monster's entire chest and abdomen were smashed open, and its flesh magic was ineffective in the short term, making it unable to heal itself. At the same time, obvious ruptures appeared between the chest and abdomen of his shadow. It had just tried to use its shadow to absorb the damage it had suffered, but unfortunately, the shadow was also severely injured and could not share the damage it had sustained. Those extraordinary individuals who follow the mystic path possess remarkable vitality, capable of using flesh and blood magic and even using their shadows to absorb damage for them. However, these abilities are not very useful when faced with high-level damage. Unless its level is high enough, or flesh magic can only resolve damage of the same or lower level. Without a second thought, the faceless monster dragged its mangled body into the sea, hoping the water would carry it away. Odis took a deep breath, and the light on the Gus staff suddenly brightened, revealing once again a handsome young man with an oriental charm. He had a flame-like mark on his head, wore a red robe, and had a red ribbon floating around his body. The young man waved his hand gently, and the red ribbon entered the seawater, tumbling inside as if it were washing itself. The entire sea surged and churned, and the surrounding fish and monsters seemed to sense the approaching great danger, scrambling to swim away from the area. Mythological magic, Neza conquers the Dragon King. The faceless monster was either wrung out like a rag in the surging seawater or constantly washed by the sea, and even its head, which represented the sailor pathway ability, was powerless to do anything about it. Just as the boy's figure was about to disappear, he pulled at the faceless monster, pulling away all the bones and tendons from its body. The monster then floated on the sea like a mollusk. The faceless monster transformed itself into viscous flesh and blood, trying to escape, but on the sea surface, this mass of flesh and blood had nowhere to hide, and the damage it had just suffered had severely hampered its movements. Odis immediately stepped forward, and taking advantage of the opponent's slow movement, he raised his staff high, and a dazzling starlight fell, directly striking the faceless monster. Amidst the monster's mournful cries, its figure was shattered by the starlight, turning into a pool of filthy blood. Odis breathed a sigh of relief, thankful for Teresa's reminder, which allowed him to maintain the upper hand throughout the battle. He then quickly used necromancy to accelerate the extraction of the opponent's extraordinary traits, and within a few seconds, he had gained several traits in a row. One of them is the three-headed sanctuary trait, while the other traits are all traits of the opponent's shepherding souls. Odis quickly collected the spoils. At this moment, the flesh and blood of the faceless monster on the sea surface gradually solidified, and the monster was rapidly transforming into an evil spirit. Odis raised his staff, and a pure white light descended, swiftly defeating and completely purifying the transforming evil spirit. When Odis looked back at the battlefield, the sea was still turbulent, and even without wind, there were waves as high as hills. The island-like mass of rotting flesh was still burning and would continue to burn for a while longer. The dark clouds were torn apart, revealing a patch of sky in the middle. Around the sky area were clouds like light gauze, and beyond that were thick, dark clouds. Odis himself exclaimed, "This is the battlefield of demigods." He took out the disaster scepter, which calmed the huge waves around him, before returning to the Argo. When the captain returned, Third Officer Bevis and Bosun Selina immediately turned the helm and left the area. More than an hour later, the sea surface was almost completely calm. Odis then told Bevis and Selina about the nautical chart they had seized on their way there, which depicted the island where the treasure was located. It should be the same rotting flesh as that island we just saw. Therefore, there's no need to take an unfamiliar route to search for treasure on the return trip. Odis realized that among the souls herded by the faceless monster were demigods from two pathways, Singer and Sailor. Odis, who possessed the Scepter of Disaster, knew very well that lightning at the demigod level had a wide variety of uses. One application is that it can instantly annihilate the body, but only burns the conductive parts of the human body, while the clothes are not greatly damaged. Those pirates who were left with only their clothes must have had their bodies burned away by the faceless monster's lightning. Once he was certain that the Argo was safe, Odis entered the wilderness of knowledge to inspect his spoils. This trip to the ruins of gods was very fruitful. First, I obtained the extraordinary trait of a sage, and the most important obstacle in the general ascension has been removed. Currently, we still need to prepare the promotion ceremony, make 2 or 3 more prophecies to enhance our mystique, and prepare 2 auxiliary materials. Odis breathed a slight sigh of relief. Apart from the ascension ceremony, the other 2 preparations were not too difficult. After crushing the extraordinary properties of the sage, Odis went to see the properties he had seized from the faceless monster. 3 extraordinary properties of the saint level were seized. One was the sequence 3, three-headed sanctuary, of the mystic pathway, and the other 2 were sequence 4, as Odis observed, the darkness-free one of the Singer pathway and the Calamity Priest of the Sailor pathway. There were also 3 extraordinary traits in the middle sequence. This made Odis sigh. Extraordinary beings in the Mystic pathway are indeed very strong and difficult to kill, but the rewards after killing them are also quite rich. Then Odis smiled. The Dark-free trait, which was the most difficult to obtain in his plan to elevate the book people to demigod status, was now available. Since they were still in the ruins of the War of Gods, Odis did not linger in the wilderness of knowledge and returned to the real world. The return journey was very smooth, and the Argo took more than 30 hours to return to the Sea of Sunia. Odis first left the Argo and returned to Cruise Island. After confirming that everything was normal, he returned to Backlund. On his desk were several letters, most of which were from Bazel, reporting on the recent actions of the radicals. The other letters were all intelligence reports sent from various places. He sat down in the ambassador's office chair to rest for a while, then began to read and reply to the letters. After resting for most of the day in Backlund, Odis went to Vitae to find Bernadette and inquire about her condition. Bernadette replied, "I feel pretty good. Let's go out and relax for the next few days," Odis said with a smile. "Let's try to get you into the best shape." Bernadette had no objections, so the two of them began the leisure trip they had been waiting for. They first went to the Arctic Ocean to admire the aurora, then spent a day close to nature in the jungle of the southern continent, and then went to the travel mecca of Lone, Dixie Bay. Even for these two people who frequently spend time at sea, the beach here looked quite beautiful. The two enjoyed the pleasant and relaxing atmosphere among the crowd, and finally sat down on a beach chair, quietly watching the waves gently wash over the shore. Off the coast, some sailing enthusiasts are piloting their boats, seeking the feeling of sailing on the open sea. On the beach, children are playing in the sand, and many young people are playing beach volleyball. Odis exclaimed, "How beautiful." Bernadette glanced at him. "You mean, the women here dress provocatively and it's quite beautiful, right?" Odis laughed and said, "Is this what you call exposure?" For those who have seen bikinis, the clothing worn by the young men and women on the beach is already considered relatively conservative. Odis added, "I've heard that Intis's beach outfit is even more revealing than Rune's." Bernadette simply hummed in agreement without offering any comment, because those beachwear outfits, which were practically like lingerie, had only become popular thanks to her father's influence. Odis, unaware of this, suggested, "Why don't we go and take a look at the beaches of the Republic of Intis?" "No need," Bernadette said. "It's fine here." Let's go play some volleyball." Odis did not object, and the two joined different teams, entering the competition amidst laughter and cheers. One of them was beautiful and elegant with a great figure, and the other was sunny and handsome. They quickly attracted the attention of many people. Crucially, they are also very agile and strong. They can catch balls that others can't, and the balls they hit are unstoppable by others. After playing for a while, both of them were afraid of attracting too much attention, so they made an excuse to leave. Seeing everyone having so much fun, Odis sighed, "It's just too hard to pretend to be clumsy anymore." If they were to actually play, one person could probably take on a whole group. Bernadette hummed in agreement and said, "Let's go back to the Emerald Palace on Lacha Island. I'm hosting a large banquet tonight. You can sit next to me." Odis nodded, "No problem." He understood, of course, that this banquet was tantamount to making their romantic relationship public. From today onward, the members of Elemental Dawn will have a new understanding of themselves and their organization. In the Emerald Palace, Bernadette has kept the small courtyard where Odis once lived and has servants clean it regularly, although Odis has hardly returned to live there recently. Bernadette first summoned her key subordinates, and then ordered the kitchen to prepare a lavish dinner. While waiting for the dinner, the two went to the study, where Bernadette introduced her subordinates to Odis. The Elemental Dawn had 2 deputy leaders and 6 captains, while the Dawn had a first officer, second officer, and third officer, as well as important members such as combat captains. Among them, the deputy leader Raymond is a mystic who is in charge of the affairs of the Republic of Intis and has his own fleet. The deputy leader basically handles the daily affairs of the Elemental Dawn on land. First Mate Ndam of the Dawn currently possesses a level 1 sealed artifact, and his potion has been digested and the ritual prepared. He is now accumulating merits to acquire extraordinary traits. He handles most of the daily affairs of the Elemental Dawn at sea. Odis knew very well that under normal circumstances, it would be extremely difficult for Ndam to continue to ascend to demigod status. Not to mention secret organizations like the Elemental Dawn. Even within the Church of the True God, many Sequence 5s never had the chance to ascend to demigod status in their entire lives. The other important subordinates are all Sequence 5 and Sequence 6. Bernadette briefly introduced the characteristics of their respective fleets. Some are good at surprise attacks, some are good at ambushes, and some are good at skirmishes. Bernadette sat on the inside of the desk, leaning back naturally in her chair. "I always feel that the atmosphere between the countries of the northern continent is a bit off. War is very likely to break out soon. If the war spreads to Remenberg, I hope the members of Elemental Dawn will also join the fight." Odis smiled and said, "That's wonderful. I was a little worried that we wouldn't have enough manpower." He paused for a moment and then said, "I will treat them according to the standards of my own subordinates. This will be a good opportunity for them. At least the first mate of the Dawn, Ndam, can be promoted to a higher rank if he performs well." Odis's recently shattered Sage traits contain 2 mystic traits, enough to fill 2 demigod-level subordinates. Extraordinary battles are the fastest and greatest way to gain merit and generally offer opportunities for promotion, but they are also extremely dangerous, with the possibility of losing one's life at any time. Opportunity and danger coexist. The 2 people sitting on either side of the desk then began to discuss the situation in the former northern continent. After chatting freely for a while, the 2 looked at the beautiful scenery on the beach outside, quieted down for a moment, and then continued their conversation. They all felt that the moment was peaceful and beautiful. Soon it was time for the banquet. Bernadette and Odis deliberately arrived a little late. Raymond and his subordinates were surprised when they saw Odis. It wasn't because the 2 of them appeared together, but because they noticed that Odis' seat hadn't been set up for the day. Could this be a mistake by the servants? Raymond was a little nervous about this. Everyone present was well informed and knew that Odis was now a big shot in the extraordinary realm. It would be very impolite not to set up a seat for him. But then, to their surprise, Odis followed Bernadette to the very top seat and sat in the seat that was originally reserved for the Queen. Bernadette's seat was a large wooden throne, spacious enough to comfortably accommodate 2 people. But this was not a matter of being lenient with respect but not with the question. This man actually sat down next to the woman. Bernadette looked at her subordinates, who stood there like wooden statues. "What are you all standing there for?" One of the female captains, Belinda, was the first to react. She smiled and said, "We think tonight's dinner is very lavish, and it's perfect for entertaining our distinguished guest, Mr. Odis Gard." The other captains also realized what was happening, but for a moment they didn't know what to say and just smiled apologetically. Sitting on top, Odis thought to himself, "Fortunately, Elemental Dawn is not Iceberg Admiral's pirate crew, otherwise if I were sitting next to Edwina like this, there would definitely be captains challenging me to a duel by now." He smiled and said to everyone, "Ladies and gentlemen, from now on, all spirit storage crystals, miracle potions, and other magical items you purchase on Cruise Island will be half price." With a full beard, Aubrey sincerely exclaimed, "Mr. Gar, the Queen will surely be happy with you." After he finished speaking, Aubrey realized that his words had been a bit too blunt. He looked at the Queen with some trepidation, and only when he saw that the Queen was not angry did he secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Only then did everyone dare to laugh, and they all offered their congratulations. After the banquet began, Bernadette announced, "Odis may be short of some extraordinary subordinates for some time. Be prepared to lead your men to help them." Odis immediately replied, "I will never let everyone work for nothing. First, I will help everyone accumulate merits. If someone happens to be about to be promoted, I will provide them with extraordinary attributes, and I will also distribute generous bonuses." With Odis's assurance, everyone agreed and promised to do their utmost to help. After that, Odis will organize them to visit the state of Watai in batches so that they can further understand the current situation of the Sword of Dawn. After the business was settled, everyone began to eat and drink heartily, and the entire dinner ended in a pleasant atmosphere. After the banquet, Bernadette told Odis, "You are ready for a promotion." She feels that she is in a great state right now, better than ever before. Odis said, "Let's make preparations now. An ascension to the angel level must be completed in a secluded place." "Wait a minute," Bernadette said, "come with me to another place." Odis paused for a moment, then said, "Okay." So Bernadette recreated the pumpkin carriage, and the 2 of them rode in it, traveling through the spirit world. Bernadette suddenly fell silent, so Odis didn't ask where they were going, but simply stayed by her side quietly. Half a minute later, the carriage left the spirit world, and the 2 people appeared in a tall palace decorated with gold. Odis noticed that this place was very similar to Bernadette's residence, except that it was a size larger than the Emerald Palace. He then guessed that this was the White Maple Palace in the capital of the Republic of Intis, the place where Bernadette grew up. The palace is now a museum, and the furnishings and utensils inside have been preserved in their original positions. Such a museum would naturally have a sophisticated and extraordinary security system, but in the face of 2 demigods, such a security system would be completely ineffective. Bernadette remained silent as she strolled through the vast palace. Odis, without a word, silently followed behind. After opening the door to Emperor Rosel's study, Bernadette stood quietly at the doorway. After a long while, she said, "It was here that he gave me a set of building blocks. It was a toy I had never seen before. It felt very novel and interesting. It was here that he taught us how to be a person, but he couldn't even meet the standards he set for us." Bernadette smiled and said, "Back then, Charles was still a simple and honest boy, and Benova even knew how to argue with his sister about how to divide the cream cake at dinner." She took a deep breath. Time really flies. At this moment, Odis said, I originally planned to tell you after you were promoted, but since we're on the topic today, I'll tell you some amazing news I found out. Emperor Roselle may be resurrected. Bernadette looked at Odis, then smiled with some relief. I have also received the relevant information, and we are currently determining where the opportunity for his resurrection lies. Odis smiled and said, you see, there is still hope. I've also obtained some other information, which I'll tell you after you're successfully promoted. It will definitely surprise you. Bernadette smiled and said, okay. She now seems to have complete confidence in this general promotion. Bernadette glanced at the study again before saying, let's go. The two rode in a pumpkin carriage back to the Emerald Palace. Using their Sequence 3 abilities, they broadcast to everyone who had prayed to them, telling them to pray to them collectively in half an hour. The two then went to a remote mountain on the island of Shera. Because there were poisonous snakes in the mountain, even the local natives rarely came here. Bernadette first donned the Pale Death, shattered the Sage's forehead ornament, and gained the extraordinary traits of Sequence 2 Sage. She also gained some extraordinary traits ranging from Secret Seeker to Master of Prophecy, with some sequences having more than one set of traits. After suppressing the extraordinary properties of Pale Death and the other sequences, Bernadette quickly prepared the potion, and finally calmed her mind. When the time was almost up, he glanced at Odis again and saw that the other was smiling at him. That smile looks beautiful in the moonlight. Bernadette smiled and drank the potion in one gulp. Odis immediately entered the Wilderland of Knowledge, and then used the Gus staff she wore at her waist to project her image and power into the real world. So the subordinates who had just been awakened by the mysterious queen all saw a majestic figure appear on the distant mountain. Even though they were far apart, they could still see the situation clearly. The imposing figure wore a hooded cloak with mystical symbols dancing on it. He held a lantern in one hand, as if dispelling all confusion and ignorance, and a long cane in the other, as if ready to fight against all foolishness and irrationality. Odis stared intently at his surroundings. He remembered that when ascending to angelhood through this route, the hidden sage would take advantage of the uniqueness of the hidden one route to add his own information flow to the ascendant, thereby influencing and corrupting him. Soon, Bernadette's advancement reached its most crucial stage. She transformed into a rolling stream of information, completely losing her human form. The lantern in Odis's hand shone brightly, as if illuminating the way home for those who were lost. Bernadette's emotions quickly stabilized, the effects of the ritual were becoming apparent, she gradually regained herself, and the flowing information gradually became orderly. Meanwhile, the prayers of Bernadette's followers also acted as an anchor, helping her to stabilize her condition. Just then, a long stream of information suddenly appeared from the distant sky, trying to merge into the information stream rolling around Bernadette's body. Odis immediately grabbed the long staff and struck the middle of the information stream, breaking it into 0s and 1s before disappearing into the air. At this moment, Bernadette finally returned to human form and completed her advancement. Odis then returned to the real world and smiled, "Congratulations." Bernadette smiled, but she did not speak immediately. Instead, she first restrained her spirituality and then broadcast to her subordinates again, telling them that they could stop praying. After another 10 minutes or so, Bernadette finally took a deep breath. "Thanks to you, this promotion went more smoothly than I expected." She paused for a moment and then said, "Now you can tell me what crucial information you've obtained." Odis smiled and said, "Your father, Roselle, and I share a common homeland." Chapter 419, Chapter 418 The World War Begins. Bernadette was slightly taken aback by Odis's words. What did he mean by having a common homeland with her father? She clearly remembered that Odis was born on a farm in the suburbs of Backlund and was the son of a farmer until he was 20. Thinking this through, Bernadette suddenly understood Odis's meaning. "You mean?" "Yes," Odis said. "I can read the characters Roselle left behind because they are the script of our homeland." Bernadette took a deep breath, feeling both surprised and excited, but finally frowned and said, "Why are you only telling me this now?" "Because you weren't in a good state before. I had to endure it as much as possible in order to help you get promoted smoothly, and I'm only telling you now," Odis said, half-jokingly. "But if I had told you all this before we fell in love, you probably would have locked me in the dungeon and made me decipher your father's diary, right?" Bernadette stared at Odis for a few seconds before saying, "I want to do that now too." Odis waved his hand and laughed. All right, let's get down to business. I learned an important clue from your father's diary. When he was young, he went to sea to explore the Misty Sea. They found a special island in the Misty Sea. Based on my analysis, his last mausoleum should be on that island." As he spoke, he pointed to a fallen tree over there. "Let's sit over there and talk." Bernadette nodded and sat down with Odis. "You also know about the ceremony for ascending to the Black Emperor." "I received this information because of something else," Odis explained. "Because of some of my investigations into George III, the Lord of Mysteries bestowed upon me the relevant information." Bernadette hummed in agreement, signaling him to continue. "According to my investigation, George III seems to be preparing for his ascension to the title of Black Emperor." Odis continued, "Oh, by the way. Gehrman Sparrow asked me to tell you that he hopes to meet with you. I guess it's because of the George III affair. I didn't tell you in time so you could stay in shape." He paused for a moment, then continued, "Based on my observation of that fool, he likely doesn't support George III promotion, so Gehrman Sparrow must be here to find allies." Bernadette said, "I'll see him again tomorrow night." Then she asked, "Do you know the exact location of that island?" Odis said, "I need more of the diary to roughly pinpoint the location." "No problem," Bernadette said. "I have plenty. My suggestion is to resolve the issue of George III first," Odis said. "I should be able to get promoted in a month or two at most. When I get promoted, we'll go find that island together, and we'll have a better chance of success." He paused for a moment, then continued, "According to some entries in the diary, that island is very dangerous, seemingly contaminated by an outer god. Let me first explain to you what outer gods are. Before becoming an angel, you will be corrupted just by hearing about these things. But it doesn't matter. After becoming a demigod, under the protection of the Lord of Mysteries, I can now discuss these things in the real world." Next, Odis explained what the Old Ones were, what the outer gods were, and the purpose of the outer gods' invasion of the real world. This was information Bernadette had never encountered before. She was both surprised that there was a sequence above the true gods, and amazed by how comprehensive and advanced Odis's knowledge was. "I also received accurate intelligence," Odis said. "Your father has been corrupted, and it may be impossible to completely save him. We can only temporarily alleviate his suffering. However, this might require an angel-level attribute." Odis thought about this problem after falling in love with Bernadette and did some research on it. Just now in the ruins of the War of the Gods, Teresa's sealing of that passage made Odis more confident in his research. The reason why the characteristics of a saint-level being cannot achieve this is mainly because the contamination on Roselle requires more careful handling. It's not as simple as just confining it in the mausoleum. Bernadette listened quietly to the sound of her voice, and she breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling much more at ease with Odis's help. "I'll figure something out about the special features," Bernadette said. Odis smiled and said, "Let's figure something out together." Bernadette did not refuse. "Your homeland, I mean, what kind of world do you come from? Do you remember the ruins we explored together deep in the Misty Sea?" Bernadette, "Of course I remember, could it be?" "Yes," Odis said. "We all come from a prehistoric civilization. Don't ask me why I'm here, I'm investigating that myself. We have found some clues about why your father came here, but I still don't know why I came here." Doricel was hung up by the celestial being, and Odis was unsure whether the celestial master had stored him in the wilderness of knowledge. He then added, "It was a technologically advanced civilization, but its extraordinary power was almost unknown to the general public. On the one hand, it seems that the extraordinary individuals were intentionally concealing it, and on the other hand, at that time, the extraordinary was not the mainstream of the era." Odis was quite certain of this. If the extraordinary had always secretly held the dominant position, dynasties could not have changed every 200 or 300 years, and the development of the world would not have been primarily driven by science and technology. Odis then gave a brief account of the characteristics of the Common Era civilization and its obvious differences from the current civilization. They chatted until late into the night before returning to the Emerald Palace to rest. However, tonight is destined to be a sleepless night for the two of them. Bernadette is excited, and because she has just advanced in spirituality, her spirituality is not stable enough. Odis, on the other hand, was overwhelmed with emotion because it stirred up too many memories. Odis had only slept for a short while by dawn. After sleeping for about half an hour, Odis suddenly woke up. A few seconds later, a waiter appeared outside the door and told Odis's deputy leader Raymond and others that they wanted Odis to have breakfast with them. Odis smiled. It was the first time he had ever heard of the concept of having breakfast together. However, he knew why Raymond and the others wanted to see him, so he simply invited several of Bernadette's important subordinates to dine at the Emerald Palace restaurant. Before the meal, Odis first set up a trap to ensure that the sounds from the restaurant would not be heard by people outside. Raymond immediately asked whether the mysterious queen had been promoted and what her current situation was. As one of the few who frequently prayed to Bernadette, they had already sensed that the queen had undergone some changes, but they still needed to confirm these things before they could feel at ease. Odis said, "The queen is indeed an angel now." He then added, "However, this information will be kept secret for now, and it will be enough to catch the opponent off guard at a crucial moment." Raymond and the others understood this principle, and immediately nodded repeatedly to show that they understood. Only then did Odis realize, "I've inadvertently become a male concubine." That evening, Bernadette and Odis met with Gehrman Sparrow, who, as Odis had expected, sought allies and information sharing. Bernadette agreed to participate in the ascension of George III. After staying at the Emerald Palace for 2 more days, and confirming that Bernadette was in good condition, Odis returned to Backlund to continue looking for opportunities to play and digest the potion. Guided by her spirit, Odis arrived at Pulitzer, not far from Backlund, and heard rumors about a lawyer with no moral compass. This lawyer, Bradford, was highly skilled in his profession and won many cases. However, those cases bankrupted many people, left them homeless, turned them into vagrants, and they soon died of hunger or in the cold of winter nights. In a country like Rue, which enacted a constitution more than 100 years ago that stipulated the powers and responsibilities of the king and parliament, few people show sympathy for those who lose a case. Most people believe that the loser was unlucky, didn't understand the relevant laws, or hired an incompetent lawyer. But this time everyone thinks the lawyer went too far. For example, a middle-aged man was ruined by lawyer Bradford after he just insulted his neighbor a few times. Just like the previous 2 times, Odis first made a prophecy in a voice that half the city could understand: those who use the law to whitewash their wickedness will forever be silenced. Odis then made the illusion of leaving Pulitzer Harbor, then disappeared back to the port. Guided by her spirit, she found the lawyer named Bradford and used witchcraft to make his lips and teeth grow back together. In Bradford's horror, Odis realized that the other party was actually a real lawyer. However, Odis did not kill the other party. The official extraordinary ones would help him deal with this wild extraordinary one. As the prophecy ended and Odis was about to leave, his premonition reminded him once again that the matter was not yet over. So Odis remained invisible, watching Bradford frantically tear at his mouth. After drawing blood, he seemed to suddenly remember something, immediately went to the kitchen, found a sharp knife, and, enduring the excruciating pain, cut open the skin around his mouth. But when he saw that his teeth had also grown together, he was utterly desperate. At that moment, Odis, as if sensing something, looked towards the window. A few seconds later, a young man of about 21 or 22 years old, masked and dressed in knight's attire, jumped into the window. He smiled and said, "I really have to commend that prophet for coming up with such a punishment." Bradford clearly recognized the young man, and he became even more flustered, quickly grabbing the knife at his side. "It seems you still remember Drum," the young man said. "He was just an ordinary dockworker with a gentle wife. There is a lovely child. It was you who tore his home apart. If I hadn't happened to run into him, he would have jumped into the sea and committed suicide." The young man shook his head. "You probably don't understand, extraordinary people shouldn't be so ill-mannered." Odis guessed that this young man must come from a family of extraordinary beings. First of all, the other party must have heard about the 2 prophecies he had made before, because ordinary wild extraordinary beings would not be so well informed. Moreover, the young man is only a sequence 8 barbarian, yet he knows the name of a sequence 3 potion, which must be from what his family told him. It's definitely family, not a fellow member of an extraordinary organization, because an ordinary extraordinary organization wouldn't share such high-level intelligence with a low-sequence extraordinary individual. Finally, it's because he's too young. Ordinary people who come into contact with extraordinary individuals may become sequence 9 at a very young age, but it's rare for them to get the opportunity to continue to advance at the same young age. Like Bradford, who is over 30 years old and still a lawyer, even though he is not short of money now, he still has no chance of being promoted. Furthermore, judging from Bradford's reaction, Odis believed that the 2 had met before, or it could be inferred that the young man had come to argue with Bradford, but the young man was either unable to reason with Bradford or was simply beaten away. He waited until he was promoted before coming to settle accounts with Bradford again, just in time to hear Odis's prophecy. Or perhaps he lived in Pulitzer Bay, and after his promotion, he had been waiting for an opportunity. Upon hearing Odis's prophecy, he guessed that it referred to Bradford, so he quickly came to seek revenge. It can only be said that this young man has some professional skills, but not many, because if he comes here to seek revenge, there is a certain probability that he will encounter that prophet. However, this is understandable, as they are at the age where they are full of vigor and vitality. Because Bradford was unable to speak, the young man said a few words and then rushed up to fight Bradford. The barbarian not only had the lawyer's agile skills and keen ability to find the enemy's weaknesses, but also possessed almost monstrous strength. Even though Bradford discovered a flaw in the young man's attack, he gradually retreated to a corner of the room in the face of the man's brute force. He was eventually knocked unconscious by the young man, who then snatched the knife from Bradford's hand and stabbed the vicious lawyer in the heart. The young man was clearly not a novice in real combat. After taking a couple of deep breaths to calm himself down, he immediately began to wipe his footprints with a piece of cotton cloth he had prepared. He then used his extraordinary abilities and materials to dispel the spirits in the room and completely erase any trace of his existence. While these actions were being carried out, Bradford's extraordinary properties also completed the process of precipitation. The young man took the item and quickly left the scene. Odis naturally followed, and just as Odis had expected, the young man found his uncle, told him about his actions, and handed over the lawyer attribute he had obtained to his uncle. His uncle, a sequence 6 with extensive experience, immediately changed his expression and began to observe his surroundings with a serious look. After confirming that no one had followed him, he was still not at ease, so he took out a crystal sealing artifact, jumped onto the roof, and waited for a while. This level 2 sealed artifact, of course, could not detect Odis, who was standing quietly in the corner. Seeing that the crystal seal gave no warning, the young man's uncle was relieved. He then educated the young man named Parada, saying that doing so was very dangerous and could easily lead to him running into the prophet. Moreover, it would be very troublesome if the official extraordinary beings had already arrived at the scene. Parada said somewhat indignantly, the official extraordinary ones are all incompetent. Bradford killed so many people, yet they didn't even do the most basic investigation. His uncle laughed and said, there is too much injustice in this world, and too many people who need help. They don't have the time to help these ordinary people. If you ask me, the problem lies with the current system in the Kingdom of Rune, Parada said. If this were during the time of the Trencist Empire, his uncle would have immediately reprimanded him sternly, don't talk nonsense. Odis, standing to the side, was taken aback and finally understood why her spirituality had reminded her that this matter was not over yet. It turned out that she was waiting for this young man, and then following his words would lead her to a royal family. They are most likely extraordinary members of the Trensalt family. Odis pondered for a moment, then quietly marked the young man named Parada, and left Pulitzer. Now, if Odis wants to establish a mystical connection with someone, he only needs to mark the person and then he can observe them using the wilderness of knowledge. For some time afterward, in addition to continuing to look for opportunities to digest the potion, Odis was also actively making pre-battle preparations. Through his continuous efforts, the number of extraordinary puppets stationed in the western province reached 5,000, and Odis did his best to transfer extraordinary forces to Wotai State, ready to respond to the coming war at any time. He then inspected the semi-automatic rifle factory, the extraordinary puppet factory, and the extraordinary arsenal to confirm that they were ready for mass production. Wars in the Steam Age would result in enormous losses for both sides, and often the victor would win because of superior production capacity rather than strong fighting will. Odis then inspected the Remberg Research Institute and, after seeing the 2 tanks produced, decided to mass-produce the hovercraft tank. Subsequently, projects such as hovering troop carriers, military transport vehicles, hovering civilian vehicles, and agricultural vehicles were launched and entered the research stage. Normally, large civilian vehicles or agricultural vehicles come first, so the resistance to the appearance of tanks is not significant. Odis, having a godlike perspective, saw the process in reverse: tanks came first, followed by civilian vehicles. This process will become very simple, since the requirements for civilian vehicles are not as high as those for military vehicles. Odis then released the blueprints for the first-generation data processing center. With the data processing center, even if thousands of extraordinary puppets were deployed in a war, the command of them could be easily accomplished. This data processing center has an extremely complex and extraordinary structure, and in order to avoid being targeted by the enemy, it needs to be well hidden. Currently, Odis has 2 options. The first option is to make it look like an ordinary troop carrier and set up a corresponding hidden magic array. The second option is to make it into an airplane so that it can transmit and process signals in midair. The first option is relatively covert, but the signal transmission range is limited to only a few tens of kilometers. The second option allows for a wide signal range, but the aircraft must reach an altitude of at least 10 kilometers, otherwise it will become an easy target for the enemy. The second option is relatively safer, but currently, research on aerodynamics in the world is close to zero. If we want to build high-altitude aircraft, we must first make researchers understand what aerodynamics is. Fortunately, the extraordinary in this world can be irrational. After mastering aerodynamics, one can manufacture aircraft capable of high-altitude flight without a sophisticated industrial system. Odis's request was to implement 2 parallel plans: first, to build a batch of road data processing centers for emergency use, and second, to immediately put aircraft research on the agenda. Finally, Odis produced the blueprints for the extraordinary rocket, a weapon that would be absolutely revolutionary for people today. Because the first-generation extraordinary rocket had a range of up to 200 kilometers, it was no longer possible to guide targets visually. Instead, it was necessary to seek assistance from other branches of the armed forces to obtain coordinates and conduct long-range bombing. Odis's series of arrangements gave Bivis a headache, but then he suddenly realized that the 2 tank prototypes that the captain had built earlier were a test for the research institute and the current industrial system of Wotai State. They passed the test. Firstly, they could understand and study the blueprints, and secondly, they could integrate existing factory technology to assemble extraordinary weapons that could be mass-produced. So a new batch of tasks came right away. Bivis's first thought was to hire people. Previously, their work at the Research Institute was relatively relaxed. Their main task was to research and improve extraordinary tools. If we were to roll out all these tasks now, even if we stopped all current civilian research projects, we still wouldn't have enough manpower. In response, Odis said that he could talk to the Stiano family, some of whose extraordinary members had already joined the official extraordinary agency, and others had just moved to Wotai State. Bivis's requirements for recruiting people are not high. They only need to be extraordinary individuals who are either secret seekers or generalists. Extraordinary individuals who are extraordinary individuals in these 2 paths are very suitable for carrying out the research and manufacturing tasks assigned by Odis. In response, Odis planned to train another batch of extraordinary individuals through these two pathways. He had not yet used up all the spoils he had obtained from the Ascetic Order of Moss, and now it was time to train a new batch of extraordinary individuals. Odis spent 2 days at the Remberg Institute and attended the opening ceremony of the railway from Voti to Salathu. The railway was finally completed, and from then on, goods and freight from Voti would be safer. Meanwhile, the railways from Vaditha State to Chatter State, and from Vaditha State to Chatter State, have also begun construction, which has brought more than a dozen jobs to the western province. Finally, Odis quietly arrived in Azhara. First Mate Bazel and Combat Captain Cleveland had both reached the promotion standard. In particular, after Bazel was promoted to Sequence 5, he could further enhance the power of the Sword of Dawn. Currently, Sequence 5 members are the backbone of any organization. Odis also held several rounds of talks with radical members in Azhara to gain a better understanding of the character and ideology of key figures, in preparation for a major expansion of his power later on. Having finished all that, Odis returned to Backlund. Since Odis promoted Adonis to be the deputy ambassador of the embassy, Odis has entrusted him with most of the work of the embassy, so it is not a problem for Odis to be away from Backlund for a long time. Then came the waiting, and Odis didn't have to wait long. A week after he returned from Lenberg, the airships of the Fussak Empire bombed Backlund. Because the street where the embassy was located was not a key area of the enemy's bombing, Odis chose to remain a bystander. Panic gripped the entire city, as if no one had anticipated that war would first break out in Backlund, far from the border. The world was astonished when it received this news. Politicians had considered the possibility of war breaking out between the major powers of the North Continent and the colonies, but they never expected that the war would begin on their homeland. After that, apart from the Kingdom of Lundberg, an ally of Rune, which condemned the Empire of Fursak and supported Rune, the other countries chose to remain silent. They were still observing and assessing the current situation. Odis returned to Azhara and instructed the radicals to be ready for battle at any time. He then made a public prophecy: the struggle of the extraordinary world has spread to the mortal world. War will sweep across the land, and Remberg will not be spared. But this is also an opportunity. The people of Remberg will be reborn in the flames of war under the leadership of their leader. Odis had made a prophecy about the start of a world war before the Ascension, and that prophecy did indeed help him digest many potions, but he didn't digest as many as he had imagined. Based on Odis's previous experience with digesting potions, he immediately realized that because no one else knew about the prophecy except himself and Bernadette, if Bernadette hadn't become an angel and given the prophecy enough feedback, the amount of potion digested would have been even less. Odis had actually discovered this problem long ago. If he wanted to use the prophecy to digest the potion, he had to let a lot of people know about it. Moreover, the timing must be right. While making a prophecy, one must also enhance one's own mystique, so that the prophecy can effectively neutralize the potion. If Odis were to announce the prophecy of war to the public, the potion should be completely digested. But if he did that, Odis would not be able to enjoy this strategic opportunity. After weighing the pros and cons, Odis still did not make the prophecy public, and decided to digest as much of it as he could. At this point, Odis made a prophecy to the radical members, not only to boost morale but also in the hope that this prophecy would completely digest the magic potion. Upon hearing this prophecy, Kelt and the others roughly understood their leader's meaning. Clearly, their leader hoped to seize the opportunity presented by the war to reform the government in Remmenberg. They wholeheartedly agree with this. After seeing everyone's expressions, Odis suddenly realized a misconception he had made. I had always used prophecy as an extraordinary ability, but it was actually just a tool. Having realized this, Odis said goodbye to Kelt and the others, and immediately went to a deserted island to continue thinking about the problem. Odis first thought that, in terms of practicality, prophecy could indeed help him avoid most dangers and gain some insight into things that have not yet happened. But this is not all the use of prophecy. Prophecy can also be used as a tool, and the result of prophecy is not necessarily a prediction of the future. It can also be a statement that is very likely to happen in order to achieve a certain purpose. For example, Odis's speech to the radicals just now was not a prophecy made by his extraordinary abilities, but a conclusion drawn based on his own plans and the war that would happen in the future. Furthermore, Odis believed that the prophecies of prophetic masters could be divided into two types. One type used extraordinary abilities, which were relatively accurate and had a time limit. Another type is a comprehensive judgment based on experience and intelligence. This type of prediction is relatively vague and is more like a goal to be achieved or a statement made for some utilitarian purpose. Odis further realized a truth: prophecy is not a given fact. One can make certain changes to what is about to happen through one's own efforts, thereby fulfilling one's own prophecy. The same prediction made in front of the radicals earlier, in their eyes it was more like a promise. Odis, according to his plan, turned this promise into reality. When he looked back on this promise in the future, he found that it was a prophecy, a very accurate prophecy. Ultimately, he concluded that prophecy is not necessarily about predicting the future, but it can be an opportunity to intervene in the future. Thinking of this, Odis felt a long-lost sense of desolation, which surprised him somewhat, as he hadn't expected the potion to be digested so easily. Odiswin then thought this was normal. After his ascension, he was actually very close to fully digesting the potion. It was very likely that he had been stuck because he did not understand the true meaning of the prophecy, and had not completed the final digestion. Odis took a deep breath. The main problem now was to resolve the ascension ceremony and prevent a disaster involving high-level powers. After returning from the ruins of the War of the Gods, Odis began to think about this question. His first thought was to prevent George III from becoming a god, because that was something he was certain to do, and it involved a very high level of sophistication. But the question is preventing George III from becoming a god considered preventing a disaster? Odis thought about it and concluded that it should be considered so, because if George III had become a god, the war would not have ended, but would have swept across the entire world until the northern continent was reunited as a single nation. This process will be quite lengthy, and the seven gods will enter a long period of struggle and negotiation due to issues such as the need to redefine their spheres of influence. In Odis's memory, George III did not become a god, and the war lasted for a year. If he becomes a god, the war could last for many years, even decades. But Odis wasn't sure if her idea was correct, so she decided to stop George III from becoming a god first. However, we must now consider what to do if we prevent George III from becoming a god and fail to meet the requirements of the ascension ceremony. Odis thought back and realized that apart from this war, there didn't seem to be any major disasters recently. Odis has no way of stopping this war now. After a moment's consideration, Odis thought that he could start by looking at the war between Lundberg and the Kingdom of Feniport soon. Odis clearly remembered that shortly after Rune and Fussac went to war, the Kingdom of Feniport took advantage of Rune's inability to look west and launched a war against Lundberg. Moreover, the war was extremely brutal, with repeated back-and-forth battles in the capital, Remberg, lasting for more than half a year. Anderson, who called himself the strongest hunter, used this battle to complete the ritual of ascending to demigod status. Of course, it would have been difficult for Remberg to hold out for so long on its own. As with every previous Central and Southern war, small Central and Southern countries like Mazalesh provided continuous support to Remberg, which allowed it to survive until the end of the war. For countries like Maastricht, it's better to fight tooth and nail in Rembrandt than for the war to spread to their own countries. Then Odis began to think about the auxiliary materials needed for the promotion. He had already obtained 2 auxiliary materials in Elabella's warehouse, but he still had no idea about the last one, the multi-eyed bookworm. Relatively speaking, multi-eyed bookworms are the easiest to obtain among the 3 supplementary materials, but they are rarely available on the market. Bernadette only had 3, and they were used during the promotion. Bella also didn't have any. Odis thought that he could try to trade with Rosalind, a member of the 10 Pillars of the Moors Penitentiary, to see if she had anything. But there's no rush now, we'll talk about it when the other party needs to contact us. Having figured all this out, Odis returned to Backlund and waited for the War of Remberg to begin. Backlund, West End. Klein, who was taking a horse-drawn carriage back to Birkelund Street, used some clues he had learned to deduce that Zarathustra, who had recovered, was likely looking for him in Backlund. Despite the protection of, above the grey fog, this Sequence 1 level diviner has a certain probability of having already divined his own residence on Birkelund Street. Klein, also a diviner, knew that such things were not worth the risk, so he got off the carriage midway and went to an alley to use a flame leap to cross several blocks and make some anti-divination arrangements along the way. In a flash of light, Klein and the puppet Enyuni vanished from the spot. But after he completed the jump, he found that he had not reached the position he had intended. Klein was immediately presented with a spacious living room, an ordinary armchair, and a tall, thin, young man of continental descent who was half reclining on it. The Red Angel, evil spirit, Soren Einhorn Medici. He toyed with a ball of crimson flame, a small smirk playing on his lips, playing flame leaping in front of me. Klein's pupils dilated instantly, and the wriggling hunger he wore on his hand became transparent. He immediately teleported away from there. But he soon noticed that the spirit world before him was different from usual, all the creatures around him were stained with a mixture of iron and blood. Thick smoke still filled the air, obscuring the 7 beams of pure light above the spirit realm, which contained boundless knowledge, making them almost invisible. Klein's heart skipped a beat, and he didn't rashly teleport directly. The evil spirit, Red Angel, laughed and said, "Sit down. In this situation, it's not a bad thing to hear my thoughts and intentions first." The Red Angel evil spirit did not show much malice, on the contrary, it planned to use Klein to cause some trouble for Amon and hoped to cooperate with Klein. The cooperation involves Klein luring the ageless witch Katerina here, where the Red Angel evil spirit can control her, allowing Klein to obtain more information, while the ageless witch is left to the Red Angel evil spirit to deal with. Klein considered that this was indeed a good opportunity to obtain intelligence, so he agreed to the cooperation. As he got up to leave, he suddenly thought, "By the way, I have a friend who would like to meet with you. It seems that there is a cooperation he wants to discuss with you." The evil spirit, the Red Angel, laughed. Do you think I'm a servant in a hotel, someone anyone can see whenever they want? A gash appeared on his left cheek. Einhorn retorted, your analogy is inappropriate. Not just anyone can see the hotel's servants. Medici sneered, how should I describe you? A homeless man on the street, or a prostitute soliciting business in an alley? Before they could start arguing, Klein quickly said, the person who wants to see you is Admiral of Mysteries, the leader of the Sword of Dawn. Only then did he realize that Odis's title hadn't been updated for a long time, it was already Sequence 3, and calling him General would be an insult. Medici was visibly taken aback, the Lord of Mysteries' chosen one. Klein was surprised by Medici's good information network, so he replied, yes. This time, the three consciousnesses within the Red Angel evil spirit fell silent. After a few seconds, Medici said, all right, I can see him. 3 hours later, still here. Klein was slightly taken aback, thinking to himself, did their attitude change so quickly? Okay, I'll go and inform him right away, Klein said. Watching Klein depart using Flame Leap, Medici breathed a sigh of relief. Could that Lord of Mysteries be the incarnation of the sage? A gash appeared on his right cheek, and Soren said sarcastically, are you reminiscing about your days as a servant? Medici sneered, you two fools, you didn't come into contact with those two great beings in the third epoch, so you don't know how insignificant your own power is. Yes, we haven't seen it, Soren laughed. Because we've never considered being servants. Medici replied, the two of you are not qualified to be our servants. He paused for a moment, then added, I once received a prophecy from the sage. The room suddenly fell silent, and Medici's lips gradually curled into a smile. Finally, Einhorn couldn't hold back any longer and asked, what prophecy? Medici laughed and said, I won't tell you. Embassy in Renberg. Just as Odis was about to rest, the image of the world suddenly appeared in his mind and told him about Medici. Odis took a deep breath. If the negotiations were successful, the last weakness in his power would be addressed. Chapter 420, Chapter 419 The Hermit's astonishing speech at the Tarot meeting. After receiving the news, Odis made some preparations and went to the western district of Backlund to meet up with Klein. Upon meeting, Odis asked, how is the Red Angel doing now? I feel his abilities have recovered somewhat, almost to the point of being angelic, Klein stated frankly. They belong to the Red Priest's authority, and even possess a certain symbolic meaning. Odis smiled and said, that makes things easier. The two of us can still run away. Klein said nothing, tacitly agreeing with Odis's statement. Actually, he still had the ability to escape, but because he didn't have a strong sense of danger, he didn't reveal his trump cards. After waiting a few minutes, at the appointed time, Klein led the way, and the two arrived outside the house where the Red Angel evil spirit had been. Odis looked carefully for a while before saying, could it be my imagination? I can't sense any danger at all. Klein, however, said, a good hunter is very good at concealing his presence when hunting. You're not wrong in your expression, Odis smiled, but I don't want to be the prey yet. Klein glanced at his fellow countryman with a hint of helplessness, don't project yourself into his shoes. At this moment, the two were relatively relaxed. Klein felt that the Lord of Mysteries would definitely be watching this place, while Odis felt that Medici would definitely be interested in his bargaining chip. They did not use any extraordinary abilities to climb the stairs to the second floor. This is also a final observation. If there is real danger, the spirit may not be able to sense it after only observing for a short time, but as they get closer to danger, their spirit will definitely give them corresponding hints. When I arrived at the door, it opened by itself before I could even knock. Odis entered the room first, but the spacious living room was empty. After Klein entered, the door closed by itself. You're very punctual. The voice of the evil spirit Red Angel echoed in the wide fireplace. A fierce flame erupted from the fireplace, and the figure of the Red Angel evil spirit appeared. Klein immediately understood that the Red Angel was also afraid that he was playing a trick, so she was prepared to leave at any time. Odis smiled and said, your ability just now reminded me of a kind of witchcraft. Klein almost grinned, dude, the witchcraft you're talking about, you don't mean the kind that uses flu powder to teleport long distances through the fireplace, do you? The Red Angel evil spirit gestured for someone to sit down, then sat down on a single sofa first. I heard you were looking for me. He scrutinized Odis with sharp eyes, and suddenly stood up. At that moment, the cut on his right cheek split open, and Soren's voice rang out, fool, are you blind? That's not your master's friend. Medici seemed to realize something for a moment, then chuckled self-deprecatingly before asking Odis, has anyone ever told you that you look a lot like someone? Klein, who was standing to the side, looked at Odis. He was also puzzled. Who had the evil spirit Red Angel mistaken for Odis? If Klein wasn't mistaken, the Red Angel evil spirit was actually about to bow. Odis guessed that the other party probably mistook her for the sage. When she met the Celestial Master before, Odis noticed that she looked very similar to the Celestial Master. The predecessor of the Celestial Masters was the Sage, so their appearance should be quite similar. Odis then laughed and said, "Indeed, some people say that my appearance is unique." As he spoke, he sat down opposite the Red Angel, Evil Spirit, and Medici followed suit, but he was no longer as relaxed as before. "Let's get down to business," Odis said. "As the Red Priestess, you should know very well that this war will likely spread throughout the entire world. Would you like to participate?" He shrugged and said, "I know you lack the leverage to participate in the war. I will give you leverage. All you need to do is command your soldiers to be invincible." Klein, who was standing to the side, was stunned. He thought that Odis was going to cooperate with the Evil Spirit Red Angel on some matters. He did not expect that Odis was actually here to recruit him. The Red Angel Evil Spirit scrutinized Odis. "What benefits will I get?" "I know an angel who has attained the general knowledge pathway," Odis said. "I can make a special puppet for each of you, giving each of you a body, but only if your souls can be separated." The Evil Spirit, the Red Angel, laughed. "What kind of benefit is this?" Odis immediately understood that the three of them could no longer be separated. At least, the level of angels was insufficient to accomplish this. He had only asked the question to test the waters before revealing the key condition he had prepared: "If you can become my military commander-in-chief, I can provide you with an angel-level attribute within a year. And will help you return to the Sequence 1 level in the future." The Red Angel demon narrowed its eyes. "You don't actually think that the characteristics of Sequence 1 are like the radishes on the street, do you?" "As far as I know, of the 3 Sequence 1 traits of the Red Priest, 1 was paid by the royal family of Rune to the witch cult." Odis said unhurriedly, "1 is in the hands of the royal family of Fussac, and 1 is most likely in Trier. If you can help me conquer Trier, I'll find that characteristic even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground." "Conquer Trier?" The Red Angel Evil Spirit laughed twice. "Do you think Osiris and YGGS are 2 snotty-nosed idiots? Or do you think battles in the extraordinary realms are really as simple as they are in historical stories?" Klein was also somewhat surprised by Odis's audacious idea. Even Roselle hadn't been so reckless as to want to conquer the capital of any great power. Odis did not laugh. He looked at the Red Angel Evil Spirit with a serious expression. Medici's smile vanished. "You're not serious, are you?" Odis said, "Of course I'm serious. We're not that close, why would I joke with you?" The Evil Spirit, the Red Angel, laughed. "I love your arrogance." He paused for a moment and then said, "I can grant your request, but don't even think about ordering me around." Klein had expected that the other 2 spirits within the Evil Spirit would reappear and contradict the Evil Spirit's main consciousness, but the 2 consciousnesses remained completely silent. "Of course," Odis said. "I will only tell you my strategic objectives, the rest is up to you." The Evil Spirit, Red Angel, laughed. "Aren't you afraid I'll take your soldiers and build my own power? Do you have such a need?" Odis smiled and said, "Conspirators are skilled in intrigue and like to use intrigue to achieve their goals. But if someone tells me that a conspirator would waste energy on things he doesn't need, I would seriously doubt whether he is a qualified conspirator." The Evil Spirit of the Red Angel shook its head and said, "Such words have no binding force on me." Odis shrugged. "I'm just stating the facts." The Red Angel demon didn't continue the topic, but instead asked, "What are the bargaining chips you mentioned for joining the war?" "The opposition forces in Remenberg," Odis stated truthfully. "I have already assembled an army in western Remenberg, and I believe it won't be long before we are about to go to war with the kingdom of Fenipot." The Evil Spirit exclaimed, "If you're not a follower of the Lord of Mysteries, I'd seriously doubt if you were joking. The opposition party of a small country dares to be so arrogant." "You are welcome to visit my 5,000-strong army anytime," Odis said. "To be honest, it's a bit of a waste to have you command these 5,000 men to stop Fenipot's attack. After all, the kingdom of Feniport would at most mobilize 1 or 200,000 men to attack Lenberg." The Evil Spirit, Red Angel, chuckled. "I will go." "Humph, I want to see what kind of army you have." Klein had already guessed that it should be an extraordinary puppet. If no extraordinary ones participated in the battle, 1 extraordinary puppet could indeed take on 20 people without any problem. But the Feniport royal family should also have quite a few extraordinary ones, right? However, Klein figured that Odis wouldn't joke about such things, especially in front of the Red Angel Evil Spirit, so he didn't raise any objections. Today's conversation was very pleasant. The Red Angel Evil Spirit smiled. "It's been a long time since anyone has caught my attention with their arrogance." Odis replied, "I don't particularly like the word arrogance. You could change it to grand ambition." The Evil Spirit laughed. "Few secret seekers are as adept at sophistry as you." Odis stood up and said, "Then it's settled. I'll be waiting for you in Watai." The Evil Spirit grunted in response. Odis then bid farewell to Klein. After leaving the block, Klein asked, "Does the Red Angel know the Lord of Mysteries?" He could sense that the Red Angel evil spirit was very restrained when facing Odis, and the other two consciousnesses didn't say much either. When they talked to Klein earlier, the Red Angel evil spirit wasn't so polite. I probably don't know them. Odis then smiled. Who knows? You're asking me to guess about the gods? I don't know either. I'm just following orders. He was certain that the Lord of Mysteries and the Red Angel did not know each other, but if the Red Angel thought that the Lord of Mysteries was an incarnation of the Sage, Odis didn't know how to explain it. After all, in the eyes of the Red Angel, there are only so many characteristics of a path. The Hidden Sage has the uniqueness of the Secret Seeker path and a Sequence 1 characteristic, which is obviously related to the Sage. As a deity of the same path, Lord of Mysteries, as long as it possesses the characteristics of Sequence 1 of that path, it must also have some connection with the Sage. Odis stretched lazily without any gentlemanly manners. Things went very well today, let's go for a drink. Never mind, Klein said. I'd better stay home as much as possible these days. He would have left Backlund long ago if it weren't for the need to disrupt George III's plans. At that moment, Klein suddenly thought, does the embassy have any spare rooms? Yes, I have. Klein didn't stand on ceremony and said directly, give me a room, I'll stay for a few days. With the Lord of Mysteries by his side, he felt somewhat safe. Odis didn't think much of it, no problem. The two of them used their extraordinary abilities to return to the Remberg embassy. Odis had his servants arrange a room for Klein, whose appearance had changed. The two chatted for a while and then rested. The next day was Monday. Early in the morning, Odis received a letter from Hugh and Furs, informing him that Hugh and Furs had killed Viscount Stratford the previous night. Odis recalled that it was actually Hugh and Furs who stumbled upon the trap Triss had set for Stratford. Hugh and Furs not only killed a Viscount, but also seized a level 1 sealed artifact. However, because they had prayed for the power of Mr. Fool, they sacrificed the sealed artifact to him. Hugh made no mention of the level 1 sealed artifact or the matter of asking Mr. Fool for help in his letter, so Odis pretended not to know. In his reply, he told Hugh the name of the Lord of Mysteries, and that she could pray to the Lord of Mysteries if she was in danger, or ask the Lord of Mysteries to notify him for help. The reason Odis only told him the name of the Lord of Mysteries now was mainly to give the cross to Klein. First, he remembered that it was something Adam had given to Klein through the court Viscount. Even if Odis got his hands on it, it would most likely be given to Klein for some other reason. Placing it in the wilderness of knowledge would prevent it from being influenced by Adam, but this sealed artifact most likely cannot enter the wilderness of knowledge. Secondly, after acquiring the extraordinary properties of the Dark One, this cross-shaped seal became of little use to Odis. The key point is that Odis doesn't lack level 1 sealed artifacts right now, so it's better to give them to those who need them more. If Odis had told Hugh the name of the Lord of Mysteries earlier, out of trust in the leader, there was a chance he would have asked the Lord of Mysteries for help. At that time, Adam might have even appeared in person to change Hugh's mind. Then why not just do as Adam designed, with Hugh and Furs praying to Mr. Fool? Lost in thought, Odis opened Furs's letter. She hoped that Mr. Gard could take her to some unfamiliar places and then pick her up in a few days. Odis realized that Furs was actively digesting the potion. However, he remembered that Furs had entrusted the world to take her on travels around the world. Odis then thought that Furs seemed to be somewhat afraid of the world, and that he wouldn't seek the world if there were any other way. After thinking for a moment, Odis replied to Furs that she had a sealed artifact with the ability to travel and could lend it to her until she advanced to Sequence 5. However, the condition was that she would participate in an extraordinary battle soon and either kill 2 Sequence 7 enemies or fight a Sequence 6 enemy with another extraordinary person. After replying to Hugh and Furs, Oedipus dealt with official business for a while, and Furs quickly responded, indicating that he was willing to accept the terms. So Odis put the travel ring in an envelope and had the bluebird deliver it to Furs. Having just finished dealing with Furs's matter, Odis received another letter from Kelt, an important figure in the Remberg radical faction. Selt said he had received information that a large number of Fenaport troops were gathering at the border, seemingly preparing to invade Remberg. Odis was not surprised by this, because Bazel, who had already set up an intelligence network in Fenaport, had given Odis definite information 2 days ago, discovering that the Northern Army Group of the Kingdom of Fenaport had made a large-scale mobilization. At that time, Odis already knew that war would break out in the next few days. At that time, Odis wrote a letter to Ronzel, who had already drunk the judge potion, telling him to be prepared at all times, as the war was about to begin. Returning to this point, Odis continues reading Kelt's letter, informing him that several important diplomats from Ashara have already departed for Fenaport to negotiate. The prevailing opinion among the upper class in Remberg is that they should avoid fighting if possible, and that once Run has the resources to send reinforcements to the Western Front, Fenaport will withdraw its troops on its own. After considering it for a moment, Odis replied to Kelt, telling them not to be complacent, as the central and southern parts of the northern continent had been at peace for centuries, and some people's knees had inevitably buckled. However, the radicals need to see clearly the development of the international situation. The current situation is that before the Republic of Intis makes a clear statement on the war between Rune and the Fuzak Empire, Rune will never send any reinforcements to Lundberg. Because Rune still has some strength to maintain a standoff with the Republic of Intis. Afterwards, Odis ate lunch early as usual. While he was eating, he heard a newsboy outside shouting, "Breaking news! Breaking news! Fenaport has invaded Remberg." Odis, holding the fork, smiled, "So fast." The embassy officials in the restaurant were initially taken aback, then they all looked at Odis. Some were panicked, some were bewildered, clearly, none of them had anticipated that the war would come so quickly. Odis put down his cutlery, took a sip of wine, and said, "I'm going to rest for a bit. No one should disturb me until we have definite news from Azhara." He considered it for a moment and felt that this was not enough, so he simply said, "Well, after we get news of Azhara, we'll leave it to Adonis to handle. I need to go out for a bit." Before the officials could even try to stop him, Odis had already vanished from the spot. Regardless of the King of Remberg's appointment of him, he will soon have to return to Remberg, as his mission as ambassador has long since ended. However, it wasn't time to leave yet. In fact, Odis simply returned to his room and, taking advantage of the brief tranquility, reviewed his plans for the next period of time. At exactly 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Odis's vision was covered by grey fog, and in the blink of an eye, he had arrived in the magnificent hall, to one side of the bronze table. Justice Audrey immediately rose, lifted her skirt slightly, and bowed towards the head of the table, saying, "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." The sudden outbreak of war left Audrey feeling somewhat down. At that moment, with her keen observation, she was the first to notice that there was a copper-green cross on the right side of Mr. Fool's body. Immediately afterwards, the magician, Furs and the judge, Hugh also recognized the sealed artifact. They hadn't expected Mr. the Fool to value this item so much. The son, Derek, also discovered the sealed artifact and vaguely sensed an invisible call. He then remembered the basic rule taught in the Silver City course, the law of extraordinary property convergence. After the members finished their greetings and took their seats, Fool Klein glanced at Priestess Katlia out of the corner of his eye. Seeing that she still showed no intention of submitting Roselle's diary, he was certain that Bernadette had no more questions for him. Then he thought, Odis could also understand Roselle's diary and could obtain a lot of hidden knowledge and history from the Lord of Mysteries. Perhaps if Bernadette had any questions, she could ask Odis. Klein was somewhat disappointed by this, since the diary provided by the mysterious queen contained only the more crucial parts. Thinking of this, Klein immediately said, "You may begin." Audrey didn't hide her curiosity and raised her hand slightly, saying, "Dear Mr. Fool, does that cross you have any special significance? If the answer requires an equivalent exchange, you can make that request directly." Klein placed the cross without darkness on the table, waiting for questions from the Tarot Club members so he could inform Little Son. Of course, a fool cannot say such a thing himself. So the fool smiled and looked at Miss Justice. "This is no big deal. It is a relic of that ancient sun god." Furs could hardly believe his ears. An ancient sun god, a distant sun god. The creator worshipped by Silver City. This cross has such a history. At this point, the fool Klein casually added, "Its level isn't too high, only corresponding to the dark-free ones, and its greatest function is to cleanse the mental pollution within extraordinary traits." Audrey thanked him sincerely, her curiosity satisfied. Emlyn, the moon, shuddered for no apparent reason. "No wonder, seeing this object makes me feel uncomfortable." The son Derek was both surprised and delighted. His ideal was to free all the residents of Silver City from the curse and return them to the sun. It would feel like destiny if such an ideal could be realized by inheriting the relics of the ancient sun god, the creator worshipped by the Silver City. Thinking of this, he immediately asked, "Respected fool, sir, is there any way I can exchange for this item?" Klein nodded and said, "As long as you can pay the price." Derek breathed a sigh of relief and sincerely thanked him. Immediately afterwards, Klein manipulated the world and said to the magician, "Furs, I have a special commission to give you." Furs sat up abruptly, her back seemingly stiff. "What request?" The world said in a low, hoarse voice, "Collect the ghost stories that have recently occurred in major hospitals in Backlund, and write them into a novel to be published or published in newspapers. The requirement for a novel is that it be as terrifying and bizarre as possible, and it would be best if it could become a bestseller." Recently, Klein has been pretending to be a ghost to heal people's wounds after the war, while also using this as a way to digest the magic potion. After hearing some ghost stories from the hospital, he came up with the idea of having the magician write a book, believing it to be a good way to digest the magic potion. After hearing the world's words, Justice Audrey paused for 2 seconds before realizing that the person who had been treating the injured recently was Mr. the World. After a moment's consideration, Furs replied, "Okay, no problem." Klein then manipulated the world to ask, "What kind of reward do you need?" Well, Furs was unsure what reward to ask for. Asking for too much might offend the world, but asking for nothing wouldn't be good either. Seeing Furz's dilemma, Klein suggested, how about I give you the opportunity to record your extraordinary abilities at the demigod level? Fur's eyes lit up, no problem. If one uses the magical item Mr. Gard to write travelogues while also recording a few demigod-level abilities, the potion should be able to be digested quickly. After the transaction between the two was completed, Odis, the Hermit, who had been observing from the sidelines, said as if trying his luck, please keep an eye out for multi-eyed bookworm for me. Klein was taken aback at first, then realized that the Hermit was already preparing for his ascension to Angel. How long has it been since you were promoted to Sequence 3? And you're already preparing for another promotion? None of them had ever heard of multi-eyed bookworms, but they all promised to keep an eye out for them and inquire within their respective organizations. Just like the last tarot session, the trading session ended quickly, and we moved on to the free discussion session. Leonard, nicknamed Star, spoke first. Gentlemen, does anyone have any news about the Wandering Wizard? This was a case belonging to Daly, but because there was no clue, the case was discussed in several Red Glove teams. The battle has only just begun. The Goddess of Night has taught Backlund extraordinary powers, but her orders are to handle the affairs at hand. The Red Gloves have only reduced their overseas assignments for now, they will still discuss cases as before. Alger, the Hanged Man, and the Priestess on the Sea were both taken aback, having never heard of any Wandering Wizard. Emlyn, the Moon, said, I've received information that it should be an extraordinary being at the demigod level. The vampires also took notice of the incident, and the information Emlyn shared was a speculation made by the vampires' higher-ups. Klein had also heard about this matter to some extent. He glanced at Odis quietly. If he remembered correctly, the Sequence 3 of the Secret Seeker pathway was called Master of Prophecy, right? I've also received some information that the wizard punishes only those of extremely wicked character, Hugh said during the trial. Seeing that several members looked blank, she explained, recently, 3 extraordinary events have occurred in Rune. The process was similar. A wandering wizard arrived at a place, heard about the deeds of the local people of bad character, and then made a prophecy. They caused a stingy and harsh person to lose all his savings, they turned a habitual rapist into a eunuch, and they caused a vicious lawyer to have his mouth and teeth fused together. Audrey had also heard the legend of the Wandering Wizard, and she felt that punishing those villains was what extraordinary beings should do. It was only then that Odis realized they were talking about him. The nickname, Wandering Wizard, was too awful. Katlia immediately grasped the key point, a prophecy has been made. Leonard replied, yes, it's not clear why he did that, but there's a prophetic element to his punishment of each villain. Katlia looked at the Hermit thoughtfully, then guessed, have you ever considered that it's possible someone, or rather, a high-level extraordinary being, is digesting the potion? Leonard and Hugh were both taken aback, especially Leonard. In a previous discussion about the Red Gloves, someone had actually mentioned this idea, and everyone had discussed the topic, but there was no consensus on which pathway the extraordinary was digesting the potion. Because the Wandering Mage not only made a prophecy but also carried out punishments, no one knows whether his claimed prophecy came true or whether his main purpose was prophecy or punishment. The Red Gloves members discussed it for a while but couldn't find the key point, so they skipped the topic. Leonard didn't believe this statement at the time, as he always felt that digesting the potion was something that had to be done secretly. At this point, Odis laughed and said, so it turns out I've caused you a lot of trouble. Leonard was taken aback, is it really digesting a magic potion? But why do we need to let so many people know? He felt it was completely unnecessary to let the entire city, or even a large area, hear the prophecy. If the Hermit had kept a low profile, the official extraordinary individuals wouldn't have taken this matter so seriously. Odis explained, once you reach the demigod level, you need a lot of feedback to digest the potion. At this point, he glanced at the world and continued, if we continue like before, constantly playing the role and relying on feedback from just a few or even dozens of people around us, it will take a long time to digest even a little bit of the information. Everyone understands the meaning of the Hermit's glance at the world, which refers to the ghostly rumors circulating in Backlund Hospital. It was also the world, which was also composed of demigods, that was digesting the magic potion. And this guy went even further, planning to have the magician write a book for him so he could get more feedback from a wider audience. Leonard glanced at Mr. Gard, then at Klein at the bottom of the bronze table, and smiled helplessly. I didn't expect to solve 2 cases at once. Moreover, both cases were committed by his good friends. Odis smiled too, but said nothing. After discussing the issue, Emlyn looked at Star, if you were an official Beyonder, how would you deal with a clergy member from a hostile faction within your jurisdiction during wartime? He hasn't done or intends to do anything wrong. Although Fenaport did not directly wage war against Rune, they invaded Rune's ally, Lundberg. Yesterday, when Emlyn learned from the vampires of Fenaport that Fenaport was likely to invade Remberg, he became worried about the situation of Bishop Utravsky of the Harvest Church. Upon learning at noon today that the 2 sides had gone to war, Emlyn realized that he had to do something. When Odis heard Emlyn's words, he smiled slightly and thought to himself, we can remove the if. Leonard, nicknamed Star, thought for a moment and said, protective confinement. If it weren't for the moon reminding him, he would have forgotten about it. Or rather, most of the official extraordinary beings have now forgotten that there is a Church of the Earth Mother Goddess in Backlund, and an extraordinary bishop inside. Emlyn, upon hearing this answer, simply nodded slowly without saying anything. Leonard then raised the question he wanted to discuss, is there anything else big happening in Backlund lately? I mean, besides the king becoming a god. He asked this because the old man reminded him that the atmosphere in Backlund was a bit off, and suggested he inquire at the tarot meeting. Odis smiled and said, perhaps you asked the question incorrectly. Leonard was taken aback. How should I ask? I haven't been paying much attention to Backlund affairs lately. Odis didn't answer Star's question directly, but said, but I did get some very crucial information. Before I tell you that information, let's hear if any of the other members have any news. Well, or rather, I only know the result at the moment, but I'm not sure about the process. What I'm saying now might leave everyone confused. The other members in Backlund were slightly taken aback. Besides the somewhat oppressive atmosphere in Backlund due to the sudden outbreak of war, I didn't feel anything was wrong. At this moment, Klein manipulated the world and said, the leader of the secret order, the Sequence 1 angel, Zarathustra, an old friend of Emperor Roselle, is currently hiding in Backlund. Aside from the other members before Star and Judgment, one of the characters immediately came to mind from the information about the angel family that had been traded with the Hermit, little Zarathustra. While Leonard was still somewhat bewildered, the world spoke again in a hoarse voice, the extraordinary characteristics aggregation law that we often talk about. The higher the level, the more obvious it becomes. Moreover, there is also a law of convergence of extraordinary characteristics in adjacent paths. Leonard asked somewhat uncertainly, are thief and occupy the next house adjacent pathways? Is Zarathustra looking for a high-level beyonder of the thief pathway? He thought to himself, luckily, the old man had been hiding in the Church of the Goddess of Night, otherwise he would not only have to avoid Amon, but also the high-sequence extraordinary beings in the adjacent pathways. Klein didn't correct him, he knew perfectly well that Zarathustra was actually looking for him. He paused for a moment and then said, I also learned that a new Amon clone has appeared in Backlund. Leonard took a deep breath, the old man was in danger. That's right. At this moment, Odis suddenly said, clearly, someone wants the situation in Backlund to become tense. Leonard immediately asked, who? Odis replied, according to my intelligence, it is the Goddess of Night. Who? Leonard almost shouted at the top of his lungs. Everyone may owe me another favor, Odis said with a smile. Because I have obtained very important information, the artificial death god of the spirit cult has been confirmed to be in trouble. Klein thought to himself, that's right, I was there when something went wrong. To be precise, it wasn't that something went wrong, but rather that he was taken away by the Goddess of the Night. More than 2 months have passed since this incident, and most extraordinary forces should have noticed something was wrong or received relevant information. And what caused the artificial death god to have problems is very likely the Goddess of Night, Odis said. Originally, many important figures in the extraordinary world were only suspicious, but now, after seeing the situation in Backlund, they can basically confirm their guesses. In terms of layout and atmosphere creation, Odis was very impressed with the methods of the Goddess of the Night. He paused for a moment, then suddenly spoke from another direction. Do you all remember the topic we talked about, above the gods? We even made a guess at the time, thinking that the level above the gods should be the existence of advanced characteristics that have mastered multiple pathways. Now that the goddess has most likely grasped the higher-level characteristics of adjacent pathways, what do you think she will do? Leonard took a deep breath, somewhat disbelieving his ears. You mean goddess is trying to become above the gods? This is just speculation, Odis said. You should all remember our previous discussion about the second profane tablet. Ever since the second profane tablet appeared, the gods have been working towards that goal, but the Goddess of Night, after more than 1,000 years of planning, seems to be the first deity to take this step. Upon hearing this, even those who were not believers in night gradually became surprised. This is something that the gods are currently doing, not some extraordinary history. Although the Hermit mentioned the Goddess of the Night many times during the previous trading of extraordinary history, and although everyone was quite shocked, everyone felt that those things were far removed from their own lives. The information that the Hermit is now releasing is about what is happening right now, which is quite shocking to everyone. However, another question soon arose in everyone's mind. What is the relationship between the Goddess of the Night's further actions and the current situation in Backlund? The only one who wasn't surprised was Klein, who, based on some information he had gathered, reached a similar conclusion to Odis. However, he was still somewhat surprised. He was surprised that Odis, or rather the Lord of Mysteries, was so well informed. Klein made this guess because he personally witnessed the goddess of night killing the artificial death god, and, as a follower of the goddess who had recently helped solve many problems. The Lord of Mysteries likely made an accurate guess based on his own observations and knowledge, and then informed the important follower Odis. Before anyone could ask questions, Odis continued, "Aren't you all wondering what the goddess's current actions have to do with the current situation in Backlund?" Emlyn and Furs nodded in unison, while Katlia and the other members cast questioning glances at them. "The learned Lord of Mysteries told me," Odis said through the voice of the Great One, "that becoming above the gods and accommodating the uniqueness of other paths takes time, and during this process, the goddess of night not only cannot become stronger, but her state will also become very unstable. Therefore, even in the event of war, the goddess hopes for a relatively stable situation because..." Odis looked around and said, "Because the goddess has been unable to descend to Earth recently." Chapter 421, Chapter 420 Mushrooms provided by the world. During the tarot reading, the group was discussing the fact that the goddess of the night was preparing to become above the gods. After hearing the information provided by the hermit, Leonard, the star, was stunned for a full 3 seconds before taking a deep breath. The goddess couldn't descend. He felt as if all his strength had been drained away, and he kept thinking, what should I do? Finally, Leonard suddenly realized why the hermit had said his questioning was problematic. It turned out that the tense atmosphere in Backlund was just a facade, and his question hadn't addressed the core issue at all. Alger, the hanged man, was also stunned for a moment, then sighed, at such a crucial moment. Then he thought, so the Church of the Goddess of Night will probably be very cautious for some time to come. The priestess, Katlia, then recalled the question everyone had been discussing at the beginning. No wonder so many extraordinary figures appeared in Backlund, it was all to create chaos. She used this trick often before. When she was weak and encountered a powerful enemy, she could try to create chaos in the surrounding situation and take the opportunity to leave. However, Katlia did not expect that even the gods would use this trick. Of course, the goddess of the night was not trying to create chaos to escape from there, but simply to reduce her own stress. The fool, Klein thought even further. He was the only one who had made the corresponding guesses before the hermit released the relevant information. Moreover, Klein has always felt that Backlund's current situation is related to his request for help. Upon learning that Zarathustra was in Backlund, Klein immediately sought help from the goddess, and soon he received accurate information that Amon's advanced clone had reappeared in Backlund. At the time, he speculated that the goddess might have used the old man inside Leonard's body to attract some of Amon's clones in order to restrict Zarathustra. Considering the uniqueness of the goddess obtaining the death god's path and the information about being above the gods, Klein speculated that the goddess might not be able to provide much help at the moment, which was why they were hindering each other. This realization wasn't due to Klein's narcissism, but rather because he thought that the goddess disrupting the situation in Backlund wouldn't be of much help to him personally. However, it provided substantial help to Klein, and it is very likely that this was part of the goddess's plan for him, her chosen one. The hermit Odis smiled and continued, "Of course, this is just speculation." Then he changed the subject and asked, "Why do you all think this war suddenly broke out?" As everyone was stunned, Odis continued, "As far as the Fussac Empire is concerned, they cannot accept the fact that George III has become a god, so they will definitely make a final stand before all of this happens. And the god of war cannot allow the goddess of night to calmly accommodate the uniqueness of adjacent paths, even if war shakes the anchor of the goddess of night. So they all wanted to start a war, which was their last gamble. Other gods and nations will remain in a wait-and-see state until the situation becomes clear." The other members fell into deep thought again. Justice Audrey had never imagined that the war was actually caused by a struggle between the extraordinary realms. Odis concluded, "Everyone should understand how valuable this information is, and this time we will indeed need to pay some compensation." The students from Peking University quickly came to their senses and looked at the hermit. They were happy to pay for such high-level intelligence, but they didn't know what kind of reward the hermit would ask for, assuming the hermit didn't really need gold pounds. Odis smiled and said, "Don't be so nervous, everyone. The reward I ask for is not difficult for you to pay. I may be undertaking a major and extraordinary operation soon, and to ensure its success, I need everyone's participation. In addition to the reward for some information from the previous tarot meeting, you need to help me eliminate one enemy of the same rank, or eliminate 2 enemies of a lower rank than yourself. The world and the priestess should work together to deal with the demigod. It would be best if they could kill him, but even if they couldn't, they should prevent him from escaping. Any gains beyond what I've been paid will be your spoils." Odis had already considered this. Since he currently lacked extraordinary power, in order to have sufficient manpower during operations, he should try his best to utilize all his resources. No one expected that the hermit would make such a request. The priestess, Katlia, was the first to speak. "I have no problem." In fact, she had already received a notification from the mysterious queen, "Be ready to enter Reamsburg to participate in the war at any time." The second person from the world said, "I have no problem either." Although he had already guessed what the Hermit had revealed today and it wasn't of much help to him, he was still willing to help his fellow villager. Other members also expressed their willingness to provide such compensation. Only Little Son asked anxiously, "What about me? How will I be paid?" He also really wanted to help the Hermit. "You can owe me for now," Odis said. "You can pay me back after you're freed from the land forsaken by the gods." Derek had no choice but to say, "Okay." Alger then asked, "What kind of battle will it be, and what preparations should we make?" He was actually reluctant to participate in such a battle, because it would be tantamount to exposing his identity, which would make the Tarot Society seem less like a secret organization. But this was payment for the Hermit, and since everyone else agreed, he wouldn't object. A battle against an extraordinary organization. Odis smiled. "Rest assured, you are not alone. Extraordinary forces serving the Lord of Mysteries will also join the fight. I won't ask you to take on impossible tasks, instead, I'll have you work together to eliminate the target. For example, if the Hangman and the Moon are both Sequence 5, then you can go hunt a Sequence 5 together." Odis smiled and said, "Given the number of enemies, you might not be able to repay the full amount at once. But it's okay, there will be many extraordinary battles in the future, so everyone will have plenty of opportunities." Hearing this, Klein was slightly taken aback. Is Odis preparing to officially join the war? Others speculated whether the Hermit was planning to join either Rune or Fussac. He paused for a moment and then said, "World and Priestess will go to the designated battlefield on their own, while the other members will be sent to the designated battlefield by Magician. I will make a special mask for everyone in advance, so you don't have to worry about revealing your appearance." Furs, who had just received the travel ring, immediately replied, "No problem." Alger, the Hanged Man, thought it was quite good that the other party had thought of protecting his privacy, so he had no further objections. Seeing that the topic was about to end, Klein reminded him, "Let's not reveal what we just discussed to others for now." Just as everyone was about to agree, they thought to themselves that such a thing would certainly not be said carelessly. Odis replied, "Actually, there's nothing wrong with talking about it." After saying that, he smiled and said, "If it's a secret, then it's impossible for anyone to tell others about it." The other members stared at Odis for a few seconds before suddenly realizing that although the information released by the other side today was already shocking, things seemed to be far from simple. Klein was also taken aback for a moment, then asked, "Why do you say that?" In fact, he had thought before that the goddess held the power of secrets, and as long as he did not want others to know, the matter of the artificial death god could be kept secret for a while longer. The situation in Backlund is similar, and it is estimated that many important figures in the extraordinary world have guessed that the goddess is at a crucial stage of accommodating the uniqueness of the Grim Reaper. This puzzled Klein somewhat. Odis smiled and said, "I've only thought of one possibility, but there's no evidence to prove it yet, so I won't discuss it with everyone for now. Of course, we can't reveal the true purpose of Goddess of the Night yet. In fact, we want people to think that he can't descend to the heavens, and we will continue to do similar things for a long time to come, so that everyone will realize that there is something wrong with his current state." This was to further lull the god of war into a false sense of security, so that when the time was right, the opponent would seize the opportunity to strike. Klein was somewhat disappointed, and the others were even more disappointed. First they learned of such high-level intelligence, and then they learned of even more advanced intelligence, which was hard for them to accept. But they also knew that if the Hermit said that, he wouldn't provide any further explanation, leaving them to speculate. After a dozen seconds, the exchange resumed. "From what I've observed, the Storm Church isn't very enthusiastic about this war." Leonard smiled and joked, "Not too enthusiastic. That doesn't fit the image of the Church of Storms. Although their doctrine neither glorifies fighting nor promotes war, it absolutely emphasizes treating enemies with storm-like ferocity, and venting any anger on the spot." Justice Audrey was somewhat worried that, without the help of the Storm Church, the Rune Navy would find it difficult to maintain a significant advantage in the naval battle. Odis laughed and said, "It's really putting them in a difficult position." He paused for a moment and then said, "I do have some guesses about this issue." Regardless of any speculation, people are once again looking at the Hermit, and it is estimated that there are some deeper reasons behind this unusual behavior. Odis leaned back in his chair and continued, "Didn't we speculate before that this war might be part of Adam's ascension to godhood?" He didn't continue speaking, but instead spread his hands towards everyone. Because once this is mentioned, everyone will understand that if the battle becomes more intense, it will be tantamount to helping Adam become a god. Therefore, at this time, the Church of Storms was actually unwilling to escalate the war. Alger remarked, "I never imagined that the concept of adjacent pathways would have such a profound impact on the extraordinary realm." At this point, Hugh, the judge, asked the question that had been lingering in his mind, which route is adjacent to the arbitrator? She had this question after learning about the concept of adjacent pathways from Furs, but she had never had a suitable opportunity to ask it. Odis replied, "The lawyer route." Hugh suddenly felt a glimmer of hope, because she remembered first saying that Mr. Fool had a blasphemous card containing all the secrets of the Black Emperor's path. If you reach sequence 5 and cannot advance to sequence 4 via the arbitrator pathway, you can jump to an adjacent pathway. Thinking of this, Hugh remembered to thank Odis sincerely. At this moment, Emlyn, the moon, said, "Gentlemen, I suddenly thought of a problem. Among the 22 paths we are familiar with, pharmacist and farmer are adjacent paths, and diviner, thief, and apprentice are adjacent paths. Sailor, singer, reader, audience, and mystic are adjacent paths, hunter and witch are adjacent paths, and sleepless, corpse collector, and warrior are adjacent paths. And peeping Tom and generalist are adjacent pathways, criminal and prisoner are adjacent pathways, and we just learned that arbitrator and lawyer are adjacent pathways. Finally, only the monster path remains. Does it have adjacent paths?" He had only just realized that since joining the Tarot Club, his knowledge of occultism had increased dramatically. He could now recite all 22 pathways by heart and knew their corresponding adjacent pathways. This certainly made Emlyn proud, but the question he finally asked was indeed a question that had been on his mind. The priestess, Catlia, said, "As far as I know, this path indeed has no adjacent paths. Perhaps there's something special about this path." After saying that, she couldn't help but look at Odis, asking with her eyes whether her answer was correct. Upon receiving the signal, Odis confirmed, "Indeed, there are no adjacent paths." Klein also manipulated the world to join the discussion. Generally speaking, there should be a reason for something special. After obtaining the winner's secret puppet, he was also puzzled as to why this path was so unconventional, because this path had some connection with above the grey fog. Klein even speculated that the monster path might be a potential adjacent path to the diviner path. As Odis said before, the 3 adjacent paths, such as the sleepless and the hunter and the witch, can be interchanged in a certain sequence. Odis pondered for a moment before saying, "I've thought about this question too, and I've made some conjectures. Do you all think that the 22 paths represent all the extraordinary characteristics of the extraordinary world?" This question surprised everyone. From the moment they came into contact with extraordinary, the knowledge they had acquired was that there were 22 paths to godhood in the world. "Perhaps I'm not quite right," Odis continued. "Should I say that the real world isn't the entirety of the extraordinary world?" "Of course not. There's also the spirit realm and the astral realm." Everyone understood Odis's meaning and instantly felt that their previous understanding had been overturned. They hadn't expected the answer to this question to be so simple, it's just that no one had thought of it that way. Emlyn, the one who asked the question, understood immediately. "Mr. Hermit, you mean the adjacent pathway of the monster pathway is not in the real world? Then where is it?" "I don't know," Odis replied with a smile. "I only have a very vague guess, and I can't give you a definite answer right now." The other members realized that there might be a bigger secret behind the monster path, a secret that even the Hermit didn't have a clear answer to. Justice Audrey had noticed this in previous tarot gatherings. As the level of information traded in the tarot gatherings increased, even the Hermit was unsure about much of the information or did not have complete knowledge of it. This did not disappoint Audrey. Instead, it made her realize that the Tarot Club was becoming increasingly sophisticated. Moreover, she was well aware that the information revealed by the Hermit at these tarot gatherings was of a very high level, and even understanding just a part of it was already quite impressive. With that topic concluded, Derek the Sun, seeing no one else speak, said, "We have completed our first exploration of the Giant's Court." He couldn't help but sigh, because 3 of his companions had died during this expedition. Derek quickly composed himself and continued, "We first arrived at the main gate of the royal court and saw 2 silver knights in an unknown state guarding the place. Those are the sequence 3 names of the Giant's Pathway." The other members exclaimed, 2 sequence 3 demigods guarding the main gate, truly befitting the Giant's Court, the divine kingdom of the ancient gods. The Sun Derek continued, "Based on the intelligence shared by Mr. the World, we took a more concealed route to the rear of the Giant's Court. Upon arriving at the decaying forest, we attempted to explore and discovered that the remaining will of the Giant King was combined with the power of the divine realm. It has become an evil spirit, guarding its parents' tomb." The magician first lamented, "After all this time, Little Sun's storytelling skills haven't improved much." Fortunately, although his method is straightforward, his thinking is still relatively clear, and he can tell the story quite well. Derek continued, "After purifying that evil spirit, we arrived at the tomb of the Giant King's parents. There was a stone tablet there indicating the identity of the tomb's occupant. The tomb and coffin had long been pushed open by someone, revealing the remains inside. Those are the remains of 2 humans." Apart from the Hermit and the World, all the other members could clearly hear themselves gasping for breath. The parents of the King of Giants were actually human. Then they immediately looked at the Hermit. Odis noticed everyone's gaze and smiled, "It seems my guess has new evidence." When he was trading information about the Second Age, he mentioned that elves, vampires, and giants were all humans who had mutated due to their extraordinary abilities. However, the information about the decaying forest could not be released at that time, so Odis could only use no reproductive isolation as isolated evidence. The other members all looked rather serious. Although they had already received the relevant information, it was still surprising. There was a 2 or 3 second silence in the hall before the son Derek continued. When the phantom image left behind by the members of Redemption Rose was mentioned, everyone couldn't help but look at the Hermit again, which matched the information he had previously released. The most shocked was Leonard, the star. He was surprised to hear the name of the goddess of the night. He couldn't imagine why there would be such a powerful organization in the Third Age. After announcing the members of Redemption Rose, son Derek talked about how they were once again affected by Angel of Fate, Alolius, but fortunately Fool provided help and helped them get out of trouble. They then stopped at the entrance of the Giant King's palace, where they learned from Light Slayer Milgongan that Dark Angel Sazriel was sleeping inside. At this point, son Derek asked the Hermit, Mr. Hermit, when we were trading information about the Cataclysm before, didn't you say that the Dark Angels were actually an incarnation of the Creator? After Redemption Rose launched its operation, the Dark Angel returned to the Lord's body. So who is in the Giant King's palace? Odis replied, it is most likely a remnant of the Dark Angel spirit. Since he is an incarnation of the ancient sun god, he cannot be viewed as a normal king of angels. He paused for a moment and then said, in terms of extraordinary characteristics, the uniqueness of the mystic pathway and the sequence 1 characteristic are currently with the true creator, and the Dark Angel no longer has the power basis for its existence. It is certain that the Dark Angel has disappeared, but perhaps, like the Red Angel, it will fall and form a being similar to an evil spirit. Derek nodded, I see. He paused for a moment before continuing to recount the entire exploration process in a leisurely manner. The hall fell silent for a few seconds as everyone was immersed in the exploration of Silver City and the feeling of turning intelligence into reality. When I was trading this information with the Hermit before, I was surprised, but after the surprise, I felt that it was all a long time ago, or that it was all information that the Hermit had released. It's not that there was a problem, but it seemed to be information that was only on paper. But now, with the Sun's account, things are different. It's as if those paper intelligences have become reality, and have become important evidence of the Hermit's intelligence. At the same time, events from thousands of years ago seemed to unfold before everyone's eyes. Everyone could clearly feel that those events were no longer history, no longer legends, but real occurrences. A few seconds later, Alger, the hanged man, raised his own question through the Sun's narration. Since the true creator was born in the Great Cataclysm, he should be familiar with what happened in the Giant's Court. Why was Elder Lovia, the shepherd, completely unprepared for this? He noticed that it was the world who provided the Sun with information about a secret passage in the Giant's Court, and that it was Mr. the Fool who offered help after they were influenced by the Angel of Fate. Neither the shepherd elder nor the true creator provided any relevant information or assistance. Odis thought for a moment, but he couldn't remember why. Was it because the true creator was in a bad state? Or did he simply not take the shepherd elder seriously? Or did he not take this exploration of Silver City seriously? Then he thought, Alger's guess was actually a bit conservative. The true creator and the Dark Angel Sazriel had such a close connection. Even if they couldn't be said to be the same person, the true creator, as a part of humanity, should have inherited most of the Dark Angel's memories. So when the shepherd elder asked him for relevant knowledge, he didn't reveal anything about the Giant's Court. At this point, the priestess Katlia made her own guess. Perhaps the purpose of the true creator is to confirm the state of the Dark Angel Sazriel. She said, since it's a previous clone but wasn't properly dealt with during the Great Cataclysm, we should probably carefully observe the current state of the clone's remaining spirit. Everyone nodded in agreement, feeling that this guess was quite reasonable. Odis remembered this. The true creator's main objective was actually the first blasphemous tablet in the palace. However, we cannot share this information with the other members yet. With that topic concluded, Klein manipulated the world to say to the son Derek, I recently harvested a batch of mushrooms that can grow and reproduce in the dark by devouring the flesh and blood of monsters. I wonder if your Silver City would be interested. Odis was taken aback. Those mushrooms that could provide food in the Forsaken Land have finally arrived. The magician first exclaimed, indeed, there are many things in the world that I do not yet understand. Katlia suddenly stopped, sitting there as if she had turned into a statue. Upon hearing this, son Derek was overjoyed. Can those mushrooms actively attack monsters? Odis smiled and said first, what kind of logic is this? Oh, right, Klein replied. Klein's description is, a mushroom that grows by devouring the flesh and blood of monsters. The world said, no, if mushrooms can actively attack monsters, then they wouldn't be any different for you. He then went on to explain further, some of those mushrooms can be ground into flour, and some produce milk. When Little Sun finished listening to the world's description and asked everyone what milk was, it still made the other members feel a chill in their hearts. They all knew that the living conditions in God's forsaken land were harsh, and only now did they have a concrete understanding of it. So righteous Audrey patiently explained to him what flour was, what milk was, and so on. Finally, Klein manipulated the world and said, except for milk, which can be drunk directly, everything else must be cooked by steaming, boiling, frying, or baking. Otherwise, these mushrooms will absorb blood and flesh from the body, regain their vitality, and turn a person into countless mushrooms from the inside out. Upon hearing this, Alger the Hanged Man and the other members all instinctively shrank back. After returning to the real world, Katlia decided to have a serious talk with Frank. She was worried that one day when the Star Pirates held a vote among its crew, a large number of mushrooms would cast their solemn votes. Only the son, Derek, seemed unfazed. "Thank you, Mr. The World, this is exactly what Silver City needs. I'll go back and tell the chief immediately, he'll be very pleased." Then he asked, "What would you like to exchange?" Klein hesitated for a moment before manipulating the world and saying, "The potion recipe of the ancient alchemists." The priestess, Katlia, almost stopped him, but she ultimately suppressed her impulse and reassured herself, with Mr. Fool watching, this deal shouldn't have too many problems. Odis remarked, "What a brilliant move, using war to sustain war." Then he became somewhat worried, would Frank bring some disaster to the world after becoming a demigod? However, thinking that I was already an angel at that time, I could completely solve any problems that arose. After the topic of mushrooms ended, everyone started discussing the current international situation. Justice Audrey asked Odis, "Is Lenberg prepared for the invasion of the kingdom of Fenaport? Can it withstand Fenaport's offensive?" "Overall, we are prepared." Odis shared the current intelligence on Remberg with everyone. First of all, Remberg's southern defense line has been in a state of preparation for the past year or two, and should be able to hold off Fenerbah's army for 1 or 2 weeks. 1 or 2 weeks? Leonard thought he misheard. "I heard that the defense is very strong, so it can only hold out for 1 or 2 weeks. Odis further explained, Lombard's military strategy was fundamentally flawed. The southern defense line is over 100 kilometers long. Even the world's great powers cannot maintain such a long defense line for a long time. You should know that the enemy will not launch a full-scale attack, but will choose one or several weak points to attack. Especially when there are extraordinary individuals present, it is easier to tear a gap in such a long defensive line if we concentrate our efforts. At this point, the defending side is at a disadvantage. If one point of the defense line is breached, should they continue to defend? There's no point in defending it. Let's not defend it. It's such a waste to have such a long defensive line." Audrey was genuinely taken aback before asking, "I heard that this defensive line has been under construction for decades. Has no one discovered this all these years?" "Someone has discovered it," Odis said. "And as far as I know, more than one person has discovered it. But the construction and maintenance of this defense line has never stopped." Audrey didn't understand, why. "Because building this defensive line will benefit everyone," Odis said. "Cement and steel mills in Remberg will have orders, the military and local government can cut construction funds, and the king can boast that he has built a defensive line that will never fall." Klein thought to himself, "I'd like to know about the Maginot line." Alger, the Hanged Man, suddenly laughed and said, "Indeed, when it comes to interests and politics, there is no right or wrong." Audrey then asked, "What should be done about Nuremberg? If Rune's allies are defeated or their countries are destroyed, it will be another huge blow to Rune." Odis said, "It's time to wake those fools up." Chapter 422, Chapter 421 Medici takes command. Earl Hall's luxurious villa in Queensback, Backlund. After returning to the real world from the tarot session, Audrey stared blankly at the flowers in the garden. During the tarot reading just now, the Hermit's analysis of the current international situation once again surprised Audrey. Lundberg is simply unable to withstand the invasion of the kingdom of Fenaport on its own. If bad news comes from its allies, the morale of the entire Rune will surely plummet. Furthermore, if Fenaport gains an advantage on the Remnant Bird battlefield, he is very likely to attack other smaller countries, or even launch a direct attack on Western Loan. After all, there are deep-seated conflicts between the two countries. Just as she was thinking about this, Audrey suddenly stopped, recalling a crucial piece of information. Odis had no concerns about this at all. Audrey knew very well that Odis had invested a lot in Remberg, and he would never sit idly by and watch Remberg be defeated. The fact that he still had no worries at the moment could only mean that he had made some preparations. Thinking of this, a smile gradually crept onto Audrey's face. Odis even planned to repay the reward for intelligence sharing by making us fight, which was clearly a preparation for war with Fenaport. With that thought, Audrey felt relieved. Embassy in Remberg. Odis returned to the real world, first completing a deal with the son Derek for extraordinary weapons and materials, and then he began packing his personal belongings. He plans to return to Vote State tonight to take charge of the overall situation. Based on current intelligence, Fenerbahce's army has two main attack directions. One is the southern defensive line built by Remenberg on the plain, and the other is the Krish Pass in the west. Odis doesn't intend to deal with the southern defense line issue at the moment, but the Krish Pass is in the Vote region, so don't expect the central army in Remberg to provide support there. Therefore, Feneport's attack in this direction requires Odis to deal with it. Feneport's attack in this direction was primarily aimed at the forces of Odis entrenched there. According to intelligence obtained by Bazel, Feneport's military did not initially intend to attack western Remberg. Because of the poor transportation here, even if the Krish Pass is captured, the road to Azhara will be rugged and difficult to travel, and logistical support will become extremely difficult if the attack is to continue. But it was different when Odis's power was entrenched there. First of all, Odis caused them great trouble at sea. Although they were determined to deal with it at first, after 2 Sequence 5s died, they realized that the cost of dealing with Odis was too high, and the peace talks could not be carried out, so they just kept dragging it out. Furthermore, after recently purchasing semi-automatic rifles from Odis, they gained a deeper understanding of Odis's power and realized that Dawnbreaker possessed many advanced technologies. Moreover, they had received intelligence that Odis had already built 2 arsenals in the Votai region, and it would be ideal if they could acquire those arsenals. Even if they can't acquire those armories, they can still deal a heavy blow to the fledgling Dawnbreaker. Because they considered this to be an extraordinary organization with some extraordinary weapons, they mobilized a great deal of extraordinary forces, as well as 30,000 Fenerbah soldiers. They even brought in 3 demigods from the capital city of Fenerbah to participate in the operation. Meanwhile, on the southern front, the 100,000-strong Fenerbah army was commanded by only 4 demigods. One of them was a general, the military commander-in-chief, and the other 3 were members of the royal family, always ready to deal with the demigods of Remberg. Comparatively speaking, their military leadership has already shown considerable interest in Watai state. Thinking of this, Odis smiled. If they knew that the Sword of Dawn already had 2 angels, they would probably just walk around it. However, Odis did not intend to reveal his high-level strength so quickly, and he did not even intend to use angel-level power in this battle. Odis planned to deliberately reveal the news of Bernadette's ascension to angelhood during his power grab, using this information to establish a kingdom. While in the kingdom of Weren, if you proactively reveal that you actually have an angel-level subordinate, then no matter how large Lundberg's territory is, how strong its military is, or how much economic strength it has, it will be able to obtain the international status of the 5th strongest country. Thinking of this, Odis smiled. Seizing power is indeed easier in times of chaos. After reviewing the recent plans, Odis approached Adonis and asked him to stay in Backlund to oversee the embassy's work, while leaving Second Officer Rupert to assist him. After making some preparations, Odis returned to Watai and announced to the public that he would begin working in the governor's office. By this time, many people in Watai city had learned that the Feneport army had recently gathered at the Krish Pass, which made them uneasy. However, after hearing that Governor Gar had returned, their hearts were finally at ease. It's hard to say in other states, but in Watai, Odis is quite prestigious. The first thing Odis did upon returning to her office was to summon Roxanne, who had previously been the director of the state government's business office. This was one of the 3 clerks that Odis had recruited when he came to Watai to take up his post. The identities of the 3 clerks were quite complicated at the time. One was an agent of Feneport, and the other was a member of the Rose School. They all died in the assassination attempt on Odis. Only Roxanne survived and followed Odis to the Vote region. Later, Odis learned that Roxanne was actually sent by the Church of the Earth Mother. The Church of the Mother Goddess hoped to obtain a special material from the province of Vote, and Odis agreed. At the same time, in accordance with Roxanne's wishes, she was allowed to stay and work. Odis only instructed Mandy not to give Roxanne a too central position, but to give her a normal promotion. Odis kept her there without being too wary of her, also that he could make contact with the Church of the Earth Mother at this time. When Roxanne, who had a rather delicate appearance, arrived at Odis's office, Odis first inquired about her current work situation. After chatting for a few minutes, she said, "I hope to contact the Church of the Earth Mother and negotiate with them. The relationship with the Kingdom of Feneport is easy to handle, since they can only be enemies, so we just need to fight them with all our might. However, one must be careful in dealing with the Church of Mother Earth, since the Church is believed to have a true god." Fortunately, according to the information Odis had gathered, neither the Church of Knowledge nor the Church of the Earth Mother Goddess was very proactive in responding to this battle. The former did not want to help Adam, while the latter, on the surface, was still observing, but in reality, had no intention of getting involved in the war on a large scale. Therefore, it would be best to talk to the Church of Mother Earth before starting a war. Roxanne smiled and said, "I thought you could hold out for a while, but I didn't expect you to have to negotiate so soon." Odis laughed and said, "Don't misunderstand me. I just want to obtain a part of the territory of the Kingdom of Feneport, so I need to negotiate with the Church of the Earth Mother Goddess first." Roxanne was stunned for a few seconds before saying, This is indeed beyond my expectations, but given the current situation, the Church is unlikely to take our negotiations very seriously. At this point, Wutai state has no advantage for anyone. Even though Odis had some prestige on the seas, in people's eyes it was at most a slightly stronger pirate crew. Even with the support of the Lord of Mysteries, it was at most an extraordinary organization, and it couldn't compare to an official extraordinary organization with a strong foundation like the Feniport royal family. This is the opinion of some people who know the general situation of Wutai state. Most politicians and extraordinary individuals in the northern continent have no idea what Wutai state is like, or even that there is such a state in western Lundberg. I know, Odis said, but I think they will take it seriously soon. Roxanne nodded. I will convey your willingness to negotiate. After seeing Roxanne off, Odis received a letter from Rupert, the second mate in Backlund. The letter said that Odis had just left when he received orders from Ashara to urgently recall him to the country. Odis was stunned. Was the southern defense line about to collapse? The war has only been going on for a few hours. Odis had no choice but to bring his plans forward, writing letters to Bazel and Kelt respectively, asking them to start building momentum. Just a few months ago, the king, out of fear of Odis Gard, the former governor of Wutai state, transferred him to the kingdom of Rune. The war is escalating, and Lundberg is struggling to hold on, which is why they are considering bringing Gard back. As a result, Odis Gard no longer wanted to pay attention to those fools giving orders, so he did not accept the king's appointment and returned to Vaudi to be with his people. Odis knew very well that King Conrad I of Lundberg had recalled him simply because he hoped Odis could contribute to the upcoming Battle of Ashara. Once the war begins, each additional demigod increases the chances of victory. It's no exaggeration to say it's equivalent to gaining tens of thousands of reinforcements. Odis had anticipated this and had long prepared to create momentum. In fact, at present, politicians, nobles and ordinary people in Remberg do not value Odis much, since he has never appeared in the center of Remberg's political arena. However, thanks to Adonis's previous help, many people still remember this iron-blooded governor, who took only a few months to retake Vaud state without any assistance. Therefore, Odis now needs to create momentum for himself and establish himself as a military and political genius who has been forgotten. Furthermore, what follows is a dramatic reversal of fortune in dire straits, a story that everyone loves to hear, instantly enhancing their sense of identification and empathy with Odysseus. It was evening. Outside the city of Wutai, in a deserted place, a bronze gate covered with mysterious patterns opened, and a man of southern continent descent walked out. He was none other than Ludwell, the Hell General, inhabiting the Red Angel, evil spirit. He looked at the city of Wutai before him, opened his mouth and uttered Medici's words, the people of this city still have the confidence to fight. A cut appeared on his left cheek, but Soren said, this city is impossible to defend. Whether there are city walls or not is secondary. Look at the industrial area on one side of the city. It will consume a lot of the garrison, and it is easy for the enemy to cut the garrison into two unconnected parts. At this moment, the flesh on his right cheek was also torn open, and Einhorn said, perhaps this is the stupidest decision we've ever made. Medici retorted, don't you believe in the prophecy of the wise men? Soren said, say that prophecy again. The flames of conspiracy will send the chariot to the furnace for reforging. Only by following the light of knowledge and seizing the opportunity of the changing eras can one have a chance to become immortal. Medici repeated the prophecy, then added, the sage also said that I would become a member of the 10 pillars. At the time, Medici, as the king of angels, didn't take it too seriously. He felt that becoming one of the 10 pillars was a lateral move or even a demotion, since there was no king of angels among the 10 pillars. Later, Medici perished and became an evil spirit, only then did he seriously recall this prophecy and have been trying to interpret it ever since. The three consciousnesses of the Red Angel, evil spirit fell silent. First, the prediction that the fire of conspiracy will send the chariot into the furnace to be reforged has already come true. It was Medici who lured Soren and Einhorn to Backlund with his flawless scheme. And by killing them, they gained their characteristics. But this did not make Medici a god, it was more like sending him into a furnace, where he was recast into the three evil spirits that were mixed together. Moreover, given the prestige of the sage during the Fourth Age, even if there are no fulfillments to date, they would not doubt the prophecy of the wise men. At this time, they were primarily trying to interpret who the glory of knowledge represented, and the timing of the epical transition. When does that refer to? They had also speculated whether the glory of knowledge represented a hidden sage or a god of steam and machinery. From the 2nd century onwards, the phrase, the radiance of knowledge, was used to describe wise men, so we did not consider the god of knowledge and wisdom. When Medici met Odis, he thought that the radiance of knowledge should represent the Lord of Mysteries. Although it is unclear what state this deity is in, or what connection he has with the sage, Medici believes that when one has no direction for the future, it is best to follow one's spiritual path. Odis's appearance bears some resemblance to the sage, perhaps it was fate. So we had never heard of the armed forces in Vientiane before, but we still came here and made some preparations for it. However, they do not see any chance of victory in Wutai Prefecture. On the defense line of Krish Pass, they have seen extraordinary puppets with extremely strong individual combat capabilities, but such power is simply no match for demigods. At this moment, Soren, through the bloody gash on his left cheek, said, "Perhaps we should go and have another chat with that arrogant brat." Medici thought for a moment and said, "Now that we're here, we can't just go back like this." So the evil spirit, Red Angel, entered the underworld again, guided by spirituality, to find Odysseus. They discovered that a higher-level force was protecting Odys, completely unaware of the other party's location. The evil spirit, Red Angel, had no choice but to go to Odysseus' office, where she looked at the southern kingdoms hanging on the wall. Map, wait. After having dinner, Odys took a stroll around the Clichy Pass. Currently, Aphra, the demigod of the Stiano family, and Longzul, leading most of Odysseus' extraordinary power, are here, ready to fight the enemy at any time. Of the 5,000 extraordinary puppets, 4,000 were also transferred here. Because the data processing center has not yet been built, the current command mode is still based on officers plus extraordinary puppets. There are approximately 30 extraordinary puppets, each accompanied by a professionally trained human officer. Some of these officers were hired, while others were trained by Odys himself. Their quality varied, which should affect the combat effectiveness of the extraordinary puppet. With the Red Angel evil spirit not yet in place, Odys could only reluctantly act as military commander, while gathering other extraordinary beings to prepare for a proactive attack. After making his rounds, Odys returned to his lodgings in Votia to rest. But as soon as he returned to his room, his spirit was suddenly stirred, and he looked in the direction of his office. The next second, he appeared in the office by teleporting and saw the Red Angel evil spirit looking at the southern and central countries map hanging on his wall. The evil spirit, the Red Angel, laughed, "Your ambition seems to be growing increasingly impatient. It appears your immediate goal is to unify the southern and central kingdoms." Odys laughed and said, "Is it that obvious?" Then he said, "How about I show you around?" "I've already seen it," the Red Angel evil spirit said quite objectively. "Your toys do have some fighting power, but don't count on those officers." "That's exactly what I'm worried about," Odys said frankly. "They have a considerable advantage in small-scale conflicts, but it's hard to say how effective they are in combat when the enemy is on the front lines and there are many mid-rank extraordinary individuals. A Sequence 5 level extraordinary can carry out a rapid raid, focusing on eliminating those portable spirit wave cannons. Therefore, when the enemy has a large number of extraordinary beings, the extraordinary puppet's advantage in large-scale weapons of mass destruction will be lost." Odys said, "So I'm going to take the initiative tomorrow." Ha ha ha. Medici seemed to have heard the funniest joke. "Do you believe that before the battle even begins, you can't command those thousands of toys? If the command system is incompetent, then don't go out and get yourself killed." Odys took a deep breath, feeling that both Medici's smile and his expression were incredibly irritating. Fortunately, he knew very well that the person in front of him was probably the most knowledgeable person in commanding war, so he wasn't angry and politely asked, "Then what should we do?" "It's not we," the Red Angel evil spirit corrected. "With your meager strength on the front lines, we don't even know if you can last until tomorrow morning. I don't want to be associated with you." Odys smiled and said, 2 more Sequence 5s and 4 Sequence SIXs will be sent to provide support tomorrow morning. Moreover, there are 2 demigods that can be mobilized. The Stiano family has now moved to Watai State, and their patriarch, Dick, has also arrived in the city and is ready to be deployed at any time. In addition, Raymond, the deputy leader of Elemental Dawn, can be recruited to join the battle at any time. Medici gave Odys a deep look. "You're so young, yet you know when to be arrogant and when to be patient." He paused for a moment and said, "The extraordinary power is enough, but if we arrive tomorrow morning, we should prepare for a defensive battle in Watai City." Odys was taken aback. "You mean, Feneport's army will launch an attack tonight?" At first, he thought that the defensive line could hold out for at least 10 days, but after receiving a telegram from Conrad I, he realized that the southern defensive line could only hold out for a few days. He never expected that it wouldn't even hold out tonight. The evil spirit Red Angel laughed. "How did those brainless bastards in Lundberg come up with the idea of building a long defensive line, such a brilliant way to commit suicide?" Odys thought to himself, if some of the central officials in Remnantberg heard this satire, it would probably break their defenses completely. Medici paused for a moment and then said, "If I were Feneport's commander, I would immediately launch an attack on the other battlefield after one battlefield had been successful. In this way, extraordinary individuals on both battlefields can borrow and support each other." Odys then said, "I will bring the extraordinary support for tomorrow to the front lines." The evil spirit, Red Angel, said, "Also, hand over military command to me." Odys beamed with delight. "Of course, even I will follow your orders." Medici scrutinized Odys, his gaze finally settling on the belt holding the Gus staff. "Don't send those 2 demigods. It's not time to reveal our full strength yet." It's clear that Odys was qualified to use the staff of Gus, which means he was quite capable in combat. Odys nodded, "Okay." So he immediately used his ability to reproduce people to go to places like Ashara and Baklund to pick them up. The Red Angel evil spirit watched Odis depart on the vermilion bird, a bloody gash appearing on his right cheek. Einhorn said, no matter how terrible his army's command system is, this kid still has a lot of potential. Medici chuckled, much better than you two idiots were when you were young. After Odis brought Bazel and the others to the position at the Clichy Pass, he led all the officers to greet them. The Red Angel evil spirit. He introduced the officer to the officer, saying, this is a military expert I invited. Everyone must obey his command, including me. Everyone was stunned. Just over an hour ago, Governor Gar was preparing to personally command the battle. Where did this military expert come from? The Red Angel demon didn't stand on ceremony with Odis and went straight to the map. What are you still doing at the door? Waiting to receive enemy cannon fire. Get in. Several officers immediately showed anger, but before they could lash out, Odis swept his cold gaze over them, and the officers dared not say anything. This is our first collaboration. Medici glanced at the commanders and continued, in the battle to come, every one of you will hear my orders very clearly. Just know that anyone who disobeys my orders will be burned alive immediately. All right, meeting adjourned. The officers were stunned. One of them asked, tactics. What kind of tactics should we use? Tactics. The Red Angel evil spirit looked at the other party as if he were a fool. Those soldiers are not afraid of death, do not know pain, and have such strong individual combat capabilities. What tactics do 4,000 people need to fight 30,000 people? If you can't win this kind of battle, don't come back. You might as well commit suicide. Everyone was stunned, feeling completely unable to follow the commander's train of thought. Then the Red Angel evil spirit quickly reorganized all the current forces, gathered the portable spirit wave cannons together and set up 2 long-range artillery positions, and gathered all the extraordinary machine guns together and set up 4 artillery positions. In addition, the extraordinary powers were reorganized. The demigod Afra was in a separate group, Sequence 5 and Sequence 6 were in groups of 2, and each Sequence 7 was accompanied by 2 to 3 lower sequence extraordinary individuals. After the artillery positions were completed, the evil spirit Red Angel issued the order, greet the enemy, fire a salvo, and bombard the enemy camp. The 2 long-range artillery positions were positioned just wide enough to bombard the enemy camp. At this time, the camp of Feneport's army opposite Odis and others was divided into 3 parts. The foremost camp contained a large number of extraordinary beings, including 3 demigods, one of whom was a Chaos Hunter. The Chaos Hunter was named Atkins Castile, a very thin man in his 50s with gray hair. After the evil spirit Red Angel gave the order to fire, Atkins immediately came out of his large tent and saw more than a dozen points of light heading towards him. He could clearly sense that these points of light were very dangerous, so he raised his hand and said, "Exile." The point of light was then exiled into the void, and the other extraordinary beings were also disturbed and gathered here. Suddenly, they sensed that something was wrong with the atmosphere around them, but they couldn't quite put their finger on what it was. The next second, a burst of fire erupted from the tent behind Atkins, and a humanoid monster with 2 large, scorpion-like claws appeared in the tent. But the moment it appeared, it was burned to ashes amidst screams. As Atkins' tent also burned down, he did not intervene. Instead, he observed the sudden fire and the monster and roughly understood what had happened. Those points of light had just been exiled to the spirit world, resulting in a violent explosion there, even causing unusual fluctuations in the spirit world. That's why they all felt something was wrong. As for the monster, it intended to escape from the spirit world to the real world, but the explosion was too violent, and it still could not escape the fate of being burned to death by the flames. Atkins said to the others, "I've heard from the Navy that Odis invented a very powerful cannon, and many people in the Department of Defense don't believe it. Those who don't believe it should be given a salvo from the enemy." Everyone listened quietly to Duke Atkins's speech, but no one took it too seriously, because in the face of a demigod, any weapon would seem pale and powerless. "Your Excellency," an aide rushed up at that moment, "Your Excellency, a telegram from the Eastern Front." Atkins glanced at it and laughed, "The Eastern Front has broken through Rembrandt's defenses. According to plan, we will launch an attack quickly. Dart, come with me to their artillery positions. Let's make sure they're not all destroyed. It would be best if we could take a few back to study them. McGill, mobilize the soldiers immediately and begin the attack. Be careful if you encounter any attacks from enemy extraordinary beings. If the enemy is too strong, quickly request reinforcements from the Eastern Front." For some reason, he had a bad feeling. Soon the vanguard set off. The Krish Pass was quite narrow, and large troops could not spread out at all, so the vanguard was only a brigade, but it contained many extraordinary individuals. They planned to use the extraordinary individuals as the main force to break through the enemy's defenses, and then the soldiers would follow up to occupy the positions. After that, they will advance towards the front line in brigades, 1 brigade at a time. Atkins watched as the entire camp was quickly mobilized. He and Dart also began to move, guided by their spirituality, and arrived at one of the portable spirit wave cannon positions. The soldiers stood there quietly, their tactical movements perfectly executed, as if ready to fire at any moment. Only one officer sat leisurely on a rock, utterly lacking in decorum. Atkins immediately realized that this was likely the extraordinary puppet mentioned in the intelligence report, in short, neither a zombie nor a puppet created through alchemy. After confirming that there were no extraordinary individuals around, Atkins gave Dart a wink. Fallen Earl, Dart slowly nodded and waved his hand at the two portable spirit wave cannons. The two spirit wave cannons were squeezed together by a tremendous force and instantly turned into a pile of scrap metal. Seeing that the cannons were made of nothing special, he looked at the officer who had jumped up. Dart first revealed himself, then asked with a friendly smile, "How should we fire?" At the same time, the charm ability was secretly used. The lawyer pathway also has witch-like abilities. At sequence 7, bribery must be used first before it will have an effect on the target. Once you reach sequence 5, the charm ability can be used independently. The officer, seeing Dart smile, felt a strong liking for him and immediately felt as if Dart were an old friend, personally demonstrating the firing procedure to Dart. At this moment, Dart said again, "Fire at the Remberg Army's command post." "Okay." Without saying a word, the officer immediately gave the order to adjust the firing direction. To Dart and Atkins' surprise, the extraordinary puppet all warned the officers that this operation could accidentally injure friendly forces. The officer shouted for them to fire, and one of the extraordinary puppets said, "This mission is deemed to pose a risk of friendly fire. Please reconfirm the order with the Commander-in-Chief or Odis Gard. We will be in locked-up mode until the Commander-in-Chief or Odis Gard issues the order." After that, the gaze of these dozens of extraordinary puppets turned red, and then they stood there motionless. The fallen Earl found the sight quite peculiar. What kind of puppet is this? A puppet that will not obey your orders. Odis, holding the Gus staff, appeared suddenly not far away with a smile. Chapter 423, Chapter 422 The Art of Command by the Red Angels. When Odis arrived at the scene, he immediately raised the Gus staff. Then a tall and strong figure with a beard appeared, dressed in ancient clothes, and crashed into Dart, the demigod of the kingdom of Feniport. Mythological magic, angrily crashing into Mount Bujo. At this moment, Atkins, the Chaos Hunter, still hidden in the spirit world, made his move, imprisonment. A beam of black light descended, instantly thickening the air around the tall, imposing figure. Ding! To the surprise of both Atkins and Dart, the figure broke through Atkins's imprisonment and headed straight for Dart. Dart assumed his companion's abilities were genuine and was preparing to use his extraordinary powers on Odis. Seeing that the imprisonment had failed, he quickly dodged. Although he was not hit head-on by the tall figure, his arm was grazed by the opponent's sharp impact. He spun around twice and fell to the ground. The arm that was hit was also broken off and flew away. Boom. The illusory, tall figure crashed into a mountain, making it teeter on the brink of collapse before disappearing. Atkins frowned and thought to himself, what kind of person is this? It should be noted that even angels can be imprisoned by the sequence 3 level imprisonment. Even if the original body of the character recreated by Odis is strong, it is still only a sequence 3 level ability and should not exceed the range of the imprisonment ability. At this moment, Odis was thinking, my level is still too low, otherwise the gong that was recreated would not have slowed down because of that imprisonment. Just then, a bang sound came from not far away. The positions of the two extraordinary machine guns fired simultaneously, and the battle officially began. The Klitsch Pass is a long canyon, and Remberg built a pass on the northern side of the valley. Feniport established a pass on the south side of the valley. Both passes are currently in the hands of Feniport, because in the years before Odis came to Votheria, the garrison in Remberg withdrew due to supply difficulties, and Feniport took control of the passage into Remberg. Although Odis later sent troops to garrison the area, he was unable to take over the pass that originally belonged to Remberg. Therefore, in terms of terrain, Odis's armed forces were at a disadvantage in this battle. Feniport's army could launch an attack at any time, but Odis's extraordinary puppets would find it difficult to capture the two passes. Odis's original plan was to wait until everyone had arrived the next morning, then bombard them with the spirit wave cannon before letting the fearless, extraordinary puppet charge forward. However, the Red Angel evil spirit did not adopt this tactic. Instead, it ordered the extraordinary puppet camp to retreat, leaving enough space for combat. When the 1st Brigade of Feniport's army began its attack, the evil spirit Red Angel standing on the distant mountain peak did not order an attack. It seemed to politely wait for them to reach a wide position before allowing 2 of the extraordinary machine gun positions to open fire. The 1st Brigade of the Feniport army had the most extraordinary beings and was well prepared for the enemy's intense artillery fire. They even had 2 magical guardian items that blocked the storm-like barrage from 2 different positions. Then, 4 extraordinary individuals of Sequence 5 and Sequence 6 levels, divided into 2 groups, launched a surprise attack on 2 artillery positions of the Lenberg army. The evil Red Angel on the mountaintop grinned, "There are so many idiots these days." He then used his extraordinary abilities to command, "Afra, attack. Prepare for the 3rd and 4th artillery positions. The 3rd and 6th extraordinary squads will go to support the 1st and 2nd artillery positions respectively. Other extraordinary squads will advance from both sides, ready to strike at any moment." At the location of the 2 portable spirit wave cannons, the Red Angel evil spirit did not deploy any extraordinary power. Instead, she had Odis deploy an early warning system so that Odis could sense any unknown attack and immediately go to provide support. However, in actual combat, this early warning system did not play a significant role. Odis could go to whichever position fired at the enemy. Sure enough, he encountered 2 enemy demigods there. Odis's task was to hold off these 2 demigods, which would mean half the victory in the war. Each of the 4 extraordinary machine gun positions is defended by an elite group of extraordinary individuals. The 1st artillery position is defended by 2 Sequence SIXS, and the 2nd artillery position is defended by 2 Sequence 5s. The 2nd and 6th extraordinary squads, commanded by the Red Angel evil spirit, consisted of 2 Sequence 5s and 2 Sequence SIXS, respectively. Once they arrived to provide support, the 2 artillery positions would have an absolute advantage. The core command in this arrangement was actually for the demigod Afra to launch an attack. At this moment, there were no demigods in the 1st Brigade of Feneport's army. Afra instantly appeared among the soldiers and took out a revolver with a long barrel. Boom boom. A single bullet fired had the effect of a grenade launcher, blasting more than a dozen soldiers away. The soldiers opened fire on her, but instead heard the sound of bullets hitting metal. Afra appeared to be unharmed, while many of Feneport's soldiers were hit by their own bullets or ricochets. Afra continued firing unhurriedly. When she fired the 3rd shot, the surrounding soldiers began to flee in panic. At this moment, the extraordinary soldiers among the local troops rushed to their aid. This was exactly the result Afra wanted. Those extraordinary beings below Sequence 6 died in a daze before they even understood what was happening. The Sequence 6 and Sequence 5 extraordinary individuals, however, clearly saw who had killed them. But that's all. In the face of a demigod, an ordinary, middle-order, extraordinary being would not even have a chance to escape if they dared to fight against a demigod. Afra's orders were to use her extraordinary power to kill as many enemies as possible. Just as she was wreaking havoc, a majestic voice suddenly rang out, "Exile." McGill, the demigod who commanded Feneport's army from the rear, came to the front line to provide support. Afra was suddenly pushed away by an invisible force, her body became ethereal, and she felt herself drifting away from the real world. At that moment, she raised her hand, and a vortex appeared in the air in front of her. She emerged from the vortex. "We're back in the real world." On a distant mountain peak, the evil spirit Red Angel calmly gave the order, 6th artillery position, 5 rounds in quick succession, bombard the enemy camp. The so-called 6th artillery position is the lingboat cannon position that has not been exposed. A dozen or so points of light suddenly rose into the air from the dark mountain peaks. McGill, who had just arrived at the front line, was immediately drawn to the points of light. His eyes narrowed, because there was only 1 Sequence 5 in the camp at that time. McGill's order to him was that if there was still no progress at the front after he supported the front, or if the camp was attacked, he should immediately request support from the Eastern Front. But it's obviously too late to ask for help now. At the 5th artillery position, the Spirit Wave Cannon and Extraordinary Puppet were toppled and even shattered due to the demigod battle that took place here. The 3 demigods who were fighting each had their own thoughts after seeing the dozen or so points of light. Feneport's 2 demigods were unaware that McGill, who had been left behind, had already gone to the front lines as instructed by the enemy commander. They also felt that Lenberg's shelling had once again exposed an artillery position. Odis, who had some knowledge of the Red Angel evil spirit's plan, was actually quite impressed with Medici's tactics. If McGill doesn't provide support to the front lines, then all the extraordinary beings in Feneport's 1st Brigade will be wiped out by Afra. The same thing happened to the subsequent brigades. A large number of extraordinary officers were killed, and ordinary soldiers were no match for the extraordinary machine guns. Therefore, given the tactics of the Red Angel's evil spirit, McGill's support is inevitable. It's not that this tactic was particularly brilliant, but rather that it leveraged the advantages of Odis's weapon system. Odis's reason for striving to build his extraordinary power, especially his insane plan to elevate all 5 book people to demigod status, was because he knew very well that no matter how powerful the Spirit Wave Cannon or other extraordinary weapons were, they were just extraordinary weapons to demigods, or rather, just decorations. However, if the enemy does not have demigods, those extraordinary weapons will have a huge advantage. The brilliance of the Red Angel evil spirit lies in its ability to fully utilize the advantages of extraordinary weapons, especially powerful tools like the Spirit Wave Cannon, which can achieve great results against ordinary soldiers and even extraordinary beings below the level of demigods. For example, right now. Although the fighting at the front lines is in full swing, the terrain at Fenneport's camp is narrow, and only 5 brigades have been mobilized to the front lines so far. Meanwhile, 5 more brigades are assembling in the camp. These 5 brigades will only take further action after the fighting on the front lines has yielded results. McGill learned that enemy demigods had appeared at the front lines and that his own extraordinary beings had suffered heavy losses, so after going to provide support, command here was handed over to a Sequence 5. In fact, the real commander of this battle was the Sequence 5. This is standard practice on the battlefield. All demigods in the military camp must be able to leave at any time to provide support. Therefore, unless it is a large-scale operation, the actual commander on the battlefield is usually one or more Sequence 5s. At this moment, the Sequence 5 soldiers left behind in the military camp sensed danger upon seeing the point of light in the sky. He quickly ordered, "Call for help, quickly." Boom. Huge, continuous explosions echoed through the mountains, interrupting the commander's orders. His subordinates didn't even have time to complete the call for help before the entire camp was engulfed in flames. Whoosh. The violent explosion shook the rocks off the mountains on both sides, burying many tents and soldiers. Immediately afterwards, a violent shockwave spread through the valley, uprooting many large trees, rolling many boulders, and blowing ordinary people more than 10 meters away. Neither the dead nor the living understood what had just happened. As the survivors looked around in bewilderment, feeling lost and unsure of their surroundings, the second wave of artillery fire reached the 6th Artillery position. Under the commander's orders, the extraordinary puppets loaded, chambered, and fired in perfect unison. They were not loaded with cannonballs, but with rapid-fire spirit-storing crystals, designed by Odis, which contained abundant spiritual energy, enough for one spirit wave cannon shot. With these spirit storage crystals, the spirit wave cannon has no time to rest. However, loading and unloading these spirit storage crystals also takes time, so there are brief gaps between each round of bombardment. On the battlefield of the 3 demigods, Odis and the others, the 2 demigods of Fenneport were stunned by the sight before them. Atkins, the Chaos Hunter, used his extraordinary abilities to block a barrage of spirit wave cannon projectiles. He could sense that the barrage was extremely dangerous, but he did not expect it to be so powerful. The intense flames and smoke generated by the shelling shot straight into the sky, even higher than the surrounding mountains, and the earth trembled. Several valleys where Fenneport's army was encamped experienced varying degrees of landslides. Then came the second round of shelling, where almost no one would survive. After the 3rd and 4th rounds of shelling, the terrain there changed to some extent, and one mountain was even half buried. The 2 demigods realized that the war might be lost. Atkins then produced a red button, a magical device for emergency contact with the Eastern Front, which could only be used in extremely critical moments. And now, that moment has clearly arrived. To his surprise, after pressing the red button, a clown doll suddenly popped out from in front of the magical item and emitted a series of mocking laughs. Atkins paused for a moment, then heard Odis's voice, which was almost touching, surprised. Unexpected. This is of course Odis's ability, mythological magic, watching the chess game and rotten axe handle. Normally, Odis would not use this ability on extraordinary individuals of the same sequence because there is a high probability of failure. However, if the other party is attracted to something, using this ability will almost always be successful. Just now, both of Fenneport's demigods were attracted by the explosion of the spirit wave cannon, so they immediately entered a state of observing the game. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Odis stepped forward and used the iron blood gauntlets to send Atkins flying. The opponent spat out a mouthful of blood in midair, already seriously injured. The Red Angel, evil spirit atop the high mountain peak, watching the distant explosion, remarked, "The power was not bad." He then continued to issue orders using his extraordinary abilities. 6th Artillery Position, bombard along the enemy's marching route. 3rd and 4th Artillery Positions, sweep the enemy's vanguard. The 3rd and 4th Artillery Positions were 2 extraordinary machine gun positions. Now that Fenneport's vanguard was no longer protected by the 2 Guardian extraordinary properties, the shells that were fired immediately hit the crowd. In an instant, a layer of blood mist formed in the valley, and screams rose and fell. Fenneport's demigod McGill wanted to help the soldiers block the artillery fire from both sides, but he was held back by Afra and could only watch helplessly as rows of soldiers fell and were blown to pieces. After suffering heavy casualties, defeat was inevitable. Ordinary soldiers, without the protection of extraordinary individuals, are utterly unable to stop the extraordinary machine gun. Moreover, this weapon is incredibly devastating. If you are hit head-on by a shell, your entire body will be shattered. If a limb is grazed by a shell, there is still a chance of survival. At worst, it will result in disability. If the torso is grazed, death is certain. Seeing their comrades turned into a pile of minced meat is not a pleasant experience and is enough to demoralize soldiers. Soon, Fenerbah's 1st Brigade abandoned a large number of bodies and withdrew back to the pass. Only about a third of the people retreated. After their hasty retreat, they stared blankly ahead, as if they had just taken a stroll through the underworld. Outside the pass, many people were still screaming in agony, many were seriously injured but not yet dead. Those who still had some strength couldn't help but scream in agony. Boom. The distant sound of artillery fire seemed to be slowly approaching. Then everyone heard it coming from the southern pass. It sounds like shouting. As the fire from the Lingbo cannon extended, 2 of the 4 brigades behind it had already been destroyed. The bombardment by the Lingbo cannon was thorough. After 2 rounds of bombardment, not only were the soldiers of Fenaport destroyed, but the roads at the bottom of the valley and the trees and flowers on both sides of the valley were also destroyed. In such a state, there were almost no survivors. So the 2 brigades in front quickened their march, or rather, their escape, and rushed into the pass. Between the 2 passes, there was only a steep gorge, where 8,000 or 9,000 men had already gathered. This was the only remaining force of Fenaport's western army. In this battle, the advantages of the Spirit Wave Cannon were fully revealed by the Red Angel Evil Spirit, which is a weapon for reaping the lives of enemies on a large scale. Seeing that defeat was inevitable, McGill did not linger. After exiling Afra once again, they took the opportunity to enter the spirit world and escape. At the 5th artillery position, Atkins saw that the battle had ended so quickly that even if reinforcements were called in, it would be of no use, and there was even a possibility of falling into an enemy ambush. So he also thought about how to escape. The Prophet before them was incredibly powerful. He not only held off 2 demigods but also severely injured Atkins. Odis sensed that his opponent was retreating, so he stopped attacking Atkins and instead focused his attack on Dart. He raised the Staff of Gus, and the staff emitted an illusory light, recreating a tall, headless figure. The figure has 2 eyes on either side of its chest, and its navel is an open mouth with teeth. He held a large bronze shield in his left hand and a giant bronze axe in his right, looking very imposing. Mythological magic, Xing Tian wields his axe and shield. Fallen Earl Dart also intended to escape, but at this moment he was suddenly struck by the mighty Xing Tianjin. This is a psychological attack, similar to the deterrence of a dragon. Just as Dart remained motionless, Xing Tian swung his giant axe and struck Dart's head. The axe continued downwards, not only splitting Dart's head in 2 but also reaching his chest before Xing Tian disappeared. During this time, Atkins was not idle either. He used death and exile to deal with Xing Tian and Odis, but neither had any effect. Of course, it had no effect, because Xing Tian was already dead and had never been afraid of exile. Odis, on the other hand, was able to easily avoid the Chaos Hunter ability because Xing Tian was in front of him. The fallen Earl Dart did not die immediately, but was fatally wounded. Atkins immediately gave him a sealing artifact that could heal the wound quickly. As a devoted follower of the Earth Mother Goddess, Atkins certainly had no shortage of treatments for severe external injuries. Or magical items that enhance vitality. Dart caught the sealed artifact, but found that its effect was limited. His wound seemed to be affected in some way and could not heal for a while. Atkins had no choice but to issue a decree: this place has strong vitality, which is conducive to wound healing. He knew very well that if he didn't do anything, Dart's fatal wound would soon take his life. Odis's attack continued, and he reappeared with the diamond ring, striking Dart, whose wounds had just begun to heal, and briefly putting him in a dizzy state. Seeing this, Atkins made a decision immediately, turned around and entered the spirit world, quickly leaving the place. Dart's injuries are so severe that even if he recovers, it will seriously affect his condition, and he may lose control of himself in the near future. In that case, it would be better to buy Atkins a few seconds to leave. Odis did not pursue the Chaos Hunter, even though the opponent was also injured and could not be killed in the short term. However, Dart couldn't escape. Odis stepped forward and used the Iron Blood Gauntlets to send him flying, ending his suffering. Instead of giving the order to continue the attack, the Red Angel Evil Spirit ordered 900 extraordinary puppets to block the northern end of the Krish Pass, and then ordered another 900 extraordinary puppets to bypass the pass via a rugged mountain path and block the southern end of the pass. For ordinary soldiers, such a detour would certainly cause a lot of non-combat casualties, but the extraordinary puppets are more agile than ordinary soldiers. Even if they fall into a ravine, they can climb back to their unit. Seeing that the situation was under control, Medici ordered 4 extraordinary machine gun artillery phalanxes to advance and surround the Krish Pass. The rest of the extraordinary puppets went to clean up the battlefield. In this battle, not only were the enemy wiped out, but their supplies were also almost completely destroyed. It is worth mentioning that the enemy actually had 2 artillery regiments and had constructed artillery positions. But against the Lingbo cannon, ordinary cannons were practically useless after one volley of fire. The artillery position disappeared without firing a single shell. Although the supplies were destroyed, only the extraordinary attributes were reassembled. However, many attributes were buried under the soil and rocks, and extraordinary individuals still need to work together to find them. While collecting spoils of war, Odis also sent people to tally the battle losses. When the statistics came out, Odis was shocked. There were only 9 portable spirit wave cannons in this battle. The extraordinary machine gun was destroyed, and 22 extraordinary puppets were severely damaged. Repairing them would be less effective than rebuilding them. More than 30 extraordinary puppets were injured, but they could be reused after replacing some parts. Other losses included the deaths of 3 officers and injuries to 4 extraordinary individuals. This loss is negligible compared to Feneport's losses. When Odis saw the Red Angel evil spirit, the more he looked at it, the more pleasing it became. It had gained the upper hand despite not having a clear advantage, which was exactly the kind of military commander Odis needed right now. He smiled and said, "I'll leave the rest to my men. I'll treat you to a drink." The evil spirit Red Angel chuckled and said, "I appreciate your kindness, but the battle is not over yet." As he spoke, he looked toward the Krish Pass. Odis glanced over there as well. According to the intelligence I've received, there isn't much food in those 2 passes, and they won't last long. Medici laughed and said, "There are far too many examples of enemies winning battles in dire straits, all starting with the commander underestimating the enemy. If a few demigods were to enter those 2 passes at this time, they might very well turn the tide and win." He waved his hand and said, "Go back. This is my battlefield, not yours. Your battlefield is not here, but in Ashara." Odis nodded, "You're right, I'll come again tomorrow morning." After saying this, he reappeared as Suzaku, but instead of returning to Watai City, he headed to the eastern front of Remberg. The war here was not yet completely over. The entire southern defense line seemed to be ablaze with fire. The Fenipot soldiers who had stormed into Remberg were continuing to pursue the enemy, covering each other and advancing in shifts. The garrison in Lenberg was completely routed. Most of them were fleeing towards Ashara, while some who were lost were running around aimlessly. Odis never expected that the Remnantberg army would collapse so quickly. The battle had just begun in the morning, and by evening the defensive line, which had taken decades to build, had been breached. So the only option left is to fight a defensive war in Ashara, just like the previous Central and Southern War. Then the entire southern part of Remberg would fall. If Odis remembers correctly, this defensive battle would last for more than half a year, enough time for Feniport to squeeze every last drop of profit out of southern Remberg. Even if Remmenberg wins the war in the end, it will be difficult for him to recover his strength in a short period of time. Odis took a deep breath, wondering if he should rush to the eastern front to provide support as soon as possible. However, this matter needs to be discussed with the Red Angel evil spirit. Firstly, it's out of respect, and secondly, we want to hear his opinion on whether our current strength is sufficient to drive away the invaders. Of course, the most important thing is to test whether the Red Angel evil spirit is willing to stay. If it is willing to help Odis analyze the situation, it means that the other party intends to stay. Inside the royal palace in Fenerbahce, King Dennis II, who had just rested for a while, returned to his office. Upon entering, the somewhat overweight king asked with a grim face, "So many extraordinary beings died at the Krish Pass." Since the battle began at noon, the king had been in his office closely monitoring the fighting at the front with his military advisors and staff. Dennis II only went back to rest for a while after learning of the great victory on the eastern front, in which a demigod from Remmentberg was killed and the enemy's strong defenses were breached. But just now, the waiter told him that Atkins and McGill had returned, and more than 70% of the extraordinary ones sent to the western front had been killed. Atkins, also in the king's office, sighed and said, "We underestimated them. The extraordinary force we've sent out is simply not enough." Dennis too glanced at the map, then smiled at Atkins and said, "I know there must be a reason for the defeat. Let me investigate what happened." McGill was about to step forward to remind the king that several thousand more people were trapped, but Atkins stopped him with a look. In any country, a demigod would almost never be truly punished. Dennis too didn't even give the 2 defeated demigods a hard time. But Atkins also knew that it was best not to get involved in the rest, otherwise people would definitely gossip behind his back. "Why didn't you do this sooner?" Atkins then expressed his responsibility for his poor command, but the king, of course, waved his hand dismissively, saying it was nothing, and told them to go back and rest and recover. The 2 demigods took their leave and had not gone far from the king's palace when they heard the king roar, who told me that it was just a slightly stronger pirate crew. Can a pirate crew really have such strong fighting power? Investigate what exactly happened. Who helped them? Atkins and McGill exchanged a glance and shook their heads with a hint of helplessness. The 2 demigods were gone, but the military advisors and staff in the king's office remained cautious. One of the staff officers said, "Your Majesty, according to the Duke of Atkins' report, the enemy's artillery is extremely powerful." "Sharp." Dennis struggled to contain his anger. "How sharp can it be?" The staff officer said. 2 rounds of shelling wiped out 5 brigades. The king's office fell silent. Wutai City, public servant apartments. Roxanne, the office manager, owns her own apartment, complete with a living room, bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom. Roxanne wasn't resting at this time, she was still waiting by the window in the living room. A little over an hour ago, she received a letter from Fenaport informing her that the southern defenses of Remberg had been breached and that the western front would likely be attacked soon as well. Roxanne awaits the outcome of the battle at Krish Pass. Based on her observations of Odis and the Sword of Dawn, the armed forces in Wutai State could hold out for at least a few days. However, it is still necessary to remain vigilant at such times and to react immediately once there is news from the front lines. Just then, as if sensing something, she immediately got up and went to the living room, where she found a letter on the coffee table. Roxanne was somewhat complacent, thinking to herself, could Wutai have been defeated so quickly? She opened the letter, but it made no mention of the war. It only said that Archbishop Ebener would be going to Voti to meet with Odis Gard, and that Roxanne should handle the communication. Roxanne was immediately confused. In any Orthodox church, the Archbishop was an important figure, and the Church of the Mother Goddess only had 7. Why has the church suddenly become so focused on negotiations with Odysseus? Could it be? Just then, someone outside suddenly shouted, "Great victory at Krish Pass. 20,000 enemy soldiers killed, Fenaport suffers heavy losses." Roxanne rushed to the window and saw someone riding a horse down the street shouting, "Great victory at Krish Pass. We won. Wutai State has truly won." Roxanne glanced at the letter in her hand again and gave a relieved smile. Chapter 424, Chapter 423 Medici's version of the Longjong dialogue. This was destined to be a sleepless night for many. Early morning, Azhara, Lumborgarto Palace. King Conrad I stared at the telegram in his hand for a long time without saying a word. Wutai State has achieved such a great victory. Under normal circumstances, Conrad I would have been pleased. But today is different, because the long-awaited southern defense line of Remberg was also breached last night. Of course, the most crucial point for Conrad I was that the military commander of Vardetta was not appointed by him. If someone uses this as a pretext, the royal family will be in a very passive position. On one side, the southern defense line, touted by the royal family, couldn't even hold out for 12 hours. On the other side, the state of Wutai, which the royal family hadn't paid much attention to, had achieved such a great victory. Conrad I took a deep breath, and suddenly felt a chill, as if a ferocious tiger was staring at him, also in Azhara. The radicals were overjoyed to hear of the victory in Vod, and some even suggested that they should petition the king the next day to appoint Odis Gard, the leader of the radicals, as Minister of Defense and Commander-in-Chief of the military. Only the 2 leaders, Kelt and Enoch, were not happy, because Bazel had sent them new instructions from the leader, telling them to use the victory in Vodia to contrast with the disastrous defeat on the southern defenses, in order to attack the royal family and the conservatives. For them, attacking the conservatives was no problem, but they knew very well that attacking the king would cause him to lose face and have a huge impact on his prestige. Odis guessed that the 2 radical leaders would hesitate, which is why he sent Bazel, who had just experienced the Battle of Clichy Pass, to deliver the letter in person. "It's time to make a decision," Bazel said coldly. "Conrad I is not worthy of your loyalty." Enoch replied, "But he is, after all, the head of state. If the king's reputation is damaged, Lenberg will also suffer a loss of credibility." "Mr. Gar knew you would say that," Bazel said. "That's why he had you recall the previous assassination attempt. And let me ask you this, even if the Duke of Bowen were killed, would Conrad I follow your ideas and implement government reforms?" Selt and Enoch both fell silent, because they knew very well that the answer was, no. Bazel continued, "Mr. Gar said that the reason you are having such a hard time making a decision is mainly because of the education you received from childhood, which taught you to be loyal to the king. This is actually the result of the royal family using a level 0 sealed artifact to exert some influence on you. Mr. Gar said that you should be encouraged to have the courage to resist the shackles in your hearts, because they are not a spectator kind of seal that can imprison your thoughts. This dilapidated remnantberg still needs you to support it." Barzil concluded, "You should make a decision." After a few seconds of silence, Selt suddenly stood up and said, "For Lenberg." "Yes, for Remenberg, and no longer for the king." Clichy Pass. Odis returned to take stock of the extraordinary spoils of the battle. 5 extraordinary traits from Sequence 5 alone were captured, all from the arbitrator and lawyer pathways. Many extraordinary traits from other sequences were also captured. Because most of the Stiano family members who participated in this battle were extraordinary individuals who followed the secret seeker or general knowledge pathways, they did not need these traits. Therefore, Odis, following the official distribution mechanism of the extraordinary organization, allowed them to exchange their special characteristics for merits. Merit can grant them the opportunity for general promotion, and Odis has accumulated some experience in the secret seeker path. In this process, the party that allocates resources will reap the greatest benefits. For example, the merits set by Odis would probably require 3 Arbitrator, Pathway Sequence 6 Judge, Extraordinary Traits, or Sequence 6 level seals, to obtain 1 Sequence 5 level trait. This is because Odis also uses the Arbitrator method, which is why this exchange ratio can be completed. Odis's exchange list is almost the universal price for official extraordinary individuals. Other methods usually require 2 Sequence 5 level traits or 4 to 5 Sequence 6 level traits to exchange for the extraordinary traits needed for advancement. Otherwise, if one could fight a few battles with other extraordinary individuals of the same level and achieve results, one could gain a chance for a general promotion. For official extraordinary individuals, this would be far too easy. Of course, for most official extraordinary individuals, digesting potions is also a difficult task after accumulating enough merit. Or rather, most official extraordinary users are stuck on mastering the potion. It usually takes several years and dozens of battles or assists against extraordinary users of the same level before they can be promoted to a higher level. However, some people choose to stop at Sequence 7 because the welfare system of the Church of the True God is so good that there is no need to continue to risk advancing. This exchange method is advantageous for members of the Stiano family because they have a basic level of trust and can cooperate to give one or more people a chance to be promoted. Furthermore, they will directly announce the role model to some of the more promising members. So generally speaking, what they are waiting for is the properties, not the mastery of the potion. After recovering the spoils and distributing the medals, Odis found the evil spirit of the Red Angel in the command tent. Tell yourself what you saw and heard yesterday, and ask for his opinion on when is the best time to make a move. The Red Angel evil spirit now is definitely not the best time. First, you need to deal with the people at Krish Pass. Are you planning a direct assault, or will you try to starve them out? This mountain pass is easy to defend and difficult to attack, unless you bombard it with the Lingbow cannon and bury it completely. Otherwise, no matter what weapon you use, there will be blind spots, making it impossible to eliminate all the enemies. If you really want to get rid of those people and protect these passes, the best thing to do is for Odis to personally go in alone and eliminate everyone inside. Of course, we'll use them as bargaining chips in the negotiations. Odis chose the third option without hesitation. In fact, when those thousands of people were surrounded yesterday, Odis had already decided that these people were more valuable alive than dead. Although some of the extraordinary individuals escaped after being surrounded, Odis did not stop them, intending to use this to annoy the Feniport government. However, it wasn't a bargaining chip for negotiating with the Kingdom of Fenipot, but rather a bargaining chip for negotiating with the Church of the Earth Mother, since the vast majority of them were followers of the Earth Mother. The Red Angel evil spirit sat in the commander's seat, crossing her legs. Luckily, you still have a brain. I've always suspected that the officers you recruited, and those extraordinary subordinates, have had their brains eaten by dogs. The command center wasn't just occupied by Odis and the Red Angel evil spirit, there were also many officers and staff. Upon hearing the words of the Red Angel evil spirit, they all showed expressions of anger. If they weren't outmatched, they would have already rushed up and confronted this sarcastic commander with their fists. Odis waved his hand at them. You can go out first. After the officers had all left, Odis sat down opposite Medici. Go on. At this point, he was actually relieved, because the conversation had shown that the Red Angel evil spirit would stay. We need to resolve the Krish Pass issue first before considering the Eastern problem, said the evil spirit Red Angel. Also, don't even think about launching an attack before the data processing center you mentioned is deployed. The extraordinary puppets were indeed fearless, but the officers who commanded them were. If we can't solve the problem of the command system, taking the initiative to attack is tantamount to handing over the credit to the enemy. He paused for a moment and then said, once the data processing center you mentioned is completed, I'll also try it out to see if it works well. If it doesn't work well, I need time to build my own team. He will not be careless in this matter. Odis nodded. All right, it would be best if I appeared after the two sides in Azhara had been fighting for a while. But I'm afraid that the wealth in southern Lenberg will be taken by Feniport. He was well aware that the foundation of all politics and military affairs was the issue of wealth and the economy. If a country was in financial difficulty, it would certainly face many difficulties. The evil spirit, Red Angel, chuckled. That's easy to handle. If Feniport robs Remenberg's wealth, you can rob Feniport instead. There's no need to deploy a large force for such an operation. Just send a mid-level extraordinary individual with a few dozen extraordinary puppets, rob them, and run. With the extraordinary puppet's ability to go without rest, wouldn't it be enough to just go day and night and then come back day and night? Odis laughed and said, that's a good idea. He quickly finalized the plan in his mind, but accurate intelligence was needed before taking action. Odis planned to write to Bazel soon, asking him to send more intelligence agents to the Lost Territories. Now that the discussion had reached this point, Odis asked, what are your thoughts on the military operations to come in the coming period? Conquer and hold the city of Lalata. The Red Angel, evil spirit, had clearly been planning this for a long time. Odis immediately went to the Remberg map at the command post and found Lalata, a city south of Remberg. They immediately understood the Red Angel's intentions. Transporting the Fenaport army's logistical supplies for their battle in Azhara from here would be the shortest route. There are other routes, but no matter which route you take, you can send troops to attack from Larota. Odis asked somewhat uncertainly, "You mean, force Fenaport to withdraw his troops?" "This is only the first step," said the evil spirit, Red Angel. "It's not difficult to force them to withdraw, but the key is which direction they should withdraw to. While holding Larota, we must also continue to reclaim territory from west to east." Odis looked at the map and pondered for a moment, then suddenly laughed and said, "I understand, you plan to have Fenaport's army retreat to Mazik." He couldn't help but exclaim, "That's a really stupid move." After Remenberg's southern defenses were breached, the other two larger countries in the south-central countries, Mazik and Siegel, also became nervous, and would even respond positively if Remenberg requested assistance. But no matter how much support they provide, it's all fighting on the territory of other countries, so the losses won't be too severe for their own country. The key point is that their own citizens don't harbor much hatred towards Fenaport, so once the war ends, these two countries won't encounter much resistance when trying to restore diplomatic relations with Fenaport. However, if Fenerbah's army retreated back to the country via Masjid, the situation would be different. They certainly won't just withdraw their troops. If the Remberg army doesn't catch up quickly enough, they'll definitely take everything they can with them. Moreover, Fenerbah's own country will provide support, and they will definitely invade Masjid. This made Odis clap his hands in admiration. The main battlefield has suddenly shifted from Rembrandt to Maxim. This will give me enough time to deal with Remenberg's internal problems. Not too stupid. The Red Angel, evil spirit, commented and continued, "Massey's problem is easy to solve. You need to produce 2 or 3 more main forces as soon as possible and prepare for the decisive battle with Fenaport in the Snasen region. The southern and central states are not connected. Remberg and Mazy are neighboring countries, but the Snasen region of Fenerbah separates Siegel and several small countries on the southern coast. Therefore, to unify the southern and central kingdoms, it is necessary to defeat Fenaport in a major battle and withstand the enemy's counterattack." Odis nodded, "Don't worry about that. Before the war, the extraordinary puppets and their weapons were being produced day and night. It is expected that another extraordinary puppet army of 5,000 people will be able to be assembled in 2 weeks." The evil spirit, the Red Angel, said calmly, "That's your problem. I will only wage war when I feel I have sufficient strength." Odis grunted in agreement, discussed the future defense plans for southern Riemberg for a few more minutes, and then hurriedly left again. Isara, the capital of Remnantburg. Newsboys' voices echoed through the streets and alleys, "Extra! Extra! A great victory has been achieved in Vothia. Duke Fenaport Atkins has been wounded and fled, and Admiral Dart has been killed." Almost every resident of Azhara that the newsboys encountered would take out a coin to buy a copy of today's special edition to see what was going on. The first wave of defeated troops from the southern defense line have arrived in Azhara by train. News of the southern defense line falling in just 8 hours has spread throughout the streets and alleys. Then, trenches and fortifications were built outside Azhara, and soldiers from the surrounding camps began to enter the city. The atmosphere in Azhara suddenly became heavy. People had only heard the elders talk about how brutal each defense of Azhara was, but they had no idea about it. Even the elderly people had only heard about it from older people or read about it in books. This city has been at peace for a very, very long time, so long that people have almost forgotten about all the Sino-South Korean wars. Just when people were panicking and confused, the victory in Wutai State gave them a glimmer of hope. Those who had read the newspapers immediately recalled that they had recently heard the news that the king had recalled Governor Gar, but Governor Gar had not accepted the king's order and instead chose to return to Wutai province to protect his people. Suddenly, everyone in the streets and alleys of Azhara was talking about Governor Gar. At this time, some merchants from Wutai prefecture stepped forward to praise the iron-fisted governor's deeds, such as eliminating bandits, punishing nobles and bullies, establishing schools, and appointing government staff and officials based entirely on exam scores and abilities. People didn't really connect with the idea of eliminating bandits, but they did feel a strong urge to punish nobles and bullies, even if they didn't say anything on the surface. But inwardly, I was secretly delighted. In Azhara, the upper class consists of nobles. Although the lower classes do not rebel, or rather, their rebellions are often nipped in the bud, it does not mean that they have no grievances. The fact that officials can also be appointed through examinations has caused some unease among the public. After all, everyone studies hard from childhood to adulthood, but even after graduating from university, they are told that ordinary people cannot become officials through exams. The only way was for ordinary people to be granted the opportunity by the king to take the official examinations. However, due to a lack of targeted preparation, they often fail the exams, and even if they pass, they are ostracized by the nobles. To reiterate, the fact that ordinary people do not rebel does not mean they have no grievances. Then people started discussing the southern defense line. The basic argument was that the royal family and the wealthy made a fortune from the project, while the people did not benefit at all and had to bear the consequences of this foolish project. Finally, I'd definitely add, if only Governor Gar were in Azhara. Conrad I, in the Reichstag Palace, shook his head with a smile after hearing the rumors circulating in Azhara. He could sense that someone was controlling public opinion, but he didn't care what the public opinion was at the moment. He cared more about the attitudes of the nobles and the wealthy. After realizing that Odis had only sent people to spread some rumors among the people, he concluded that the young man must not understand politics. Then Conrad I announced in a grand manner that he would send a special envoy to invite Odis to serve as Minister of Defense. That night, all the newspapers in Azhara carried the news. Conrad I stood by the window, looking westward, and smiled smugly, watching to see how Odysseus would respond. If Odis is unwilling to come to Azhara, those rumors will fall apart on their own. If Odis comes to Azhara, then this mess will be handed over to Odis. What I state. To celebrate the victory at Clichy Pass, Odis had a hot pot dinner with Bernadette. Watching the red broth bubbling and rolling in the pot, the lamb and vegetables, once added, were fresh, fragrant, and delicious. Odis took a bite of mutton and said with a satisfied look, "It's getting cold, it's the perfect time for hot pot." Ever since he revealed to Bernadette that he and Roselle came from the same world, he stopped pretending at all in front of her and kept trying the delicacies he remembered with her. Bernadette also thought it tasted pretty good, just a bit spicy. She searched the hot pot with her chopsticks and, finding no vegetables, waved her hand at the vegetables on the plate. The vegetables eagerly jumped into the pot. While waiting, Bernadette said, "This way of eating should be promoted throughout Rembrandt. It not only fills you up but also keeps you warm. The only problem is that it consumes too much fuel," Odis said. The extraordinary stoves for civilian use should also be made more widespread. In winter, people in the city mostly burn coal, while people in the countryside burn stored firewood. Most people try to cook as quickly as possible because fuel is the most scarce resource in winter. The extraordinary stove that Odis mentioned was a project previously given to the Remberg Institute. It modularized the magic array that gathers spiritual energy and then laid it in people's homes. It gathers spiritual energy and can work for 4 to 5 hours a day. The research is now basically complete, but the only problem seems to be that it is not safe enough. Sometimes the heating temperature is too high, and the extraordinary stove may spontaneously combust, posing a fire hazard. For Odis, this problem was not difficult to solve, he simply needed to limit the amount of spiritual energy he used. However, he did not actively participate in the research, but hoped that the researchers could find a solution to the problem on their own. Bernadette, upon hearing Odis's words, asked, "Aren't you afraid of technology leaks? Once such civilian technologies are widely used, other countries should soon be able to acquire similar technologies." Odis laughed and said, "I'd love for them to steal it. If not, you can sell the technology yourself." He paused for a moment and then said, "Think about it, if other countries had similar technologies to ours, wouldn't those technologies be able to spread rapidly? If we sell our products to other countries, wouldn't that save us the trouble of explaining to the people there what extraordinary technology means? Moreover, if it is an enemy country, when we attack, there are small, spiritually concentrated magic arrays everywhere. In an emergency, can't we just pick them up and use them? This is using the enemy's financial and material resources to achieve our goals." Upon hearing Odis's 2 examples, Bernadette immediately understood, the reason why mysticism is called mysticism is because the fewer people who know about it, the better. But the technology you're talking about is different, the more people use it and the more people understand it, the better. Odis put down his chopsticks and said, "In my opinion, neither mysticism nor technology should be something lofty and unattainable, but rather something that serves people's lives and work." Bernadette nodded and scooped some cooked vegetables from the pot. "That's a very novel argument, and it comes from the world you were born into." "Not entirely," Odis said. "In the world I was born into, there are contradictions, and there are people who don't think that way." As they were talking, Odis and Bernadette both looked toward the doorway. A few seconds later, a waiter knocked on the door and said, "Mr. Governor, our guest from Fenaport has arrived." Odis took out his pocket watch, glanced at it, and frowned, "It's so late." Bernadette replied, "Perhaps the Church of the Earth Mother is eager to talk to you as soon as possible to ascertain your attitude." Odis nodded and said to the waiter, "Go and tell them I'll be there soon." He then told Bernadette to eat slowly while he went to the bedroom to change into formal attire before coming to the living room. 4 people were sitting on the sofa in the living room, Roxanne and 3 other women, all dressed in the style of Fenaport. After exchanging a few polite words, Roxanne introduced the 3 women to each other. The middle-aged woman, who looked quite dignified and well-maintained, was Archbishop Alberto. The other 2 accompanying persons were a bishop of the church and an assistant to the archbishop. After Odis had his servants serve tea, he dismissed all the servants, as such conversations naturally had to be conducted in secret. Archbishop Ebenos first praised Odis's previous cooperation with the Church of the Earth Mother, and then said that the Church of the Earth Mother had felt Odis's goodwill. Odis wasn't in a hurry. He kept talking about the contributions the Church of the Earth Mother had made to the world, such as the bumper harvests and the fact that so many people had been spared from hunger. They talked for over 20 minutes, but neither of them got to the point of their conversation. Archbishop Epinault, impressed by the young man's patience, gave Roxanne a wink. The relationship between the Church of the Earth Mother and the Church of Knowledge is not harmonious. In fact, it can be said to be somewhat hostile. High-ranking members of the Church of the Earth Mother, such as Ibino, dare not stay in the Church of Knowledge's diocese for too long. That's why we came to talk at night, and we had to leave quickly after we finished. Roxanne received the signal from Archbishop Ibino and joined the conversation with a smile. Governor, I heard that there are still nearly 10,000 Phenobot soldiers trapped in the Krish Pass. Yes, Odis said. They are all believers in the Lord, Archbishop Epinho said. I hope to bring them home. Sure. Archbishop Epino and the others were taken aback. Was he really that easy to talk to? Odis smiled and said, but. The members of the Church of Mother Earth Goddess maintained their smiles, thinking to themselves, just as I expected. But I have a condition, Odis said. I hope the Church of the Earth Mother will not interfere in my battle with the army of Phenoport, and I can guarantee that the Church of Knowledge will not interfere either. Archbishop Epinor said seriously, that depends on whether you intend to invade Phenoport. If the war spreads to Phenoport and the believers of the Lord are suppressed by the Church of Knowledge, we cannot stand idly by. I can promise religious freedom within my territory, Odis said with a smile. The reason he dared to make such a promise was because he knew that the Church of the Earth Mother had actually secretly joined, or rather, was already a member of the Night Goddess camp. Therefore, in the current battle between the Kingdom of Phenoport and the Kingdom of Lenberg, we can see that the armies of these two countries are really fighting, and fighting with great determination. However, the involvement of the churches on both sides was not high. In fact, the Church of Knowledge was very restrained and evacuated the extraordinary people and important believers in southern Remberg after the southern defense line was lost. Of course, the Church of Knowledge's tolerance has its limits, it cannot allow Ashara to fall. Based on the consensus of two gods, or even two churches, Odis believed that his promise was not difficult to fulfill. However, this issue cannot be fully explained. From the perspective of other churches or some extraordinary organizations, the Church of Knowledge is unwilling to get too deeply involved in this battle because it does not want to help Adam complete the ritual. The Church of the Earth Mother is still observing and will not make any moves until George III's plan yields results. This was based on the self-interest of both churches, and certainly not because there was any tacit understanding between the two deities. Upon hearing Odis's words, Archbishop Ebenos and the others immediately realized that this young man truly had a plan to invade the kingdom of Phenoport. If they had thought it was a joke just a few days ago, after the Battle of Krish Pass, the Church of the Earth Mother would no longer underestimate this young man. Odis continued, I can also promise that as long as you do not interfere in the battles that follow, you will have the opportunity to preach in the province of Antisiol within a year. However, I want to make it clear to you in advance that the Church of Knowledge will also obtain the same privileges. The Archbishop and his entourage were stunned. They had never expected that Odis would have such a plan to attack the Republic of Intis. This silenced them. The Church certainly wouldn't underestimate Odis, but they also didn't believe he could command the strength of 3 states to wage war against 2 of the world's strongest nations. Or perhaps they were unsure whether Odis had become blindly confident because of the victory at Krish Pass. Seeing the other party's expression, Odis shrugged and said, I think there's something you need to understand. The reason I'm unwilling to have a conflict with the Church of the Earth Mother is that I genuinely respect your contributions to food production. It's not that I'm afraid of you. Admittedly, the Church of the Earth Mother Goddess is protected by a deity, but there's more than one deity in this world, isn't there? Archbishop Ebenezer's gaze suddenly sharpened. Do you think the God of Knowledge would wage a divine war against the Great Mother because of your matter? As she spoke, she exuded the aura of a saint, and even under immense mental pressure, she still radiated vitality. Odis retorted, do you think the Earth Mother would descend to stop me just because I invaded Phenopot? Not to be outdone, he no longer concealed his aura. Not only was his mental pressure a level higher than Ibino's, but the spirituality in the room seemed to solidify, with a faint glimmer of knowledge flashing within. Roxanne and her 2 companions immediately suffered. Under immense mental pressure, they struggled to breathe and tried to offer the 2 men a way out, but they couldn't even open their mouths. Archbishop Ebenos, who was still at Sequence 4, realized that Odis had been promoted to Sequence 3 and took the initiative to restrain his aura. Odis did not continue to exert pressure and gradually withdrew his aura as well. Soon, the immense mental pressure in the room disappeared, and Roxanne and the other 2 breathed a sigh of relief. Archbishop Epinot took a deep breath and said, I need to report our conversation to His Holiness the Pope. Odis had Roxanne take the Archbishop to the prayer room, and a dozen minutes later the Archbishop returned and said, the Church of the Earth Mother accepts your suggestion. It's a pleasure to cooperate. Odis smiled, but thought to herself, this really is a world that values strength. Chapter 425, Chapter 424 The night before dawn. Odis looked at Bazel's letter and learned that the king was sending a special envoy to invite him to serve as Minister of Defense. This was clearly a response to the rumors that Odis had spread earlier. If they went to Azhara now, it would demonstrate the king's wisdom, and Odis would have a share in any future victories he achieved. If he doesn't go, then it will be seen as Odis being unwilling to help Azhara's people, and all the previous rhetoric would be for nothing. Odis put away the letter, smiled, and said, "A trivial skill." He then ordered Long Zayer to lead a group of men disguised as bandits to hijack the envoy's convoy. The official statement was that the negative consequences of the Remberg government's previous neglect of banditry in the western provinces were becoming apparent, and that the bandits, upon learning of Remberg's defeat, even dared to rob the king's special envoy. As for Odis, since he did not see the king's envoy, he also did not see the king's appointment. The problem was solved, and it also provided new material for understanding Remberg's previous political mistakes. In the days that followed, Odis, having received a written promise from the Church of the Earth Mother, handed over the soldiers of Fenaport at the Krish Pass to a bishop of the Church of the Earth Mother. Just as Odis had predicted, the kingdom of Fenaport had secretly used travel to take away most of the extraordinary beings, most of whom were officers. In other words, the officers all fled, leaving these soldiers behind. Odis was certain that these people would have little fighting power even if they returned home, and no matter how excellent the commanders that were assigned, they would not be able to be controlled. Moreover, the Lingbo cannon must have left them with psychological trauma, and after they return, they can also help spread the Wutai state terror theory to demoralize the enemy. Therefore, Odis was happy to let them return home and even thoughtfully prepared 3 days' worth of food for them, because the road south of the Krish Pass had been completely destroyed, making their journey back extremely difficult, and they might not be able to return home for another day or two. Therefore, sufficient food is needed. The Church of Mother Earth is also pleased to facilitate the return of these believers. This is a responsible act towards the believers and will allow them to have a more devout faith in the Great Mother. Only the Fenaport government was reluctant, but since the people had already returned, they obviously couldn't be driven away. Isara, the capital of Reynoldsburg. The city went into battle the day after its southern defenses were breached. Young and middle-aged people in the city began to be sent out in batches to dig trenches and build fortresses outside the city. That morning, as usual, the people were working under the supervision of soldiers. Beep. A whistle suddenly sounded in the distance. Everyone looked bewildered, not knowing what had happened. The supervising company commander immediately yelled, "Hurry up, you bunch of idiots. The Fenaport shells are about to fall, and the trenches aren't even dug yet." A young man seemed to realize something, straightened up, and glanced south. A long queue appeared at the edge of his vision. The queue was so long that he couldn't see the end of it, giving him a great sense of oppression. "A Fenaporter," the young man couldn't help but exclaim. Thump. The young man was hit by the butt of a rifle, fell forward, and almost fell over. The overseer soldier shouted, "Don't stop. Nobody's going back until this entire position is dug up." Backlund, Jowood District. Inside his rented room, Klein, preparing for his promotion to Sequence 3, heard a newsboy outside shouting, "Extra! Extra!" The Western Front at Remenberg achieved a great victory. Klein was taken aback. The so-called Western Front was just the location of Wutai Prefecture, wasn't it? He quickly changed his appearance and went to the street to buy a newspaper. Unfolding the newspaper, he quickly saw words like Governor Odis and Krish Pass. However, the newspaper's description of the battle was rather vague, only stating that the commander of the Remberg army cleverly used artillery to destroy the enemy's camp, thus causing the complete defeat of the Fenaport army. Klein put away the newspaper. Could the Red Angel evil spirit have already gone to Remberg? The Earl of Hall's mansion in Queensback, Backlund. Audrey Hall saw the news of the victory in Western Remnantburg in the newspaper, and she also noticed that there was a special article about Mr. Odis Gard in the second edition. Many people were reminded of the ambassador from Remberg to the Kingdom of Lone because of this introduction. During the War of Remberg, this ambassador frequently appeared in major newspapers. What people didn't expect was that this diplomat would be so tough. Audrey also noticed that the newspaper mentioned Odis's military commander, but did not mention his specific name. She believed that he must have been one of Odis's important subordinates. Compared to the rapid collapse of the southern defenses, this victory seems all the more precious. According to the newspapers, Odis had no government troops at his disposal, only the state guard he had assembled, yet he managed to hold off the enemy's frontal assault. At a ball that day, Audrey noticed that because of Odis's victory, nobles and politicians had a new assessment of Remberg's fighting strength, and some aid proposals for Remberg became easier to pass. Audrey took a deep breath and smiled. Odis had officially entered the politicians' field of vision. The first data processing center has finally been built. According to the original design, its appearance is that of a large troop transport vehicle. The core component is an 18-sided smart cube, which can process an exponentially larger amount of information. It can easily command up to 30,000 extraordinary puppets within a range of 60 kilometers. If it is placed at a high position, the range that can be commanded can be increased by 20 to 40 kilometers. This extraordinary device has been kept under top secret from its research and development to its production. Because if the enemy knows of its existence, they will definitely focus their attacks on it and will first try to locate it, which will be very troublesome. To provide some cover for the data processing center, 9 troop carriers were also prepared. Each troop carrier can transport 30 extraordinary puppets because they can stand closely together during transport. If transporting ordinary soldiers, it would be impossible to transport so many people at once. After experiencing the data processing center, the Red Angel demon was very satisfied with the command system and immediately dismissed all officers in the extraordinary puppet unit. To Medici, those human officers were nothing more than a burden to the extraordinary puppet force. "Give me 3 days," said the Red Angel, evil spirit. "I need to familiarize myself with this command system. 3 days later, we can launch an attack to the east." Odis nodded. "Okay, I will try my best to gather intelligence about the Eastern Front." After concluding his meeting with the evil spirit Red Angel, Odis returned and first wrote a letter to Bazel, instructing him on what kind of intelligence to gather. Then Odis entered a state of invisibility, reappeared as Suzaku, flew to the outskirts of Azhara, and began to use flight to observe the battlefield. Currently, Azhara's defenses are relatively solid, mainly because there are too many previous battle examples to learn from. Even if most of the Lundberg soldiers have only participated in colonial battles and fought against the local kings of the southern continent, they can still set up a solid defense by flipping through the history books. At this point, the battlefield was mostly in the southern suburbs. The Remberg garrison dug many trenches and continued to dig them during lulls in the fighting. Some fortresses were also built, but due to the haste, the number of fortresses was not large, and they were easily attacked by enemy artillery. There were many makeshift fortresses, each equipped with a machine gun, which could defend a large section of the defensive line. But these fortresses are always targeted by enemy artillery and extraordinary beings. When Odis arrived, Fenneport's bombardment had just ended, and the infantry were launching an attack. The Remberg soldiers fired from the trenches, halting the enemy's advance. After the Fenneport troops, suffering heavy casualties, reached a certain position, they immediately set up mortars to launch more precise strikes against the enemy positions. Many Remberg soldiers were eventually killed in the trenches, which allowed the Fenneport infantry to charge forward. This was different from the meat grinder-like positional warfare that Odis remembered, especially those mortar men, who must have been extraordinary, as their accuracy remained high even with obstructed vision. This created a gap in the Remberg position, allowing them to rush into the Remberg lines. A fierce hand-to-hand combat ensued, and as the fighting progressed, the extraordinary individuals on both sides took turns attacking, making the battle in the trenches increasingly brutal. Odis watched for a while but did not intervene to help the Lemberg soldiers. Although they were outnumbered, this defensive strategy prevented them from engaging in large-scale battles, which actually masked their disadvantage. Moreover, Fenneport's army was already running out of steam, so this positional battle would eventually be fought for 10 to 20 minutes before Fenneport's army was finally defeated. If you manage to push the enemy back, it's best to follow up with a round of artillery fire, and then launch a counteroffensive. However, based on Odis's observation of the Remberg artillery positions, it would be difficult for them to bomb the camp of the Fenneport army, let alone launch a counterattack. Odis flew to Lerota in the south, which would be their main target next. He observed quietly from the sky. Fennepot had built this place into a large logistics base. Many wagons departed from here to head north to Azhara, while many wagons came from the south to store supplies here. After personally observing the situation, Odis returned to Watai and wrote letters to Bazel and Kelt, beginning to spread the news in Azhara that Governor Odis would be leading troops to support Azhara. This news surprised the people of Azhara, because just a few days ago they had received news that the king's envoy had been robbed by bandits and had fled back in disgrace. Clearly, the king's order failed to reach Odis. It is said that the king was furious about this. At this point, some people began to criticize the Remberg government for its previous inaction, knowing that there were so many bandits in the western province, yet never sending troops to suppress them. Everyone was overjoyed to hear that Governor Odis was coming to provide support. Although the war has only been going on for a few days, everyone has already had enough. They all hoped that Odis could defeat Fenneport's army and lift the siege of Azhara. The sudden cold snap caused a thin layer of fog to rise over the plains of Remberg. However, the people around Lerota were conscripted by Fenneport's army early in the cold wind to move and unload supplies in the city. Everyone was reluctant because the job was unpaid and they had to bring their own food. But not going is not an option either, getting beaten up is certain, and there's even a possibility of being shot. Just as they were preparing to enter the city from all directions, the rising sun finally appeared, illuminating the earth and dispelling the thin mist. Just then, someone suddenly asked, "Look, what's that?" The crowd looked in the direction he pointed, towards the west of the city, where they saw 10 enormous creatures rapidly approaching the city. No one had ever seen such a thing before. It looked a bit like a carriage, but it didn't have horses pulling it, and it didn't even have wheels. It was suspended in midair, about 1 meter high. Beep. At that moment, the whistles of Feneport's army sounded, and the civilians saw them jump into bunkers and trenches, preparing for battle. Lirota had no walls. Feneport only set up fortifications on the roads leading in and out and dug trenches on both sides of the roads. The people of Remburg then realized that the Remburg army had returned. But instead of being happy or excited, they fled in panic or searched for cover. After all, bullets don't distinguish between Rembrandt and Fenerbahce. The soldiers in Feneport shouted at the crowds, saying they were blocking the shooter's view. But then an officer shouted, "Drive all these people to the front of the position and let them take the bullets. Let the people of Wutai know that there are civilians from Remburg on the front lines." The soldiers all looked at the officer with surprise. Although they would beat up Remburg people at will, sometimes rob them of their property, or assault Remburg women, they never thought of asking these Remburg people to take bullets for them. Some soldiers noticed that the officer looked strange, his eyes were wide open, and his face showed both surprise and fear. He practically shouted, "You haven't been to the Western Front, so you don't know how powerful the cannons in Wutai are. Go quickly and let them know that there are Remburgers on the position, so as to prevent them from shelling." These were officers who had been secretly rescued from the Krish Pass. Just as Odis had predicted, the Lingbo cannon had left them with psychological trauma. At the time, they did not have a direct experience of it at night, but the day after they entered the pass, they saw the area that had been bombarded by the cannons of Wutai. There was no way anyone could have survived such an explosion. Therefore, even though these officers were rescued early because they were extraordinary individuals, they were unable to adjust their mindset and enter the front line to fight immediately. Thus, the officer who had narrowly escaped death was assigned to Lirota to be in charge of logistics. But when he saw the pupil-less eyes and straight sword markings on those 10 enormous creatures, memories of fighting on the Western Front flooded back. Like a nightmare, it struck, "Quickly, execute the order." He drew his pistol and fired a shot at a fleeing Remburg men. "Go back. Get to the front of the lines." His eyes were bloodshot and saliva was flying everywhere, making him look like a madman. The soldiers had no choice but to obey orders and drive the Remburgers back to their positions. The people of Remburg were so frightened that their legs went weak. In front of the Feneport army's positions and bunkers, they watched in terror as those behemoths came to a stop. Then several people nimbly jumped onto one of the troop carriers, which was raised slightly to become a temporary command post. The one who seemed to be the leader had a face from the southern continent. Even though they were far apart, the fiery red mark between his eyebrows could be seen. Then the troop carrier arrived in front of the command post and slowly landed on the ground. Many soldiers got off from the back and unloaded a lot of weapons from the vehicle. The soldiers of Wutai Prefecture then lined up in an orderly fashion in front of everyone and began their charge. But their numbers are far too small, they only seem to number around 200. The people of Rembrandt looked desperate, thinking that the other side had no intention of caring about their lives and was about to rush over their houses. Many people thought of their families and burst into tears. But soon, the people saw that some of the soldiers from Vientiane province climbed to the top with the agility of monkeys. Although this is the suburbs, there are still a few 3- or 4-story buildings here. Soon, many Wutai soldiers stood on the rooftops of those buildings, skillfully assembling weapons, and then the sound of bang, bang, bang echoed. The Remburg civilians instinctively lay down, and whistling shells passed over their heads, blasting the Feneport soldiers in the bunkers behind them into a chaotic mess. At this point, the Fenerbahce soldiers hadn't fired a single shot because the enemy was still beyond the range of their machine guns. Soon, the people of Remburg, who were lying on the ground with their heads in their hands, felt a cold sensation on the back of their heads. When they looked up, they saw a scene they would never forget. The soldiers of Wutai ran faster than the fastest horses and faster trains. With their amazing jumping ability, they nimbly leaped over the people of Remburg, always landing perfectly to avoid those lying on the ground. At this moment, gunfire erupted from Feneport's position. Although the extraordinary machine gun played a good suppressive role, many enemy soldiers were still hiding in the trenches. The people of Remburg thought they were seeing things. The Wutai soldiers at the forefront had been hit several times but continued to charge without even uttering a cry of pain. Almost instantly, they had reached the front of the trench. Ta-da-da. Their guns were shorter than those of Feneport's army, but they were automatic, and Feneport's troops in the trenches were almost all killed in a single volley. After that, Feneport's army began to rout. The extraordinary officer who had been rescued from the Western Front was the first to run. The soldiers in the bunkers were also stunned by the charge of the Wutai soldiers, and followed the officer and turned to run. The next step was to occupy the high ground and send signals to the temporary command post. While the people of Remburg were still somewhat bewildered, 9 troop carriers and the data processing center vehicle had already arrived. The Red Angel demon, still standing on the roof of the car, looked at the people of Remburg on the ground and said, "Are you lying on the ground playing the role of corpses?" Long Zaire, who was standing nearby, quickly said, "The commander means that there's nothing for you to do here, so you should leave immediately." He pointed to the insignia of an eyeless man and a sword on the chest of his uniform and smiled, "Remember this insignia. We are soldiers of Wutai State, here to retake Loroda City. If anyone is injured, they can be brought here and we will provide the appropriate medicine." Those were, of course, extraordinary medicines. They carried a large quantity of medicines for treating external injuries and fractures, which the extraordinary puppets obviously didn't need. They were distributed to those who needed them. The people of Rembrandt quickly got up, bowed in gratitude, and then immediately left, sharing this truly amazing experience with everyone they met on their way home. Odis looked at the letter that Longzil had sent from the front lines. The operation went more smoothly than expected. In just over half an hour, they had completely captured the city of Loroda and seized a large amount of military supplies. The Red Angel then began driving away the city's inhabitants, preparing to defend the city and engage in street fighting with the enemy. After reading the letter, Odis thought to himself, this tactic is extremely vicious. Because the extraordinary puppet can leap from building to building on both sides of the street while carrying weapons, it is very agile, while the enemy can only advance through the streets. The advantage of the extraordinary puppet can only be broken by a sneak attack from an enemy's extraordinary being. However, Odis sent his most elite extraordinary subordinates this time, and also planned to build a teleportation array in the city so that if the extraordinary forces were insufficient, they could provide support at any time. After reading Longzil's letter, Odis led 2,000 extraordinary puppets and set off. In order to support the military operation in Loroda, Odis would lead his army to recapture the western province of Lucerne, squeezing out Fenipot's army from the southwest and forcing them to retreat eastward. Odis's operation went smoothly, and the Feniport army only symbolically deployed a small number of troops here. Odis then immediately organized the extraordinary puppets and the local people to dig trenches and build bunkers in preparation for the enemy's counterattack. However, the probability of the enemy counterattacking here is not high. The main pressure should be on Loroda City. Inside the city of Loroda, the Red Angel, evil spirit, stood atop the building, watching the combined attack launched by Feniport's army from the south and north. Through the nearby data processing center, he knew the location of each extraordinary puppet and could issue commands to them or to captain-level puppets without speaking, relying on his intuition. Following the intentions of the evil spirit Red Angel, extraordinary puppet allowed enemies from both sides to enter the city and then used extraordinary machine gun to strike them from a preset ambush area. Once the Feniport soldiers had taken refuge in the buildings on both sides of the street, the extraordinary puppets threw extraordinary grenades, which directly blew the buildings down. With attacks from both sides failing, Feniport's artillery began shelling the city streets. This was what they considered the most effective means of attack at the moment. This was the case before this battle, because before this, the Red Angel evil spirit had not used the spirit wave cannon. As the Lingbo cannon position began its counterattack, the extraordinary puppets, who had already calculated the location of the enemy's artillery positions, destroyed the enemy's artillery positions in just 2 salvos. That day, Feniport's army did not launch any further attacks. As night fell, the evil spirit Red Angel believed that the enemy would definitely launch a sneak attack. At this moment, Odis's bluebird messenger delivered a letter. After reading it, the Red Angel evil spirit said coldly, "These cowards, they're just leaving already." He had originally thought of many tactics that only extraordinary puppets could use, and he was prepared to turn the city into ruins, but they actually withdrew like this. The position outside Azhara. As night fell, the sentries in the trenches carefully observed everything in front of the position. Feniport's army had launched night raids more than once, and the battles that took place at night were always so shocking. There is no moon in the night sky tonight, so we cannot see the specific situation in the enemy camp. However, you could see their campfires and hear sounds like horses neighing, but by the latter half of the night, there was no more activity. At dawn the next day, the sentry saw through his binoculars that the enemy camp appeared to have been emptied. At this point, the officers also noticed something amiss. They were pointing at the enemy camp from the trenches in small groups. They didn't understand why the enemy had chosen to retreat when they had such a significant advantage. The people in the city also heard the news and went to the city walls or the tops of buildings to observe, and sure enough, they saw an empty camp. They were also very puzzled. Why did the enemy suddenly withdraw? Was this a trick by the enemy? At that moment, the newsboy's voice gave the people the answer: extra. Extra. Governor Gar has captured Loroda, recaptured Lucerne, and forced Feniport's army to retreat. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then rushed over to buy the newspapers. Unfortunately, the newspaper did not describe the specific details of the battle, only stating that the troops of Vodhaus raided the logistics base of Feniport's army and engaged in fierce fighting with the enemy there. However, the enemy failed to recapture the city, and their supply lines were cut off, forcing them to retreat. Cheers erupted throughout Azhara. Conrad I, who was in Renborg Palace, also saw the newspaper. With a livid face, he questioned his subordinates: why did Feniport's army retreat so soon? Where are their demigods? Where are their angels? Could it be because Odis slept with Dennis's mother? Otherwise, why would they withdraw their troops? Dennis II is the current king of Fenaport. The reason for Fenaport's withdrawal was certainly not what Conrad I guessed. According to the intelligence obtained by Odis, the reason why the Fenaport army withdrew was because the Church of the Earth Mother Goddess had changed its attitude towards Odis. At the outset of the war, the Church of Mother Earth indicated that it would not support the war for the time being. The Fenaport royal family launched the war only after receiving accurate intelligence that the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom was not very enthusiastic about the current battle. As they had anticipated, in the early stages of the war, Lemberg's southern defenses crumbled, and the Church of Knowledge quickly retreated, easily reaching Azhara. Although the western front suffered a defeat, the losses were still acceptable to Fenaport. He could simply avoid provoking Odis for the time being. After all, he only controlled 3 states, which didn't have much impact on the overall situation. Just then, the Church of the Earth Mother Goddess suddenly brought back several thousand prisoners from Odis and revealed to the royal family of Fenaport that Odis actually had a plan to attack Fenaport. Whether Odis's plan was true or not is another matter, but the fact that the Church of the Earth Mother had somehow completed negotiations with Odis sent chills down Dennis II's spine. The Fenaport royal family has angels, but they know very well that if angels are deployed, the Church of Knowledge will not stand idly by and will certainly deploy angels as well. Dennis II held a meeting that lasted a day and a night, and finally decided to retreat from the east, via Masjid. Little did they know, this was not a rumor, but something Odis was actually doing. After following Fenaport's army and driving them out of Remberg, Odis began to reclaim lost territory. However, since the governor and other officials had already fled the reclaimed areas, he immediately appointed a new governor. At the same time, Red Angel and other evil spirits were dispatched to take over the southern defense line and build a new defense system. Odis then settled in the city of Lalata and began to oversee the post-war reconstruction work in the south. In fact, it was thought that the war would end in just over half a month, and the Fenaport army hadn't even had time to transport away the looted goods. However, Odis wanted to take this opportunity to complete the process of wealth redistribution. First, the land was nationalized and then given to farmers to cultivate, no longer belonging to the farm owners, and the farmers had no right to buy or sell it. Secondly, under the pretext of wartime, they temporarily took over the industry and commerce of the recovered areas using state capitalism. When Conrad I, in the palace of Azhara, heard about Odis's policies, he was terrified, because they completely disrupted the political landscape of Remberg, leaving no place for nobles and the wealthy. Moreover, Odis neither came to Azhara nor made any demands on the royal family, he simply stayed quietly in Larota. This was the part that Conrad I found most unbearable. At the same time, there was a strong call throughout Azhara, from officials to ordinary people, for Odis to come to Azhara to serve as Minister of Defense. Conrad I was somewhat helpless, Odis had no choice but to accept his appointment. This stalemate couldn't go on forever, Remberg might very well split in two. Eventually, Conrad I lost his patience and sent an envoy to invite Odis back to the capital. The envoy had not yet returned, but the conversation between Odis and the envoy had already spread throughout the streets and alleys. Odis questioned the envoy, "Why send me to Azhara? Are you going to send me to Backlund, giving Fenaport's army another chance to attack?" Odis then stated his political demands, reorganize the current inefficient Remberg government and completely separate royal power from political power. The people realized that Governor Gar had lost faith in the king because of his past experiences. This garnered widespread sympathy. Radicals immediately expressed their support for Odis, and even conservatives suggested that they could talk to Odis. They knew very well that Odis now commanded an elite force capable of driving away Fenaport's army. In the days that followed, Conrad I repeatedly summoned his advisors to discuss countermeasures. That day, after his staff had all left, Conrad I suddenly felt a sense of dread. Then he saw Odis appear in his office. Chapter 426, Chapter 425 The Great Changes in Remnantburg, Odis takes office as president. Ishara, Lumbergart Palace. Prince Alex, who looked to be in his 60s, toured the capital as usual before preparing to rest. He is the only Sequence 3, Chaos Hunter, in the Remberg royal family. Because the 7 Orthodox churches have signed an agreement that the king's level cannot exceed Sequence 5, there is a demigod prince in the palace in addition to a king who handles political affairs. The entirety of Azhara belongs to Prince Alex, who can obtain information about many secrets within his territory through certain abilities via the arbitrator pathway. He is the de facto ruler of the capital. Just as Prince Alex was about to return to his bedroom, he suddenly turned around and looked behind him. In the living room, which had been empty a moment ago, appeared a woman with a somewhat heroic air about her. She stared at Prince Alex silently, as if he were a dead man. Prince Alex immediately opened the iron box he carried with him and took out a level 0 sealed artifact in the possession of the Remnantburg royal family. "You still have a chance to escape before the church's angels arrive." "They won't be coming," Bernadette said coldly, suddenly appearing in the living room. "The Remberg royal family has long been abandoned." Prince Alex's eyes widened. "How dare you slander the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom?" Bernadette stopped talking nonsense, and with a wave of her hand, the ground beneath Prince Alex's feet transformed into a stream of information. The stream of information surged upwards, as if it were about to devour the entire Prince Alex. The prince immediately used the sealing artifact to distort his position, but he was still a little too slow. His shoes turned into a stream of information, and he stood barefoot on the ground. The sealed artifact in his hand was the sequence 2 of the lawyer pathway, Duke of Entropy. Unfortunately, the Remberg royal family was not an angelic family, had not seen the blasphemy tablet, and did not know the potion recipe for Duke of Entropy. They had hoped that the Church of Knowledge could provide them with the recipe, but for centuries the Church of Knowledge had claimed that they did not know the potion recipe for the Duke of Entropy. The Remberg royal family roughly understood that this was something the Church of Knowledge was unwilling to reveal, because among the southern and central kingdoms, the 3 major powers basically had 3 to 4 demigods, while the smaller kingdoms either had 1 demigod or only a sequence 5. Such a situation is well controlled by the Church, but if an angel suddenly appears in Remnantburg, the balance among the nations will be broken. So the Remberg royal family gave up, because even if they obtained the potion formula, they had no way to break the seal. Upon realizing that his opponent was a genuine angel, the prince fled without hesitation. But the moment he used the sealing artifact to leave, a flash of fire suddenly appeared before his eyes, which made him momentarily dazed. When he came to his senses, Bernadette had already pressed her left index finger against his forehead. The magic of fairy tales, the little match girl. Under Prince Alex's terrified gaze, his head suddenly turned into a stream of information, flew out of the window and through the door, and disappeared into the air. The prince raised his hands and grabbed at himself haphazardly a few times before realizing that he didn't have a head. However, the Chaos Hunter did not die immediately. His powerful spirit allowed the headless body to continue its escape. At this point, he was no longer trying to escape, but rather to deliver the level 0 sealed artifact in his hand, along with his own extraordinary characteristics, to the other demigods in his family. He was well aware that such an action might be meaningless, but he still had to try. Just as the headless body escaped into the courtyard, a pale white carriage drove in from the main gate. This carriage has a distinct southern continental style, with feathered serpent patterns carved on its body. The horses pulling the carriage were ghostly horses with obvious sores on their bodies, the driver was a ghost with a severely rotting face, and 2 ghosts holding weapons stood on the back of the carriage. As the pale white carriage passed the headless body, another ghost standing on the carriage reached out and ripped Prince Alex's soul from his body, dragging him toward the underworld amidst the prince's unwilling screams. The headless corpse also lay in the yard. The residence of Princeburg. The prince looked at the 2 demigods before him, a flicker of fear in his eyes. The male of the 2 demigods is a sequence 3, likely a master of prophecy, and he possesses a level 0 sealed artifact. The woman was an alchemist, who was killing other extraordinary beings in the mansion. They are Dick and Afra from the Stiano family. Prince Berg, who had already lost an arm in the battle, asked in an almost pleading tone, "Can you spare my daughter? She's only a sequence 8. Dick said coldly, "No." Their orders were, kill all the extraordinary beings in the Remnantburg royal family, and spare not even half of the sequence 9s. At that moment, a voice shouted from the mansion gate, "I am Francis, a subordinate of Mr. Odis Gard. Monica, the daughter of Prince Berg, is my fiancée and is no longer a member of the royal family. This Francis is a radical member who, in order to rescue Enoch and others who were trapped after assassinating Duke Bowen, kidnapped his fiancée, who was Prince Berg's daughter." Upon hearing Francis's voice, Prince Berg finally breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at Dick, saying, "Let's do it. Sibilang, Dira, Neva." This state was a colony of Rembrandt. Duke Price, the law master, who lives in a vast plantation, is enjoying his dinner. Suddenly, he sensed an unknown danger, so he jumped up and, while checking his surroundings, first jumped out of the window into the yard, and then leaped onto the roof. For a moment, he was completely unaware of where the danger was. Just then, Duke Price's thoughts became sluggish and his movements stiffened. "Oh no, there's a trickster." He struggled to break free from the control of the unknown, knowing full well that this was his only chance to survive. Suddenly, a woman dressed in a mysterious long dress appeared in the courtyard, holding a staff and wearing a silver mask. The mask has a design on its forehead that resembles the High Priestess card from the tarot deck. She raised her staff, which conjured an ancient-looking spear with clusters of dark red flames burning from tip to tip, and shot it toward the stiff-bodied Duke Price. Mysterious reappearance, the Spear of Longinus. The spear struck Duke Price in the chest, piercing through the hole, but Duke Price could clearly feel it. "My entire chest and abdomen are rapidly collapsing, and my life is rapidly slipping away." However, the intense pain also restored his freedom, and he immediately used the sealing artifact to open the entrance to the spirit world. To his surprise, a man in formal attire was standing at the entrance to the spirit world. He wore a silk top hat and a silver mask with the word "world" on his forehead. As Duke Price was momentarily stunned, his mind became sluggish again, and his movements stiffened once more. Then, the man calmly entered the real world from the spirit world, extended his index finger, and an air bomb with the power of a coastal defense cannon exploded on Duke Price. Swell. One air bomb after another struck Duke Price, blasting him backward and sending him flying through the air. Finally, Duke Price's chest cavity was blown apart and his head was blown off his neck before Klein stopped controlling the demigod spirit threads. At that moment, a thunderclap suddenly resounded in the sky above Neva City. Klein looked in the direction of the thunder and guessed that Leonard was using the magical item he had bought from him, which was comparable to the Ocean Singer. Other members of the Tarot Club also joined in. That night, not only were the demigods of Remberg attacked by 2 demigods each, but also by those of a higher order. All the extraordinary ones of the Remnantburg royal family were subjected to a systematic attack, with only 2 mid-sequence extraordinary ones managing to escape by sheer chance. After succeeding, most people immediately attacked the second group of targets. Other extraordinary members of the Remnantburg nobles were also systematically purged, with only the immediate family members of the radicals escaping unscathed. At the same time these attacks occurred, in the king's office. When Conrad I saw Odis appear in his office and Prince Alex did not intervene, he roughly guessed that Prince Alex was probably in grave danger. He took a deep breath and said, "I can abdicate." Odis smiled and said, "I prefer to take responsibility and commit suicide rather than abdicate." Conrad I was not particularly surprised, but said, "You killed the king, the nobles will not support you." "The nobility will be reformed," Odis said. "I will give them a choice, titles or nobility. They either want an official position or a noble title. The noble titles will be reduced to mere titles, and they will no longer enjoy most of their current privileges." Conrad I then realized why Odis had never cared about the opinions of the nobles. It was because he had no intention of keeping the noble class alive. The king asked, "What is it that you really want?" Odis smiled and said, "World peace." "Then why did you still launch a coup? Don't you realize it?" Odis said, "Only by possessing the power to defeat all nations and forces. Only then can world peace be achieved." He raised his hand, as if pulling on strings. "All right, you should go to the underworld now." Conrad's body was instantly manipulated like a puppet, and he took out a pistol from the drawer and pointed it at his temple. Fairy tale magic, Pinocchio the puppet. Odis asked the king, "Do you have any last words?" Conrad I said, "You will regret this, you regicide." Odis smiled and shook his head, "My friend, times have changed." He then moved his index finger. The bullet pierced the king's brain, creating a large hole. The king collapsed into his chair, blood flowing onto the soft carpet. Odis also disappeared. In a noble manner on the western outskirts of Azhara. While collecting spoils of war, Odis was also distributing merits. From the Battle of Clichy Pass to the present day, the continuous battles have given many of Odis's subordinates the opportunity for promotion. The most eye-catching was the first Maitendom on the Dawn. He had already accumulated a lot of merits on the Elemental Dawn, and had digested the potion. Odis generously combined the merits he had awarded with those of the Elemental Dawn, granting him the extraordinary characteristic of a mystic. In addition, many members of the Styano family and the Sword of Dawn have also been promoted to mid-sequence extraordinary. For example, Second Vice President Rupert, after a series of recent battles, also obtained the winner trait from Odis. The Life School prepared a ceremony for him. Finally, Bernadette gave Odis the 2 pieces of loot she had obtained, a level 0 sealed item and the Chaos Hunter trait. Odis took the attribute but didn't want the level 0 sealed item. "Keep the sealed item." Bernadette replied, "Keep it. I have a feeling that if the sealed artifact is in my hands, it will react badly with the other sealed artifact." Odis did not refuse. He guessed that Bernadette was referring to the genie. If this special sealed artifact came into contact with a level 0 sealed artifact of the lawyer pathway, there might indeed be some danger. After dividing up the spoils of war on Azhara's side, Odis immediately went to Cruise Island. In a meeting room on Lighthouse Hill, the other members of the Tarot Society had already arrived. Everyone was wearing the same style of mask, except for the pattern on their foreheads. These are a batch of masks uniformly produced by Odis, which have the effect of defending against mental and psychological attacks. As Odis entered, she smiled and said, "This should be the largest gathering of our offline meetings ever." Wearing a mask of justice, Audrey smiled and said, "Yes, all that's missing is Mr. Fool and the Sun." Klein, wearing the world mask, sat there quietly, as if the conversation between the two had nothing to do with him. Odis thought to himself, actually, the Fool and the world came together. Doesn't that sound terrifying? Next, the spoils will be divided. Since the members of the Tarot Club are all here to pay back their debts, all the extraordinary traits they have acquired will belong to Odis. Most of them paid off the debts incurred during the information exchange at the Tarot meeting, and the Hangman, Alger and the Trial Hugh each seized an additional sealed item. As Odis had promised, the 2 sealed artifacts were their spoils of war. After chatting for a while, Odis gave each member the masks they were wearing as souvenirs of the battle. Then, he had the magician Furs escort the other members back. Odis rested for a while, then returned to the room prepared for him on Cruise Island and looked at the spoils of the day. Tonight, we seized a large number of characteristics of the arbitrator and lawyer channels, as well as some characteristics of the corpse collector and prisoner channels. The first two methods are characterized by the fact that the Lenberg royal family possessed incomplete potion recipes when the country was founded. The latter two pathways are based on characteristics and potion recipes seized after colonizing the southern continent. Lenberg is, after all, a small country. With new characteristics and potion recipes, it will naturally not hesitate to cultivate the corresponding extraordinary individuals, even though the prisoner route is not favored by the official extraordinary individuals. However, on the other hand, although it is a small country, it has existed for hundreds of years and has accumulated some extraordinary achievements. In addition to more than 100 extraordinary properties, there are also more than a dozen sealed items. These are just the sealed items handed over by the participating members. There are many other sealed items that they didn't hand over at all, intending to keep them for their own use. The most important spoils were, of course, the 3 extraordinary properties at the demigod level, and the level 0 sealed artifact. Odis first took the level 0 sealed artifact, which looked like a blood-stained medal. It allowed him to use most of the core abilities of the Black Emperor pathway, such as chaos, distortion, and weakening. While the ability is good, the negative effects are also strong. Wearing it can easily cause conceptual confusion, such as mistaking up for down, left for right, and front for back. One will be unable to resist destroying any cubes or cylinders encountered, and one's own attacks will randomly fall on teammates or oneself. The first and second negative effects are not too serious, but the third negative effect can be fatal if you're not careful. Odis used the Wilderness of Knowledge to attempt to seal it, gaining 45 seconds of safe use time. During this time, using the sealed item would not have any negative effects. He estimated that if he used Knowledge Wilderness to seal himself after reaching Sequence 2, he should be able to gain a longer period of safety. Next, Odis takes all the characteristics of the arbitrator and the lawyer and crushes them, and of course, he makes use of these characteristics. It is mainly used for the general promotion of administrative staff. In fact, most administrative staff are basically satisfied with being promoted to rank 6. If they are to be promoted further, it will only distract them. In addition to administrative personnel, Odis plans to cultivate a group of official extraordinary individuals through these 2 pathways, promote them as quickly as possible, and strive to make use of the captured traits as soon as possible. However, this is not something that can be achieved overnight. Currently, the Remnantburg government's official extraordinary individuals have been completely eradicated, and there is an urgent need to fill this gap with a large number of extraordinary individuals. The main approach is to first get the official extraordinary institutions running through recruitment. As for recruitment methods, there are 3 main ones. The first is the Stiano family, of which half of the members are already serving Odis, but that is not enough. The second channel is Elemental Dawn. Odis plans to discuss with Bernadette the possibility of sending 2 fleets of extraordinary individuals into Lenberg. However, they need to undergo a period of training. After all, they were pirates, and now they are required to become official extraordinary individuals, so their banditry must be removed. The third channel is the elf race. Currently, a small number of elves are hiding their physical characteristics and working for Odis. However, according to the previous agreement with Prince Constantine, another batch of elves can be received. Thinking of all this, Odis took a deep breath. Once the next round of official recruitment of extraordinary individuals was completed, this operation to expand his power would be successfully finished. As for the characteristics of those recipients and prisoners who were seized, they were directly made into sealing artifacts, just like before. Sell some, keep some. After finishing all that, Odis disguised himself slightly, went to the still bustling food area to buy some local specialties, then bought a barrel of beer and went alone to the cabin on the mountaintop to celebrate. The people of Azhara realized that the gunshots and fighting sounds from last night were very unusual. The next day they received shocking news: King Conrad I had committed suicide out of guilt for failing to stop the invasion of Feneport's army. The people have mixed feelings. Although they have recently expressed their grievances against the king, the royal family, and the nobles, believing that they lost the southern defense line and that someone should be held responsible for it. But the king's suicide left them bewildered, unsure of the country's future. At this time, important officials, including the finance minister, who were members of the radical faction, suggested that Odis come to Azhara to lead Remberg through this difficult winter. The proposal was made primarily by radical members. Conservative members seemed to have vanished overnight, and no one opposed it. Odis then entered Azhara in a high-profile manner and first supported a young man from a collateral branch of the royal family to ascend the throne and become the new king. Then the new king signed a decree, entrusting Odis with forming a cabinet to promote government reforms in Remberg. The radicals hadn't expected this day to come so soon, but in their view, the price seemed a bit too high. Too many nobles were killed last night. Apart from the radicals, the remaining nobles are either collateral relatives or unimportant members of the family. In Remberg, whatever Odis says is basically the law, and no one has any objections. The subsequent political reforms were then quite simple. First, the Remberg constitution was amended, with executive, military, and judicial powers all belonging to the Remberg government, while the king remained the symbol of Remberg. To be precise, the king has become nothing more than a symbol. This consolidation of power was very thorough. For example, the royal family of the Kingdom of Rune still retains some legislative and military power. At least for now, their soldiers are swearing allegiance to the king when they take their oaths. Odis directly seized all these powers. The process of establishing new government departments was not difficult. Although it was a reform, it was only a reform relative to Remberg. Countries like Run and Intis had gone through this process and had a lot of experience to draw on. Finally, there was the issue of establishing a parliament. Odis's actions astonished all the nobles of Renenberg, as well as the political figures from various countries who were paying attention to this matter. Currently, the parliament has 100 seats, with 25% allocated to farmers, 25% to workers, and 10% to the military. 10% will be given to representatives of businesspeople, 10% to representatives of government staff, 10% to religious personnel, and the remaining 10% to representatives from all sectors of society. No one expected that such a large proportion of seats would be given to farmers and workers, as the powerful and wealthy believed that these people were completely ignorant of politics. Even Odis's trusted aide, Mandy, raised objections, arguing that such a parliament would not play a significant role in the country's future and that giving farmers and workers 10% of the seats each would suffice. Odis, however, said, the Lenberg parliament is different from the parliaments of other countries, it is a means to alleviate domestic conflicts. A place to listen to the voices of ordinary people. If workers and farmers are not given certain consideration, their voices will be weak and their voices will carry little weight. Mandy sighed and said, I'm afraid they'll be bribed. I may not have explained it very clearly, but I will be the future head of state of Rembrandt. Unless someone kills me, the head of state will not change, Odis emphasized. Mandy paused for a moment and said, I heard that the church once had a rule that heads of state are not allowed to exceed sequence 5, nor are they allowed to appear in public for more than 60 years. That's the king, I'm the president, it's different. Odis said seriously, of course, the king can't be above sequence 5. In Lenberg, the king can't even be an extraordinary one. This is also why he still supports the new ruler. Odiston paused for a moment and then said, besides, once our business is on track, I can fade out of the public eye. They can simply continue to hold power in secret. Mandy asked with some concern, is it really okay? Why not? Odis laughed. As long as I am strong enough, no rule can restrict me. He then continued, let's get back to our previous topic. Although we still need to use the king as a cover for now, I am the de facto head of state of this country. You should know that the head of state is responsible for pointing out the direction and making overall plans for the country. The cabinet you form will be responsible for the day-to-day operations and the tasks assigned by the head of state. Mandy realized, so the parliament has no power to make decisions. In other countries, parliaments have extremely high power, primarily the power to legislate, and secondarily the power to elect the prime minister or president. Even in the Republic of Intis after the reforms of Emperor Roselle, the president was actually elected by members of parliament, who in turn were elected by the people. This system appears democratic, but it has a major flaw. The public's thinking is easily influenced by public relations firms, which can lead to the election of members of parliament who do not represent their interests. At the level of legislators, it's basically a game of politics, interests, and money. Odis, of course, would not allow a situation to arise where the coup he launched and the resulting parliament were not under his control. Therefore, the decision-making power in this country rests with Odis. Only after he approves can the bills or policies drafted by the parliament be passed and implemented. That's not quite right, Odis continued. As I said, it's an organization that listens to the voices of all sectors of society, and some of their suggestions are very important. But we cannot affect some national policies that take years or even decades to be effective, or some national policies that are beneficial to the people but do not generate profits or even lose money. He shrugged. More than 100 years ago, Emperor Roselle made the Republic of Intis the strongest country in the world, but why did the Republic of Intis lose its title as the world's #1 country later? Because a president's term is only a few years, he must be short-sighted. Odis stopped there, leaving the rest for Ms. Mandy to figure out for herself. Odis then made specific demands on the Remenberg cabinet and the new government departments, and then went to meet with Dick, the patriarch of the Stiano family. We currently need a demigod to go to the southern continent to protect the interests of the Lenberg colony. Odis intended to send Dick. Fortunately, the other party was not going into politics, but only providing extraordinary protection, so political literacy was not required. Fenaport and Remberg had already clashed in the colony. Now that Remberg was suddenly experiencing a major upheaval, Fenaport and the militia were very likely to take advantage of this opportunity to launch an offensive. Odis is currently focused on resolving domestic issues and cannot afford to worry about the situation in the colonies. Maintaining the status quo is sufficient for him. For a while afterward, Odis stayed in Azhara and didn't even have time to attend the tarot gatherings. Until he was successfully elected president and until the government reforms were completed, this massive transformation came to a complete end. Subsequently, various countries sent congratulatory telegrams to Odis on his election as the first president of Remenberg, and the Run government also extended an invitation for Odis to make a state visit to Backlund. Odis agreed, and decided that the first country he would visit after taking office would be the Kingdom of Rune. This was actually a kind of political statement. In this war, the new government of Lenberg still supported the Kingdom of Rune. As for the specific details of the visit, Odis left it to Mandy to arrange. The next focus of Remenberg's work was the census and the property census. In fact, Odis originally intended to use this war to immediately put Remenberg into a state of state capitalism. However, he discovered a problem: the data previously held by the Remenberg Statistical Department was incomplete. First, there was a lack of effective statistics on the properties of the royal family and nobles, and the population statistics were riddled with errors, with only an estimated number for the population of slums in various places. Therefore, Odis's first task for the new government was to conduct a survey of the nation's wealth and population. With the help of the Church of Knowledge, the work is progressing quite quickly, but it will still take some time to complete. Odis planned to take this opportunity to secretly visit Backlund, as the coronation ceremony of George III was about to begin. Although he agreed to a state visit to the Kingdom of Rune, one thing is one thing: George III would definitely not allow him to become a god. Bernadette had already gone to Backlund ahead of him, and Odis, in her busy schedule, had exchanged several letters with Klein, learning that Klein had now identified the locations of 3 mausoleums and had obtained the means of entering the mausoleums from Mr. the Door. At least 2 mausoleums would have to be destroyed to affect George III's condition and prevent him from being promoted. The current plan is for Bernadette, Klein, and the witch Triss to each attack a mausoleum. Bernadette will make the first move to attract the angels of the lone royal family, while Klein and Triss will carry out the main sabotage. Odis felt that if he could also attack a tomb, the plan would be much more successful. The problem is that the locations of the other mausoleums are currently unknown. Odis asked Medici, the Red Angel, but only knew that Tudor had made some preparations to become the Black Emperor, and did not know the exact location of the mausoleum. Odis then thought back: who could know the exact locations of those tombs? Tudor certainly knew, but he had already perished, and even if his spirit remained, Odis didn't know how to communicate with him. Even if they could communicate with Tudor, the other party might not be willing to reveal information about the mausoleum to Odis. Furthermore, Abraham, Adam, and Ammon certainly knew the location of those tombs, but Abraham was corrupted and sealed away, so communicating with him would have been quite risky. Adam and Ammon were not contaminated, but communicating with them might be more dangerous than talking to Mr. Door. For a moment, Odis had no good solution. Just then, Odis sent someone praying to the Lord of Mysteries, and he entered the wilderness of knowledge. It appears to be Rosalind, a member of the 10 Pillars, who was successfully turned by Odis, praying to the Lord of Mysteries within the Ascetic Order of Moors. The other party reported on her recent activities. It turned out that she and 2 other 10 Pillars members who shared similar ideals had occupied a small town in the southern continent and were conducting another social practice in the style of Cruise Island. At first, things went smoothly. The lands of the local kings and colonists were distributed to ordinary people, and the locals were very grateful to them. But problems soon arose. After the locals got their land, many sold it and moved to the city. Others didn't manage their crops much, spending their days idly, getting into fights, and some even lost their land gambling. In short, before long, land began to concentrate again, and the people were not very enthusiastic about production. Rosalind wanted to ask the messenger of the gods, Odis, which part of the process went wrong. Odis thought to himself, when did I become a divine messenger? After thinking about it for a moment, he roughly understood where the problem lay. Then he sent over an intelligent puppet to simulate the scene of Odis praying and tell Rosalind that he would be heading to that town in an hour. Besides solving the problem, Odis also planned to ask Rosalind if she had any multi-eyed bookworms. This was the last piece of auxiliary material he needed. Odis is actually free now, but the reason he said he would see her again in a little over an hour is mainly to highlight the pomp and circumstance of a divine messenger. To avoid giving people the impression that you are always available when called upon. An hour later, based on the location given to Rosalind by the wilderness of knowledge, Odis arrived at a small town in the southern continent. In a wooden building, he met the mature and steady Rosalind and another member of the 10 Pillars, Benson Cook. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the 3 of them sat down on the wooden sofa. Odis asked some more detailed questions, which further confirmed his guess. I suggest that you 2 read some books on economics. Because what you are facing is an economic problem, and we will encounter similar problems frequently in the future. Before the two people in front of him could ask any questions, Odis continued, in my opinion, there are two main reasons why the locals don't take the land too seriously and become lazy after acquiring it. First, the local people have low cultural literacy. In fact, most of the southern continent lacks a cultural core. Coupled with the enslavement and influence of the colonists, they developed some wrong ideas. They did not believe that the income earned through their own labor was the right way, but rather that the right way to obtain a happy life was through robbery or luck. This was Odis's most profound impression of the people of the northern and southern continents after he came to this world. In Odis's view, diligence and effort are the most fundamental elements for achieving goals. Luck and the help of others are also important, but the prerequisite for everything is that one must put in enough effort oneself. Even if one is a bad person. If you don't work hard, you'll only ever be a petty hoodlum. Even if you don't want to get involved, or aren't that diligent and hardworking, at least you know that's the right path. This concept, which seems so simple and normal to Odis, is controversial in the North and South continents. The main reason is that the countries of the North continent all made their fortunes by exploiting their colonies, which leads people to believe that the fruits of hard work and effort only benefit those who are ruthless or lucky. As a result, people in both the northern and southern continents generally lack the cultural qualities and atmosphere of diligence and simplicity. One manifestation of this is that after acquiring land, people don't think about how to use it to make a living, but instead focus on short-sighted hopes of quickly converting it into cash. Because he understood this, Odis did not expect the people of Cruz to cultivate the land seriously, but rather viewed the issue as an economic one. Odis continued, don't expect much in terms of cultural literacy. Without a certain amount of historical accumulation, it's difficult to possess such qualities. So we can solve this problem in a simpler way, which is my second point, because the profits from agricultural production are too meager, and there is no profit at all after the land is handed over to the indigenous people. Humans are profit-driven creatures. If there is no profit to be made, there is no need to engage in production. Benson Cook, who was meeting Odis for the first time, nodded repeatedly upon hearing this, finding Odis's words to be very reasonable. The demigod with naturally curly hair asked, then how should we solve this problem? There are two ways, Odis said. One is the collective farm model. In the current industrial society, farmers can only generate surplus value through collective labor, and then use this surplus value to exchange for industrial products. However, the farm is at a disadvantage in this model. The second is to cooperate with other economies to raise food prices in the area, making it profitable for farmers. But we must handle this carefully, because many people may buy food from the surrounding area and sell it to you. Benson was stunned, feeling more and more confused as he listened. Rosalind, who had met Odis a few times, had already understood what he meant: organize the local natives, teach them directly how to live a self-sufficient life through labor and land, and in the process, accumulate their output beyond self-sufficiency, and slowly accumulate wealth. Odis smiled, that saves me the trouble of explaining further. Benson immediately realized, isn't this just the same way the colonists treated the natives? It's different, Odis said. The previous colonists plundered the surplus value here and took it to the northern continent, but you left the surplus value here and used it to bring them a better life. Benson opened his mouth, feeling that he understood every point Odis made, but for some reason, these points also felt very unfamiliar. Chapter 427, Chapter 426 Contact with members of the Turnsost family. Next, Odis explained in detail to the two demigods of the Moss Ascetic Order what a collective farm was. Because this concept has not yet been proposed by any scholar in either the north or south of the continent. Actually, the term collective farm was mainly used to accommodate Rosalind and Vincent's understanding of certain concepts. If Odis were to explain it to Klein, he would prefer to use people's commune or production team. In Odis's view, there are still some differences between the two. After explaining the concept, Odis gave suggestions on specific operational procedures and promised that Remberg could exchange some industrial products for agricultural products produced by the collective farm, and would receive certain preferential treatment. After finishing their business, Rosalind talked about her recent experiences. After starting to get busy in this small town, we realized that we had been seriously out of touch with the real world. Although this town is not big, everyone's condition has obviously improved since we took over, so we plan to open up a larger territory in the southern continent. Odis recalled the map of the southern continent in his mind. I suggest you move closer to the Lundberg colony. This way, we can trade more easily in the future. If anything happens that it is inconvenient for the extraordinary to take action, I can also send troops to resolve it. Of course, one can also secretly seek their extraordinary help in critical moments. Currently, the administration of the southern continent is quite chaotic, with local warlords and chieftains directly managing the people. Meanwhile, each country in the northern continent has only one sphere of influence, where they dump industrial products and plunder raw materials and minerals. Only in some of the more prosperous cities do people from the northern continent directly participate in management. Therefore, there is basically no specific boundary between the various forces. The place that Rosalind and her group found is far from the coast, has no special products, and no large mineral deposits have been found nearby. The warlords and local kings around are too lazy to care about these places, so there is still room for development. After Rosalind said she would seriously consider Odis's opinion, Odis said, I need 3 multi-eyed bookworms, do you have any? Benson Cook, being a sequence 4, didn't understand what this auxiliary material represented, but Rosalind did. She gave Odis a deep look before saying, yes. What should I offer you in exchange? You don't need to pay me anything, Rosalind said with a smile. Consider it my thank you gift. Thank you for your guidance on several occasions. Odis accepted it without hesitation, for his guidance was indeed unique and irreplaceable. Rosalind immediately obtained the multi-eyed bookworm, which had been spiritually sealed, from the spirit creature she had signed a contract with. It was handed over to Odis on the spot. After chatting for a few more minutes, Odis took his leave. After returning to Azhara, Odis checked the multi-eyed bookworms, and, after confirming that there were no problems, put them into the wilderness of knowledge. At this point, all the materials for the ceremony were ready, only the ceremony was missing. Odis continued to ponder how to further vandalize George III's tomb. Still lacking a good idea, he made a prophecy in hopes of seeking enlightenment. He then saw a pale-faced, gold-rimmed glasses-wearing, black-haired middle-aged man holding a thick book, which he handed to Odis. When the prophecy ended, Odis did not recognize the man in the prophecy. The prophecy had given the clue that the book given by the middle-aged man contained the information that Odis needed. Moreover, this give does not necessarily mean gifting or giving, it could also mean spoils of war or captured books. Even the books could have a symbolic meaning, indicating that he will gain knowledge from them. Odis smiled. With this prophecy, all she needed to do for now was to pay attention to that man. Just then, the knowledge wilderness reacted again. Odis was taken aback, thinking to himself that the Lord of Mysteries was quite busy today. He only discovered after entering the wilderness of knowledge that it wasn't someone praying to the Lord of Mysteries, but rather the spirituality of someone he had previously marked reacting. Now, Odis can mark someone's spirit and cast his gaze upon them even if they don't have the Staff of Gus. Odis glanced at it and recognized it as the young man named Parada Trencist, whom he had marked in Pulitzer Harbor. At that time, Odis had punished a lawyer and encountered this young man named Parada. After learning that the other party was a member of the Trencist family, he casually marked him. At this moment, the mark changed. Odis looked at it through the wilderness of knowledge and found that Parada was injured and her spirituality had changed. At this moment, he was fleeing for his life in a carriage with his uncle, who was also seriously injured. His emotions were also undergoing a drastic change, which is why the knowledge wilderness gave him a warning. Odis was slightly taken aback, wondering if the young man had gotten into trouble and implicated his uncle. So he paid closer attention and, through conversations between the uncle and nephew and other family members, Odis learned that 2 days ago, the family members in Pulitzer Port had been suddenly attacked. They quickly determined that the other party was an extraordinary organization that had been established in recent years, with its main members being lawyers and arbitrators. They requested the help of important family members, hoping to completely eliminate the organization and seize its characteristics. In Odis's concept, apart from the official extraordinary organizations such as the Church of God and the Royal Family, other secret organizations can be roughly divided into 3 levels. The first level consists of large, secretive organizations such as the Witch Cult and the Moss Ascetic Order. The second level consists of medium-sized extraordinary organizations such as the Aurora Society, the Gnostic Society, the Iron Blood Cross Society, and various active or inactive angel families. The third level consists of extraordinary organizations formed by wild extraordinary individuals. The third level of organizations is usually led by only Sequence 5 or Sequence 6 leaders, and it is extremely rare for a wild extraordinary leader to be Sequence 4. Because very few wild extraordinary individuals reach this level, and even if they do, they are usually absorbed by other extraordinary organizations. Among wild extraordinary beings, reaching Sequence 6 is already quite impressive. If this extraordinary being is careful enough, they can easily accumulate a group of low-sequence, extraordinary subordinates. If the organization is led by a Sequence 5 leader, there may even be several mid-sequence subordinates. There are many such extraordinary organizations on the North and South continents. As a medium-sized extraordinary organization, the Terransost family would choose to annex such small organizations when the time is right. The timing is clearly opportune, as the royal family of Rune is busy fighting the Fusaks and has little concern for the wild extraordinary individuals within the country. In their view, this was an opportunity to acquire some small, extraordinary organizations and expand their own power. Therefore, the Terransost family directly dispatched a Saint and a Sequence 5 to resolve this matter. However, they fell into a trap set by the official extraordinary individuals of Rune. It turned out that the small extraordinary organization was established with the support of the Rune royal family. Its purpose was to attract the attention of some slightly larger extraordinary organizations, and then the Rune Kingdom would deploy its overwhelming extraordinary power to eliminate that extraordinary organization and strengthen its own extraordinary power. The reason why royal families in most countries possess many characteristics acquired through adjacent means is basically because they obtained them in this way. Fortunately, the Trensalt family is a seasoned family that had anticipated the situation and made corresponding preparations. Most of the family members involved in the operation escaped and quickly left Pulitzerport in batches according to the plan. As for which members will escape the subsequent search, that depends entirely on luck. After learning the whole story, Odis's first thought was, the Trensust family still has a certain degree of organizational ability. Many families that have existed for hundreds or thousands of years have to disperse and hide in peacetime, so over time they have difficulty maintaining cohesion and instead become a union of small extraordinary organizations centered around demigods or Sequence 5 beings. In such circumstances, demigods and Sequence 5 beings rarely take the initiative to act in order to avoid risks. A family that still maintains cohesion is likely one that possesses a level 0 sealed artifact, and all family members are united around the person who possesses that level 0 sealed artifact. Odis then thought that it would be difficult for Paddas and the others to escape, since most of them were already injured, which was too obvious. So Odis decided to offer them some assistance. It wasn't that he was overly sympathetic, rather, when he marked this young man named Paddas, he intended to establish a connection with the Trensust family, and ideally, hire a group of extraordinary individuals from the family to diversify his own extraordinary talent pool and prevent the formation of an internal extraordinary interest group. Now is the perfect time to establish contact with the Trensust family. Save their people, and then quietly reveal that the person you serve knows the Night Emperor. You should then be able to meet with the family's higher-ups. Thinking of this, Odis was about to return to the real world to make some preparations when he suddenly realized that this was a good opportunity to endorse Vice Admiral of the Deep Sea. Before the start of the World War, Odis secretly began another collaboration with the Elven race, having the Deep Sea Admiral conduct arms deals with the Fuzak Empire. This is mainly to prepare for war. After all, Odis can't afford to offend Rune too much right now. So if they want to sell weapons to both sides of the warring nations at the same time, they need to use a black glove role. After the war began, this covert operation proved effective, and the Fuzak Empire ordered a large number of weapons from the Deep Sea Admiral. Guided by the principle of making the performance complete, Odis instructed the elves to secretly establish an organization with demigods, claiming that the weapons were imitations of products from Cruz Island. The reason for doing this was that after the semi-automatic rifle was introduced, all the countries in the North Continent tried to imitate it. The country with the strongest industrial base, Rune, was the first to give up. They also produced corresponding imitations, but the accuracy was not as good as the original. Fortunately, the replicas could still be used. So Rune's strategy was to buy and manufacture at the same time. The industrial base of Feniport and the Fuzak Empire was not as good as that of Rune, so they were not successful either, and their imitations were not very good. Only the Republic of Intis succeeded in replicating it, because they possessed demigods with the generalist pathway who could handcraft machine tools. Of course, Rune also has many followers of the God of Steam and Machinery, but recently, for something as strategic as this, the God of Steam has clearly leaned more towards Intis. The people of Rune are not stupid. They had such a strong industrial base, yet they failed to replicate it. They managed to replicate a pirate general exactly the same. Now, Rune still needs to purchase weapons from Odis. At this point, they will naturally pretend not to know that Odis is providing a large number of weapons to Deep Sea Admiral. However, if they have the opportunity, they will definitely make a big fuss about this. Therefore, Odis decided it was best to prepare early and take precautions in advance. Intis's success did not affect Odis's arms business, on the contrary, orders surged, and Odis's production capacity was insufficient. This is why Odis wanted to quickly transform Remenberg's current disorganized economic system into a form of state capitalism. He desperately needed a systematic arsenal to handle this immense wealth. With Odis's involvement, by the later stages of the war, the weapons of the soldiers on all sides could definitely be upgraded from the current single-shot rifles to semi-automatic rifles. Once everyone has semi-automatic rifles, this industry will basically reach its limit, because what will become widespread next will definitely be machine tools that can produce such weapons. In fact, as machine tools become more sophisticated, it will trigger a manufacturing revolution. Of course, that's all in the future. Odis went to great lengths to give Vice Admiral of the Deep Sea a reasonable background. But until now, Vice Admiral Deep Sea has never had the opportunity to reveal his fictional backstory. Odis first designed a symbol in the wilderness of knowledge, using the time difference there, incorporating elements of lightning, waves, and arrows. She then created items such as masks, badges, and cufflinks. Upon returning to the real world, Odis first sought out the Deep Sea Admiral and instructed him and his key subordinates to begin wearing accessories featuring bows and arrows. Then he told Vice Admiral Hal Constantine that he would be wearing this inscribed ornament to fight against the lone royal family, and that he would deliberately let some enemies go, so Hal could prepare himself. Hal was well aware that Odis was promoting her false background. Fortunately, his main area of activity has never been in the waters controlled by Rune. At the same time, he was also clear that his main preparation was to show the mark to the Fusak people during the next transaction, and let them figure out the rest themselves. So Odis changed into a rune-style trench coat, but underneath was an Inta-style shirt, and then put on accessories with symbols such as bows and arrows. Following spiritual guidance, he found Parada and the others. In this situation, it's certainly not appropriate to keep following behind invisibly, as that would seem a bit deliberate. At this point, Odis changed his appearance, hired a carriage, and traveled the same road as Parada, quickly catching up with their caravan. Actually, rescuing people would be simple, we could just take them away. But because we have other purposes, to fight the extraordinary beings of the Rune royal family and ultimately inflict significant losses on them, we need to find an opportunity in this way. Parada and his entourage pretended to be a family on an outing. To avoid attracting attention, they followed a merchant caravan, which was slower but more believable. Odis instructed the coachman to follow the caravan at a leisurely pace, and during their rest, he glanced at Parada and the others a few more times. With their extraordinary spirituality, they immediately noticed Odis's gaze and were somewhat worried that Odis might have discovered their disguise. They hadn't gone far when they saw a sentry post on the road ahead. The caravan drivers were a little surprised because there hadn't been any sentries there before. Palada and the others forgot about Odis and became anxious about the sentry post. That checkpoint was obviously set up for the members of Shatransost. After a brief inspection of the convoy's vehicles, most of them were allowed to pass after receiving some gold pounds provided by the convoy. When the sentries found Parada and the others' vehicle, they quickly noticed something was amiss. After all, even if their wounds could be covered by clothing, the smell of blood couldn't be hidden. Parada and the others drew their weapons, ready to engage in battle, when suddenly a strong gust of wind blew, precisely scattering the soldiers and a few of the extraordinary ones to the sides of the road. Many soldiers were knocked unconscious after crashing into trees, and their weapons were swept into the air, rendering them essentially incapacitated. The members of the Trensalt family were all stunned, partly because they hadn't had time to react. Odis paid the coachman a gold pound, then leisurely approached Paladas and the others, while the coachman and the rest of the caravan sped away. Parada and the others were on high alert, but also somewhat desperate, because in that brief moment, Odis had displayed terrifying power. Odis approached the two carriages, go in the other direction. As he spoke, he naturally opened the carriage door and sat down. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Parada and the others dared not resist and continued on their way with trepidation. In the carriage where Odis was, there were Paladas and his nephew, as well as two other family members. Parada's uncle, Mio, is the leader of these people. He asked cautiously, and you are? As soon as Odis raised his hand, the four men tensed up, and for a moment they even considered jumping out of the car. However, Odis simply took out the magical items she had prepared beforehand and used them to treat the wounds of the four people. This made the four of them even more puzzled. If Odis had the power, he could have easily killed them, but he didn't. They got into their carriage and offered them assistance. Mio, who was in his 40s, added, "How can we thank you enough?" Odis glanced at the other person and suddenly laughed. "What do you think you can offer that will interest me?" He paused for a moment and said, "This might sound very impolite, but it's really the truth." Mio knew the other person was talking about something, so he asked, "Then why do you want to help us?" Odis had already come up with a solution. He took out his notebook and drew the middle-aged man with black hair and gold-rimmed glasses that he had seen in the prophecy about the tomb of George III. He guessed that the middle-aged man was very likely a member of the Trensalt family. As Tudor's old friend and old rival, the Trensalt family had a certain probability of knowing the location of several tombs back then. However, this guess is mainly based on feeling. Since a clear image has been predicted, it means that the other person will be seen in the near future and it is basically impossible to miss it. At this very moment, the members of the Trensalt family were attacked, so it is very likely that they obtained relevant intelligence from this family. Of course, it is also possible that the relevant information was obtained from the extraordinary individuals of the Rune royal family, who were their rivals. Regardless, Parada and the others should be able to provide some clues. After finishing the portrait, Odis held up his notebook to the four members of the Trensist family. "Do you recognize this person?" For a brief moment, Parada's pupils dilated and his face showed surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. His uncle Mio, aside from a fleeting glance, showed no other reaction. "I don't know him." Odis smiled and said, "My hunch is right, this must be a member of your family. And as long as you travel with him, you will meet him soon. Even if you don't actively seek him out, he will come to you." It's not hard to tell from their expressions that they are not their enemies. If they were, there would be no need to hide it like this. When Mio heard the other person mention family members, he knew that the other person knew his background. But what troubled him was that he wasn't sure whether what the other person said was true or false, or whether he should trust the person in front of him. At this moment, he noticed Odis's ornament with bow and arrow elements. He guessed that it must have special significance, but after thinking for a long time, he couldn't think of any extraordinary organization that was related to elements such as bows, arrows, and waves. Mio thought for a moment before asking, "What do you need that gentleman for?" "I don't really know what exactly we traded for, whether it was a book or something else," Odis said honestly. Parada and the others looked at Odis with some strangeness, because Odis's statement made them feel that this person seemed a bit unreliable. But Mio knew how profound the revelation this strange young man spoke of was. Such things were said to be sometimes very vague and could only be found through spiritual guidance. So at this point in the conversation, Mio developed a greater trust in Odis. Odis added, "It's all right if you don't tell me. I can protect you for a while, but when you make a deal with the person I just drew, the protection I provide will be included in the deal." As he spoke, he looked out the car window, indicating that it was okay if they didn't communicate. Mio quickly asked, "How should I address you?" Odis glanced at the other person. "Call me whatever you want, I'm not going to tell you my real name anyway." Mio could only force a smile and say, "As you can probably tell, we're being chased, so be careful." Odis hummed in agreement and said nothing more. He wouldn't continue this pointless chat unless the other party was willing to reveal information about the middle-aged men with the gold-rimmed glasses. Mio, Parada, and the others didn't know what to talk about for a moment, so they just sat quietly in the carriage and moved forward. After walking for more than half an hour, a small town appeared ahead. Since it was by the roadside, it was basically a town built for travelers, with many restaurants and hotels. Odis said to Mio and the others, "Prepare yourselves, your enemies will definitely be lying in ambush here." The reason why Odis didn't kill Mio and the others earlier was mainly because the people on the outposts were too low level, and there was no need to kill them. They were also instructed to report the movements of Mio and the others to their superiors, so that the Rune royal family could send even stronger extraordinary beings to intercept them. This time, the opponent will get at least 2 sequence 5s, and there's even a certain probability of getting a demigod. Only then could Odis inflict a serious blow on the royal family of Rune, making them take the matter seriously and launch an investigation. Odis, with the symbols of a bow and arrow and waves on her body, would also come into the enemy's field of vision. Upon entering the town, everyone immediately sensed something was amiss. The town was unusually quiet. In typical towns like this, when tourists arrive, people will come out to solicit business, but there's not a soul on the streets, and the people in the shops are giving their carriages a very sharp look. Odis said, "Stop the car. I'm thirsty and want to get a cup of tea." Mio was both amused and exasperated. Did they really have to drink tea in a place like this? Odis laughed and said, "They came for you. Do you think you can leave this town so easily? It's like everyone wants to be an official extraordinary person, and their reasoning is so open and aboveboard. Even if Mio and the others noticed and turned back, they would calmly catch up, and there would definitely be someone behind them to block them." Mio and the others had no choice but to follow Odis into a restaurant. There was only one table of customers in the restaurant, and they immediately stood up when they saw Odis and the others enter. In no time, customers from the surrounding shops also gathered around. Odis sat at a table and said to Parada, "It seems the owner isn't here. Go and make everyone a pot of tea." Parada was very nervous, but dared not disobey Odis's wishes, so she went to the restaurant's kitchen to find a kettle and tea leaves. He nervously brewed a pot of tea, and when he came out of the kitchen, he almost dropped the pot. The official extraordinary who was originally playing the role of a customer in the restaurant is dead, apparently pierced through the heart by something like a javelin. Not only that, but there were also more than a dozen bodies lying on the ground outside the restaurant, and the rest of the people had already fled. Standing behind Odis, Mio and the others also looked incredulous. Clearly, the dead were all killed by the mysterious young man in front of them. This surprised Parada, but at the same time, he also felt a little envious of the young man's abilities. Mio quickly waved to Palada, signaling him to come and pour tea for Odis. At this moment, Mio and the others were finally relieved. With the protection of this young man, they were sure they could escape from the pursuit of the Rune royal family. Parada quickly stepped forward and poured Odis a cup of tea. Odis took a sip of tea and glanced at Parada. "How long did it take you to advance to sequence 8? Parada was taken aback, not quite understanding why the other party suddenly asked this question, and honestly replied, 2 years. The experienced Mio, however, realized that the other person was asking about his nephew's talent as an extraordinary individual, and he quickly added, "He's mainly waiting for his extraordinary traits. He only needed half a year to advance further." Odis nodded, "Not bad." Mio quickly replied, "Yes, he is one of the more talented children of the new generation." Odis did not continue the conversation, but instead looked towards the door. A few seconds later, a solemn voice was heard from outside, "Teleportation is prohibited here. Witchcraft is forbidden here. It is forbidden to draw upon the power of the spirit world here. Astrology is prohibited here. Scrolls are prohibited here." Clearly, the demigod sent by the other side had guessed Odis's method from the ability he had just used, and therefore imposed a series of restrictions. These prohibitions do not impose significant restrictions on extraordinary individuals who use the arbitrator or lawyer pathways because their abilities are largely independent of the spirit world and are extraordinary abilities, not witchcraft. Odis smiled and said, the ability to prevent teleportation is really useful. Mio and the others couldn't laugh, because they could feel the immense pressure coming from the street outside and guessed that the person who had just used the forbidden ability repeatedly must be a demigod. Odis rose slowly and said to Mio and the others, don't stray too far from me. As he spoke, he walked outside, and Mio and the others quickly followed. At this moment, the law masters of the Rune royal family were making final arrangements to attack the restaurant where Odis and the others had just been. Unexpectedly, Odis and the others came out on their own. The moment he saw Odis, the law master suddenly felt a pang of fear. He knew, of course, that this was a spiritual warning. He didn't have time to ponder why this guy was helping the Trencist family, his mind was now solely focused on how to escape. He also knew that fleeing now might hasten his death, so the law master reached out to Odis, in prison. He planned to take advantage of the moment when the target was trapped and immediately seek help from the angels. The law master was confident in the imprisonment ability, believing that opponents at the sequence 3 level could be imprisoned. Odis did not bring his iconic items such as the Staff of Gus or the Scepter of Calamity with him this time. At this moment, his eyes were flashing with an unusual light, and a tall, illusory figure appeared in front of him. The figure seemed to exist between reality and illusion, dressed in ancient clothing, with a very indifferent face, and some ancient and eerie blood-red tattoos on its body. Mean and the others lowered their heads, not daring to look at the figure, feeling that just one glance would bring them the most vicious curse. Mystery reappears, the curse of bound god. Although mysterious reappearance also requires drawing power from the spirit world, Odis is, after all, a sequence 3, and can relatively easily break the opponent's prohibition, although it will put the opponent into a punishment phase, where their power will increase for a short period of time. The law master was stunned for a moment, and his imprisonment seemed to have suddenly disappeared. Before bound god, even if it is only his phantom, a saint-level imprisonment would have no effect. Because the spirit is imprisoned by the body, and his desires are imprisoned by reason, to a certain extent, this symbolizes the imprisonment of the spirit. Imprisonment, at the level of law master, is completely ineffective. Then, looking into the sinister eyes of bound god, one could see the law master. Pfft. The other person's heart was like a rotten tomato, crushed by a terrifying, unknown force. Even a demigod as powerful as him would suffer a fatal injury if his heart were crushed, and would need to be treated with extraordinary abilities immediately, otherwise he would be in grave danger. The law master wanted to escape, but he couldn't use the spirit world to teleport because teleportation is prohibited here, and even he himself was not an exception. The moment the phantom of bound god disappeared, Odis raised his hand again, and another phantom appeared in front of the law master, who was about to escape. This figure was more solid than the previous one, wearing a black robe with a southern continent style, and had a face that resembled that of a southern continent person. Its appearance immediately evoked a chilling aura, as if one's entire soul had been immersed in ice. In the next instant, everyone present below the level of demigod seemed to recall their most terrifying memories, a fear that came from the depths of their souls, a fear shared by all humanity, the fear of death. Mystery reappears, the whispers of the god of the dead. Although Odis is currently unable to reproduce an existence at the level of a true god, he can reproduce the time when the true god was still the king of angels. For example, the emperor of the underworld was the god of the dead for a long time, with power comparable to the 8 angel kings of the ancient sun god, and even stronger than the angel kings who did not have a unique identity. The phantom of the god of the dead then uttered a soft whisper that no living person could understand. The law master, who was closest to the phantom, immediately turned pale and fell to the ground. His spirit body had been severely damaged. As the figure of the god of the dead disappeared, several royal extraordinary beings who were not far away also fell to the ground. Their spirits had gone to the underworld, and their bodies had turned into physical forms. Even Mio and the others behind Odis felt a tightness in their chests, a sense of impending doom. Odis quickly stepped forward, raised his right hand, and a ball of illusory stardust appeared in his palm. A giant pillar of starlight descended from the sky and struck the struggling law master. Amidst the opponent's unwilling cries, his body was rapidly disintegrated by the starlight. Mio and the others looked at Odis with a mixture of admiration and fear. Just now in the restaurant, Odis easily killed so many of their opponents, and they finally understood that this young man was a demigod. But they never expected that this young man would kill his opponent, who was at the demigod level, so easily. Several other extraordinary members of the royal family, upon witnessing Odis's terrifying power, immediately turned and fled. Odis did not give chase. Instead, he used magic to quickly extract the extraordinary properties of the place. After collecting these properties, he said to Mio and the others, "Let's go and continue on our way." Mio seemed to snap out of his daze. "Quick, quick, bring the carriage over here." Then, Mio respectfully invited Odis to get into the carriage. After the carriage left the town, Mio said, "Sir, the portrait you showed us earlier is of Marco, an important member of our family. He is currently being hunted by the royal family of Ruin, and it is difficult to contact him in the short term." To be precise, Marco was in charge of this operation. Usually, if they encounter an ambush, the family members would disappear for a period of time after escaping, and then use some backup contact methods to contact the family members again. Odis slowly nodded and said, "As I said before, it doesn't matter if you can't find him. I'll go with them, and we might run into him." He paused for a moment, then added, "However, we can't continue down this path now. A demigod of the lone royal family has died. It's very likely to attract the attention of angels. Odis can now easily kill a sequence 4, and few sequence 3s are his match, but when faced with an angel who has undergone a qualitative change, he still has to run when necessary." So he recreated the Kuinping, and amidst the neighing of horses and the screams of the coachmen and passengers, he quickly moved to the Tuckwell Plain, which was hundreds of kilometers away from Pulitzer Port, and could be said to have completely escaped the royal encirclement. Mio marveled at Odis's amazing abilities, but only received a slight smile from Odis in return. The carriage then ran for 2 or 3 hours on a wide, straight road without encountering Marco. Odis showed no impatience and clearly intended to continue following them. By this time, both the horses and the people in the 2 carriages were exhausted. When they passed through a small town, Mio suggested that they rest there for the night and asked Odis for his opinion. Odis smiled and said, "You can decide for yourselves. Don't worry about my opinion." He tried his best to avoid interfering with the decisions made by Mio and others. So the group found a hotel, and while they were checking in, Odis's spiritual senses suddenly seemed to be working, and she looked toward the door. 2 seconds later, a middle-aged man with a pale face and black hair, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, entered. It was Marco, whom Odis had seen in the prophecy. The other person also sensed Odis's gaze, looked up and met Odis's eyes, then turned to walk away. Mio also saw Marco and quickly called out to him, "Sir." Outside, has the wind picked up? This is a family code word, indicating that everything is safe. Of course, this only means everything is safe if 2 family members who know each other say this. If they don't know each other, it has the opposite meaning. Furthermore, to avoid being asked the same question by passers-by, one of the words must be said twice. Marco then noticed Mio and the others. Although he remained wary, he did not continue to leave. So Mio rented a conference room at the hotel, introduced Odis to Marco, and briefly described their encounter. Marco breathed a sigh of relief after learning that the other party had easily killed one of the royal law mages, because he himself was a law mages, and the other party had enough time to strike first during their encounter in the hall. In other words, if the other party is an enemy, he is already dead. Chapter 428, Chapter 427 Destroying King George III Mausoleum. Upon arriving at the hotel's conference room, Marco Trensis said to the young man before him, "Thank you for saving my people. We will always remember your help." Odis waved his hand, "Don't be so polite, I need to talk to you." Marco was taken aback. We don't seem to know each other, do we? If this young man needs something from me, he should first have a basic understanding of me and know what he is capable of doing. Although we don't know each other, I know that you can solve my problem." Odis didn't go into too much detail, but tried to make his needs clear. "I'm investigating something related to the 4th Epic United Empire, but I'm missing a key clue." He paused for a moment and then said, "I don't know in what form you will provide me with clues, but I know you definitely have relevant clues here. How about considering the protection I provided for Mio and the others before as an advance payment?" Although Odis tried her best to express herself clearly, it would be difficult for an ordinary person to understand her needs, and they would most likely think that Odis was crazy. However, as a demigod-level extraordinary being, and based on Mio and others' descriptions of Odis's abilities, Marco could roughly guess that the young man in front of him must have used the abilities of prophecy or occupation to see the clues he needed on himself. And guided by spirituality, they searched all the way here. Mio and the others were rescued by chance, and it was also a matter of good luck. After a moment's thought, Marco said, "I am indeed the member in charge of the family notes and know some secrets about the quaternary period. Could you elaborate on what clues you are looking for?" Odis smiled slightly, confirming that his prediction was indeed correct, the location of the 9 mausoleums that Tufeng secretly built. Marco's eyes narrowed. Instead of answering Odis's question, he asked, "Would you mind telling me what you want to do?" "It's inconvenient," Odis said. "I have indeed seen the relevant notes," Marco said. "But those notes seem to be written in some ancient script. I can write those characters down from memory, but I don't know the meaning of those ancient characters, so I'm not sure of the exact location." Odis breathed a sigh of relief. "All right, I can figure out a way to translate the ancient texts myself." He also has a good understanding of ancient scripts, and as long as they are not obscure demon languages or phoenix languages, they are not difficult for him. So Marco had someone bring him paper and pen and had him write down the corresponding content from memory. For a demigod, once they've seen the material, they can easily memorize it. Odis took the papers and glanced at the writing. It was ancient giant language, which is indeed not widely spoken nowadays. However, Odis had used the giant language as a reference when he was studying Gar runes in the past. In addition to text, there are also simple hand-drawn maps, but you have to compare them with quaternary maps to see the specific locations marked on them. Odis smiled and said, "That's exactly what I need." He stood up and said, "Gentlemen, I won't disturb you any longer." Marco quickly stood up and said, "To express my gratitude, I would like to invite you to dinner." For an important member of an extraordinary family, getting to know a harmless demigod can build up valuable connections for the family. Odis pondered for a moment before saying, "All right." So Marco quickly had Mio book a restaurant. It wasn't that they were being extravagant, but rather that only when there were no ordinary people around could the extraordinary speak freely. Odis was at one table with Marco and Mio, while the others were at other tables. The food at this restaurant isn't anything special, but we're not here to enjoy the food today. Odis and Marco were the main conversation partners. They first talked about the current international situation and reflected on some of the changes before and after the start of the war. Most of the Kingdom of Rune has not yet been affected by the war. The battlefield is currently only on the southern coast of the South Sea and in the Winter County. Half of dinner had already been eaten, and Marco saw that Odis was very composed. If this continued, they would really be eating dinner. So Marco had no choice but to take the initiative and say, "I just heard Mio say that you know we are members of the extraordinary family." Odis nodded and said frankly, "My method is based on strong inspiration, so I can't explain to you why I know." "I understand." Marco smiled. Each approach has its own advantages. He then asked, "Would you mind revealing which organization you belong to?" Odis pretended to think for a moment before saying, "It's not impossible. Since you manage the family's notes and records, you should know that during the Fourth Epoch, the Night Emperor once cooperated with a great being." Marco said with a solemn expression, "It was indeed mentioned in some fragments, but strangely, that being is neither one of the seven gods nor does it resemble any of the current evil gods." The other members stopped chewing and listened attentively. As members of an extraordinary family, they were well aware that the two saints were discussing the hidden history of the Fourth Age. They certainly wouldn't have the opportunity to come into contact with these things under normal circumstances. That being rarely appears in the world's sight for some reason, Odis said, half-truthfully. He founded the Ascetic Order of Moors, and the Hidden Sage is somewhat related to him, but the Hidden Sage did not uphold that being's ideals. Therefore, in the later part of the Quaternary period, many important members of the Moors penitentiary left the penitentiary. The reason he made it so clear was to indirectly strengthen his relationship with the Trensalt family. Marco was initially surprised that the Moss Ascetic had such a secret history, but then he immediately understood. The person in front of me should be a descendant of an important member who left the Ascetic Order, or a member of an organization formed by that important member after leaving the Ascetic Order. Because he spoke of the Hidden Sage with no respect. He then smiled and said, "In that case, we were once allies. If it weren't for some uncontrollable events, we might still be friends now." Odis smiled and said, "That's right, that's why I recognized Mio and the others at a glance." Mio and the others were initially stunned. They never expected that their conversation would turn into a friendship. Then they thought to themselves, this is the true foundation of an extraordinary family. As they talked, they somehow got involved in the Fourth Age. Once the topic was brought up, Odis and Marco quickly became much more familiar with each other, and their conversation gradually deepened, including their current situations. Marco revealed that the Trensust family had another demigod besides him. Odis also revealed that their organization had established influence on the sea and in the southern and central countries, and had some cooperation with the church. While marveling at the changes in everyone, the two naturally suggested helping each other out. Odis then said, "I happen to be short of an assistant recently. How about I have that young man as my assistant?" He pointed at Parada and said, "I usually pay him a salary, and if he performs well, I will be responsible for his promotion." Marco was taken aback, not expecting such a substantial collaboration so soon. Parada was stunned for a moment, then stood up somewhat nervously. Mio, who was standing nearby, quickly explained to Marco, "This morning, this gentleman inquired about Parada's promotion sequence 8. Time." He was reminding Mr. Marco that Odis had inquired about Parada's qualifications and was quite satisfied with him. Marco immediately understood and smiled at Parada. "Would you like to be this gentleman's assistant?" "Yes, I do," Parada replied immediately. "It would be my honor." The scene of Odis's battle with the extraordinary members of the Rune royal family today was as if it were etched into his memory, giving him a severe shock. He also hopes that one day he can become that strong. Marco smiled and said, "I have no objection." As he spoke, Marco winked at Mio, who then stood up and said, "Since he's suddenly leaving my side, I'd like to give him a few words of advice." Odis hummed in agreement and did not stop them. He knew that the so-called admonitions were most likely some precautions for working under someone else, and that Parada should pay attention, occasionally write home, and describe what he saw and heard when there was no danger. After finishing their business, the two began chatting casually and ended the meal in a pleasant atmosphere. After taking his leave, Odis snapped his fingers, reappearing Suzaku, and left with Parada. Upon arriving in the outskirts of Azhara, Odis transformed back into her true appearance and said to Parada, "This is my true form." Parada looked at him and seemed to recognize him. After a moment's thought, she exclaimed in surprise, "Mr. Odis Gard. Recent newspapers have been reporting on news about Remberg. Anyone who reads the newspaper regularly knows that Remberg now has a new president. This new president is Odis Gard, who drove out the hundreds of thousands of Fenaport troops with the strength of 3 states. Although this happened in a small country, it is currently generating a lot of buzz in Rune because the people of Rune are hoping for a heroic figure to lead them out of the invaders. Your main responsibility is to organize some extraordinary information," Odis said. "This includes information and reports on some official extraordinary individuals, which you must not disclose to your uncle or the Trencist family in any form. There are also some classified information that cannot be disclosed to others without my permission." Parada immediately replied, "I know." Only then did he realize that he had unwittingly become an official extraordinary being. "Also, I'm currently short of extraordinary individuals, so you'll need to participate in some extraordinary battles," Odis said. "Military merit is always the fastest path to advancement." Parada immediately replied, "Yes." Odis then took Paleda back to their residence and instructed the butler to arrange accommodations and an office for Paleda, telling her to rest for the next day and officially start work the day after. After settling Parada in, Odis returned to his room and finally smiled. Establishing a stable relationship with the Trencist family was his greatest achievement of the day. Odis then rested for a while and took out the information written by Markimer. After reading the opening text, Odis learned that a simple Black Emperor ritual was needed to accommodate the uniqueness of the Black Emperor within the Night Emperor. Since the Blood Emperor already had a mausoleum built before, there was no need for him to build one himself. Therefore, it was that sage who told the Night Emperor the location of those 9 mausoleums. Odis nodded slowly. That makes sense. The sage had worked with Mr. Dor and seemed to know Adam quite well, so he should be able to find out the location of the mausoleum relatively easily. Unfortunately, before they could reach that point, the Night Emperor perished, leaving behind only the corresponding information recorded in the ancient giant script. This document not only includes corresponding textual descriptions but also concise maps. By simply comparing it with a quaternary map, one can clearly understand the locations of those mausoleums. Previously, when Odis was investigating those extraordinary properties at the demigod level with Admiral Iceberg, in addition to obtaining a sea chart of the 4th era, he also found a map of the northern continent of the 4th era. Take out that map, and you can see that the northern continent at that time still had traces of North America, but by the 5th epoch, after the part connecting it to the southern continent was no longer there, it looked like a completely unfamiliar continent. Odis checked the locations and quickly determined the exact locations of the 9 tombs. He was about to write to Klein to inform him of this information, but after thinking about it, he decided to write to him instead to arrange a meeting on Cruise Island to discuss it in detail. Then Odis had his servant fetch a new version of the rune map, marking the locations of the 9 tombs. He took the map to Cruise Island and soon met Klein, who was wearing the face of Gehrman Sparrow, on the beach. Odis smiled and said, "I'm curious, what's it like for you to often see another face in the mirror?" Klein said, "I don't look in the mirror much." He smiled as he said this. Odis lamented, "Every extraordinary person has endured untold hardships." Then he raised his hand, making a snapping motion. Klein understood and offered no resistance. Snap. Odis snapped his fingers, and the two of them teleported to the mayor's office. Then he spread out a map. "I have obtained the specific locations of 9 mausoleums. Take a look, are the 3 mausoleums you know located here?" Klein was taken aback, not expecting Odis to have obtained such detailed information all at once. He looked at the map and pointed out the locations of the 3 tombs he knew. Odis pointed to a mausoleum on the western outskirts of Backlund. "I'll attack here." He paused for a moment and then said, "I can also attack before you and attract the attention of the Rune royal family." During the previous coup, he obtained a level 0 sealed artifact from the Remnantberg royal family, which gave him the power to hold off the enemy angels for a short period of time. Klein nodded and said, "Okay." Odis continued, "According to the intelligence I've received, the lone royal family has 2 angels, 1 hand of order, and 1 balancer. The exact number of demigods is unclear, but this operation is crucial for them. We will definitely be able to gather 7 demigods, carrying the corresponding sealing artifacts, ready to attack at any time." They reaffirmed the tactics and timing of the operation before returning to their respective posts. "We're at a crucial juncture right now, so of course I'm not in the mood for another drink." Saturday morning, the sky was still overcast. Odis stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the crowds on the street converge on the city square. Today, King George III will deliver a public speech, which is also part of his ascension ceremony. Odis suddenly sighed, sometimes I feel quite helpless. Against the backdrop of extraordinary power, the power of ordinary people is as insignificant as a firefly on a summer night. But these people bear the cost of the entire extraordinary. The turmoil that George III's ascension ceremony brought to the country is actually the cost that extraordinary brings to the world. But then again, even without the extraordinary, they wouldn't be much better off than they are now. Standing next to him, Bernadette asked, "Are you saying that the people are actually great?" "This cannot be called great. If it were, it would be a lie," Odis said. "I just think they deserve a better life. The extraordinary and the ordinary should not be at odds, there should be a path to mutual benefit." Bernadette shook her head. "Think about the demon pathway, and also the witch pathway and the prisoner pathway. The path taken determines the stance and thoughts of extraordinary individuals." Odis glanced at Bernadette, then laughed and said, "I was just thinking randomly." "I understand," Bernadette said. "You actually have a lot of opinions about the seven gods' tacit approval of George III promotion." "I have fewer and fewer secrets from you," Odis laughed. "Actually, George III didn't need to turn the country into this to fulfill his own rite of ascension, just like your father, who completed the rite by promulgating the civil code, which brought positive changes to the people." Bernadette continued, "I intervened to stop George III from becoming a god for my father's sake, that which seems to be doing it to avenge her lover. Only you and Gehrman Sparrow, without any utilitarian goals, are willing to participate in this operation." Odis said, "I am doing this for your father as well." Bernadette glanced at Odis and chuckled. All right, Odis said. "It's at least partly for your father, after all, we're good friends who have never met." Bernadette smiled. "Why did you put those two adjectives together?" The two were relatively relaxed at this point. Bernadette believed that the operation was backed up by the Fool and the Lord of Mysteries, while Odis was well aware that even without her help, Klein and his team would succeed. His reason for participating in this operation was purely to annoy Rune, so that he would feel better. At 8:50, Bernadette said, "Let's take our positions." Odis nodded, "Okay, be careful." "The same to you." The two figures then disappeared. Memorial Square, West Backlund. The king, dressed in formal attire, ascended the pre-built platform and walked to the hexagonal microphone. At 9 o'clock sharp, George III began his speech. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am your emperor, Lord Rune, Lord Baron. The rulers of the Rothschild Islands." Klein used his transformed dove puppet to keep a close eye on George III, thus determining when he would drink the potion. But after listening to the speech for a while, he felt that something was wrong with the person on stage, so he quickly went to above the gray fog, and used real vision to look at the high platform in the square. There's nobody there. He then guessed that it must be a figment of his imagination, George III, giving a speech. Then we must act immediately, because George III is likely hiding in some mausoleum, waiting for the right moment to drink the potion. Klein returned to the real world and first called out Bernadette's name to inform her to begin the operation. Then he pulled Ariana from the historical gaps and put her in a secret state. Finally, he gave signals to Odis and Triss respectively, telling them that the operation had begun. Loon, East Chestershire, in a deserted valley. Bernadette, dressed in a long dress, arrived at a mountain wall. She stretched out her right hand and traced occult symbols. A white hand emerged from the void and smeared the blood she had prepared beforehand onto the door. They quickly coalesced, forming a layered door, through which one could see a massive mausoleum made of black stones. This door stands out starkly in the valley, surrounded by ordinary weeds and trees with fallen leaves. Its appearance seems to open a door between reality and illusion. Bernadette immediately stepped through the illusory, semi-transparent door. Just then, as a magic array deep underground suddenly activated, a figure appeared in midair. The figure had a square face, black hair, blue eyes, a high nose, a thick beard, and a rather solemn expression. The image and appearance are not unfamiliar to the people of Lone, as it is printed on the front of the 10-pound note. He was the founder and protector of Rune, and the first king of Rune, William Augustus I. Before the operation, Odis guessed that Bernadette, being the first to make a move, would surely attract the attention of William I. Bernadette then took out a wooden box with occult symbols, broke the seal, and put on the pale death inside. An angel, using a seal that corresponds to sequence 1, is enough to hold William I, who is sequence 1, in place for a period of time. William I declared in a solemn voice, "Those who trespass on this land will be punished." Bernadette transformed into a stream of information, dodging the illusory whip of punishment, while using her abilities to modify the owner information around her. Tudor and Abraham were the true owners, and the members of the Lone royal family were intruders. Once this concept was confirmed, William I, punishment whip, disappeared. In the Balkis Mountains, west of Backlund, Odis appeared on a deserted hill rarely visited by people. he quickly determined his location and then walked towards a pine forest. Before the forest, he spilled the blood he had prepared beforehand, and layers of illusory gates appeared. Odis saw a huge building made of black stone inside the gates. Odis checked his equipment one last time, then stepped inside. The moment he entered, Odis immediately ended his invisibility and used the iron gauntlets to bombard the mausoleum. In a quaternary ruin in Backlund, the former Duke of Southville, Drink Augustus, saw, through the arrangements made by Mr. the Door years ago, that yet another mausoleum had been attacked. Just as he was about to use the teleportation array to descend into the mausoleum, Georgina Augustus, a woman in formal attire beside him, said, "Your Highness, let me go. You should stay here to guard against the ancient scholars lurking in the shadows. They may not be angels, but they are troublesome enough." Duke Nanville grunted in agreement and gave up the spot for the teleportation array. Georgina donned the sealed artifact, 0 to 36, a crown woven from thorns, within which pure light continuously emerged, converged, and intertwined. With a flash of light and shadow, Georgina instantly appeared in the tomb where Odis was located. As soon as she appeared, she was greeted by fireballs that looked like meteorites, and the tomb-like building had been blasted with several small holes by the fireballs. Georgina raised her hand, separating the fireballs from the mausoleum, and the fireballs all fell around the mausoleum. She then asked Odis, "Are you sure you want to be Rune's enemy?" "Nonsense," Odis laughed. "Otherwise, why would I be here?" "For a picnic." Georgina laughed and said, "It seems your experience in Lenberg has made you arrogant. You overestimate your abilities." Just then, the mausoleum suddenly began to shake, as if it were about to collapse. Odis smiled and said, "You can continue to stall for time, because I need time too." He had been using the captured level 0 sealed artifact, the Metal of Entropy, to distort the mechanical structure of the mausoleum, while bombarding it with the iron-blooded gauntlets was merely a tactic to confuse his opponent. Upon entering this place, Odis realized that it would take a great deal of effort for a saint-level ability to destroy the mausoleum, while an angel-level ability would not require such trouble and could destroy the mausoleum quickly. Therefore, he decisively used a level 0 sealing artifact. Georgina quickly used her abilities to support the mausoleum and used the power of order to neutralize and distort the power. Although the mausoleum is still swaying and looks like it could collapse at any moment, fortunately the situation will not get worse in the short term. At this moment, Odis raised the Staff of Gus and reappeared a tall figure dressed in ancient clothes, with thick beard and hair, who crashed headfirst into the black mausoleum. Mythological magic, ragingly crashing into Mount Bujo. The mausoleum collapsed instantly. Ragingly striking Mount Bujo is no ordinary saint-level ability. If combined with the Metal of Entropy, it can quickly destroy the mausoleum reinforced with mystical techniques. Georgina froze, feeling that her presence had done absolutely nothing. In particular, when that phantom struck, she could clearly feel the power of the order she was displaying being directly scattered by the impact, causing the mausoleum to collapse. Upon seeing the mausoleum destroyed, Odis immediately entered a state of invisibility. By the time Georgina realized what was happening, Odis had completely vanished. This infuriated Georgina. Just moments before, she had suggested that the Duke of Nanville stay and deal with that ancient scholar, acting as if no other saint is a match for me. But only a dozen seconds later, the mausoleum collapsed right in front of her. The key culprit also escaped. In Memorial Square, King George III was still delivering his speech, "I will again lower the property requirements for suffrage and transfer more power to the House of Commons." Among the nobles in the front row, Audrey noticed that the king's figure seemed to have swayed violently and briefly just now, as if the light and shadow he cast had been disturbed. She knew that the world and the Hermit were going to disrupt the king's ascension ceremony today, so she guessed that this might be the result of their actions. In the mausoleum on the outskirts of Backlund, George III, who had just drunk the potion, became ethereal and began to transform into something abstract. Suddenly his dark figure began to shake violently. A mausoleum had been destroyed. If it had been a little earlier, he wouldn't have drunk the potion. The intelligence he just received is that the mysterious queen has been held back by the founder, and that despicable, ancient scholar has also been trapped by Zarathustra's ability of miracles. The other two demigod-level attackers were discovered almost simultaneously and were stopped by demigods wearing level 0 seals. In George III's view, everything was under control. But why was a mausoleum destroyed like that? Fortunately, if it was just a mausoleum that was destroyed, he could still rely on his own abstract concept of the destroyed mausoleum to connect with it and allow the ceremony to continue. However, this will affect the effectiveness of the ceremony, and subsequent promotions must be approached with extreme caution. Odis did not leave immediately, but instead went to another mausoleum. He knew very well that much of the lone royal family's attention would soon be drawn to Klein, who had summoned 3 angelic-level historical poor images. Although Odis wanted to draw the fire away from Klein, he did not expect that he was not valued by the Rune royal family at all, and that no angels were sent to deal with him. This left Odis somewhat helpless. The main reason was that he rarely made a move in front of others. Or rather, when he did make a move, he either didn't use his own face, his usual weapons and abilities, or he would kill them all. Few people even know that he has actually been promoted to Sequence 3. Duke Nanwell of the Rune royal family was not underestimating his opponent. In his view, the opponent was a saint, so a Sequence 3 Chaos Hunter with a level 0 sealed artifact should not be a problem at all. But the reality was completely different from what they expected. Before the Duke of Nanville could even make a move, the mausoleum collapsed, and Odis fled. Odis rode the vermilion bird swiftly to the Tarkwell Plain, the furthest mausoleum from Backlund. He entered the mausoleum in the same way as before, and once again took out the Medal of Entropy to tamper with the mechanical structure of the mausoleum. Soon a figure appeared in the sky above the mausoleum. It was none other than the Duke of Nanville, with his high-bridged nose. He sneered, "You're asking for death." Odis laughed heartily, "Old man, I've been waiting for you." Then, Georgina appeared, looking furious, and Odis's smile vanished instantly. "Goodbye." The Duke of Southwell immediately declared in a stern voice, "Teleportation is prohibited here." Then a decree was issued, "Anyone who leaves this place without the master's permission will be punished." Above another mausoleum. The sudden departure of the Duke of Southville and Georgina relieved Klein of his stress. Although Zarathustra and Sirius attacks remained sharp, with the help of Renette Tinnikal and the 0-17 Hidden Angel, Klein finally had a chance to catch his breath. 0-17 was summoned by Klein from a gap in history, but he succeeded on the first try, and it didn't require much spirituality to maintain the other state. This made Klein realize that the Goddess of Night should use some of the power of 0-17 to help. Zarathustra and the others realized this, so Zarathustra personally dealt with this historical projection. Moreover, they soon realized that if the Goddess of Night were to descend at this moment, they would be no match for the true god, and if no other deities intervened, the mausoleum beneath their feet would immediately collapse. But the Goddess of the Night did not. He merely used the sealed artifact to attack the mausoleum, which further confirmed some of their previous suspicions. At this point, Zarathustra could easily summon 3 archangels, one of whom could deal with 0-17, and the other 2 summoned angels would be enough to trap Klein. Cyril, on the other hand, was completely able to suppress the messenger Renette. Although Klein also summoned Mr. Azek, the Death Archon, and Ms. Ariana, MS. Ariana was still in Memorial Square at the time, so only Mr. Azek's historical projection stood alone to block the 2 angels summoned by Zarathustra. One of the 2 angels was Emperor Roselle, and the other was an angel of the Sun Pathway. Klein's spirituality was almost exhausted, and the situation was very unfavorable for them. It was precisely because Klein and Renette had been completely suppressed that the Duke of Nanville felt safe to leave from here to stop Odis. Klein guessed that the Duke of Nanville was attracted by Odis. He held out for a few seconds while the wolf fox was hiding. After confirming that the Duke of Nanville was being held back, he took out the Travels of Grosser from his pocket and put it on his head. This allowed him to temporarily block the attacks of Emperor Roselle and the Sun Angel. He then borrowed some power from his past self, restoring himself to his optimal state. Klein took a deep breath and transformed as many of the surrounding animals and even insects as possible into his own puppets. Then he made these puppets resemble him and they all reached out towards the mausoleum. They attacked the mausoleum with air bombs that had the power of coastal defense artillery. At first, there were dozens of puppets, but soon the number increased to 100, and finally, Klein reached his limit. This attack was completely unexpected by Zarathustra. The key point is that no one expected that Klein would have a magical item that could evade attacks from angelic levels. Although they reacted quickly, they were unable to attack Klein for the time being. A few seconds later, cracks appeared in the mausoleum under the bombardment of the coastal artillery, and a large amount of blood gushed out, and it soon began to collapse. With the destruction of the second mausoleum, George III Ascension ceremony became unstable and lacked crucial support. George III's mind had become very confused. He felt an overwhelming, extremely crazy consciousness surging out of his body, which made his body contort as he looked at everything around him. No. After a cry of despair, George III's consciousness was completely torn apart, and his body utterly collapsed. Memorial Square in Backlund. My subjects, George III, sporting 2 mustaches, was finishing his speech when a loud explosion occurred. His flesh and blood turned into fireworks, spraying into the sky. Audrey and the others in the audience watched as if they were enjoying the most exciting part of a grand magic show, and for a moment no one could react to what had just happened. A few seconds later, chaos erupted, with screams rising and falling as soldiers of the King's Guard rushed up the platform to check the situation. Audrey stared blankly, not too surprised, but just felt it was a little unreal. The mausoleum site on Tuckwell Plain. Odis dodged the combined attack of the Duke of Nanville and Georgina with the ferocity of a wolf, but as he struggled to run forward, he found himself constantly retreating. This is because the safe usage time of the Medal of Entropy has already passed, and there is a certain probability that everything Odis does now will be distorted or altered. Like now, he is running forward, but his body is moving backward. However, Odis did not put away this level 0 sealed artifact, because it would make Odis's actions completely unpredictable, and he used it to evade attacks from Duke of Nanville and Georgina many times. Most importantly, this is Odis's only ability to launch an effective counterattack. Suddenly, the massive mausoleum trembled, and Odis and the others sensed that something had changed within it. Neither the exterior of the mausoleum nor its extraordinary interior layout had changed, but their spirituality clearly indicated that the mausoleum was different from what it had been before. The three of them paused for a second or two, then simultaneously realized what was going on. Odis was the first to react and immediately put the Medal of Entropy back into the wilderness of knowledge. The Duke of Nanville and Georgina realized that Odis was trying to escape. Just as the Duke of Nanville was about to use his execution ability on Odis, he suddenly sensed Odis's spirituality surging. Odis has used the power of divine tides. The next 5 reappearance abilities will be close to the level of angels. He never used this ability, he only used it to escape. First, the reappearance of the diamond ring smashed down on the Duke of Southwell, followed by the reappearance of the 7 treasures pagoda, trapping Georgina. While the Duke of Nanville was hiding from the diamond ring and Georgina was trapped, Odis immediately entered a state of invisibility and escaped from there as quickly as possible. As Klein watched the ruins collapse before him, he only had time for a fleeting moment of joy before he had to flee immediately. He had already planned his escape route, to enter the travels of Gross. Once inside, he immediately ran toward the Hall of Honesty to avoid Zarathustra's pursuit. Just as he was running wildly in the ocean of his subconscious, he saw the sage's clone again. Chapter 429, Chapter 428 The Sage and the Goddess of Night's Conspiracy. Klein's plan was to enter the Hall of Honesty in Grossel's travels and summon 0-08 there. By using the 0-08 scoreline, Zarathustra made a mistake, creating an opportunity to escape. Just as Klein was running wildly through the sea of his subconscious, he saw the sage clone again, wearing a hood and whose face was not visible. He was sitting leisurely on an imaginary rock, holding a fishing rod, fishing in the ocean of his subconscious. The sage clone seemed to sense Klein's gaze and said without looking up, "We meet again." Klein suddenly stopped. "Can you offer me some assistance? Your opportunity lies in the Hall of Honesty." The sage avatar remained silent. "Remember, danger truly strikes when you think you're safe. But I won't offer any help, because that's both danger and opportunity." Klein paused for a moment, thanked him, and continued running towards the Hall of Honesty. At this moment, the sage clone raised his head, revealing a face composed of streams of information beneath his hood. The timing is just right. Odis did not leave immediately. Instead, relying on his identity as the dark favorite, he appeared invisibly on a building in the distance of the Memorial Day Square. He looked at the chaotic scene around the high platform in the square, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. At that moment, his spirit realized that today's actions were in accordance with the ritual for ascending to angelhood, and that he had averted a high-level catastrophe, the final obstacle to his ascension. Grosser's travels, in the Hall of Honesty. Klein's right hand kept reaching out into the void ahead, once, twice, 3 times, until finally his right hand suddenly sank, pulling out a slightly dim, classic quill pen. 0-08. Klein quickly turned to the wall to write down the story he had already come up with. Suddenly, that 0-08 that was about to be written disappeared, vanishing before reaching its limit. Klein was surprised. What's going on? He then discovered that the Hall of Honesty was extremely quiet, and no one was expressing their inner thoughts. With a sudden inspiration, Klein turned around and saw that the ancient stone pillar where the Dragon of Imagination had landed had somehow transformed into a cross hundreds of meters high. Inside the Hall of Honesty, there were rows of black chairs with backrests, but only one person was praying. With his eyes closed, he sat in the center of the first row, wearing a rather simple white robe, with a light golden beard that covered the lower half of his face, holding a silver cross pendant in his hands, his expression gentle and calm. Adam. Klein had no idea when he arrived. At that moment, Adam raised his head, revealing clear eyes. "You can go now." "Wait a minute." Adam and Klein were drawn to the voice and looked toward the entrance to the Hall of Honesty. The sage clone, carrying a fishing rod and standing on a cloud, was seen rapidly drifting towards them. Klein was completely stunned, because he had only ever seen the riding the clouds maneuver in TV dramas. Adam's warm expression changed, revealing a hint of surprise. "What are you doing here?" The sage avatar chuckled in a deep voice. "Why can't I be here?" He paused, then said, "Old friend, long time no see." Klein was momentarily at a loss for how to react. The sage and Adam were actually old friends. At this moment, Adam's expression suddenly turned ferocious. "It's you again." Klein felt that Adam was like someone with a split personality. The Adam he knew now was not the same kind-faced Adam he had met before. Then he recalled some information that Odis had previously revealed at the tarot meeting and immediately realized that Adam's condition might not be as good as it seemed. Within him, a part of Adam's consciousness was occupied by the spiritual remnants of what he didn't know, whether it was the dragon of imagination or some other deity. The sage clone said again, "Old friend, it's been a long time. But I'm sorry, now is not the time for reminiscing. As before, I choose to help Grisha. As for the reason, I said it back in the first era, you are too cold-hearted, and the first creator doesn't actually like this kind of cold-heartedness." The fierce Adam wanted to say something more, but his expression quickly softened, and he returned to his usual Adam. He hasn't shown up for a long time. Klein, who was standing to the side, immediately understood what the other party meant. The lingering mental energy had not been suppressed for a long time. "This is a good opportunity," said that sage avatar. "By the fifth epoch, both he and the one who occupies the source castle will be extremely weak." The he mentioned by the doppelganger refers to the original god, and even the names the sage and Adam should be mentioned as little as possible. During the fourth age, Adam didn't even dare to think about becoming a god, because it was easy for the original to awaken within him at the moment of becoming a god. The sage clone smiled and said, "Our previous efforts have paid off. He was killed once at the end of the third era and then split into 4. Now he is at his weakest and is completely unable to fight against you." As he spoke, he casually tossed aside his fishing rod. "So, back in the fifth age, I've been waiting here, waiting for this very moment to completely pull out the him part from inside you." Adam asked, "How do we seal it?" The sage looked behind the massive cross. At the bronze gate at the end of the passage, the imaginary dragon has already found the location for the seal. Adam gave a warm smile. "You kept this plan from me. Keeping it from you is the same as keeping it from him." Klein watched the two talking, and since no one was telling him to leave, he listened quietly. There is obviously a huge secret hidden here. Even if you don't understand it now, it doesn't matter. You can analyze it slowly when you have time. And if you talk to Odis, you should be able to figure out what they want to do. Adam then asked, "Are you sure? If we just pull him out, I'm not really confident." The sage clone said, "But if we also pull out the excess parts in my body, I'm confident." Adam smiled warmly and said, "Wisdom from the east. Time is limited, let's begin." The sage clone raised his hand, and a vortex with clear light appeared in the sky above the ocean of collective consciousness. "First, I will borrow the status and power of the original body." Within the clear vortex, a phantom wilderness unfolds. On the building in the distance from Memorial Day Square. As Odis was about to leave after watching the spectacle, he suddenly trembled, feeling as if the power of the wilderness of knowledge was surging up, like a tide rushing into the real world. Odis was surprised, because he was not using the power of the wilderness of knowledge at this moment. The key issue is that he currently has no way of drawing upon such a vast amount of power from the wilderness of knowledge. Just as he was trying to control the wilderness of knowledge, he suddenly sensed that this power was orderly and that he was being drawn into an illusory vortex. The next second, Odis saw a phantom wilderness with a clear, bright light appear above the outskirts of Backlund, where a young Zarathustra, with a full beard and wearing a black robe, stood guard beside Grocer's Travels. Looking at the illusory wilderness that suddenly appeared in the sky, there seemed to be many illusory figures wandering in it. Get away from that travelogue as soon as possible. A few days ago, he saw the phantom of Source Castle over Backlund, and now he has seen the phantom of Wilderness of Knowledge. This time, a strong, ominous premonition welled up in his heart. In the city of Backlund, a half-human, half-Byron with gentler features, suddenly turned his head to look at the sky. This is precisely why Klein had to abandon the mystic Enzo during the battle just now. He reached into his pocket and took out a monocle made of crystal, then put it on his eye. That's right, this abandoned puppet was picked up by Amon's advanced clone. At this moment, Amon is using the connection between the puppet and his main body to search for Klein's whereabouts. After putting on the monocle, the advanced clone could immediately see the situation in the air. He smiled and said, "The bearded man is indeed in Backlund. The Red Gloves office building in North Backlund." Leonard, who was half reclining on the sofa reading files, heard the old man inside him, Pales Zoroaster, say, "Hurry, hurry, get to the window." Leonard paused for a moment, then quickly jumped up and went to the window. He first glanced at the street outside, then at the sky, but found nothing unusual. "Stop looking around," Pales said. "Look at the sky outside." Leonard's vision suddenly darkened, as if a filter had appeared there. At the same time, Leonard also saw what was happening in the air, where a phantom wilderness had appeared, and in the wilderness, there seemed to be phantom figures moving about. Looking at the movements and positions of those figures, Leonard felt that the scene was very familiar. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Old man, what is that?" "I can't tell you now," Pale said with a chuckle. "Without my help, you would be contaminated even if you just glanced at it, or even just heard its name." Leonard looked up at the sky and exclaimed, "That's amazing." He suddenly remembered that yesterday he had gone to a large factory because of a case, and the way the workers were working was somewhat similar to the movements and arrangement of those illusory figures. Thinking about this, he laughed. He felt that something so high-end should have symbolic meaning in the actions of the figures inside, so how could it be the same as factory workers? In an ordinary hotel in the suburbs of Backlund, in an ordinary room, there was an ordinary-looking old man wearing a grey-white robe. His hair was completely white, his face had few wrinkles, and his expression was gentle. This is one of the earliest masters of mysticism, who invented Hermes, a language that belongs to the extraordinary realm of humankind. Today his task is to assist George III in becoming a god, but when he received the task, he observed that Adam's willingness to help George III was not so strong anymore, because whether George III became a god or not would not affect Adam's plan much. So Hermes was just a spectator today, only showing his face when the battle began. Hermes saw the wilderness of knowledge in the sky and suddenly smiled. The pace of return has quickened, and the mission that has lasted for nearly 2 eras is finally coming to an end. Grosser's travels, in the Hall of Honesty. The power of the wilderness of knowledge descended, causing the sage clone to suddenly swell to a size larger, and then transform into a constantly rolling stream of information. Adam lowered his hands and, after reassuring himself several times, completely relaxed. The next second, this king of angels also turned into a stream of information. Klein was taken aback, realizing that Adam trusted the sage implicitly, becoming part of the information flow without any resistance. It's like handing over one's life completely to the sage's avatar. The stream of information from the sage's clone suddenly flashed with a clear light, and 2 yin-yang fish, one black and one white, appeared beside Adam. Mysterious reappearance, the Tai Chi diagram. Klein rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was dreaming. He actually saw the yin and yang fish forming a Tai Chi pattern. This pattern has a soft, sacred glow, and looks ancient and profound, with a natural beauty. As the Tai Chi diagram slowly rotated, the surrounding space seemed to tremble. Klein even had the illusion that the whole world was being stirred up by this simple pattern. At this moment, one information stream from each of the 2 streams of information, that sage's clone and Adam's, drifted toward the Tai Chi diagram. These 2 information streams seemed reluctant, shaking themselves and unwilling to enter the Tai Chi diagram. However, thanks to the power provided by the wilderness of knowledge, the level and status of the sage avatar changed instantly. The radiance within him became even brighter, and he quickly sent one end of each of the 2 information streams into the Tai Chi diagram. Immediately afterwards, these 2 information streams tried to pull back to the main body, but under the influence of the Tai Chi diagram, the pulling force of the sage clone's information stream became the force that pulled Adam's information stream away from the body. The force pulling between the information stream on Adam's body and his original body became the force that pulled the information stream of the sage clone away from his body. The 2 information streams pulled at each other, and the force grew stronger and stronger. After the second information stream was pulled out, a third and a fourth stream followed. Until a clear, radiant light surrounded by a stream of information was pulled out from the sage's avatar, and at the same time a phantom water ball wrapped in a stream of information was pulled out from Adam's body. They struggled desperately, but the more they struggled, the faster they entered the Tai Chi diagram. That radiant light roared, "I am the first creator. I am immortal. You cannot kill me. You cannot kill me." The sage clone, still a mass of information flow, said, "Stop bragging. At most, you are just an intelligent reactor created in the initial stage. In my opinion, you are no different from artificial intelligence." The bright light still roared, "I will return, and you cannot stop our merging. When you come back, you will find that you have nowhere to go," the sage clone said. "Soon after, another part of you will also be sealed by another me." The clear, radiant light knew exactly what this creature was capable of, and it roared in resentment, "No." The next second, it disappeared into the Tai Chi diagram. Immediately afterwards, the illusory water mass, pulled out of Adam's body also entered the Tai Chi diagram with a helpless roar. The 2 yin-yang fish that make up the Tai Chi diagram stopped rotating, and everything around seemed to fall into a state of stillness. Then the sage clone's appearance changed back to that of someone wearing a hood, and Adam transformed from an information stream into a kind-faced priest. The sage clone stretched out his right hand and pushed forward, and the Tai Chi diagram immediately followed suit and moved forward. Pushing the Tai Chi diagram slowly and steadily, they arrived at the passage behind the giant cross, maintaining the seal on the Tai Chi diagram while reaching out his left hand towards the wilderness of knowledge. In the air, a clear ball of light arrived in his left hand. Then, the clear ball of light transformed into thin threads and disappeared into the bronze gate at the end of the passage, which was decorated with intricate patterns and mystical symbols. The 2 bronze doors immediately emitted a jade-green glow. "Oh dear!" A crack appeared in the bronze gate. Klein, who was in the distance, suddenly felt stiff and cold all over, as if every cell was about to become an independent individual. As the gap in the bronze gate widened, a stream of ethereal water flowed out from within. The stream of water formed a blurry human figure, silently watching the sage, Avatar and Adam, as if the being that created everything was observing the work. The illusory humanoid figure took a step forward, and the Tai Chi diagram blocking the way visibly shook. The radiant light and illusory water masses that had been sealed inside were partially revealed from the black and white yin-yang fish, as if they had gained the strength to break free from the seal. The sage clone took a deep breath, clearly under immense pressure. Once again, it grasped at the wilderness of knowledge, and seized another surge of power, which formed an ancient bronze bell in front of the Tai Chi diagram. The bronze bell is surrounded by nitrogen-filled air, giving it an ancient and weighty feel, much like a yin-yang symbol. However, unlike the yin-yang symbol, it exudes a very majestic aura. Mysterious reappearance, the Eastern Emperor Bell. Thump. As the melodious bell tolled, the blurry human figure formed by the flowing water in front of the bronze gate was instantly frozen in place by the sound of the bell. Klein, standing in the distance, felt a sense of clarity and unprecedented peace. Even Adam breathed a sigh of relief. Taking advantage of the moment the blurry humanoid figure was stunned, the sage clone raised his hand, and the Tai Chi diagram swiftly moved forward, obscuring the blurry figure. Along with the clear light and illusory water clusters that were struggling to break free of their restraints, they were also pushed into the bronze gate. Oh dear. The gate closed, gradually revealing the true color of bronze, and the patterns and mystical symbols that served as the seal reappeared. The sage clone then placed another seal on the outside of the passage, causing it to disappear. He then said to Adam, "That's enough." He then glanced at the wilderness of knowledge in the sky. "I will merge with my original body, and the sage will disappear completely." Klein was taken aback, not quite understanding what was going on. Adam replied, "Congratulations." The sage clone smiled and said to Klein, who was hiding in the distance, "When you get back, you can tell your friends everything that happened here." Then the figure gradually faded away, saying to Adam, "This characteristic will be taken away by the night through the passage I opened. The special ability you possess is about to come in handy." Adam seemed quite relaxed at this point. "You're still so cautious. More than 1,000 years is too long." The sage clone was almost transparent. "I'm not sure if either of you will have a problem." After he finished speaking, his figure disappeared completely. Where he disappeared, a phantom sphere of light appeared. Before Klein could see what the sphere looked like, it vanished as if erased with an eraser. Then the vortex in the sky disappeared, and the desolate wilderness with its clear light also vanished. On the building in the distance from Memorial Day Square, Odis saw that the wilderness of knowledge in the sky had disappeared, and he felt that he had regained control of this source. However, he could clearly sense that the wilderness of knowledge seemed to have undergone some changes. He couldn't quite put his finger on the specific changes, but in short, it was not quite the same as before. He quickly recreated Suzaku and left Backlund. Back in Azhara, Odis lay down in an armchair in his room and immediately entered the wilderness of knowledge. In the wilderness of knowledge, the intelligent puppets are working tirelessly, producing extraordinary puppets and extraordinary weapons. This production line is extremely important to Odis at present. Fortunately, the knowledge wilderness just manifested in the real world. It appears that it has had no impact internally. In Grosser's travels, there is a Hall of Honesty. Adam looked at Klein, who had been watching the whole time. "Besides telling Odis what happened here, you should also tell him that when he is promoted, he should call my name 3 times in a row, and I will protect him so that he can be promoted smoothly." His expression was as warm as before. "As payment for delivering the message, you will be able to escape more easily from here on out." Before Klein could even express his gratitude, he suddenly felt himself being rejected by the combined forces of the Hall of Honesty, the City of Miracles, and the collective ocean of the world in the book. He involuntarily floated up and flew away. During this process, he saw Adam return to the front of the row of seats and sit down, silently praying before the huge cross. Having left the ocean of collective consciousness, a virtual door silently appeared, and the world in the book began to reject Klein. Back in the real world, because Zarathustra had just distanced himself from the travels of Zarathustra in order to avoid the wilderness of knowledge, Klein had the opportunity to enter the gaps in history. The travelogue seemed to be ignored by everyone, and in the end, no one knew who took it away. After Klein entered the historical void, Zarathustra gave chase. Klein raced forward through the gaps in history, and suddenly remembered a prophecy left by the sage's avatar. That was when he, Odis, Leonard, and Justice were exploring the travels together. After learning that the sage's avatar had been released from the ocean of collective consciousness, he and Odis entered the travels for the second time. The ascetic snowman said that the wise men left him a prophecy: "The paths of destiny always intersect unexpectedly, and when you need to run fast, you will know the truth." This encounter with the sage was indeed beyond Klein's expectations, and it was during his frantic run that he learned of the sage's avatar's purpose in the travelogue. Unfortunately, the wise man's prophecy did not explain how he escaped his predicament. Klein used the gaps in history to evade Zarathustra and erased his traces 3 times with Angel's Embrace before quietly returning to Backlund, which was probably the safest place at the moment. He changed his appearance, found a hotel in the bridge area, and booked a room. After entering the room, Klein breathed a sigh of relief, just about to rest and regain his spiritual energy. Suddenly, Klein's body trembled, and he froze on the spot. A figure had appeared on the chair in the room sometime earlier. He was of medium build and was a mixed-race individual of Rune and Byron. It was Enzo, the winner, whom Klein had previously lost. The puppet was wiping its monocle. As if sensing Klein's gaze, it put the monocle back on its eye socket and said, "Don't throw the puppet around, or it will be tracked." Shocked, Klein recalled the prophecy made by the sage's avatar not long ago, danger only comes when you think it is safe. Now Klein realized that the real danger the other party was referring to was Amon. This left him somewhat helpless. Couldn't they have given him some more specific hints? Lemberg, Sarah. Odis and Bernadette reviewed the day's events and confirmed that George III had died during the Ascension ceremony. But where did the uniqueness of the Black Emperor and the 3 Sequence 1 properties go? Finally, Odis said, "This operation meets the requirements of the promotion ceremony." Bernadette asked, "When do you plan to get promoted?" She was completely unfazed by Odis's rapid rise to power. "Wait 2 more days." Odis took a deep breath. "My intuition tells me it's best to wait a few more days before advancing." Actually, he was guarding against a surprise attack by Rune. In this operation to sabotage George III, Bernadette was the mysterious queen, who was very mysterious and powerful, and difficult to find. Klein was kidnapped by Amon and taken to the Forsaken Land, where Triss died. Only Odis cannot escape, because he is Remberg's new president. Remberg had a large number of his subordinates and confidants. Even if he couldn't find Odis here, he could still kill a group of his subordinates to vent his anger. As for Klein's encounter with Amon, Odis did not intend to offer any help, because Klein had also gained quite a bit from this encounter. It was a situation where danger and opportunity coexisted, and in the end, he managed to escape safely from Amon's clutches. In addition, Odis had to take care of his own affairs first. He summoned Elbra to Azhara and signed 2 presidential decrees that left his subordinates somewhat puzzled. The first decree conferred the title of Duke upon Lady Gustav and Lady Stiano. This was actually a power reserved for the king, but Odis's subordinates had no objection to the presidential decree itself or the procedure. They just didn't know who the 2 ladies were or what contributions they had made to Remberg. Odis then convened an internal meeting and told his extraordinary subordinates that the 2 were angels, one being the eldest daughter of Emperor Roselle and the other a relative of a certain god. The extraordinary subordinates immediately understood that the president wanted these 2 high-ranking extraordinary individuals to protect Remberg. Kelt, having learned the inside story, was even somewhat excited, because he had heard that both the Lone royal family and the Fenaport royal family had angels. Moreover, it seems that all 4 major countries have angels, but that central and southern countries do not. Now that Lundberg suddenly has 2 angels, his prestige in the extraordinary world will be greatly enhanced. He even thought about announcing this to other countries in front of royal palaces or presidential palaces. The explanation given to the public was that one of them was a descendant of Emperor Roselle the Great, and the other was a descendant of an ancient family, both of whom had quietly made many contributions to rebuilding Remberg. Odis's second decree was that the feud between humans and other races had been settled during the Third Age, and that elves, giants, and vampires would be legal citizens of Remberg as long as they appeared in the country. The news was also published in the newspaper, but in an inconspicuous place. When ordinary people see this, they find it a bit strange. Some even think it's a political joke or a decree expressing the president's determination. Odis offered no explanation for this, and then issued a secret presidential decree allowing the recruitment of wild extraordinary individuals in the name of the Remberg government or the Sword of Dawn. The Remberg coup drew the attention of politicians worldwide to this small country, while many extraordinary individuals knew that a pirate group had seized power, given that Odis Gard's bounty had appeared in the raging sea before the rise of Vorte. The extraordinary individuals both looked down on this small country and envied it. In any case, Dawnbreaker is already quite famous in the extraordinary realms, and now Bazel and Rupert can use this organization to recruit some Sequence 7 extraordinary individuals. At this moment, Odis hoped that all his extraordinary subordinates would contribute to this recruitment. There are enough extraordinary individuals in Remnantburg now, but Odis is preparing for the next expansion, which will require even more extraordinary power. Therefore, we need to prepare in advance. On Sunday evening, just as Odis was about to rest, a warning suddenly came from her spirit. Without hesitation, he immediately jumped out of bed, grabbed the Guzman staff from the bedside table, and jumped out of the window. As he ran out, he allowed his spirituality to permeate the entire presidential palace, sending signals to Bernadette and Elbella. But the instant he leaped out of the window, he saw Bernadette, wearing the Pale Death costume, already standing on a corner of the top of the presidential palace, and floating in midair diagonally above her was a man with black hair, blue eyes, a thick beard, and a rather solemn expression. That was William I, the founder of Ruin. The two men stood there silently facing each other, neither showing any intention of making the first move. Because they had just fought yesterday, they were well aware of each other's strength. Even if a battle were to break out, it would be difficult to determine a winner in a short period of time. On another corner of the presidential palace rooftop was Elbra, and opposite her, on the top of a distant building, was an elderly man with little beard and grey hair. This is the first Duke of Southwell of Rune. Behind Duke Nanville were 3 demigods, including Georgina, who stood there without immediately launching an attack, because they did not expect that there was another angel in Azhara. And this angel clearly also supports Odis. At this moment, the 2 demigods of the Stiano family also noticed the standoff and rushed to the presidential palace. Odis watched Duke Nanville and his men silently. He knew very well that there would be no battle this time. Just as Odis had predicted, the standoff lasted for more than half a minute before the Duke of Nanville left with 3 demigods, followed by William I. Their original plan was for William I to hold Bernadette back while the Duke of Southville led a surprise attack to kill Odis as quickly as possible. However, the plan failed from the start because 2 angels supported Lenberg, and angels from the Church of Knowledge would soon arrive. If they didn't leave quickly, it would be very dangerous. After the other party left, Odis smiled. What had just happened was not just a simple confrontation between angels, but was equivalent to the founding event of Remnantburg. From then on, Rune no longer dared to treat Lundberg as a small country. On Monday morning, a major event occurred. The Republic of Intis declared war on Ruin, and large-scale fighting has already taken place between the 2 sides in the Central Highlands. Officials and civilians in Lundberg realized that Rune was in danger this time, having to withstand the attack of 2 great powers alone. At this time, the royal family of Ruin extended an invitation to President Odis to attend the coronation ceremony of the new king. Although Mandy, Celtic, and others were unaware of the events surrounding George III's ascension ceremony, they all advised Odis to carefully consider his trip abroad, suggesting that if necessary, the king of Remmenburg should go in his place. Firstly, this is perfectly reasonable from a ceremonial standpoint. Although the current king of Renborg is a puppet ruler, he is legally entitled to participate in the coronation ceremony of a great power. After Rune's defeat in the future, Lundberg, as Rune's ally, will certainly be purged by the Fuzak Empire and the Republic of Intis. If those 2 great powers use Odis to participate in King Rune's coronation ceremony and attack Odis at the negotiating table, Runeberg will be in a very passive position. The coronation ceremony was a special occasion. As long as Odis attended, it meant that he supported King Rune and the Rune royal family. It was an important political event. If the king were to attend on his behalf, it wouldn't be a breach of etiquette for Rune, and besides, after Rune's defeat, the Remberg government could easily claim that it was the king's personal act and did not represent the Remberg government, thus absolving itself of responsibility. What they didn't know was that their president, Odis, had disrupted George III's ascension ceremony in Backlund and had just clashed with William I and the others the night before, making the lone royal family seethe with hatred for him. Odis understood that the invitation from the Kingdom of Rune was tantamount to saying, the matter of George III was over. Although the Kingdom of Rune is recognized as the world's strongest nation, it cannot wage war simultaneously against the 2nd and 4th strongest nations. The key point is that although the world's Big 4 countries have a generally accepted ranking in terms of national strength, the differences between them are actually not that significant. Especially the Fuzak Empire, which is generally considered to be ranked 4th, is known for its fighting prowess. In terms of war potential, it is basically second only to the Kingdom of Rune. Moreover, their individual combat capabilities are extremely strong, and no one would object to them ranking first in terms of combat effectiveness. At this time, Rune desperately needs the support of allies, even just words of encouragement. Even if Lenberg is unwilling to openly support Rune, it would be better if he didn't stand on the opposing side. Therefore, Rune will no longer blame Odis for destroying one of George III's tombs, at least not for now. After some thought, Odis decided to go to Backlund. Because he knew very well that although the Kingdom of Rune seemed to have no chance of winning, the final outcome of the battle would not be decided by a few countries, but by the battle between the 2 gods. Odis was well aware that the final result was that the Goddess of Night killed the God of War, and the armies of the Fuzak Empire and the Republic of Intis had reached the outskirts of Backlund, but had to retreat in disgrace because of the outcome of the Divine War. Therefore, at this time, it is definitely the right time to invest in Rune when it is facing the most difficult situation. As for the reckoning that followed the end of the World War, Odis didn't take it to heart. He will definitely be an angel by then, and there will be 3 angels in Lenberg. Unless the royal family of Rune is out of their mind, they will not settle scores with Odis later. There's no need to worry about security during this state visit. As long as Bernadette and Elbra are in Azhara, Odis will be safe. Once Odis made the decision, the matter was settled, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs began preparations for the visit. That afternoon, Odis returned to her room early, lay down in her armchair, and prepared to attend the tarot session. At exactly 3 o'clock, Odis's vision was covered by grey mist, and in the blink of an eye he had appeared in the magnificent hall, on one side of the bronze table. The moment Odis arrived, she sensed something was off. The other members were all looking at the head of the bronze table. Although they weren't looking directly at each other, their observations were quite obvious. Odis thought for a moment and finally remembered that because such a big event had happened in Backlund on Saturday, the other members had prayed to the Fool in hopes of getting some information about that big event. But because Klein was engaged in a battle of wits with Amon at that time, he was unable to respond to everyone, which caused them great concern. Odis has been so busy these past 2 days that he hasn't thought to check on his fellow countrymen at all. He is probably the only member who hasn't prayed to Mr. Fool. Of course, it's also because concern is useless. After all, a sequence 3 can't help much. Let's leave it to Goddess of the Night and the others to handle. Among the other members, the most worried is Star Leonard, because the Grandpa Paul Zoroaster inside him suspects that the Fool may be fighting Amon, and the outcome is unknown. Leonard breathed a long sigh of relief when he saw that Mr. Fool wasn't wearing his monocle. Chapter 430, Chapter 429 Tarot Meeting. The tarot session has just begun. Leonard, the Star, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Mr. Fool wasn't wearing his monocle. He then turned to look down at the bronze table to check on Klein, the World. The other members instinctively focused their attention on the World, Gehrman Sparrow. The priestess Katlia had a prophecy made by the Queen, who said that the world was in danger and could only seek the protection of Mr. Fool. Justice Audrey knew that the world was involved in the George III affair, and that Mr. the Fool had not responded in the past 2 days, so she was worried about his situation. Seeing that the World Gehrman Sparrow showed no unusual reaction, Audrey withdrew her gaze and bowed to the head of the bronze table, saying, "Good afternoon, Mr. the Fool." The fact that the Tarot Club could still remain the same after the world situation became more chaotic brought her some comfort and improved her mood considerably. After everyone had finished their greetings, the Fool Klein nodded slightly, gesturing for everyone to sit down. Then, he looked around, chuckled, and said, "You all seem quite concerned about whether this tarot session will proceed as scheduled." When Alger the Hangman heard this, his heart began to race, and he felt as if the Fool was pounding on him. So he quickly said, "It's because we weren't devout enough, and we were thinking too much." The other members were taken aback at first, and then said one after another, "We weren't devout enough, and we were thinking too much." Only Odis seemed unsure how to react, appearing somewhat bewildered. However, his reaction was normal, as he was the only one among the members who did not pray to the Fool. Klein nodded, then looked around again and said, "This level of concern is normal." He paused for a moment and then said, "During this time, I used the body of the world to play a game with Amon in the land forsaken by God. Fortunately, I didn't miss this tarot gathering. Every word he says is true, but the information others interpret from it will certainly differ greatly from the actual situation." Odis, upon learning the truth, was stunned. Klein could write a book on the art of language. Leonard felt this perfectly matched his suspicions. Mr. Fool deliberately used Klein to transfer Amon away, and judging from the current situation, Mr. Fool had achieved a satisfactory result. Everyone else also realized why Mr. Fool hadn't responded to their prayers immediately these past few days. Meanwhile, Alger and Katlia also realized that the patient seemed to have recovered further, and was even able to directly confront an Angel King. The son Derek was simply delighted. Mr. World is now also in the land of God's Forsaken. In that case, the Forsaken Land would have 2 members of the Tarot Club. Thinking this, he looked at the head of the bronze table and blurted out, "Honorable Fool, the chief wishes to receive your blessing during the ceremony. Do you agree?" Klein had already learned of this from the prayers, and nodded slightly, saying, "Okay." Overjoyed at receiving the promise, Derek couldn't contain his smile. "Only believe in the Fool." Klein nodded and said to everyone, "You may begin." Leonard, nicknamed Star, immediately turned to the lower end of the bronze table and asked, "How are you doing now?" The other members also looked toward the World, whose situation might not be too good, given that he was a tool in the struggle between Mr. Fool and Amon, the Angel of Time. Klein manipulated the World and said, "Not too bad, but not too good either." Next, they began to discuss how to help the World get out of its predicament. Odis did not participate because, in his view, the solution proposed by the old man inside Leonard's body was the best way to solve the problem. Since he doesn't have a better way, there's no need for him to get involved. The conversation ended with Leonard going back to look up information, and Justice Audrey started another topic. "Can we talk about the incident where the king was killed during his speech? The royal family of Ruin currently claims that the despicable Fuzak people murdered His Majesty the King during his speech." Of course, everyone knew that when Audrey asked this question, she was actually asking if she could tell them the inside story of this matter. "Yes," Klein said, manipulating the World. "As my previous investigation showed, George III wanted to become the Black Emperor, and to that end, he excavated the Tudor ruins, trafficked people, and twice attempted to cause mass deaths and initiate wars. This would allow Fussack's airships to bomb Backlund. Unfortunately, he failed in the final ceremony, and the necessary secret mausoleum was destroyed. Some of the intelligence was being revealed to him for the first time. Justice Audrey never expected that it was Rune who had started the war. Odis then asked, "Excuse me, have I missed something? Did George III attempt to cause mass deaths of his people on 2 separate occasions? He's been busy with war and coups lately, and missed 2 tarot meetings." He assumed that Klein had revealed some intelligence at the previous tarot meetings. "Speaking of which, the failure of those 2 operations was largely due to you," Klein said. "The first was the massive smog event at the end of last year, which nearly killed tens of thousands of people. The second instance is the collaboration between the witch cult and the spirit cult in the raging sea. If they succeed, hundreds of thousands, even millions, could die." He learned this information from the White Saint, Katerina. Hearing this, everyone understood why the world said that George III's failure was largely due to the Hermit. Because the Hermits participated in the sabotage of both incidents and played an important role. Odis remarked, "George III really went to great lengths to cover up the missing persons and divert the church's attention. The large number of missing persons has attracted much attention, but if a case of mass unregistered deaths is fabricated, it will, to some extent, cover up the missing persons. Since last year, the Church of the Goddess of Night and the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery have sensed that the royal family of Rune seems to have some kind of scheme and have conducted some investigations." At this point, the priestess Katlia asked, "What is the 7 gods' attitude toward this?" Klein manipulated the world to glance at the head of the bronze table before saying, "The 7 gods all hope for a Black Emperor, but they are not in agreement on who should be this Black Emperor. That's why George III tried every means to divert the church's attention before he was fully prepared. After George III successfully completed all the ceremonies, the 7 gods had no choice but to acquiesce, whether they agreed or not. The other members almost all wore thoughtful expressions, because the 7 gods had tacitly approved, but George III ultimately failed. It was only then that Emlyn the Moon belatedly realized, "Mr. the World, you seem to have been involved in sabotaging George III's ascension. Would you mind telling me the details?" Audrey had previously guessed from some of the world's actions that he would prevent the king from becoming a god, but the world did not announce this, so some members guessed it in advance, while others only guessed it today. The Moon was the last one to realize this. Klein manipulated the world and said, "I destroyed one of his mausoleums, but the destruction of one mausoleum should not be enough to cause the ascension process to fail." After he finished speaking, he looked at Odis. Everyone immediately realized the Hermit was also involved in this operation. Odis smiled and said, "That's right, I also destroyed a mausoleum. If the 2 mausoleums are destroyed, the ritual will become unstable." Alger immediately realized that this was a collaboration between the 2 gods, the Fool and the Lord of Mysteries, or rather, that each god had sent their own followers to participate in the operation and provided sufficient support. Many people have similar speculations. The 7 gods acquiesced, but Mr. Fool and the Lord of Mysteries disagreed, so George III failed. At the same time, Audrey also realized why the Hermit did not pray to Mr. Fool. Based on the Hermit's reaction just now, she was certain that the Hermit had not noticed anything unusual about Mr. Fool in the past 2 days. It turns out that the Hermit had just collaborated with the world 2 days prior, when the world was doing well. And clearly they all escaped safely, so the Hermit was completely unaware that the world was once again in danger. They didn't realize that Mr. Fool hadn't responded to their prayers. The priestess, Katlia, then asked Odis, "How did you conceal your identity to participate in this operation?" What she really wanted to know was whether the mysterious queen had concealed her identity and participated in this operation. Because Katlia received news that Remenberg was going to bestow the title of Duke upon a Lady Gustav, which should be the queen. The queen would certainly be involved in any actions that disrupted George III's ascension ceremony. Rune must know the true identity of the mysterious queen, so Rune's high-profile conferment of the title of Duke upon the queen will surely provoke Rune's revenge. "No," Odis laughed. "That's how we went." This was somewhat unexpected for Gadria, who was worried, "Won't this provoke retaliation from the Rune royal family?" "Yes," Odis laughed. "To be precise, their revenge is over." The other members were also very surprised. Is it over? In previous intelligence exchanges, they learned that the Rune royal family had angels, and most likely too. Did the Rune royal family not send angels when they retaliated against the Hermit? At this moment, Leonard said, "But today's newspaper also reported that the Lone royal family is preparing to invite the president of Loneburg to attend the new king's coronation ceremony, and the newspaper said that you have already agreed." Odis nodded. "The newspaper is right, I agree." Seeing that some members were still somewhat confused, he smiled and explained, "The Kingdom of Rune needs allies more than an enemy right now. George III's actions have failed, and holding me accountable will not change anything, so it's better to stop pursuing it and pretend it never happened." In this way, the Kingdom of Rune can at least retain one ally. The hanged man Alger laughed. This kind of operation is enough to make people see the true nature of politics. He then said, however, it is indeed somewhat surprising that the royal family of Lwen did not send anyone to demonstrate in Lundberg, nor did they send anyone to threaten you. Perhaps their extraordinary abilities are all on the battlefield, and there's no one else to send. You may have misunderstood me, Odis said. In any case, demigods and angels are highly mobile, and they still have time to send someone to shake me. Moreover, William I and the first Duke of Southwell went to Ezhara, along with 3 other demigods carrying sealed artifacts. What? Furs, the magician, couldn't help but ask. The Protector of Runes, founder and protector. She originally wanted to ask, you're still alive? But then she realized that the other person was an angel with an extremely long lifespan, so it wasn't surprising that they were still alive. Furs then smiled and said, I just didn't expect that the founder of the nation, whose name is printed on the pound sterling, is still alive. The other members mostly gave understanding smiles, because they were also somewhat surprised to hear the Hermit say that. If it were an unfamiliar angel, that would be one thing, but the key is that everyone here frequently uses 10-pound banknotes and often sees the image of the founder of the nation on them, which is why you have this feeling of surprise and wonder. Leonard then returned to the earlier question, did they just give a quick warning and then leave? No, that's not it, Odis replied. From what I've observed, they want to get rid of me. Everyone was taken aback. Why didn't they do that? Everyone immediately understood, they had been counterattacked, or rather, a standoff had broken out. Then the other members realized that Ezhara now possessed extraordinary power that allowed her to stand up to 2 angels and 3 saints. Alger thought to himself, I should have known better. The Lord of Mysteries must also have subordinates at the angelic level. The other members also realized this one after another, and felt that they had a new assessment of the Lord of Mysteries' strength. The Lord of Mysteries rarely appears in people's sight. The last time he appeared was when the Moors Penitentiary attacked Cruise Island. However, only a very small number of people knew about that appearance. Most extraordinary beings in the extraordinary realm still did not know of this existence. Klein knew that Bernadette had been promoted to angel, but even so, she still needed an angel to bring about the right situation. He thought to himself, the Lord of Mysteries really has angels, unlike me, who doesn't even have a single proper angel among my friends. After a moment of internal reflection, the topic was dropped. At this point, Derek, who had been listening in, asked, why is Amon so interested in the Tarot Society? And why has he been searching for members of the Tarot Society? It just occurred to him that the struggles between ordinary gods wouldn't be like the one between Amon and the Fool. It's been going on for so long. It seems that interacting like the 7 gods of the northern continent is the normal thing to do. Most members already understood why, but Derek was an extraordinary individual through the Singer pathway. However, he had also been attacked by Amon and did not immediately grasp the crux of the problem. Seeing that no one knew how to answer, Klein had no choice but to manipulate the world to remind them, the diviner and the thief are adjacent paths. Derek suddenly understood, I get it. Emlyn, the moon, also showed an I see expression. Like the sun, he also possessed knowledge of adjacent pathways. However, since they were not on adjacent paths to Amon, they didn't really relate to this point. It was only after being reminded by the world that they realized where the problem lay. But that wasn't Emlyn's biggest concern right now. Before the other members could bring up new topics, he quickly asked Mr. Fool for permission to speak with Star alone. After Leonard agreed, as soon as they had a private space to talk, Emlyn immediately asked, when are you going to let me out? The guards inside fed him only cow blood every day, which was really hard to drink. Leonard shrugged and said, this is not something I can decide. My suggestion is that you contact the higher-ups in the vampire clan as soon as possible and have them find a way to get you out. Klein, who was listening in, almost laughed. These 2 guys had turned a simple, protective custody into an accident. Emlyn's expression darkened. Would it be useful to talk to the higher-ups of our vampire clan? Leonard casually remarked, the goddess is the Crimson Lord, and she's quite kind to you guys who belong to the Moon realm, even though you don't believe in her. What he actually meant was that the vampire race, an ancient race that has lived for centuries, must have some connection with the major churches. Emlyn had also thought of this. I'll try to entrust it to Mr. World. Klein almost covered his face, realizing that the 2 of them might make things more complicated, but he couldn't say anything now. He could only wait for the moon to entrust the world with the task and have the world remind them. Fortunately, at this point in the conversation, Emlyn and Leonard suddenly said at the same time, that's not right. Emlyn seemed to suddenly understand something. I've been locked up in the Church of the Night for several days now. They must have known what they needed to know by now. The reason they haven't tried to rescue me is probably because they're observing who else might help me, in order to find out who my accomplices are. Klein chuckled to himself, not too stupid. Leonard added, that's very likely, so you'll just have to stay behind the Charnus Gate for a few more days. Emlyn, nicknamed the Moon, was both annoyed and helpless. Their conversation ended, and Klein quickly manipulated the world again, saying, "Fool, I wish to speak with the Hermit alone." Odis paused for a moment, but immediately realized that it might be telling him that the world they lived in was the same as the world on Earth. He took a deep breath. The moment to test his acting skills had arrived. After establishing a private conversation, Klein immediately said, "I obtained some very important information from Amon. In the eastern continent, there is a place called Chernobog. It is said to be the place where the ancient sun god awakened." Odis frowned, then asked with some surprise, "It can't be a case of the same name, right? There are 365 days in a year in this world, and about 30 days in a month. There is a satellite that looks a lot like the Moon. The key planets, such as Mars and Venus, are also similar to what we remember about the solar system." So. Klein's feelings were complicated. That's right, we didn't time travel at all. From the very first day he came into this world, he was thinking about how to go back, but now he suddenly knows that he can't go back. But after learning the truth, he felt a sense of relief, as if a problem that had troubled him for a long time had been solved. Odis took a deep breath. So, before the First Age, there was the Common Era. In that case, many things can be explained. Humans were mutated by a sudden appearance of extraordinary characteristics, which led to the emergence of races such as vampires, giants, and elves. Klein nodded. The question now is, why did extraordinary properties suddenly appear on Earth? Odis was silent for a moment before saying, "I do have a slight clue about this. Well, I'll only get the exact answer after I'm promoted to Angel. I'll tell you then." He said, "My question is, why are we here?" Odiston paused for a moment, then continued, "I've been investigating this matter. All the leads have gone cold with the Sage, or rather, if I find out what the Sage is all about, I should be able to understand why I've been transported here." Klein had no doubts about this, because he had already seen the transparent cocoons outside the Gate of Light, and knew that he was the original master of Above the Grey Mist, who had trapped him here. Although 3 cocoons, including his, have already hatched, Odis should not be among them, because according to what he saw of the historical projection, the person in the other 2 cocoons was Roselle, and the other should be a woman. However, Klein could offer some clues about the Sage. "I have something else to tell you." He recounted his experience of escaping into the travels of Grossius a few days earlier, and Odis's surprise and realization as he listened were genuine. He also did not expect that the Sage's alter ego in travels was meant to seal a part of the consciousness of the original god. Besides the consciousness of God, it seems that a part of the consciousness within the Sage was also sealed, but Odis did not have a definite answer as to what that consciousness was at this time. If one claims to be the consciousness of the original creator, could it be that divinity has been activated? Or, to put it another way, the pinnacle of the Hermit path and the perfect path signifies the activation of divinity. Are these the characteristics of these 2 approaches? Their conversation also revealed a key piece of information. What supported that Sage avatar should be a Knowledge Emperor trait, which was taken away by the Night Goddess. In addition, Adam also seems to have a Knowledge Emperor trait. So, back then, the Celestial Master gave the 2 Knowledge Emperor traits to the 2 people he trusted most, the 2 gods. This made Odis understand why the Hidden Sage only had uniqueness and 1 Sequence 1 trait, because the other 2 Sequence 1 traits were in the hands of the Goddess of Night and Adam, and the Hidden Sage could not obtain them even if he wanted them. The Knowledge Emperor attribute that Russell obtained earlier should be the one that Adam had. However, Odis remembered that the characteristic seemed to exist as a wild sealed artifact. It's very likely that Adam used this method to avoid arousing Roselle's suspicion, since it was a Sequence 1 sealed artifact, and giving it away for free would always make people uneasy. Then it would be more reasonable for someone to reveal information about the suspected Knowledge Emperor seal to Roselle through Adam's arrangement, allowing Roselle to find it himself. As for the uniqueness and Sequence 1 characteristics of the Black Emperor, in the future, those should be things that Adam given away for free, because there is a high probability that it was a transaction between 2 people. Odis pondered for a moment and decided to ascend to Angeliism immediately within the next 2 days, because his spirituality made him realize that all his questions could be answered after he was promoted to Angel. Odis also thought, based on Klein's description and the conversation between the Sage, Clone and Adam, it is not difficult to see that the identity of the Sage has been completely abandoned, so now there is only the Celestial Master, and no Sage. At the same time, he realized that the reason he felt the wilderness of knowledge had changed in the past 2 days was because the Celestial Master has become complete. Thinking of this, Odis said to Klein, the Sage, Adam, and Goddess of Night are indeed hiding some secrets. For them, sealing what's inside Adam must be crucial. Klein speculated, is what they sealed away a being above the level of a god that once existed? That's possible. Odis took a deep breath and said, we still need to advance as soon as possible. Once we advance, we can obtain some higher level intelligence. Klein slowly nodded, he thought so too. After promotion, one's abilities become stronger, one's channels become wider, and most importantly, one can come into contact with higher-level affairs and higher-level extraordinary individuals. The angels of this world often know some unknown secret history. Speaking of promotion, Klein added, Adam also said that when you are promoted to angel, you can shout his name 3 times, which will help you succeed in your promotion. Odis was taken aback. He had originally planned to ask the goddess of night or the god of knowledge and wisdom for help when he was promoted. In short, it would be best to have a deity by his side when he was promoted, because the hidden sage would most likely try to merge with him when he was promoted to angel. However, Odis has not yet decided who to ask for help. Odis trusts the goddess of night Moor, but the goddess of night has not been descending divinely recently. If she only sends down a portion of her power, she doesn't know if it can stop the hidden sage. Odis originally trusted the god of knowledge, but ever since his second trip to the ruins of the War of the Gods, Odis has always been wary of this deity, because Odis doesn't know who it is. Offering the insightful trait obtained from the dragon of wisdom to the god of knowledge would be like threatening him, and if the god of knowledge wanted to silence him, that would be troublesome. Adam's sudden request for help is not unreasonable. Although he is not a god, he is now only one step away from becoming one, so stopping the hidden sage should not be a problem. The remaining issue is trust. Generally speaking, Odis didn't trust Adam much, but at least she knew that there was no benefit in him harming her. Moreover, when the Celestial Master said that he could completely trust the goddess of night and Adam, he must have foreseen today's situation and was trying to dispel his doubts. After a moment's thought, Odis decided to believe the Taoist priest, or rather, he had no other choice but to believe the Taoist priest. I understand, Odis said to the world after taking a deep breath. Klein had been waiting for Odis to finish his contemplation before asking, will it be dangerous for you to ascend? Odis took a deep breath and said, the sage and the Lord of Mysteries, the hidden sage, and the god of steam and machinery, have been clashing, and I happen to be in the middle of their battle. After a moment's consideration, he decided not to tell Klein all the secrets for the time being. Klein nodded. Just as Odis had predicted, he guessed that this was a struggle between the gods of the Hermit and perfect paths. Odis's reason for traveling through time was probably related to their contest. This also explains why, when Odis investigated this matter, all the clues led to the sage, because it is very likely that Odis was a card played by the sage. Odis should have sensed that once she became an angel, she would be able to escape the fate of being a pawn, which is why she said that after becoming Sequence 2, she would be able to know all the truth. After the individual consultation, the tarot reading will begin again. Klein manipulated the world to look at the magician. Furs, help me ask the Abraham family if they still have any star worms whose spirituality hasn't been completely lost. If so, what would they need to exchange them for? Furs hesitated for a moment before nodding and saying, okay. After receiving the reply, Klein then directed the world's attention to the Hermit. If Miss Magician fails to trade the star bug from the Abraham family, I would like to entrust you with a task. Odis was taken aback, thinking to herself, what task do you want with me? Why didn't you say so earlier? He nodded and said, okay. The world smiled and said, the hunt for Aurora Society's secret saint booties. Everyone was taken aback, but quickly realized that booties might have, or could provide, the star bug. Odis thought for a moment before saying, no problem. He paused, then added, however, I need information about him. So the Hermit and the world looked at the magician together, and Furs immediately said, I can try to gather the relevant information. The world laughed and said, perhaps you can lure booties out. Furs was taken aback, realizing that he was being used as bait. She swallowed hard, but dared not refuse. Odis said, let's see what the Abraham family's reply is like. I think they'll most likely have a few star worms preserved there. This is a very high-grade spiritual material that can be used to perform rituals and create advanced talismans. However, considering that they don't have anyone they can trust to pray to, it's more likely that this is used to complete the ritual. Having finalized the trade agreement, Leonard looked at the Hermit. Although you haven't been to any parties lately, we've all been seeing news about you in the newspapers. He paused, then said, I still don't understand why you wanted to seize power in Remenberg. In Leonard's view, Mr. Gar was not a power-hungry person, and developing an extraordinary organization would be much simpler than governing a country. So Leonard has always had a question, why did Mr. Gar launch a coup recently? Although Remenberg claimed it was a government reform, everyone knew it was a coup. A coup d'état launched by extraordinary individuals. Odis said, I remember explaining this to some of the members before. He paused for a moment and said, seizing power in a country is primarily for the purpose of serving as an extraordinary pilot project. Seeing that the other members all seemed confused to varying degrees, Odis smiled and asked, has anyone been to Cruise Island? Do you remember the streetlights on that island? Justice, the hanged man, and the priestess have all visited Cruise Island and were truly impressed by the streetlights on the island, which made them experience for the first time the convenience that the extraordinary brings to ordinary people. Lighting is just the most basic application of my research, Odis added. Those studies could absolutely change people's lives dramatically. But no one but me knows which direction those studies will ultimately take, so I don't allow them to grow wildly and develop into a distorted state. This requires a template to show everyone what a society built upon my research findings would look like. To accomplish something like this, you first need a country. But the frustrating thing is that the country has to be strong enough, otherwise it will always be invaded. Upon hearing this, Leonard, nicknamed Star, paused for a moment, so that's how it is. He even suspected that this was an operation carried out by the Church of the Night and the Church of Knowledge in secret cooperation, because he had recently noticed that the two churches seemed to have some communication or deals in secret. He had never expected Mr. Gard to have such a purpose. It was indeed grand, but Mr. Gard also clearly stated that he had his own private purpose, leaving him unsure whether to offer praise. Klein thought to himself, Odis is trying to build an ideal state. In fact, he was well aware that the existence of extraordinary beings had created a very oppressive and distorted society in this world, and he wanted to make some changes. However, he also knew that he needed to have enough strength to make any changes. Odis was clearly aware of this, so he gradually built up his own power, bound his interests to the church, and launched a coup when the time was right. Klein was optimistic about Lemberg after Odis took over. After all, he had seen the social systems of the Common Era and had enough examples to refer to, which were at least better than the current social system. Apart from Audrey, who knew a little about the Hermit's thoughts, this was the first time the other members had heard the Hermit talk about his goals. After a few seconds, Odiston said, I believe there will be more news about Remnantburg in the future, because I plan to take advantage of the war to change the social system of that country. Justice, Audrey smiled and said, I didn't expect you to be a sociologist. Everyone nodded in agreement. Since the other members felt that changing the social system was completely beyond their scope, and that Justice, as a noble, should know something about this, then let her say so. Odis laughed and said, I'm not a sociologist, it's all just to achieve my ultimate goal. After he stopped speaking, the conversation ended there because it simply couldn't continue. Hugh, who had been listening in the whole time, suddenly said, Mr. Hermit, I've heard that the current military commander in Remberg is a genius. How come we haven't heard of such a person in Remberg before? Did you bring him to Remberg? Odis did not answer the question immediately, but instead asked in return, does MI9 consider him a military genius? Yes, Hugh said. A few days ago, Rune's intelligence department obtained a map of the defenses in southern Lundberg, can I say that? Odis smiled confidently and said, yes, of course. Hugh asked this question because she noticed that the other members seemed confused and obviously hadn't done any research on it, so she wanted to give them a simple explanation. After obtaining Odis's permission, Hugh continued, the military commander modified the two existing strongholds on the southern defense line and built a new one. The three fortresses are strategically positioned so that when one is attacked, the other two can provide artillery support and quickly provide troop support to flank the enemy's siege. Most importantly, the overall location of these three fortresses is too good. Although the three fortresses can only defend a line of defense of 20 or 30 kilometers, if Fenaport goes around here, the fortress garrison can easily launch a surprise attack on their logistics troops. But if you attack a fortress from the rear, you can still only attack one of them, and the other two fortresses can provide support quickly. The other members then understood why the Hermits allowed the trial to publish the defense map. The structure was very simple, yet almost unsolvable, leaving them with no choice but to fight a siege battle according to Commander Lenberg's intentions. Such defensive fortifications are very difficult to breach unless one possesses an overwhelming advantage in strength. Klein suddenly thought, could the Red Angel have gone to Remberg? Odis smiled and said, that was indeed a military genius who built an impregnable defensive line in the south with just 3 large fortresses. Even without any modifications, these 3 fortresses are all newly built, and their cost is only 1,000th of the previous southern defense line of Remberg. At this point, Odis shook his head, speaking of which, the Ministry of Defense in Remberg really did employ a bunch of idiots. He then added, as for that military genius, I think everyone knows about him. Everyone was taken aback, because they didn't usually pay attention to military affairs and were not familiar with the current military leaders, so how could they know? Odis continued, that's the evil spirit, the Red Angel.